Chapter 751 The Arrival of the Goddess and the Endless H.L. Just when Buster was baptizing Elizabeth, the sunlight suddenly gradually dimmed, and a cool light shone through the huge glazed windows of the hall and fell into the hall, forming pillars of light like harps. At this moment, Buster, who was baptizing Elizabeth, couldn't help but pause his hand slightly and looked at Elizabeth in silence. The noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and thousands of pairs of eyes looked at His Majesty. According to the rumors, Her Majesty the Queen is the moon goddess alive. Is it possible that this sudden celestial phenomenon is caused by her? Elizabeth turned a blind eye to those glances, because she was already used to being in the spotlight. She looked at the beams of light slowly falling in front of her eyes. Those beams of light looked like harps leaning over. Out of curiosity, she reached out and touched it. And then she remembered the sound of harp strings in the hall. The sound of the strings sounded so cheerful that a piece of music suddenly sounded in the Queen's mind. It was a hymn for all people to pray to. But she had never heard that hymn, for it belonged to the dawn. After being mute for a moment, she relaxed her body and mind, listened to the hymn carefully, stretched out her hand, followed the rhythm of the hymn, and started playing music for it on the harp. Jasmine's eyes couldn't help but become complicated. This string broke the silence in the hall and made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. After a moment of silence, the harp suddenly sounded. As the sound of the piano sounded every second, a hazy hymn also emerged in the hall. Amidst the singing, the statues in the hall and the angels on the murals slowly started to move, and the door to the kingdom of heaven began to condense in the murals on the dome and gradually opened. Then, many shadows of the angels of dawn flew from the dome towards the main hall. But something a little different from usual is that these summoned dawn angels all seemed very confused and didn't know why they were summoned, because it was still half an hour away from the scheduled time. They couldn't help but look at the boss one after another, but found that he was also confused. At this moment, the sky was getting darker again, and the solar eclipse outside had begun. The entire pilgrimage ceremony in the Moon Kingdom has reached its climax. The residents of Moon City fell to the ground one after another, and the power of faith, following the voices of the people, surged towards the temple like a wave. The people's cries entered the hall and woke everyone up. Everyone looked at the angel in the sky and couldn't help but lift up their robes. They cried bitterly in the excitement and kowtowed to their queen. This is divine grace. This is a miracle. It has been many years since the Moon Kingdom received the favor of the moon god. Many people had already thought that they had been abandoned by the god, but it turned out that the god was by their side. For a moment, most of the people had knelt on the ground. Only the sons of God were still standing there with their mouths open, looking at His Majesty. August led the group of temple knights to kneel down on one knee. Under George's tug, Soraya couldn't help but curl her lips. And together with George, they knelt down on one knee with the Dawn Knights and performed the etiquette of a lord meeting the king. In the blink of an eye, only Elizabeth stood in the main hall, and the gate to the kingdom of heaven became increasingly clear. She looked towards the gate, and the knights couldn't help but look there. Dawn Knight originally thought that this magic was done by Irene, but there seemed to be something wrong with the script now that she comes out. I'm afraid it would be a little embarrassing. At this moment, Auguste and Lemuel couldn't help but sneered as they looked at the door in the sky, as if they planned to see who was pretending to be a ghost. Among the three great knights of grace, only Raphael was absent-minded. He lowered his head and murmured to himself, his face covered with cold sweat, and his mind was not here at all. Gradually, the dawn angel phantoms flying in the hall felt the familiar aura in the center of the hall. They looked at the Queen of the Moon Kingdom below in shock, and then at the door behind them, and a pair of white jade feet also stepped out of the gate at this moment. Her body was like the moon, emitting a cold radiance that made it difficult for people to see her figure clearly. Only the vaguely beautiful face could be seen, and behind her, there were 12 wings of light. The wings of light were so huge that they covered most of the hall after going out. At this moment, George looked at Ariadne and felt that she looked nothing like Irene. It seems that this is what she really looks like. She seemed to notice that George was sizing her up, and her eyes also fell on George. A huge mental pressure couldn't help but shrouded George's body, making him feel slightly stiff. This pressure was actually comparable to the real body of Ninofari. Ariadne had no expression on her face. After observing George, she suddenly waved her hand, and then the moonlight fell on her body. This light started from George and gradually spread to all corners of the entire hall. Everyone who was illuminated by the light had their true appearance illuminated by the light. In the light, George suddenly felt that his whole body was imprisoned, and the light also illuminated the 12 wings of light that were gathering behind him. Seeing the light wings behind George, Ariadne couldn't help but pause for a moment. then suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. This should be due to Warnworth's godhead. Fortunately, this idiot has not completely broken the last window paper yet. He can never become a god. The light wings of August and many angels were also revealed. The Great Divine Grace Knight is a high-level angel with 6 light wings. The Temple Judgment Knight commanders have 4. And the sons have a pair behind them. It seems that they are in the Holy Spirit. The positions in the court are arranged according to the positions in the kingdom of heaven. No matter how powerful ordinary people are, they have no chance to rise in the Temple Knights. In comparison, there are very few people with light wings behind the Dawn Knights. In fact, with the strength of the Dawn Knights, it is not a problem for many people to display 6 wings of light. But the appearance of light wings is not their true form. So only when the power of dawn is concentrated in the body, light wings will be formed on the back. Therefore these light wings were not illuminated by Ariadne's light. But today, the prototypes of the Heavenly Kingdom Armed Forces, who were ordinary people mixed into the team, were revealed in that embarrassment. It seems that under Ariadne's power, they cannot control their bodies. It seems that they found that the light wings on their side were a little exposed. Many Dawn Knights couldn't help but inspire their own power. For a moment, the light wings were flying in the hall. And at the moment, when everyone's light wings were revealed, the color and luminosity of those light wings formed a strong contrast. Many people were dumbfounded to find that the light wings behind the Temple Knights of the Holy Court seemed a little dim and gray. Some people's light wings are even a little black. The Temple Knights didn't seem to care about this, because the stains on the light wings were the blood stained after they killed the demon. After the light shone, the power of faith in the hall also gathered crazily. But their gathering point was Her Royal Highness the Queen. These powers faintly condensed into 12 wings of light behind her. The light wing was extremely huge, and was slowly growing with the blessing of the power of faith. It was already 2/3 of the length of Ariadne's light wing. Ariadne looked at the light wings behind Elizabeth, and then her eyes left her casually, and fell on a person in the corner of the hall. That man was trying his best to fight against the shining moonlight, but the wings of light behind him were revealed uncontrollably. Those 12 light wings are extremely dark. Raphael, your lord has awakened! The voice of God caused Raphael to feel pain all over his body. He scratched his neck and chest frantically, until blood dripped from his body, and his armor creaked. In just a moment, the armor was already dented by Hesiod's brain, leaving large blood stains. Who am I? Raphael? Wait! Who am I? My master? You are not my master. In that nonsense, Raphael's voice became thinner and thinner, and became more and more womanlike. In that madness, his hands grasped harder and harder, and in a blink of an eye, he had torn open his breastplate and scratched his chest. Then the heart in his chest was crushed to pieces by his hands amidst his wild laughter. My lord! He has awakened! In an instant, an evil breath surged out of Raphael's body as he sacrificed himself. The sky of the entire world suddenly became pitch black, and even the hall illuminated by Ariadne's light suddenly dimmed. A huge figure broke through Raphael's flesh and crawled out of his body. His body was strong in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, his height was almost breaking through the dome, and a pair of black and red magic wings gradually spread out from behind. Wherever the shadow of the black wings went, thick blood flowed out of the hall. In an instant, the temple seemed to have reached a certain level of endless H.L. Chapter 752 Fall. The moment the pool of blood appeared under people's feet, they were pulled into it by a pair of hands stretching out from the pool of blood, and many demons emerged from the blood quagmire on the ground. For a moment, the hall was in chaos. Soraya took the lead in drawing out her sword and led the knights to fight against the demons. It seems that the door between this world and H.L. is gradually opening, and the power of the fallen archangel also increased crazily with the appearance of this breath of H.L. Within a few breaths, his second pair of light wings began to condense. The strong wind roared in the hall, shattering the huge glazed windows, and the whispers of the evil spirits continued to echo in everyone's ears. The Dawn Knights were fighting those demons, but the Temple Knights of the Holy Court were stunned when they saw this. August and others were extremely shocked. The fallen angel in front of them was like a giant. His power exceeded all the evil gods they had ever faced, making them tremble all over. In that fear, they heard the call from the voice in their hearts, and began to scratch their heads and ears. August and others tried their best to resist the evil force in their hearts, but their light wings gradually turned black. The bodies of some of the Temple Knights, who were not strong-willed, had even begun to lose shape. It seemed that the heavenly weapons and the devils had the same origin, and their fall was just a step away. On the contrary, the ordinary people were not corrupted under the moonlight, and were being evacuated by the Temple Knights. At this moment, George looked at the huge body in front of him, and felt the huge magic energy emanating from his body. The magic energy was like friction in his brain, giving him a splitting headache. This seems to be the true full picture of the fallen angel. The power of the blood moon period only opened a gap in this world, and increased the upper limit of the power that the fallen angel can project into this world. But this time, the temple became an exit from H.L. And the fallen angel finally showed his true strength under the cover of the power of H.L. This fallen angel, who was fused by Delina and Clark, was neither male nor female. When he unfolded his first pair of magic wings, his power surpassed that of Garoxter. At the beginning, Garoxter only showed a pair of magic wings. But behind him, 12 wings were gradually condensed in the breath of H.L. It has exceeded the power limit of this world. Ariadne's power is simply incomparable. Even if there are 2 more Nanofari, they can't defeat this demon in H.L. If August, the more than 3,000 people in the Holy Court, suddenly fell, it would indeed be a considerable force. It seemed that Ariadne also discovered the horror of this fallen angel. Without hesitation, she turned around and flew towards the gate of heaven. However, as soon as the fallen angel stretched out his big hand, the gate of heaven was closed. Ariadne could only break through the window on the dome and escape into the sky. The fallen angel laughed wildly, broke through the dome of the hall, and chased out. That huge body almost caused the dome of the hall to collapse. Suddenly, rubble fell all over the ground. The knights in the hall were fighting with demons, while other people were running away frantically toward the door and windows in fear. But the blood on the ground has spread to the square, and the demons crawling out of the blood are fighting with the Moon Kingdom garrison around the temple. At this moment, more than a dozen silver shuttles suddenly emerged from the ground, pulling these groups of people into the air, and also pulled out those who were stuck in the quagmire. With groups of people, we started the big transfer work. As for the demons in the temple, they have all been blocked by Soraya and the Dawn Angels. With the efficiency of the silver shuttle, all the ordinary people in the temple can be transferred without a few trips. At the same time, various dawn fires also erupted in various urban areas of the Moon Kingdom. These fires dispelled the aura that spread into the city. The light of dawn stopped the gates of H.L. from spreading and controlled them around the temple. The city was under control. The worshippers did not see the scene inside the temple, but they saw the huge body that broke through the dome of the temple and swayed away. In that fear, they couldn't help but tremble, wondering what kind of god they had summoned. In fact, the Moon Kingdom's army is so huge that the total number of Moon Knights is nearly 20,000. And there are so many elite bosses on George's side. There is also a sanctuary army disguised as mercenaries hidden in various areas of the Moon City. If we want to kill this fallen angel and deal with this lone demon army, we can definitely kill them all. But with the strength of this fallen angel, he can indeed cause trouble in the Moon Kingdom. And if the war started like this, it would go against George's original intention. Irene had to take action on this matter to save energy. At the same time, George also planned to see what trick Irene wanted to play. In the hall, after George lit the dawn fire in his hand, he calmly gathered around Elizabeth with everyone. George was not worried at all about the so-called Gate of Hell. Although this portal seemed to be very imposing and large in area, it was actually far from comparable to the one in Darkins. It can be said that the flow is very small, and the devil coming out from here is as slow as crossing a river and crossing a bridge. So as long as we lure the fallen angels out, control the surrounding situation, and prevent the demons from rushing into the city from the temple, we can close the door and beat the dogs. George ignored the demons that gradually emerged. Instead, he looked at the struggling August and others with more interest. After the fallen angel flew out, the impact on them became much smaller. The power of the dawn fire, it also suppressed some of the evil in their bodies. That stupid fallen angel fell into the trap. When he saw Irene was about to run away, he chased after her. He didn't immediately call out the demon blood in the hearts of August and others. I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance in the future. These people looked like they could still be saved. At this time, George felt that Tanya's aura was surging, and she seemed to be planning to transform and chase her out. He hurriedly grabbed the tiger girl and said, "Why are you joining in the fun? If you can't stay any longer, go outside and help." George pointed to the Moon Knights outside the temple and said, although those Moon Knights were good in strength, they still lacked experience. The Red Devil troops led by dozens of Black Devils had already left them in a hurry. However, after Tanya and others transformed into demons and flew outside, the pressure on the garrison around the temple was greatly reduced. During this period of time, the sergeants had seen these special blood demons that devoured demons many times. and even cooperated with them several times. So these people went to clean up the demons crawling out of the ground in the well and the river. With the help of the vampire's magic, the blood quagmire continued to solidify, and many people trapped in it were pulled out. At this time, a big guy seemed to come out of the gate of H.L. Ha 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 ha! Sweet air! Sweet humans! I finally have a chance to come to this world! A voice made George look away from the window. Chapter 753 Pets. At this time, the people on the periphery of the hall had fled to a safe area with the help of Silver Shuttle. The hall was full of demons crawling out. All the knights have turned from offense to defense, forming a defensive formation around the queen and nearby nobles. There is a tendency that the demons in the temple will ignore it as long as they don't cause trouble. On the contrary, August and others were still trying their best to fight those demons. But they all seemed a little delirious, and some of them were even yelling crazily and cutting the air. And the demons did not attack them with weapons, as if they were waiting for them to transform. But it seems that the Dawnfire has had some effect. And so far, only a few knights have completely turned into demons. The others will probably have to wait for the fallen angel to return before they can be completely corrupted. Some of the demons in the hall were circling with August and the others, while others were staring nervously at George and the others. These demons seem to be afraid of the Dawn Knights, especially those weird weapons that can emit ball lightning, which will turn into ashes when they touch them. Let these demons, who bully the weak and fear the strong, be frightened. Even though their number was more than 10 times greater than that of the knights, they did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they set up a formation and waited for more black demons to appear. Ha 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 ha! Sweet air! Sweet humans! I finally have a chance to come to this world! George raised his head and glanced at the talking demon. It seems to be a big demon lord, gradually crawling out of the ground. Its appearance is that of a typical demon, but its body is completely white and emit a faint blue light. It looks really good looking. Owner! I like this pet. A half-asleep voice sounded in George's mind. Stop talking, Siljack, and sleep well. After George finished speaking, Siljack snored again, just as Eileen had guessed. With Siljack's condition, he really couldn't do anything. If she came to perform the maze, she might fall asleep. After George looked at the demon for a while, he paid no attention to it. He shifted his gaze and searched the crowd behind him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jasmine being comforted by Soraya. If she was taken out of the temple by Insul, it would be an interesting day. The huge demon lord has climbed out, and other large demons are emerging from the ground. There was a burst of excitement and cheers among the demon team. It seems that he is planning to deal with the hundreds of knights in front of him. Are you George? The voice of the great demon lord echoed in the hall. Its huge demonic vertical pupils looked at the human in front of him. It seemed that the demon had already heard of his name. As long as this human is killed, it will definitely gain the Lord's favor. The gate to the kingdom of heaven has been sealed by the fallen angels, and that human being will definitely die today. George raised his head and looked at the demons with their teeth and claws snarling, as if he thought they were a bit noisy. Nenofari was about to take action, but was held down by George. Don't move, otherwise no demon will come out soon, George said as he flipped through the Book of Dawn. Then the Lost Paradise opened, and more than 700 black demons and degenerates crawled out from the ground one by one. Looking at the sudden appearance of the demon army in front of him, the demon lord's eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. It had long heard that some demons rebelled after being captured, but it didn't expect that to be the case. Among these more than 700 black demons, there are also dozens of great demons, and several little demon lords. It can be said to be an elite force. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn, and the demon lord couldn't help but shut his mouth. The big demons couldn't help but began to reorganize their team and put into a defensive formation, nervously waiting for the follow-up troops to appear. George nodded, knowing they could calm down for a while. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the sky, waiting for Ariadne's nuclear bomb. What the hell? Do you want to talk for a while? The fallen angel seemed to be attacking Ariadne with various magics. The battle was one-sided. It seemed that the fallen angel was deliberately teasing her. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Ariadne. He wants to show off the power of the devil in the eyes of everyone. He will not devour Ariadne until all humans fall into fear, and then come back to devour Elizabeth, so as to replace their identities and accept the power of faith of the Moon Kingdom. Ariadne didn't seem to be in a hurry to reveal her true form and crush the ant, and it seemed that she had been saying something to the fallen angel. It looked like negotiation, but in fact it was probably a set of words. George suddenly remembered that he had told Irene before that it would be best to get some information from the mouth of the fallen angel. Unexpectedly, she took it seriously. Look at the way she is working hard to obtain information. It seems that Irene is planning to let me continue to work under her after becoming a god? At this time, 2 more great demon lords appeared in the Moon Temple, and the number of demons in the hall doubled. The big demon lord who came out first pointed at George with an arrogant smile. Today, this is your burial place. With a sigh, George lazily closed the Book of Dawn and asked, What's your name? The demon in front of him didn't look like a blood demon or a fire demon. After he came out, the air in the hall became colder, and it seemed to still have the properties of frost. The devil laughed wildly and said, Remember, you were killed by Bartley. Then, it waved its hand, and the demons behind it rushed over. But this guy is very cunning, and plans to check the situation first before setting off. Seeing the emboldened demons rushing over, George nodded and took out the Styx scroll from his waist. Then, the Queen of the Netherworld and the thousands of banshees and evil spirit troops appeared in the temple. Try to catch them alive. After the Queen of the Netherworld flew out, she led the blue evil spirit army to face the demons that were rushing over. As soon as the Netherworld army penetrated the bodies of those demons, the red demons fell in pieces like wheat. Come down. Even those big demons collapsed on the ground after being passed by the Nether Queen. With just one blow, they were not far from death. The Dawn Knights also took out their restraining wands one after another, and captured the demons with the spiders. And the fallen ones also rushed over, looking at the Netherworld fallen angel flying in the sky. Bartley opened his mouth and opened his white wings to fly. But at this time, the banshees in the sky had already formed a magic circle maze. All these demons were trapped inside. In the blink of an eye, Bartolome began to spin around in the hall. However, it seems to still have some strength, and its combat power may exceed 300,000. Seeing that it couldn't escape, it actually started a fight with the Nether Queen, although it looked like it was getting beaten. But with the other 2 demon lords, it was able to fight back and forth with the Nether Queen. But after the 2 super wizards Nana Fali and Palos took action, several demon lords were quickly beaten to death. Then he was tied up with a chain by George and pulled into Paradise Lost. George nodded with satisfaction and kept catching those demons. These demons appear to be rare and should be of interest to wizards. At this moment, George's scalp suddenly exploded. He raised his head and saw that the sky of Moon City suddenly lit up, and a huge burning shadow appeared in the sky of Moon City. He almost occupies the entire sky, like an unknown celestial body close to the sheltered world. With his majestic body, his figure can probably be clearly seen from every corner of half the world. That huge fallen angel was like a tiny ant in comparison with him. Chapter 754 7 Gods, the power to dominate the world. Impossible! This is impossible! The fallen angel looked up at the terrifying figure in the sky. Trembling and trembling all over, that thing was completely beyond his knowledge. His eyes first revealed disbelief, and then revealed deep fear and despair. He, who had never seen the 7 gods before, realized just now that he was so ignorant. The 7 gods shifted their gaze to this ant. In an instant, the fallen angel vanished into ashes. The divinity of the moon god stolen from the kingdom of heaven that Aloysius entrusted to her also completely dissipated. The blood gushing out on the ground of Moon City gradually dissipated under the vast power of the 7 gods. Many who had been trapped in a pool of blood were now lying on the ground, seemingly not breathing. But as a ray of light fell, these dead people all woke up in the holy voice of the angel. George was shocked. Heaven saves! This is true heavenly salvation. Just like the illusion imagined by the God Adventist sect. Their Lord indeed has the power to create the world. Waves of roaring sounds came from all directions in the Moon City, and everyone fell to the ground. The believers began their real pilgrimage amidst the excitement. God was indifferent. He cast his gaze on George. When he saw George rubbing his eyes in confusion, a trace of joking flashed across his emotionless eyes. Then, the long bow and harp disappeared, and Elizabeth, who was among the crowd in the temple, was also struggled to be pulled up into the sky by an invisible force. Hack! George yelled. But from the perspective of God, he discovered that even the power of faith in the moon god was still flowing towards Elizabeth. All the people cheered and kept singing hymns to Elizabeth. They didn't know what was going on, and they still seemed to think that the moon god in the sky was Elizabeth's true body. But because Elizabeth has no godhead or divinity, after these powers of faith flowed to her throne, they fell from the throne into the temple, and were eventually stolen by Irene, who was hiding in the temple, and supplied to her true form in heaven. Looking at the believers who didn't know what was going on, Ariadne's eyes burned with jealousy. She wanted to deprive Elizabeth of the moon goddess, and then canonize her as an archangel, so as to let the believers know that the gods in heaven, Ariadne, and the queen of the moon kingdom are not the same person. A bunch of idiots. Immediately afterwards, the light wings on Elizabeth began to dissipate, condensing into a ball of light and flying into the sky. At the same time, George also raised his hand and threw the Book of Dawn into the sky. The book turned into light and disappeared. Then, in another corner of the sky, the clouds were suddenly pierced by a ray of light, which shone on Elizabeth's body. The seven gods pulled Elizabeth and the ball of light around her. The sudden interference of the dawn light made Ariadne wave her hand impatiently. The big burning hand was like a huge fire cloud, directly covering the V-shaped nebula. Then, George was also pulled out of the temple by an invisible force. Foolish mortals, don't be stubborn anymore. A confused voice sounded in George's heart. Repent to the Lord, and the Lord will forgive you. George sighed, looked up at the sky, and said, Irene, you have such power. Why don't you deal with Aloysius? Although you are at the same level, you can mobilize most of the holy spirits in the world. With the power of his soul, it should only be possible to send him back to H.L. with a single movement of his hand. God's eye showed a more interesting look. He didn't expect that this little guy actually saw something. Indeed, in fact, although the fallen angel and Ariadne in their full form were very different in strength, they were both at the same level, both at the god level. But whether it is the fallen angel or Aloysius, who may be a little stronger than Ariadne, as long as they are in this world, the seven gods can perform dimensionality reduction strikes on them with every move, making them instantly disintegrated into ashes, or sent back to H.L., because the seven gods do not use their own power, but mobilize the power of the entire world. The fuel burned in the mobilization is the power of faith. Let go, Irene, George said. You become the person you once were, and you are just adding another Aloysius to the world. Soraya also suddenly spoke. She looked up at her sister in the sky with a complex expression. No matter how stupid she was, she seemed to have guessed what Ariadne wanted to do. Irene, stop it now. It will corrupt. Eileen? God laughed wantonly and dispersed the clouds in the sky. Up to now, you are still calling me Irene? When Irene was blocked by George in the carriage, she had said many words that moved Dawn to regard her as the most sensible child. One of them is, I no longer exist. And now I am just Irene. Irene also said similar words to Soraya once, and the two sisters hugged each other in emotion. Together we were reminded of the other road to the divine level, the road to civilization. Obviously these righteous words are all nonsense. No matter how good the road to civilization is, or even if it can go further, it is not as attractive as dictatorship. Very good, George nodded and said, Irene, don't say I didn't give you a chance. At this point, many stars suddenly lit up on George's chest, gradually forming a V-shaped nebula. The light of the nebula, although not much, had the same level as the seven gods, enveloped the entire temple, and the power that imprisoned him disappeared in George's body. Ariadne in the sky was slightly stunned. She felt that the power of Sanctuary and all those who believed in the light of dawn were gathered on this person. At this moment, he represents the light of dawn. In the short period of time, he was blessed by these powers. It seemed that not even the seven gods could do anything to him. This seems to indicate that this world no longer belongs entirely to the seven gods, but part of it already belongs to Dawn. And where the light of dawn shines is his realm. Although the scope and duration of this realm are still too short, and can only cover the scope of the temple. Here, God cannot manipulate the rules of the world to affect things in the realm. You are too weak. You cannot fight against me. Take your power away. I don't want to kill you, Ariadne persuaded. Then I want to thank you. After George's words fell, the stick scroll in the temple rose up without any wind. Then, it covered Jasmine in her confusion, and pulled her into the world of the Netherworld. The world of this maze is far beyond the magic array of the Queen of the Netherworld. In this world of the Netherworld maze, the things inside are completely isolated from the things outside. The power of faith cannot enter the maze from the temple. Even after the incarnation of the god is locked inside, it cannot escape for a moment. Ariadne in the sky was stunned, seemingly unable to understand why George was able to use Siljak's ability, and the maze seemed to have become much more powerful. Then, she felt that the power of faith that had been continuously supplied to her disappeared. The power of faith in the temple was also recondensed into harps and bows. I told you, Aaron, if you mess up, I will strip you naked and hang you in the temple. Chapter 755. Remove the fuel from the cauldron and conquer the moon god. No. After losing the supply of the power of faith, Ariadne's true body quickly began to burn at an accelerated rate. Soon the remaining power of faith in her body was burned out, burning all the elements that made up her body of divinity. And as her divinity burned, her body quickly became smaller. At the last moment, she frantically tried to pull the ball of light around Elizabeth, but this made her body burn faster. At this time, the duration of the starlight on George's body had also expired. After losing the support of the light of dawn, George simply let go and let the light group fly into the sky. But when the light group flew in front of Ariadne by that time, her body had also been burned out. In the end, her body turned back into a naked 12-winged angel. She lost all her strength and became extremely weak. She fell from the sky with the ball of light in her arms. George stretched out his hand, grabbed Ariadne, and looked at the girl up and down. She looks nothing like Irene, and is very beautiful. It seems that this is what she really looks like. Irene was the most capable and able person among all her subordinates. During these days, it could be said that she played tricks on the lurkers, and finally made the fallen angel fall into her routine. But this guy is really not easy to worry about, and he can do it just as well as the guy Sherjack. I told you, Ariadne, if you mess up, I will strip you naked and hang you in the temple. I just made a little joke. And George, let's call me Irene. I said I am no longer the 7 gods, just an ordinary angel of dawn. Ariadne while struggling in George's arms, and I tried to quietly merge with the light group. But just as she said before, when the 7 gods appeared, Elizabeth's divine status would be automatically stripped away. But now that she is an angel of dawn, it will be extremely difficult to integrate into the divine position. Not to mention that her divinity has been burned out just now. If you want to become a god again, I'm afraid it's a long way off. Oh, didn't you say that your name is not Eileen? Ahem. Irene is my nickname. George nodded and reached out to grab the ball of light in Ariadne's arms. Ariadne twisted her body desperately, holding the ball of light in her arms tightly, and yelled in despair. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I'm no longer a threat to you. As long as you give me this god, you can use those 2 artifacts. George didn't answer, grabbed the light ball, and threw Ariadne into the maze. George, why did he suddenly lose his power? Elizabeth flew over and planned to take the ball of light from George's hand. But George got out of the way. She thought George was teasing her on purpose, and glanced at George with some annoyance. Elizabeth, the 7 gods have fallen after all. Even if Irene reshapes her true body, she is not as good as before she has become a supreme emperor with a title. But she is no longer in charge of the world. So she needs a temple. This place that gathers the power of faith in the world can be transformed into the 7 gods. George looked at the sky and said, but she just flew out of the temple. The reason why Ariadne's true body disappeared after leaving the temple, it still exists because her other body is still hidden in the temple. I put that body into the labyrinth, and she lost the source of her faith. So, before she returns to the throne of God and regains her divine power, she is not complete. She has weaknesses and great limitations because her divine power has long been left to others. And this world no longer belongs to her. Another entity? Elizabeth said suddenly. You mean Jasmine is Irene pretending to be? Indeed. George looked down and found that the people were still worshipping. In their view, God turned into flames and left after saving the Moon Kingdom. George shook his head and pulled Elizabeth down to the temple. On the way, Elizabeth suddenly asked. She wants to become a god again, but isn't she afraid of being corrupted? George didn't answer for a while. Irene had 2 ways to overcome the corruption. The first was to fuse her true body with the longbow and stay in the temple, letting the CEO take care of the outside. After the ancient god dies and the fog clears, she can come out to play. However, this plan is not perfect, because the day the ancient god dies, the Holy Spirit in this world must believe in the light of dawn. Even if she gains freedom, she will change from a high-ranking god to a weak god. At that time, the CEO would probably be on an equal footing with her. Of course, there are some advantages to becoming a weak god. Although she cannot control the world, she will no longer be shackled by faith or affected by the thoughts of believers. So she must be more free, can act as a free major shareholder, play and learn at the same time, waiting for her to find a more advanced way of faith than Dawn's faith. Then spread her faith and take over the world again. There is a second plan, which is to eat the light of dawn. The belief in the light of dawn is extremely pure. As long as she eats the light of dawn and uses the power of dawn to maintain herself, she will not be corrupted. and the strength will be further improved. This solution is simple and straightforward, and has the greatest benefits. But there is also a risk she will have to face the arrival of the ancient god later. The world at that time will be a duel between Irene the Faceless and Kashia the Faceless. However, desire is hard to say. Faced with a plan with the greatest benefits and the most secure plan, no one knows what decision they will make. George didn't know which plan Eileen was going to choose. Anyway, he wanted to lock this guy up for the time being. This guy is very capable, but he needs to be trained and trained. Seeing that Elizabeth was still looking at him, George did not give an answer, but said something like this. Desire will always make people lose their mind, Elizabeth. This divine position, I can't give it to you. Nor can I. To Irene. Because whoever sits in this position will be on the path to Aloysius. Having said this, George threw the light ball into the Book of Dawn and gave it to the Light of Dawn to decompose. Since then, the position of the moon god has been completely taken back. Seeing the light group disappearing into the book, Elizabeth couldn't help but feel regretful. This way, we won't be able to use those two artifacts. Elizabeth's words made George look at her for a moment. George did not expect that Elizabeth's first concern was this issue. George somewhat understood why at the last moment. When Dawnlight faced the choice of who would be the moon goddess, she chose Elizabeth between Irene and Elizabeth, because she has no such desire for the identity of the moon god. Just use it as a tool. George said, those two artifacts are actually not that important. Elizabeth, people believe that one of these two things can change destiny, and the other can make people loyal. The seven gods have them, but they failed to change their own destiny. He also failed to keep his followers loyal to him. George said, I have never relied on any artifacts in these two things along the way. Nor will I in the future. Artifacts are not foreign objects. They are the power is in the human heart. Let these two artifacts be placed in the temple. The Moon Kingdom needs them, so that they will not be invaded by the fog. Of course, these two artifacts cannot be wasted like this. George pulled Elizabeth to the ground and looked at the two artifacts on the statue. At this time, the two artifacts turned into stones again. It seemed that only in the hands of the moon god. They were artifacts. Wizards will be interested in them. Indeed, they are only artifacts in the hands of the moon god. But the sanctuary is more than just the moon god. Solwut's team will start this project. Chapter 756. From now on, you will just give your boss a leg. These two artifacts were born together with the seven gods and were made by the Kashia people. They belong to a part of the real Colossus of the gods, like the seven gods. Therefore, it is of great research value. It will definitely be of great use to the Seraph plan. In addition, they should also be able to copycat. As for the copycat matter, although Solwood no longer has the memory of the seven gods, the Kingdom of Heaven should have many records about these artifacts. During research, he will discover the secrets of these two artifacts. Elizabeth knew something about these two things. The main function of the moon bow was enslavement and control. If a copycat product was made, it would be of great use in the necromancy and demon systems. The Harp of Destiny can be used for prophecy and divination, and can also be used as a defensive magic item. When holding such a rare object in hand, one should have the ability to see and hear colors to a certain extent. After chatting for a few words, George looked at the people in the temple. The Dawn Knights were cleaning up the mess. Soraya stood alone in front of the statue and looked at the statue in a daze. August and others sat on the ground, looking at Soraya in front of the statue in despair, wondering what they were thinking. It seems that the power of the seven gods has helped them get rid of the corruption of the devil. But today, the three views of the Knights of the Holy Court have been greatly impacted. After everything that happened today, which one is the devil's lair? The Holy Court's heaven and the sanctuary's heaven. Everyone should have some idea. As for Soraya, who claims to be the sun god in front of the statue, it is naturally self-evident whether she is disguised or not. However, these things were a little difficult for them to accept for a while. After all, for so many years, these people who only have Father God in their hearts have been fighting against their own Father God. George felt George's hand on her shoulder. Soraya turned her head, not knowing what to say. Go and talk to your brothers, George said, looking at August and others on the other side. After these people return to the Holy Court, they will definitely not be able to return to the God Advent sect. When the lurkers see them being released, they will know that they have surrendered to the enemy. But they will be a big help to the Salvationists. Originally, the Salvation faction did not have much military power. Although the military power in the hands of August and others was not too much, they had great influence among the various knights. At the same time, they also know many secrets about the lurkers. With their help, Avery will definitely be able to fight. Finally, George also needed August and others to prove that Avery's son Raphael was not killed by George. Raphael's incident served as a reminder to George the Lurker not only has one identity, but can also change it at any time. I wonder how many bodies Aloysius prepared for himself. Not long after, George opened the door of heaven again and released the servants of heaven to repair the moon temple. At this time, messages from Soulwood and many heavenly armed forces were sent one by one, and even the light of dawn. They were all begging for mercy from Eileen. Later, even Alexander came over stroking the back of his head, and Ninafari and Palos were also quietly watching and sizing up George. This made George sigh. What Eileen did today was too much, and Sima Zhao's heart was clearly visible on his face. If she regains her status as a god today and takes care of George, she will have to take care of the entire kingdom of heaven. Soraya, Soulwood, Alexander and other people who have the chance to become gods again will probably have to make arrangements. But now everyone is begging her for mercy. But not because she has a foundation in the shelter, nor because her relationship with others is so good that others risk their lives to beg for mercy. It's because the Heavenly Kingdom sect and the quasi-god level people are all afraid that they will die. Killing Irene means that the CEO cannot tolerate God, which means that he will definitely clean up the kingdom of heaven and those who are qualified to become gods in the future. As George said before, Irene's special status is like an overlord or a deposed emperor. Even if George had murderous intentions towards her, he could not be executed in public. Originally, George planned to teach Irene a lesson alone at night. But now it seemed that everyone couldn't wait any longer, so he had to put on a show in public. So not long after, George put down what he was doing, closed his eyes, and sensed the maze of the underworld, and found that after Ariadne entered, she and Jasmine became one. This should be what Ibrahimovic refers to as collapse. Ariadne was in the state of a god before, in various dimensions, and would not collapse after meeting her other self. But now his divinity has disappeared, so he has turned back into a human being. At this time, George was sure that the 7 gods, who had just shown off their power, should be completely gone. Just like Eileen had lied to herself before, he had really become a disposable prop. Irene was sitting there in a daze, using Ariadne's face, judging from her eyes that were moving around. This girl must be thinking about how to make a quibble. George came to the side hall, pulled her out, pointed at her nose, and started giving her a lecture. What do you want to do to me when you transform back into the 7? What to do to Soraya and Sanctuary? What do you want to do to the Light of Dawn? I thought you could help everyone deal with Aloysius, but you ended up dealing with me. You'll never get a chance to be involved in anything again. During George de Lingren's reprimand, many people couldn't help but began to think slightly. Indeed, what Fonshan threatens is not just the CEO's position, but will affect everyone. George's attitude towards everyone is still very tolerant. But if a new god comes to power, the first thing to do is probably to deal with potential threats. And all Dawn faction people, they gradually felt that it might not be a good thing to let a certain god control the entire world. During George's scolding, she cried and explained, and her tears were heartbreaking. In the beginning, the tears she shed were completely fake. But after she was scolded, she shed real tears. A tiger fell flat and was bullied by a dog. And her plan was not only ruined by this hateful George now. He has to be humiliated like this by this mortal in front of his little brother. I was supposed to be standing here fixing George. The phrase is you won't have the chance to participate in anything in the future, and from now on you will just give your boss a leg beating. Stung Irene's heart even more. On the other side, the stone and soil of the temple gradually flew back to its original position. At this time, the nobles and people outside the temple gradually came to the temple, sealing the inside and outside of the temple. They carefully looked at the heavenly weapons and divine servants flying everywhere in the temple, and carefully looked at the goddess and the queen. The Lord of Heaven in the side hall seems to be reprimanding a certain angel. She looks a little bit like that god. I don't know who she is. Chapter 757 Archangel you are. That day, Elizabeth gave a speech to the nobles and the people at the temple. She did not admit or reject the matter of the moon god, but she attributed today's victory to all people, not the moon god. The power in people's hearts gathered together and finally defeated the devil in HL. And what she did in this was just to bring everyone's strength together. Many people didn't understand what it meant, but there were also some smart people who understood what it meant. I am afraid that starting from today, the queen will plan to carry out religious reforms in the temple. The few people who have seen the light of dawn can't help but think of the totem in their hearts. Buster looked at his hands and felt the power in his body. That power was extremely clean, without any trace of corruption. It belongs completely to oneself. There is no need to borrow power from God to use it. And there is no middleman to make a difference. It is more powerful than before. This gradually made him excited. Of course, the most important thing is that even Ariadne worships the light of dawn obviously. He is a more powerful god. Hasman was also excited. He looked at the angels flying on the temple. The powerful ministers of the kingdom of heaven, who reprimanded the moon god in the side hall. And August and others who were holding Sariah's calf, and crying and repenting constantly. Being smart, he soon discovered who was the biggest and most suitable backer in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. God of justice. God of the sun. These are the words that has been heard most often in the confessions of August and others. Undoubtedly, these two great knights of grace, who are in charge of judgment, are extremely loyal to the God of justice. But Aloysius now has the authority of heaven and the divine authority of the God of generosity. As long as the heavenly armed forces still believe in the seven gods, it is inevitable that they will be corrupted. This has nothing to do with their willpower, but because the source of their power is unclean. Don't be regretful. August. Lemuel. Don't be angry either. Revenge will make you lose yourself and go down another wrong path. What we are facing is a stronger God. His power is far beyond what we have ever experienced before. In front of that ancient God, I can't guide you to the right path, but the light of dawn we worship can definitely do it. Under Sariah's guidance, they finally let go of their worries and did not go to the other extreme because of the wrong things they had done before. At the same time, they also began to become curious about the light of dawn. The new sun god was reborn in the embrace of the light of dawn, and he was willing to open his arms to anyone. August and others hope that the light of dawn can give them new guidance. So, after that, Sariah took them into the gate of heaven and returned to the sanctuary. While admiring the light of dawn, August and others finally understood why their former father god was deeply impressed by the light of dawn. As Sariah said, the seven gods have fallen. Even if they are reborn 10,000 times, they will not be able to shelter their children from the wind and rain, and provide a clean living land in front of the ancient gods. But that nebulous embrace is possible. It embraces not only the whole kingdom of heaven, but also all the Holy Spirit. The hope in everyone's heart constitutes him. And he, like the sun, selflessly shines these powers on everyone without reservation. This will surely be a new destination for the angels. Just like Buster, August and others began to loosen their original beliefs after that day. And as they stayed in the shelter longer during this last holiday, the looseness became bigger and bigger. After the incident in the temple was over, Elizabeth had many things to deal with while the iron was hot. The members of the sanctuary, together with August and others, cleaned up the last remnants of the fallen angel. The so-called lurkers had already revealed their true colors when Ariadne came into the world. Their upper and middle classes were basically all destroyed in one fell swoop in the temple. The remaining minions were leaderless and did not cause any trouble. After the vampires lost their holy lord, they were all absorbed by Sariah. In order to get new potions and true freedom, the vampires cooperated with the wizard's experiments and found ways to curb their thirst for blood. Some of those who behaved worse were sent to the tribunal of the Moon Temple for trial. Most of these people were cultists. Those whose crimes were not serious enough to die were sent to a shelter. And under the guidance of Mother Hathaway, they underwent labor reform. What is different from the situation in the Valley and Elda is that after being infected, most of the vampires here use blood medicine to satisfy their hunger and thirst. There are very few people who have sucked human blood. Only cultists will participate in killing people. Sacrifice. Most of the people who were sent to the Inquisition were this kind of cultists. As a bad example, they parade around the streets to alert the world. Fortunately, because there is no real lord in the Moon Kingdom, and the public security is very good, the vampires in the Moon Kingdom are not in serious trouble. These wounds can easily be repaired. The surviving vampires need to be isolated. And Xingqiang University has also begun to open to the outside world, admitting these people with blood diseases and treating them. Most people who are poisoned by blood medicine can be truly cured. Only those who have awakened magic because of the blood medicine can no longer change their identities. In order to deal with this problem, and also to solve the side effects of blood descendants after ingesting too much demon blood, Rusgard personally visited the Moon Kingdom several times and established a large project here to study how to replace blood with magic power. According to the wizard's analysis, this plan is highly feasible, but it also has some drawbacks. Over there are the new blood descendants, who will be swimming against the tide of magic. Their desire for magic power will be higher than that of ordinary wizards, and their thinking will not be calm enough. So many magics will no longer be suitable for their use. But equally, they will be more talented in certain magics such as dark magic, necromancy, demonology and fire magic. This situation is very similar to that of the Blood Warlock. And it is very likely that it will develop into a new system in the future. Throughout the first half of July, George, Elizabeth, August and others were discussing the next plan. In the meantime, George would occasionally ask Eileen for her opinion. This obedient maid is extremely enthusiastic about the work of the staff. Although she has no rights, she is still involved in the matter. Some of the suggestions she gave often gave George an idea. And the plots and tricks Irene came up with were also of great reference value. However, what Irene didn't know was that George would never make any plans based on what she said. The reason why George often talked to her about these things was because he felt that Irene's ideas would often be different from those of Aloys. Hughes is the same. For two people who also want to become gods, Irene and Aloysius do think about many things together. Whenever Irene says something like "if I were him," George, everyone will be attentive. In mid-July, August and others returned to the Holy Court. And with them came Cardinal Bast, the spokesperson of the Moon God. The news of the appearance of the fallen angels and moon gods of the Moon Kingdom was also fully spread to the Holy Court and the Holy Empire, where the Holy Court was located at about this time. This incident greatly shocked the Holy Court. No one can imagine what would happen if a fallen angel appeared in the capital of a certain country. No one could have imagined that Ariadne, one of the 7 gods, would come to the Moon Kingdom. This incident is a great deterrent to those who worship evil gods. The failure of the lurkers also completely disrupted their plans and caused the wallflowers to begin to sway with the wind. The incident in the Moon Kingdom greatly eased the pressure on Avery and others in the Holy Court, and also saved their increasingly worse political situation. The addition of August, Buster and others gave them a big boost. It is already vaguely close to being evenly matched with the Divine Adventist sect. The only thing missing is that most of the Holy Court's army is in the hands of the Divine Adventist sect. They took this opportunity to do many things, and most of the bills that were powerful for the current Kuroshio situation were finally passed. Especially regarding the matter of Landry's support. It has basically become a foregone conclusion that he will not continue to argue in the Holy Court. Now, the Holy Court is preparing to send out troops. And several troops of the Holy Empire have also withdrawn from the far eastern countries and are about to go to Landry. And by supporting Landry as soon as possible, the Seahorse Fortress can be stabilized for 10 more days. The only thing that worries Avery and others is that there is an important leader of the Templar Knights in the Holy Court troops this time. Although he is not the leader of the Divine Adventist faction, he is not a member of the Salvation faction either. It's the Knight of Divine Grace called Vulp. At the same time, he was also one of the 3 deputy commanders in charge of this expedition. This guy Vulp has now been promoted to a very high position in the Holy Court. And he is also in both factions. Major battles such as the Black Tide of Luodunk, the defense of Biswi City, the Long March with refugees, and the Battle of Suppressing Jianshan were all events that were rare in thousands of years. Volpe is an important figure in all of this. His achievements were higher than those of the old commanders of the Holy Court. In addition, this time he led the Judgment Knights of the Holy Court and made great achievements in the Holy Empire, making his prestige even greater. In the end, the God Adventist faction and the Salvation faction gained the greatest benefit from this competition, just like Boris before. Indeed, he can convince everyone regardless of his merits and abilities. And Volp has now gained the favor and trust of the top boss in the Holy Court army, and has a super backer independent of the 2 factions. Therefore, let alone the Knights Templar, he is somewhat qualified to serve as the commander-in-chief of the entire army. But Avery couldn't understand this guy. Especially this time of great cleanup in the Holy Empire, it is indeed very, very clean. But this kind of cleanup is like spreading fear and despair. Perhaps the evil seeds of the Holy Empire gain more nutrients after being burned by Volp's wildfire. During this cleanup, the Templar Knights who cooperated with Volpe's work also became more and more extreme. Avery believes he will be a huge variable. At present, the rumors about Avery and others being demons are somewhat untenable after the fall of the fallen angels. Therefore, more and more people who don't know what is going on are becoming alert, and slowly join the Salvation faction. The so-called 7 gods fell into a deep sleep seems to have become a little unreasonable. Just like the information spread by August and others. Perhaps the 7 gods have already awakened, and their power is still supreme. It's just that God is testing mankind. Testing whether these his children have grown up independently, and whether they still have to rely on God's help for everything. As before. Just like the oracle issued by the 7 gods on behalf of Bot that only when people help themselves, the gods will help. Now, regarding matters related to the Moon Kingdom, George and others have attributed most of their achievements to Buster. pushing the fame and reputation of this spokesman of God to the top. This guy has deep roots in the Holy Court itself. With the blessing of these halos, he has become the third person under the Pope and one of the most powerful contenders for the next Pope. Indeed, it was the third person, because according to what August and others said, the person with the most authority in the Holy Court was not Vic White, but a lord who represented the kingdom of heaven, a holy archangel. He commands all the sons and heavenly hosts of the Holy Court, and even among some temple knights and knights templar that are beyond his reach. There are many sons who are his old subordinates in the kingdom of heaven. Irene and others are too familiar with his name, because he is one of the 3 knights of heaven. The same name as Michael Uar, he is the design prototype in the Seraph Project. He once ruled hell on behalf of the 7 gods, supervised the demons who were exiled to hell, and supervised Aloysius, who was imprisoned in hell. The gate to H.L. has never been opened in this world during the era he was stationed. It was not until the death of the 7 gods that the Seraph troops had to withdraw from H.L., and the Master Aloysius gradually emerged. No one is qualified to compete with him for military power, and no one is more prestigious than him. Avery and others believe that this angel with a firm will would never mix with Aloysius. But this man was too extreme from a certain perspective. It could almost be said that he was walking towards that point step by step. Fallen. This His Highness Uar is Bulb's great supporter. During these days, Avery and George exchanged many letters or communications. George is relatively satisfied with the current situation of the Holy Court, because he never expected to use the Holy Court to clean up the demons in the north, as long as they don't cause trouble in the south. Thank God this goal has been achieved so far. The Moon Kingdom no longer has the Holy Court's divine descendants causing trouble, and the troops in the far eastern countries supported by the Holy Court and the Holy Empire are also withdrawing. As for the southern countries of the Moon Kingdom, which originally supported the Far Eastern group, they have begun to join the Rodunk Far Eastern United Kingdom established by Charles. The troops of the Moon Kingdom also began to send troops to the Far East to support Charles in late July, striving to completely stabilize the situation in the Far Eastern countries within 3 months. Chapter 758 Getting on the right track. Also leaving the Moon Kingdom at the end of July was Jillian and the Moon Kingdom's fleet. However, they did not go directly to Landry, but first went to the East China Sea to clean up a bunch of pirates. It's better to say it's cleaning than support, because there is a pirate leader supported by the nobles named Crove. As the nobles of the Moon Kingdom fell to the Queen and the Sanctuary, the pirate leader Croft also fell to the side. The nobles are the ones taking the lead. Maritime trade cannot be cut off immediately. After all, it is an important source of income for the Dawn Alliance. The Dawn Consortium has even increased investment, and the Queen has also given the pirate leader a real title. Now, Baron Croft has formed a Chamber of Commerce and has become a subsidiary company of the Dawn Consortium. These interests, coupled with the help of the Moon Kingdom fleet and Jillian, made the pirate leader hold his head high and began to argue with the largest pirate king in the East China Sea, Jillian's former #1 brother. Jillian's job this month is to help Baron Croft integrate the various pirate groups in the East China Sea by working together internally and externally. This work was very successful, and Baron Croft has become the second largest pirate force in the East China Sea. The existence of Baron Croft will help the Queen to fight against those sea trade nobles who work secretly and secretly. It will also stabilize the East China Sea and the East Coast, so that the pirates will no longer cause trouble and the migration work on the East Coast can proceed stably. It's a pity that Jillian and others are too pressed for time. Otherwise Croft, with the support of the Moon Kingdom and Prince Jillian's fleet, would definitely be able to help Jillian clean up the door. After wandering around the East China Sea for more than a month, they headed directly to Landry with their loot. If the Wizards of the Dawn Alliance had already gone to Landry first, Jillian wouldn't even want to take them with them for a month. Now, everyone is looking forward to the establishment of the portal on the large island east of Landry. And the ones who are most looking forward to it are not the war merchants, but the mercenaries of the Moon Kingdom. Many mercenary groups have already organized fleets and headed to Landry. Some of them went to Elda's Swan Lake. These mercenaries from the Moon Kingdom had participated in the Battle of Jinjin Mountain before, and some veterans had even fought against Nan Wang. They understand demons, and similarly, they also understand the terrifying value of the weapons currently sold in the Moon Kingdom. But now, the devil has hooked up with the gold in the Moon Kingdom. Whether he wants to gain a fortune, possess a supreme magic weapon that can only be equipped by the Heavenly Kingdom, or obtain a rare potion in martial arts, and the next step in magic is to ask it from the devil. Obviously, both the demons roaming the Swan River east of Elda and the demons wreaking havoc in the west of Landry are far inferior to those in Sword Suppression Mountain. And now, The magic weapons that the mercenaries spent all their money to buy are much better than the scrap metal and junk magic rings they used before. Not to mention the great disintegrating wand, which has S-level magical power and is worth only 100 gold lions. Even those D-level, C-level, and B-level wands are enough for a dark devil to drink a pot. And these weapons, with the full production of various workshops and colleges in the Moon Kingdom, have become more and more numerous. In the past, these magic weapons were priceless and hard to come by. However, judging from the current market situation, weapons below Class B will soon become useless. Now, basically every one of these elite mercenary groups will have at least one S-level weapon, D-level and C-level weapons, as many as horses and crossbows, and within each mercenary group, there is a large amount of noble support. They provided generous funds and materials. Let the mercenaries get ready and go to the north to make a lot of money. Of course, all the spoils of war will be sold to these nobles. However, in order to supply enough shares to these future guerrillas, the equipment of the Moon Army will have to be moved back. In the work of preparing armaments, the Queen is currently only trying her best to open the official war workshop of the Moon Kingdom, allowing private workshops to freely flow into the market in the form of orders. The private workshops of nobles are naturally also the main source of weapons for mercenaries. This makes the equipment change speed of the Moon Kingdom troops a bit slow. But it's all worth it, because judging from the current situation, the most lacking thing is not weapons and equipment. The sanctuary lacks not much, and Erda has the support of the Moon Kingdom mercenary guerrillas. From the market, the Dawn Consortium, it can also be used to replenish Elda with enough magic weapons through the cost buyback method. What is most lacking now is food and materials. Grain is now squeezed in the hands of profiteers and nobles. Originally, profiteers and nobles planned to sell the food that was about to rot and wait for a price. Now, they basically take it out. There are also those gold and silver materials, as well as various ancillary materials, which are in the hands of nobles from all over the world. Now, with a positive attitude, they took out all these things and acted as a blood bank, continuously supplying blood to various workshops and armies of the Dawn Alliance. Now, everything is gradually on track. Even Irene's Public Aid Association was taken over by Sophia, Soraya and Elizabeth. As the date approached, George gradually stopped. Most of the time, he would stay in the castle or temple, acting as a knight for Soraya and Sophia, and accompany them shopping. Occasionally, he would go in and out of the palace to discuss secrets with Elizabeth that could not be known to outsiders. Until one time she was interrupted by an angry Tanya. So this young lady also joined the discussion amidst George's force. There was also a minor episode in the middle in a certain palace meeting. George was officially canonized as the Prince of the Moon Kingdom. In name, this is the merit and recognition that George's troops deserve for their contribution to the Moon Kingdom in the temple. And it can also be regarded as a symbol of the union between Sanctuary and the Moon Kingdom. But privately, the important ministers of the Moon Kingdom knew exactly what kind of prince this prince was. Everyone cherishes these last days, because the ladies traveling with George this time are probably Soraya and Rona plus a maid Irene. Before she completes her thorough self-reflection, she will take over Priyanka's job, making fires and cooking for her boss and sister, plus washing and washing clothing. None of the ladies would follow the caravan this time because there were too many things going on with the Dawn Consortium. So these well-informed and well-versed ladies were assigned various jobs by Sophia. Naturally, the queen cannot follow the caravan. She must stay in the Moon Country all the time. But occasionally she can go to the shelter. As for Tanya, she will return to Elda to guard her. But this time, the main place where Tanya stayed in Elda was no longer the Sky Eagle, but the royal capital of Elda. Chapter 759, The End of the U Kingdom. The fall of the Moon Kingdom's King of Blood is a great deterrent to all fallen angels. Many demons even find it a bit incredible, because the fallen angel himself is very powerful, and he has opened the door to H.L. and appears in the world in his complete form. Maybe the rumors about the 7 gods are indeed true, and the Moon God is already stationed in the Moon Kingdom. As for the lurkers in the capital of Elda, there are obviously no fallen angels with crowns or the divinity of the 7 gods. There is no such thing as a fallen angel that eats another fallen angel to bring its power close to the master level. The shrunken turtle in Elda has always been very timid under the shadow of the shelter. This time I had to be more cautious. But who made its boss incompetent? After the Darken's Gate was damaged, and the Blue Water City and the South migrating refugees dragged the demon army until spring, all plans were in chaos. This was supposed to be the second breaking point for Elda. Not embarrassed or awkward, Aloysius made 2 little arrangements for this easily accessible place. I never thought that there would be a shelter in the valley that should be accessible at will. The fate of the world that he originally saw was messed up. Originally, the person who stayed in the capital of Elda was considered the fourth eldest in the north. The first three were Blood King, Fire King, and Hades. Now the Nether Queen, who is fifth in line, has long since become an employee of the shelter. It was promised that they would just wait for a while, but the waiting turned out to be an eternity. The person in the royal capital was stupidly waiting for the demon army in Elda so that he could open the city gate. However, the troops from the valley obviously could not come, and the demons from Jinjin Mountain were also held back. Moreover, the troops in the valley and the rise of Alfonso Dome Eagle have become sharp swords that he dare not act rashly. Now, his arrangement in Elda has been gradually cut into pieces amidst the boiling frogs in warm water. That group of damn mercenaries who were more powerful than the Templar Knights and the St. Wilmot Cathedral troops, who were supposed to be scattered throughout Elda, were also wandering around the royal capital. By then, when the demon army marches into Elda and disasters occur in Elda, he can probably foresee what will happen to him. Not to mention, the Dome Eagle's portal is about to be established, and troops from both the Moon Kingdom and Sanctuary can arrive instantly. George felt that it was time to send a representative and send a little signal. Tanya, who has demonic attributes, is obviously an excellent example of joining a shelter. Under the guidance of the old Duke Cheongying, Tanya will do this well. George didn't ask for help from the fallen angel. He just hoped that the guy would stop jumping over the wall and die together with the Templar Knights in St. Wilmot. He still has a chance to survive. And if he changes his boss, he may live better than before after all. Aloysius intends to eat it at the end. Not to let them live after unification. Return to hell to maintain order and rule the roost. George could give him the pie, and Tanya could bring the words. In that thought and entanglement, the best choice must be to wait for the movement of the demon's main force. And after Tanya sent out some signals, that old man should also be able to tell that the shelter did not plan to take action in Elda for the time being, or in other words, give him a chance to wait. Jillian and others left. And in the last days when George was about to prepare to leave, Tanya also left. But the Saudi Prince Hasman stayed. He would follow George every day and talk about the customs of the Sandy Country. When the two of them go shopping together, they dress up like an entourage which can be said to put their own worth at an extremely low price. George was always amazed by his flexible attitude and his thick skin. As George said, after the 7 gods came to the world, the prince did not need him to talk to him. He would naturally find him, because he was afraid that he was not familiar with the relationship. The big boss of the Kingdom of Heaven refused to give him face. Husman also specially asked Elizabeth and August to introduce him and George. As George said, if you want to hug the thigh, you don't necessarily have to hug the queen. Now, it seems that the queen is also hugging this thigh, at least half of it. As for the so-called infatuation with the queen of the Moon Kingdom, if she hadn't been rich and powerful, Haussmann would not have bothered to pull this stunt, and became the queen of the Moon Kingdom's younger brother, tied a dog leash on himself, and dismissed the 3 palaces of the Kingdom of Shah. In the deep forest of the 6th courtyard, hang yourself from this tree. Therefore, Hasman thought very clearly. If he hugs the lap of the Moon Kingdom, he only hugs the lap of one country. But if he hugs the lap of the Sanctuary, then it means 5 countries, plus 2 countries in the east and west, a holy court, and a sun god. But unfortunately, what Husman didn't know was that the sun god that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia really worshipped was not the Miss Soraya that August and the others thought of. I want to eat eggs, Alexander said innocently, looking at the stalls on the street. My money bag is not here with me. George touched his belt and said awkwardly, wait until Aji comes back. However, before the follower Aji came back, another follower was already dead. George, Soraya looked at the excited Hasman and said with a strange expression, are you going a little too far? Soraya, how did you see that I went too far? I never ordered him. I never asked him to follow. George spread his hands, feeling very wrong. Didn't you notice? You think you are his ancestor. I'm the boss, and I want to be your attendant. George's words made Soraya shut her mouth immediately. During these days, the would-be King Hasman did express this awareness to her frequently. But Soraya either pretended not to hear, or simply refused. The reason why Soraya rejected Hasman was not because she looked down on this guy after all. He was also a son of the sun canonized by the Holy Court. But because of Salman. Thinking of this, Soraya couldn't help but glance at Salman, who was chatting with Brenda not far away, and didn't know what to say. In those chaotic years, there were 2 brothers named Lahik Tuladane and Araf Tuladan. Under the guidance of the Kashia people, they led the people to in the southern wasteland. He defeated the ancient evil gods, established a great kingdom, and assumed the responsibility of guarding the Golden Kingdom. Although the final ending of the two brothers was not very good, the younger brother poisoned his older brother and became the king. But they were the ones who ignited the first fire of civilization in the southern wilderness. So although they are just mortals, they are not the Holy Son sent by the kingdom of heaven on a business trip. But he is a well-deserved saint. In fact, when these two brothers were alive, it was a period when the Kashia people were active. The kingdom of heaven had not yet existed. However, people like to impose a backing on the ancient heroes. After the kingdom of sand surrendered to the Holy Court, the cunning Holy Court gave the names of these two saints to two families respectively. This also caused this civilization to divide and rejoin over the years, and dynasties continued to change. It was even later divided into Southern Wilderness and Shah Kingdom. But the bloodline of these two brothers has continued from the age of the ancient gods to this day. In other words, descendants continue to claim to be their descendants. Therefore, in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are many people with the surname Turidane. As for Salman and Hasman's families, one claims to be a descendant of Rashik Turidane, and the other claims to be a descendant of Aruf Tuladan. Chapter 760 Little Wife. Both the Kanglan family and the Shah royal family believe that they are the orthodox ones, and they were once royal families of the Shah kingdom. Later, the descendants of Lashik Turidane, represented by the Kanglan family, even announced that they were descendants of the glorious god Suraya. After Hasman's family followed the Sun King, they promoted themselves as descendants of the god of war. The kingdom of heaven never wants to get involved in worldly disputes. And with the current situation, Suraya has no intention of getting involved with such things. If she accepts Hasman as a servant, she will recognize the orthodox status of the family. By the way, he also admitted that he was the god of war. Although Alexander didn't seem to care at all about these vain things, let alone care. But Suraya has a knot in her heart. Therefore, she rejected Hasman many times. And Hasman also started a roundabout policy to please George. This is the great Lord of Heaven. Moreover, if he can be canonized by the sun god and the moon god, who seems to be unclear about it, the seven gods can at least be a witness. Right? He is indeed very smart and very anxious, seeing that the great Lord of Heaven was about to leave. If this thing can't be done, I'm afraid there will be no chance. From what this big boss says, it seems that he doesn't intend to go with him. Ahem. George suddenly interrupted Suraya's thoughts. He rubbed his big gemstone ring and said, "That's fine. Suraya, since you think there is some taboo, then let him follow me. I'm not the sun god. I'm just a member of the Dawn Council. He's a good match for me, and I'll give him an identity in the council. This solves the headache for you brothers and sisters." Suraya glanced at the new ring on George's hand and curled her lips. The new ring is indeed a rare treasure, and Hasman has just chosen it. Then how do you plan to explain it to the Kanglan family? Excuse me. I didn't promise them the throne before. I just said that I would take them back to the glory of their ancestor Suraya. With the current situation, I can't kick this Kanglan family away. Seeing Suraya looking at him like that, George blushed. George, Salman can be considered half a relative of mine. He has been with you through life and death these days. Isn't it a bit chilling to be like this? I'm not asking you to interfere in the politics of Saudi Arabia. But do you think it should be given to Kanglan? A little sense of security? Otherwise, they will mistakenly think that you have begun to support Hasman and give up on Kanglan. How is it possible? We have discussed it before. And Salman is happy now. George spat on the gemstone ring and said while wiping it, he plans to give away his daughter Irene. George's expression changed. He almost spilled the beans just now. Seeing Suraya looking at him with confusion, George quickly changed the subject. Ahem. I mean, he plans to send his illegitimate daughter Irene to the Dawn Parliament so that he can get closer to the asylum. As for Hasman, if you want to be the last king, just go for it. George Aileen, she is originally from the Parliament. So, I plan to elect both Salman and his son to the Dawn High Council. As you can see, the abilities of both father and son are top-notch. And Salman is 20 years younger than Hasman. In the Dawn Council, after a lot of training, I just happened to take over as the last king of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and become the consul of the continent. Of course, this requires your approval. Suraya was a little dumbfounded, because this so-called High Council of Dawn is the High Council of Heaven, which specializes in managing the Kingdom of Heaven. There are only 7 seats in total. Suraya was a little unsure about paying attention. Normally at this time, she would ask Irene. But now, Irene may not be able to say no. Soraya, didn't you say that there are many people in the high-level council of Dawn of Heaven? And Kanglin is a descendant of the 7 gods? If you come in, there should be no objection. Right? Ahem. Of course. There are a lot of seats. Ordinary things should indeed be managed by ordinary people. After seeing that Soraya's attention had been diverted, George secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During these days, Hasman had various connections, and Salman was not idle either. The reason why Salman is so calm is naturally because her illegitimate daughter will become George's little wife in the future. So this Salman feels that his position is much more stable than that of Hasman. Salman doesn't even know who Irene is. Irene didn't attend any temple ceremony that day. Of course, there is a huge difference between a lover and a mistress. What Salman hopes is that his daughter has a serious status. Naturally, George would not hurt Salman's feelings. So he made a promise, and then agreed to Hasman's request. George would have the title of a duke in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the territory would be the largest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That mining area. This matter is very beneficial to the Dawn Consortium, and Sophia supports it with both hands and feet. Elizabeth even gave her the title of duke. She is now considered a noble of the Moon Kingdom. Of course, there are some differences between the nobles of the Sand Kingdom and the nobles of the Moon Kingdom. One can only have a lover, and the other can have a mistress. Oh, no matter what. This is all for official business. Well, what should I say to Erin later? Let her father tell her. Hee. Let you pretend to be immortal. George couldn't help but laugh at the thought of what Erin would look like. We are about to leave for Nashak Kingdom. When he thought of the title of Nashak Kingdom and his new territory, George was filled with great expectations. In the next few days, the U Kingdom held a grand canonization ceremony to canonize those officials who had made meritorious service in fighting against the evil god. And Hasman just caught up with this wave. This ceremony was held in the temple of the Moon God in the Moon City, the holy city of the Moon Kingdom. But now the status of this temple is probably no less than that of the holy court in the hearts of the people. Buster was not here, but the presiding officer was even more important. The Queen of the Moon Kingdom acted as the high priest and presided over the ceremony. As the spokesperson of the 7 gods, George was canonized on behalf of the gods. Soraya and Alexander became witnesses. In the eyes of people who don't know what's going on, these 2 archangels who showed their wings of light that day are considered representatives of the kingdom of heaven. But in the eyes of those who understand, they know the true weight of these 2 witnesses. The incarnation of the Moon God serves as the high priest who presides over the ceremony. The spokesperson of the 7 gods serves as the canonizer, and the archangel serves as the witness. The scale of this kind of true appearance is unprecedented. Enough for the person who is canonized today to leave a strong mark in history. And its significance is also extraordinary, marking that the 7 gods' favor goes beyond just favoring the Holy Court. What's even more special is that on this day, the Holy Court also sent a representative, which means that the Holy Court recognizes that today's canonization is God's will. It also means that in the Holy Court, those who are loyal to the 7 gods still occupies the mainstream. Among the Holy Court team, there is a special person. This person has a small official position, but his background is somewhat special. He is the grandson of Avery. That is, Raphael's son. After Avery sent this man, George understood what Avery wanted to express. Avery did not blame George, his grandson, for the death of his son. The eldest cousin also said that Raphael's fall has brought disgrace to the entire Austin family and is extremely regrettable. Chapter 761 Desert. From this eldest cousin's mouth, George learned something. The arrival of the Holy Court mission is actually an agreement reached between the Divine Adventist faction and the Salvation faction, or a compromise made by both parties. This compromise is the hope of the Holy Court to re-establish contact with the Moon Kingdom in the form of a servant of God and by assisting the incarnation of the Moon God. On the one hand, the Salvation sect really needs to maintain real-time communication with the Moon Kingdom. On the other hand, no matter which sect they are all eager for the divine grace, especially the Divine Descending sect, although they have given up on the disappeared Moon God position, but is unwilling to completely give up the Moon Kingdom. The Holy Court sent personnel to garrison in the Moon Kingdom, and they could not refuse. And there are people from both factions among these people. And because Buster will stay in the Holy Court in the future, the bishop here will also have to be changed. As for how the Moon Kingdom will play with these people from the Holy Court in the future, George has no energy to worry about it. And now the Holy Court's weight in the Moon Kingdom is far less powerful than before. The most powerful one is the Queen of the Moon Kingdom. So George believed that Elizabeth could do these things well. Before leaving, George told Elizabeth one thing. He hoped that Elizabeth could have both sides in the Holy Court. It is true that the God Adventist sect hopes to revive its power in the Moon Kingdom. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Some people in the God Advent sect can be won over. Even lurkers can be instigated to rebel. After all, in the Holy Court, Aloysius was doing the same thing. There must be someone like Raphael. Elizabeth, according to the information reported by my spies, not all demons hope to usher in the unknown ancient God. Many demons are very eager for the rights of H.L. And now the appearance of the 7 gods is even more. It deepens their view. Aloysius was once supported by the 7 gods to deal with the underworld and the abyss. But this young man is obviously no longer suitable to be in charge of H.L. As a top member of the Dawn High Council, you have the right to announce some. No one will mind if the council's resolution borrows the name of the 7 gods. You can tell them that the 7 gods are willing to support an ambitious demon to re-establish the order of H.L. After this incident was over, it was already early August. Eldar's tourney is in mid-September and has already entered the preparation stage. And the lords of various countries also began to go to Elda. Judging from the news coming from the southern wilderness, the Sun King is also somewhat interested in this conference. Among the 7 kingdoms, the only one who is currently on the same level as the Sun King is George. Except for the current Queen of the Moon Kingdom. As a supporter of Alfonso, whether the Sun King intends to join in the fun or not, George must support him. For Erda, this is also the best time for the old king to step down and the new king to ascend the throne. If it is missed, it will be too late. After all, Elda needs the whole country to be fully prepared for war. So the adventure team is very pressed for time. Even if they get nothing in the Golden Kingdom, they must return to Elda on time. The Prince of Saudi Arabia was also preparing to return to the country on this day. He invited George to board the ship to pass with him. But George refused. They may need to spend some time in the Kingdom of Gold. If they are still free after that, it will not be too late to visit the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Therefore, George rejected the invitation of the Saudi prince and followed the first batch of Magneton shuttle flights to the Death Mining area, heading south together. The Kingdom of Sand is actually a collective name for many countries south of the River of Stars and north of the polar Black Wasteland, with a total area of more than 25 million square kilometers. There is also a Golden Inland Sea, which is divided into several areas from north to south. The north is connected to the River of Stars, and the south is bordered by the polar wasteland. In the surrounding area surrounding the Gold Coast, the environment is relatively favorable, with many fertile fields producing barley, wheat, beans, cotton, rice, and many other cash crops such as pomegranates, palms, olives, and figs. Except for these areas around the Gold Coast, the entire desert country is dominated by desert. Lucerne Plateau. Historically, this place was far less unified than the Moon Kingdom. For thousands of years, this place has been divided and reunited. At the most extreme time, it was even divided into more than 100 countries, large and small. However, no matter how it is divided, the largest kingdom will always be the Turidan Sun Dynasty. Today's Sun Dynasty occupies most of the Gold Coast, with a total area of 4 million square kilometers. Originally, all the small countries in the entire desert country paid tribute to the Sun Dynasty, and each country was nominally a vassal state of the Sun Dynasty. They have the same culture and the same beliefs, but they are not particularly united internally, and their entanglement with Nan Wang has a long history. But decades ago, the hundreds of tribes living in the black wilderness of the polar regions had already formed a more united force under the crisis of survival. In the end, under the leadership of the Sun King, he used his iron hoof to crush this dynasty to pieces. The pampered nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were vulnerable to the brave and skilled tribal warriors. In the end, the captured old king led all the nobles to surrender and pay tribute to the Sun King. The so-called Turidan orthodoxy dispute has become a laughing stock, because the one who can truly represent the Sun God has become the King of the Sun. The Sun Dynasty also existed in name only. Instead, it was the Sun royal family that emerged from the southern wilderness. The Turidan family was now barely included in the Sun King's calculations. For the Sun King, the surviving desert country has become meat on the chopping board. The land near the River of Stars has been completely devoured by him, and the rich land on the Gold Coast will soon belong to him. But there was a place near the Gold Coast that he had never been able to get his hands on. This is not because this place is surrounded by a vast desert of death, nor is it because there is a powerful garrison of the Moon Kingdom nearby. It's because this weird area is difficult to reach by normal means. The magic and chaos here, under the interference of the magnetic field, make it difficult for people who accidentally enter it to get out. People who pass by here will always see various strange scenes. There are even rumors that the world here often turns upside down. And night and day will change instantly here. 300 years ago, a legend began to spread among the followers of the Sun God. It was a land that no descendant of the Sun God could set foot in. And the guy who made up these lies is now standing in front of George. I mean George! Soraya, who was riding on the spider, pursed her dry lips. She looked at the endless desert in front of her, lifted her veil, and said feebly to George, "Let's find someone quickly. Please rest somewhere. I'm going to die of thirst. Sister, why are you so weak these days?" George, who was holding the camel, supported Soraya and took out a water bag from his waist. "I don't want to drink urine," Soraya cried out coquettishly. "I want water too." Erin grabbed George's sleeve. She looked at the water bag like fruit on George's chest and swallowed hard. "Save it!" George reluctantly put down the good water, took out 2 wooden tubes, inserted them into his chest, and fed them to the 2 people. Feeling the 2 big fruits on his chest being gradually deflated, George sighed, looked back against the bursting sunlight, picked up the water bag at his waist, and took a big gulp. He found that except for Alexander, all the heavenly arms looked like this weak and hanging posture. They seemed to be getting closer to a sacred place that was inviolable to the gods. And it seems that the problem the team encountered is not just this. Chapter 762, A Strange Place. The group persisted for a while, and walked through the sand dunes. On the small Gobi Desert behind the sand dunes, they found a large rock that could provide shade. After drinking some water, Soraya, Irene and the others finally leaned together again and began to chatter. But their breaths were far weaker than before, and they were getting closer and closer to ordinary girls. Irene was stroking the magic spider beside her and murmuring in a low voice, "It's all George's fault. The Moon Kingdom doesn't use the river that they take every day, so they have to take a shortcut. What's the result? Humph!" The demon spider heard these words clearly, and George naturally heard them clearly. George didn't bother to talk to her and waited until he got to the mining area before spanking her. However, this matter does have its own responsibility. Haste makes waste. The ancients do not deceive me. There is a tributary on the River of Stars that leads to the Death mining area in the large oasis where the mining area is located. Even if they don't take this road, the Golden Inland Sea is not far from the Death mining area. If they choose these 2 roads to fly in the sky, they will. Now we have arrived at our destination and are ready to explore the Golden Kingdom with our equipment. George looked at the scorching sun in the sky and sighed. They had been wandering around this miserable place for almost 3 or 4 days. Originally, everyone was flying in the sky following the flight. But suddenly the sky turned dark, and then part of the Magneto shuttle suddenly lost its power, forcing the 2 cars on the edge of the team to rely on the Magneto shuttle. The vehicle that was kept flying was thrown down. Not only that, the wizard seemed to suddenly have difficulty casting spells. The dragons have been in town in Elda recently, and George is surrounded by a group of angels besides Anita. So George immediately put on Anita, rushed down with all the people in the team who could fly, grabbed the vehicles, and acted as the parachute. There are many people in the team who can fly. Recently, with the development of wings of light, some knights are also equipped with this kind of thing. This allowed the 2 falling vehicles to survive in the end. Although Salmon inside was frightened out of his wits. He only had a scratch on his skin. But then, something even weirder happened. When George and others landed safely, the sky suddenly became brighter, and the large team of Magneogold shuttles overhead suddenly disappeared. The gate of heaven cannot be opened, and the lost paradise can only be opened occasionally. The communication device works sometimes, and sometimes not. When George and the others finally contacted the main force, they said that a day and a night had passed, and the large army is only a few hundred kilometers away from George and the others. George was able to confirm that neither the large army nor a group of them moved in place. The worst thing is that there are more and more malfunctions in the magnetic shuttles of the large forces. It seems that there is some kind of substance here that prevents these fake pump products from functioning properly. The longer you stay, the worse the problem becomes. Therefore, George had to order the large troops to evacuate here quickly and head to the mining area first. And a group of them walked to the mining area. With the strength of the demon spider's legs, the distance of just over 100 kilometers is enough for them to run more than a dozen times in 3 or 4 days. But this journey seems to be far away. Moreover, the longer they stay in this area, the weaker the heavenly arms become. In the end, except for the wings of light and Anita who could fly for a while, even the wizards were unable to cast spells. Now, even the demon spider cannot do it. and both heaven and lost paradise cannot be summoned. So they came across a small oasis this morning and caught a few wild camels, which was enough to replenish their supplies. Otherwise, they might all die here due to lack of supplies. The good news is that although Soraya's humanoid radar is not that reliable here, she and Brenda can both be sure that the golden country they once visited should be within a few hundred miles of here. Inside, the bad news is that they have to get out of here first and go to the mining area to replenish some supplies. Not long after, some small white dots appeared in the sky, and Brenda and others flew over with the wings of light. But the strange thing is that they were only a few kilometers away. But they flew over more than an hour later. "Sir!" After Brenda came down, he took a big mouthful of camel urine. After taking a breath, he said, "I can confirm that the direction is right. We are only 3 miles away from the big oasis where the mining area is located. It's 40 kilometers away. These camels must have come from there. I think it's just past this Gobi." Although this 30 to 40 miles might take several days to walk, and it has to be done without getting lost. However, this is the best news in recent days. It's a bit of a joke to say that during these days, the most reliable person turned out to be Mr. Brenda, the big liar. And this great adventurer is not only an excellent navigator, but also knows a lot about survival in the wild. And he also knows a lot about various recipes. The knights who had learned the new recipe were already digging up all kinds of sandworms around them. And just this morning, they had a meal of poisonous mosquito meat burgers. It seems that no matter what it is, no matter whether the flesh is poisonous, Brenda can process it and cook it into food. Not long after, the knights had already processed the food and smashed it into mud. And the aroma of meat has already appeared on those exposed rocks. Irene and Soraya looked at the food that George handed them and vomited repeatedly. But in the end they ate it in small bites. It's a pity that Lorna is not here. Otherwise, with her magic power, she would be able to get some water even here. "Eat. Let's hit the road after eating." George sat opposite the two people and started eating too. He casually smashed the empty fruit on his chest and gave the two girls some extra food. "Why don't we wait before we hit the road?" Aaron looked at the scorching sun in the sky and asked cautiously. "This sun will tan my skin." Irene was squeamish and disliked this and that, while Soraya just patronized the food. George looked at the sky. The temperature seemed to be extremely high today. "Logically speaking, we should avoid the sun, but I think we should listen to Brenda's advice and try not to spend the night here." "You actually believe that guy?" Eileen stared and said in disbelief. "You really have your George?" George chewed his food and ignored her, secretly remembering something Brenda said. This great adventurer had been a small mine owner here. Of course, his main purpose was to use the large oasis, where the mining area was located, as a base to adventure in the strange areas around it. He has been here for a long time, and has encountered many strange things. Most of them happened at night, sometimes in conjunction with the sudden onset of night. One time, Brenda and the adventurers suddenly found that their camp appeared in another area after a night. It was as if someone played a prank on them at night, and moved the people and belongings hundreds of kilometers away. Even a piece of land nearby was moved. Fortunately, Brenda was already familiar with this area, and was well prepared with supplies. So for them, it's just a few more weeks of walking. The situation was exactly the same as the day George and his friends had their accident. And if George and the others met again, with their current supplies, they would die. After eating, everyone rested for a while. Aji sat next to the boss, and played with a flat stone in boredom. Alexander sat next to him, and watched him play, looking at the boomerang-like flat stone. George's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 763 The Mirage Leading to the Mining Area. The stone looks like a boomerang. With Aji's dexterity, he can make the boomerang stone fly 30 to 40 meters every time. But it can fly back accurately. He. Alexander suddenly laughed stupidly, pointed at the boomerang and said, "It can spin in circles. It can spin in circles. Hey, with my skills, don't I just want it to spin as many times as I want?" Aji boasted. George's eyes suddenly widened as he thought of something. He suddenly stood up and asked Aji, "Can the wings of light still be used?" Aji was stunned by the boss's surprise and said, "Yes. The energy is enough to fly for a while." George asked Aji to fly far away in a straight line. Aji used his keen perception to fly in a precise straight line. The flight trajectory was straight and straight towards the sun. But when George closed his eyes and looked with his other pair of eyes, Aggie was slowly flying forward in a circle in the air. "It belongs to his grandma. We have been walking in circles all the time. I understand. We can reach this destination at night." When George became the leader, The team's speed became faster. As dusk approached, these tired travelers finally saw the oasis in the distance. It's so vast that you can't even see the end of it. It's like straddling the two ends of the horizon. This oasis looks like a primitive deep forest appearing out of thin air in the desert. Or a mirage. It seems very close. But no one can close the distance from it. George told everyone not to worry and led the team in another direction. As they continued to move forward, an oasis appeared on the horizon here. At this time, when everyone looked to the left, they found that the oasis, which was originally unable to shrink the distance, was gradually closing in on the team. As everyone moved forward, the forest on the left became closer and closer. Later, a thin mist gradually emerged around them. As the fog became thicker and thicker, everyone suddenly felt that there were many tall giants running towards them from all directions. At this time, the fog gradually dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the surrounding scenery, I found that there were tall trees all around, and grass and trees suddenly appeared on the lush under my feet. As if without knowing it, they suddenly stepped from the desert into the oasis. Someone felt water on the top of their head, so they touched their head and found that it was raining. The dense plants in the oasis in front of me swayed in the wind and were beaten by the rain. The surrounding air is also extremely humid, but at that moment, they were still in an extremely dry desert. What the hell? The boss took us into a mirage? A Dawn Knight touched his head and shouted. Damn it! It turns out that the mirages that appeared in the desert are real. It's just that we have to take a detour. Everyone cheered excitedly in the rain. For a while, there was a chaos, and some people were rolling in the grass and drinking the rainwater. George quickly called everyone to count all the things, and exchanged those who needed to change things. After a while, they arrived at the camp, so that the Moon Kingdom soldiers guarding the place could not recognize them, and mistakenly thought they were southern wilderness bandits. Because the weather in this sand country is too hot. Everyone brought mail armor this time, and the outside is a layer of armor that can block the sun and prevent the sun from overheating the metal. When we were on the road just now, everyone had already stripped naked and was only wearing a layer of linen clothes. In the wind and sun during these days, Mai had already become tattered and covered with sand. At this time, everyone cleaned up and put on everything they should wear. Only Soraya and Irene were lazily riding on the camels, unwilling to move. Many of the Heavenly Kingdom armed forces also looked like they were sighing. These guys who were originally extremely powerful and stronger than the Knights of Dawn were just like ordinary people here, with their dying expressions, as if they were wearing these after more than 20 kilograms of iron. They will be exhausted to death on the ground. It seems that the strengthening potions in the shelter should also be taken by the Heavenly Armed Forces. In this place, every time the sky suddenly darkens, let me go to the Eternal Night first. Perhaps in the future, as the Eternal Night approaches, the divine power of the Heavenly Armed Forces may become weaker and weaker. Simply, George asked a few knights to help Alexander, and all the equipment of those lazy guys was carried on their backs. The Dawn Knights are all like little Gorons. Although they are a little tired from the wind and sun for many days, they are all lively again after the rain. Especially Alexander. Like a normal person, he was full of energy all the way. He often carried Aji on his back and ran wildly on the sand dunes without looking tired at all. At this time, George also found that the communication device returned to normal. So he reported to the large army that they were safe and asked for directions. In the past few days, the communication device has been working sometimes and not working. And the group of people opposite have been extremely anxious during this period. If it weren't for the light of dawn announcing peace when I was praying, I would probably be on fire right now. After the small episode, everyone finally arrived at their destination before dark. There are countless mining areas in the Kingdom of Sand, and there are also several oases. The scale of this mining area is not the largest, but the quality of the minerals is very high. In addition, it is close to the Golden Kingdom, so the consortium has carried out key development work here. This mining area looks like a ring-shaped mountain, and the entire large depression is the mine. The depression is also filled with dozens of large and small mines. At this time, the sky was already a little dark, but in the large depression where the mine was located, there was still a huge flow of people, and some people were singing loudly. The lights on the road and the torches in the hands of the patrol team formed fire dragons that could not be seen at a glance. And the bonfires lit by the miners who were eating were even more like stars. At first glance, there may be tens of thousands of people working here. If you include some surrounding camps and small towns, the number may reach 60,000 to 70,000 to 90% of them are men. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has troops stationed here, but they are dressed like militiamen and bandits. On the contrary, the Moon Kingdom mercenaries looked solemn and well-equipped, and some of them were actually trained to walk in the middle of the night. In fact, these mercenaries are actually played by the regular army of the Moon Kingdom, just because this is within the territory of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it is a disputed area between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the territory of the Sun King. Therefore, these soldiers of the Moon Kingdom did not have emblems on their uniforms, and the flags they used were also the flags of the lords of the Kingdom of Sand. Of course, now under Elizabeth's order, they can also be regarded as the Lord's bodyguards. This lord, a duke, is now called George. As for this small duchy, it was previously considered the private property of the Saudi royal family. But George didn't occupy this place for free. He will help Saudi Arabia protect this land, and the developed minerals will also pay taxes on time. And all the mine owners and slave owners here who have mineral development rights. Now everyone has to pay taxes to George. Chapter 764, Sand Kingdom Enclave, Duchy. Because it was already getting dark, everyone did not wander around and walk directly towards the hilltop, which was considered a military point and was a small earthen fort. It seemed that there were soldiers from the Moon Kingdom training inside at this late night. There are many such small earth castles in large oases, and there are also many in mining areas. It can be regarded as a small military location, although these small earth forts vary in size. If you look at them from a distance, because there are trees blocking part of the view, you can only see the upper part of the earth fort, and you cannot see whether it has a city wall. So it is usually the first time you see it. For people who come here, it is difficult to tell which one is the main castle at a glance. The reason why George knew that the earthen fort on the hilltop belonged to him was because there was currently a flat silver unknown object suspended above the earthen fort, as well as several small silver shuttles. Those things looked very scary. At first, when they flew over, they landed silently from the clouds, scaring the people in the mining area out of their wits. It wasn't until I discovered that a wizard came out of there that I felt relieved it turned out to be another wizard from the Moon Kingdom who had created this thing. And I didn't know what it was for. The scale of the castle is similar to that of the original Johannesburg. There is an area made up of shacks near the castle. There are many people inside. There are women laughing. And there is the sound of blacksmithing. It can be regarded as a small town here. When George passed by here, he found that the roads here were muddy, and most of the people on both sides of the street were ragged and covered in dust. But what's a little strange is that most of these people's eyes are full of energy. As the team passed by, the team's flags were swaying in the breeze and drizzle, and people on both sides of the road couldn't help but stop what they were doing. They looked over either curiously or horrified. But some women eating melon seeds in front of the shack were quite bold. After they saw the serious night coming, their eyes lit up. Some women even boldly lifted up their skirts, exposing their thighs, and greeted the knights warmly while teasing them. "Luing!" Aji laughed heartily. "The girls from the Sand Country are so pretty!" Judging from the number of people nesting in those shacks, these wandering warblers are usually very busy, and all of them have dark circles under their eyes. But to be honest, the women in this kingdom are all very beautiful. If you choose carefully, many of them can go to work in Salman's wine pot. After seeing these enthusiastic women, the eyes of the knights who had drank enough water could not help but shine, and even some of the heavenly armed men were moved. However, today's shelter army has strict military discipline and knows that no one can mess around before the boss gives everyone a holiday. So they kept the formation and walked on the dirt road with square steps. But the steps became more orderly and powerful. Even those heavenly arms men who were tired just now became energetic. "Sir, although these miners are dressed like tramps," Salman stroked his mustache and said, "but all of them are small rich men." Oh! Salman is relatively familiar with the situation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The lords in some mining areas are also Kanglin's loyal licking dogs, so he can be said to be well informed. "Those who can enter the town for consumption are all free people, and they are doing well in the mining area. Some people may not look very good at dressing up, but they are actually small slave owners." George looked at the person pointed by Salman and found that although the person was looking nervous, there were several people following him. If you look closely, you can see that he is wearing a blunderbuss and a dagger at his waist. The dagger still has blood stains on it that has not been cleaned off, and these people's faces are also full of flesh. After the group saw George looking over, they quickly nodded and bowed. After taking a glance, George withdrew his gaze, nodded and said, "It seems that there are several types of people in this mining area. I think it should be very lively here. Don't tell me yet." Salman smiled meaningfully. "The people here are much more complicated than outside. You may not think that this mining area is orderly, But in fact, this mining area is not only divided into there are many gangs, and there are also bandits and murderers. After hearing Salmon's words, a middle-aged red-robed arbitration knight next to George snorted coldly. It seemed like I was remembering some unpleasant experience. George smiled and became interested. He planned to take Afyu for a walk later. Henry Austin is the name of the cold-faced arbitration knight. He can be regarded as the old arbitration knight of Sanctuary. He has experienced many tests, but in the end, he maintained his true heart. Moreover, he also lived with Garvey-led troops and fought in battles. Although in his current status, any baron or count would shrink his head whenever he stomps his feet. He was once a mining slave sold from the south to the north. He is in his 40s and has been in many mining areas, but he survived them all, even keeping accounts for the mine owners. He has a relatively good understanding of the conditions in various mining areas, is literate, has means, has a brain, and has even learned some magic. Originally, after Henry arrived at Dome Eagle with George, he stayed in Elda. As a sergeant major, he trained a regiment of new troops under Tanya. Recently, he was leading his men in Elda as the deputy commander. Arriving at the southern border, he dealt with the disobedient bandits of the southern wilderness, occasionally. He also trained the ignorant nobles of Elda. This time, George heard that the mining area was not very peaceful, and that there were frequent attacks from the surrounding area, including people from the southern wilderness and local bandits. The situation can be said to be more complicated. So he checked the list for a day and transferred Henry. After that, he would be responsible for the mining area, technically the entire duchy. In addition to guarding and handling military matters for the Duke, he is also responsible for cooperating with the consortium to manage the mining area. Sanctuary's new army construction is relatively similar to that of the Moon Kingdom, and Henry has real combat experience and has also dealt with bandits in the southern wilderness. In fact, they can be regarded as some serious tribes fighting against the autumn wind. So Henry is able to manage the Moon Kingdom's troops here. Well, this U Kingdom army, now with the Moon Kingdom's Prince George, can be regarded as a royal guard. This time, the Magneton shuttle also brought some new weapons. Although they were not many, they were full of power. Later, when the portal here opens, more than 1,000 Moon Kingdom soldiers here will be fully equipped. Although this mining area is not on the front line, it is still important. In the Moon Kingdom, they are the priority armed forces. When walking into the Earthen Castle, in addition to some Moon Kingdom soldiers, there were also some Dawn Knights patrolling the city gates and walls. After seeing the boss coming with his team, these people quickly opened the city gate. Many knights came down, commanding the soldiers, and helped the team carry things. However, because the boss did not go into the castle, no one in the team moved their positions except those who were working. There were only a few soldiers from the Moon Kingdom who were responsible for guarding the gate, and they hurriedly went inside the castle to call for help. Chapter 765. The rabble with lax military discipline. George was not in a hurry to enter the castle, but watched the soldiers training in the yard. He found that these soldiers were not practicing swordsmanship, guns, or bows and arrows, but practicing square steps, stand in military posture, and from time to time, they will form some strange looping arrays. George noticed that these soldiers had no armor or spears, only a military uniform, and a wooden stick about 1 meter long in their hands. Obviously, in the large fog-free area near the Golden Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom's army still uses the line up and shoot tactic, but this tactic is extremely effective. In this era, they fought with the lords of various countries and were in a state of crushing. That is to say, the people of the southern wilderness can now challenge a little bit. This group of soldiers seemed to have been practicing from morning to night, and they were already covered in sweat. It seems that the formation is quite neat, but a discerning person like Henry can see that these soldiers are just showing off. They probably haven't trained for a while. Among these soldiers, one already had a small belly. Those military uniforms were also clean and looked like they had just been replaced in the past few days. Obviously, everyone here knows that a certain prince is going to take over this place. Quickly sharpen your sword and gun and pretend to be a good person. And it seems that during these days, the Dawn Knights have also been repairing them. Just look at the people on the city wall. There is a mess below. And the soldiers of the Moon Kingdom are very curious. But because there are Dawn Knights still patrolling the city wall, these guys don't even look back. Occasionally, if someone doesn't stand well in military posture, the knight will step up and kick him. After a while, these people stood like javelins. Sir, it seems that the mining area has been relatively peaceful in the past 2 years, Henry said after looking at it. Then he looked at the artillery on the city wall and found that several Black Lake soldiers were leading people to maintain the artillery, while waving their hands in this direction with a smile. So Henry added, "It seems that the artillery has not been used for a long time. It has not been maintained much." Well, George took out a cigar, and Henry hurriedly lit it for the boss. After taking a nice sip, he said, "In the eyes of the Sun King, these mines are difficult for them to develop, and they were useless in the past. Every time I come here, I mainly pick fruits, plus extortion. Think about it. Elizabeth, every year in fact, there will be a lot less income. Once this is handed over to you, it must be managed internally and externally." Henry nodded. He knew that it would be a troubled time here in the next few months. Not only would the miners make trouble, but people from the southern wilderness would also come often, because in the mining area, there must be a dog from Nan Wang wearing a set of pants with him. In the future, after Nan Wang stops getting oil and water from here, they will definitely make trouble inside and outside. In addition, the boss is going to visit Saudi Arabia during this period, so there is a chance that the regular army will come to Nan Wang. However, it's not a big problem. Henry looked at the flat magnetic gold shovel flying in the sky. It would be difficult for him to perform well with this thing, but it would be quite interesting to grab some horses, occasionally go to the surrounding southern wilderness cities and tribes to push back a few waves, and then fight in the autumn wind. "When are we going to town? George, are we just hanging around here?" George didn't need to look back to know that it was Irene. He ignored her. He looked at the deputy hall of the castle. The gate guard, who had gone to report, had already rushed over in a panic with the mine manager and the officers of the Moon Army. At a certain window in the castle, Lorna was holding a small ledger and waving her hand towards it. She must have thought that this lazy girl was too lazy to come down, while the rest of the consortium were busy checking the accounts. After that, George walked into the castle while chatting with these people. Among the officers of the Moon Kingdom, the leader is a middle-aged major. It sounds like he has experienced a lot of wars in the past, and even participated in the Battle of May in the southern wilderness of the Moon Kingdom. He can be considered a serious veteran. However, since arriving in this mining area, this guy has gradually become corrupt, and even his belly has bulged. George introduced Henry to everyone. After the officers chatted with Henry for a while, these people saw from the solemn temperament of the arbitration knight captain and the scars on his face that he was from the pile of dead people. The guy crawling out? I don't know if he knows anything about firearms, but I think the cool days of evolution may be completely gone. In the past 4 days, the officers of the Moon Kingdom and the Sand Kingdom plus the bandits in the mining area have learned a lot about what those Dawn Knights are like. If you talk about military knowledge, they look like a group of well-trained and strict upper-level military officers, to put it bluntly. They are capable and experienced, but not grounded. But this group of officers is fully aware of the private dealings between the army, the crows, and the vultures. Each of them has a bright mirror in their eyes, and they are not easy to fool at all. And they are vicious and ruthless when they repair people. The little tricks of the Moon Kingdom officers were no match for them. Sometimes, the officers of the Moon Kingdom were very suspicious. Could it be that these Knights of the Holy Court were all from the lowest level? Otherwise, how can such high-ranking officers understand these small dealings at the bottom? It made everyone look like a naked body in front of these holy knights. This is obviously not very logical, but the fact seems to be before our eyes again. Among these knights, those with the word arbitration are the most difficult to deal with. Not only is the method extraordinary, but he also has insight into people's hearts. The Knight Henry who came here today carries these 2 words. And he's also a chief arbitrator. George walked around the castle and got to know the simplicity here. The only good thing is that although the study room where the consortium works is moldy, the other rooms still seem to be taken care of regularly. "Are we all servants here?" George said, looking at the people working downstairs. It seemed that they were all from the town and dressed casually. It's also a bit lax. When serving the plate, he will put his fingers into the bowl and lick his thumb. However, George is not picking on the fact that there are no maids here, but looking at the number of servants here, something is wrong. Obviously there should be both male and female servants. And there must be maids, because there are many young ladies in the consortium, and relevant women will need to assist in taking care of the food and daily life in the future. Well, the steward and housekeeper scratched his face, not knowing what to say. "Your Highness, our servants are all from the town, so they all have their own serious jobs. I have already sent someone to call them. They should all be here. Come this way, look. They're all coming in. Damn it. Boss." Aji looked at the colorful maids coming in from downstairs and said, "Why do they all look so familiar?" looking at the maids downstairs, who boldly winked at and chatted with the knights as soon as they entered the door. George nodded and understood. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The maids here do have serious jobs outside. Some people work part-time inside the castle, and some work part-time outside. But no matter how they work part-time, it seems like they will go out at night to make some extra money. Ahem. Sir! Henry retracted his gaze and said, the military discipline here must be carefully controlled. We'd better build a separate military camp. Otherwise, the soldiers will definitely be infected with infectious diseases. Chapter 766 Death Mining Area. After looking at the room, Irene and Soraya lay on the bed and didn't want to move. But after hearing George calling for dinner, these two guys jumped up. These two eldest ladies, who had never experienced the difficult period of the shelter and had always been pampered and well off, could be said to have suffered all the hardships of the first half of their lives in these few days of sleeping and dining in the open air. When they entered the restaurant, their stomachs began to growl. Aaron prayed to the light of dawn, hoping that there would be no more damn bugs in today's meal. Soraya, who was so hungry and panicked, felt that even if there were bugs, she would have to eat enough. Fortunately, in this large oasis, there are still plenty of various creatures and materials, and there are also farmlands, rivers and villages. Its area spans hundreds of miles and covers an area of hundreds of thousands square kilometers. It is a shrunken dome eagle. In addition to more than 30 mining areas of various sizes, there are also a lot of farmlands and small rivers here. And the large oasis is no longer a barren desert as it goes north. There is also a set of main rivers for transportation near the crater, and this river leads all the way to the inland sea in the north. The Moon Kingdom relies on this river to transport ore. There will also be a large number of caravans coming from the cities near the inland sea. The Sand Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom will also transport a large amount of materials every month, and people from the southern wilderness often come to sell goods. In this entire large oasis, some land belongs to the royal family of the Kingdom of Sand, and some is an enclave of the Kingdom of the Moon. But now, 2/3 of the land here belongs to Duke George of the Kingdom of Sand plus Prince George of the Moon Kingdom. The dinner was pretty good, and the hungry people devoured it. Even the ladies lost their image. George looked at Soraya and Irene, who were feasting, and thought in his heart, since the heavenly arms entered the desert, their divine attributes have been suppressed. Now the sacred power in their bodies is almost gone, and only the dawn of dawn remains. Stronger. It's like these people have become human beings. George looked at Gasper and the others who were peeking at the maid, and added in his mind, even the 7 emotions and 6 desires have become more obvious. Under normal circumstances, with the exception of those reborn archangels, the desires and mood swings of the heavenly armed forces are much lower than those of humans, and they are rarely in love with youth. They look like artificial beings endowed with some emotions by God. But now, they seem to be gradually possessing emotions that are completely their own, and they are beginning to have more distracting thoughts in their hearts, became more grounded. At the same time, their bodies have also become much weaker, far inferior to those of the Dawn Knights, who took the potion. George remembered that Soraya had said before that when she came here before, she had never felt so tired. On the one hand, this may be because she had just been reborn at that time, and she had many divinity residues in her body, which made her more powerful than she is now. On the one hand, it may be that as the blood moons come again and again, the world rules established by the 7 gods in the past are constantly weakened. So the influence of the Golden Kingdom on the lineage of the 7 gods is becoming greater and greater. Originally, George planned to go to the Golden Kingdom in the next 2 days, but seeing the state of the heavenly arms, he felt that the matter should not be too urgent, and planned to postpone it for 3 or 4 days. On the one hand, he planned to take a look at the next status of the Heavenly Kingdom armed forces. On the other hand, he also asked Lorna to adjust some potions for everyone and let the Heavenly Kingdom armed forces take them. After dinner, George planned to go out for a walk. He did not conduct any private visits incognito, because he was not interested in, and did not want to get involved in the various dark private things in the mining area. If Henry has the energy in the future, he will do it well. So he called several knights, and brought some horses with him. Regarding George's desire to go out for a walk, Soraya said she didn't want to leave even a step, and the same was true for Irene. However, she was forcibly pulled into the team by George. Irene bought a company here before, and now it has been included in the consortium. She is still very familiar with the current development and management situation here, so she has to give Henry a good explanation. At this night, the mine is still working. For those in the mines, there is no difference between day and night. For those who have outsourced certain mining areas, They have to mine more golden lions and silver foxes here within a limited development period. Although part of the mined ore needs to be used to pay the company's management fees and borrow the equipment and tools of the Moon Kingdom. Part of it needs to be handed over to the local lord. The remaining profits are also extremely generous. What's more, many times you can hide some secretly. And often a rare magic gem can be worth thousands of silver foxes. In this night, residents of small towns and villages outside the mining area have turned off their lights and gone to sleep. But the lights in the large mining area are brightly lit. The brilliant light and fire can't be seen at a glance. There was a lot of people inside. In some areas in the distance, there seemed to be crowds gathering together to fight. It was a dispute between various gangs. And several occurred every day here. There are many camps in this large mining area. The camps in the mining area are made up of large and small shabby sheds, which are crowded with people inside. Most of the people inside are slaves and miners. The conditions of this life can be described as simple. And you just have to work when you open your eyes. But few people complain. After all, the people who come here are either people who come here to make money, or people who will never get out. Occasionally you can see a few decent wooden houses. There are usually some gangsters dressed as crows wandering around these wooden houses. And some workers who have committed crimes are tied up and punished. Sometimes you can see groups of Saudi guards or Moon Kingdom mercenaries holding torches and patrolling the mining area. But they turned a blind eye to the various chaos in the mining area. The mine owners and lords generally used well water and river water and did not interfere with each other. On the way, most people in the mine turned a blind eye when they saw the lord coming to inspect the mining area. Only the eyes of the crows were wandering around, thinking about how to get in touch with the people under the new duke. Some people have rivers and lakes. In this large oasis, this large mining area alone has 60,000 to 70,000 people. So there are many rivers and lakes here. George and others were walking and chatting. Although this guy Aaron kept pouting. She looked impatient. But when it comes to business, he is still quite professional. During her explanation, Salman opened his mouth and stared blankly. Unexpectedly, his daughter actually knows this place better than he does. For the top management of U Kingdom, it is a consortium of companies that develops here, and business licenses are also allocated to these companies. But in fact, it is these gangs and small mine owners who develop here. Because there is chaos here. Very. And in these years, no matter which lord comes over, they can't control it. Hearing this, Henry knew that he was getting to the point. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Irene looked at George, who was walking in front, chatting casually with Aji, curled her lips in disgust, and said in a louder voice, "If you don't say anything else, let's just say it's a lord like George. Everyone thinks they are great, but everyone who comes over will end up slapping their butts and getting out in despair. Basically, they are replaced every year. And in the past 2 years, they have to replace one every 3 or 2 months. This year maybe he is a Viscount of the Moon Kingdom. Next year he may be an Earl of the Kingdom of Shah. And the year after that he may be a prince sent by the royal family of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia." At this time, everyone happened to pass by a small wooden house. The small mine owner and the crows who were squatting at the door and smoking dry cigarettes couldn't help but nodded deeply after hearing this. The little girl on the horse seems to understand things quite well. Yes, the lords here change every year. And now there is a hacking prince and a duke. I don't know if they are one person or 2 people. Chapter 767 Gold Digger. In fact, the chaos in large mining areas is largely due to the consortium. For example, George's previous lord, the Viscount who planned to develop his ambitions here, was killed by Irene in conjunction with other consortiums. After the Viscount walked in, the company was swallowed up by Irene, and the fiefdom returned to the Queen's hands. Of course, it's all George's now. So the consortium is one of the reasons why the lords here are often changed. Another reason is the people of the southern wilderness. Many lords were directly killed by them. However, this group of bandits usually only kill lords and troops, and then leave after looting. Regarding the miners and gangs here, the people of the southern wilderness will not harass them. On the contrary, the relationship is not bad. After all, the people of southern wilderness cannot replace them in developing here. And all kinds of information are provided to southern wilderness by gangs and mine owners. As for the lords who were killed, most of them were those who tried to unify the forces in the mining area and violated the interests of the gangs. At this time, the mine owners and gangs would also call for their reinforcements. The southern wilder people, these gold diggers, were extremely daring. Therefore, it is the various gangs that really rule here. Although each gang is trying to replace the old with new ones. They are the pioneers, who have taken root here and are irreplaceable. If you want the entire mining area to operate normally, you have to rely on these gangs and small mine owners. Henry was convinced of this matter. As a guy who once worked hard in the mining area, he had 3 ups and downs, working as a mine slave, a gang leader, and even seduced the mine owner. Therefore, he must have a good understanding of the activities in this type of mining area, and he also feels sorry for the lives of the people at the bottom. But he didn't expect that this place would be more chaotic than all the mining areas he had told about. Look! The prince was walking here with the knights, and there was a fight not far away. And those small miners smoking dry cigarettes at the door of the wooden house are actually the boss's vassals and vassal nobles. After the boss came over today, each of these just came over to report. Now when I see the boss passing by in front of me, I just pretend I didn't see him. Indeed, no matter what kind of bullshit prince he is, or a duke from any country, for the people here, they have seen too much. The one who stayed here last year was a prince from Saudi Arabia. He is also a saint, and has many religious knights with him. But no matter who they are, they can't shake the status of these small lords, because their family has been here for hundreds of years, and has long taken root here, before the great oasis was fully developed. This was their fiefdom, and these mining areas were all established on their territory. They have natural development license rights, and are naturally connected with various gangs and southern wilderness people. Some gangs are even themselves, or were supported by them. Therefore, these mine owners are very stable here. However, occasionally these mine owners are ignored by gangs. If George thinks that those knights will have any loyalty to him, then he takes it for granted. Irene curled her lips and said, "Over the years, the great lords have been changing, but the family here has never changed." George heard clearly this time, but he showed a demeanor consistent with a prince and did not get angry with Irene. He nodded politely and said suddenly in his heart, "Oh, he is a group of village tyrants who colluded with the people of the southern wilderness." As for the gangs here, they are constantly replacing old ones with new ones, regardless of whether they have a development permit in their hands. As long as they establish a foothold in a certain mine, the consortium will outsource the development project of that mine to them. Anyway, no matter which gang develops a certain mine, the consortium will still make money. However, if the rules of the game here are not followed, the mine may be blown up, causing everyone to lose more than the gain. Of course, although the consortium has all kinds of development equipment, technology, and transportation in its hands, it allows them to always take it all. But because of the chaos here, productivity is naturally very poor. Henry came here to rectify these chaos, and also clean up the surrounding southern wilderness people. This mining area not only produces various important materials, but also produces the world's oil and nuclear fuel. In the past, only the Moon Kingdom and Forbidden Sanctuary needed these things, and they did not want these resources to flow to other countries. But with the gradual establishment of the Dawn Alliance, all countries need these things, which in itself has expanded the demand a lot. Before, Elda's magic gems were dozens of times more expensive than those in the Moon Kingdom. High-energy crystals are even more unavailable. This is essentially a monopoly, and the desire to meet demand for goods. So after breaking the monopoly, production must be increased. Secondly, with the sharing of Dawn Alliance technology, the productivity of various countries is also increasing exponentially, and the demand for these things will expand crazily. Therefore, the productivity of various mining areas in Saudi Arabia is far from meeting demand. If it weren't for the current situation that left the Dawn Alliance unable to do anything, plus the entire behemoth of the Sun King, the entire 6 kingdoms of Dawn, Charlie is establishing a new country, are sending troops. Of course, for George, this matter does not require such a big fight. The team at the shelter will keep this place in order. After all, what he sent here this time was not some village party secretary who couldn't control the village tyrants, but a group of chief heretics who were even more vicious than the people of the southern wilderness and had more tricks than the village tyrants. They were lucky enough to be able to make Henry and the others use their brains to splash dirty water on them. While everyone was walking and chatting, George also saw many acquaintances. Some were Knights of the Dawn, who led night patrols of soldiers. The Holy Court armor on their bodies was shining brightly, and the crows and vultures were more frightened when they saw them than when they saw the Lord's team. Even some gangs that were fighting with each other dispersed after seeing these people strolling over. There are 2 reasons why gangs are so eye-catching. First, the official mediation is within the rules of the game. Secondly, someone challenged them 2 days ago, but the knight beat them up with his fists. Third, these knights know the rules of the game very well, and some gangs that have a good relationship with the soldiers of the Moon Kingdom have begun to move closer to them. Of course, There is another reason among those knights. There seem to be people from the southern wilderness, and they seem to be sun warriors. These gangs don't know the situation now, so they are very scared and cautious. I don't know that the relationship between this group of southern wilderness people and the Sun King is a bit subtle. I only know that when chatting, these southern wilderness warriors are very familiar with the various Sun royal tribes near the River of Stars and the Golden Inland Sea. The message transmission between the gang and the people in the southern wilderness is also very primitive. Without half a month, the information may not be synchronized. By that time, Henry might have already dealt with the first batch of southern wilderness tribes that came to cause trouble. In addition to these knights, George also saw some veteran soldiers, who were dressed as soldiers of the Moon Kingdom. Their temperament was exactly the same as that of the soldiers of the Moon Kingdom. They were like doglegs, following the officers of the Moon Kingdom around the mine in 2s and 3s, chatting and talking nonsense with the gangs related to the soldiers of the Moon Kingdom, while collecting the protection money that was due to be paid this week. Chapter 768 Little Wife. After the Dawn Knights joined the patrol, the order of the entire mine has improved significantly in the past few days. In the past few days, the old soldiers have also learned about the situation in the Dark World in many mines. Now, they have begun to support the selected leaders of the Moon Kingdom and have begun to establish influence among the underground forces in the mine. In addition, the Fallen have also begun to recruit people here in the past 2 days. But this time, they are not planning to develop any cultists, but are planning to cause a panic later. This would give the knights a reason to intervene forcefully, get rid of some thorns, and win the trust of people in the mining area. Afterwards, these small teams, both overt and covert, will cooperate inside and outside under the command of Henry, stirring up a big whirlpool here. At that time, the investment in equipment for the shelter will cause many people to lose their jobs. The mine owners and gangs will squeeze them out. The first factory established by the shelter here will also begin to recruit workers and build dormitories with a good environment. At that time, those who continue to enter the factory will become the real working class. They will become the largest and most determined backbone of the Dawn faith in this mining area. At that time, there will only be one sanctuary gang here, and there will be no someone is causing trouble again. The mining areas outside the crater, under the radiation here, will also become truly modern mines. Factories will be built intensively in this mining area, and shelters will also relocate some refugees to work here. In the future, it can be developed into a base-type city. The environment here is favorable, and it is not invaded by heavy fog. The tsunami will not flood the place, but it can make the rivers here more and wider. So this place is actually very suitable for resettling millions of refugees. The only shortcomings are insufficient farmland and lack of transportation conditions. But the portal will be able to solve this problem. And once the shelter's technologies such as soilless cultivation, sand and soil irrigation, and drought-resistant plants are developed, it can even be self-sufficient. Amidst Eileen's cynicism, everyone also finished visiting a mine near the castle. Standing on the top of the hill, George saw the future scene here. It is so close to the Kashia base in the Golden Kingdom, and it may not be possible to develop into another crater scientific research base. Salman also saw his own future prospects. The boss was so patient and doting on his daughter. And her daughter is so smart, capable, young and beautiful. After becoming the boss's mistress, she will definitely have a good status. The future of the family is naturally bright. Seeing that his boss seemed to be in a good mood today, Salman took this opportunity to probe into his boss's voice. As an important member of the Dawn Consortium, Salman knew that the consortium had annexed the Public Assistance Society in the recent period, and Eileen was dismissed from her post. After annexing the Public Assistance Association, Salman checked many accounts and learned a lot of information. After that, he was really frightened. There was actually a religion in the Public Aid Association. And Eileen, this daring girl, is secretly using God's name. Not only that, the Public Assistance Association also secretly did a lot of secret things, as if it was preparing for rebellion. Now, in Salman's eyes, he thought that Irene was a sinner, working as a maid doing laundry and cooking for the boss. Salman felt that if it weren't for his old face and the fact that his daughter hadn't caused any trouble, his daughter might have been imprisoned. So he is still very worried about Irene's condition. As for the engagement, Salman thinks it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, the boss is still very fond of Kanglin, a big tree. Not only does he appoint him, he takes great responsibility and appreciates his father very much. The connections and channels that Kanglin has established over the years, as well as the relationship with the Holy Court and Elda, have always been a great help to the boss. Therefore, Salman felt that if the Kanglan family wanted to further their relationship with the boss would definitely consider it. Maybe George would not consider it before because he was worried that there would be a big family in the shelter that would not be able to survive. But the emergence of Hasman is an opportunity. The boss will establish a stronger relationship with Kanglan, thereby stabilizing Kanglan. How can nobles go further? Naturally. They are married. Although the things Irene did seem to be quite big, it seemed that the boss still pampered her. Look. For such a big thing, the boss didn't punish her too much. He just stayed by his side as a maid. What is this for? Isn't it just to bring Irene up again later? Therefore, after the marriage, Kanglan's status is not only more stable, but also the boss has a step to step down when it comes to his daughter's crime. He does not have to let Irene be punished by his side while watching it hurt in his eyes. As for things like status, Salman thinks they are all false. On the one hand, Irene is not the legitimate son of the Kanglan family. She is an illegitimate daughter, and her status is inherently low. And he doesn't have a title yet. So he is a businessman who is looked down upon by the nobles. On the other hand, Irene is a guilty person. So it's enough to be the boss's little wife. What matters is the relationship, not the face. After Salman tentatively asked what George planned to do with Irene in the future, George thought he was caring about his daughter. George glanced at Irene, who was gesticulating and scolding Henry, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ever since Irene found out that she had no chance, she stopped pretending and completely exposed her bad and harsh nature. George shook his head and said in his heart, I can understand Eileen's desire for power, because I used to be the same. But her ideas are no longer in line with this era. Soraya had also been holding on to the idea of becoming a god again before, but she was completely different from Irene. Soraya previously only wanted to restore herself and the kingdom of heaven to their former glory. But after she witnessed the great civilization of her creator, she gradually had many different ideas. Obviously, the Kashya Protoss is far more powerful than the Seven Gods. Just a group of research and inspection teams created the Seven Gods. Nowadays, Soraya has changed from her own idea of dominating the world to leading angels and mortals towards a greater path leading to a god-level civilization. This path not only allows people to go further, but also benefits everyone. And it also eliminates the need to worry about corruption. She has made the entire civilization for the whole, and herself for the leader, herald and protector. But Irene is different. She hopes to return to the era of the Seven Gods. In that era, she was the only one who respected herself, and everything she said was the truth. The church classifies anything she dislikes as heresy, and helps her hunt for witches, containing magical technology to prevent anyone from challenging her authority. Under this kind of rule, the entire world will be ruled by ignorance and ignorance. Civilization will never progress. And history will still reincarnate in the Middle Ages even if it develops for 10,000 years. George has seen too much of the decay of the old world in these years. Whether it is the Dakins who worship gods and Buddhas during illness and finally fell, or the people who continue to fight for power, conquer each other, and live in drunken dreams when facing the end. The nobles and the church, or the holy court that makes the same kind of people become ants. Corrupt and stupid, only thinking about resurrecting their masters. They are no longer in line with this era, and cannot lead their compatriots into the future. He never cared about the future of his compatriots. Even if these people are slightly developed, there will never be more than one big country like the Moon Country. The Kuroshio was already destroyed when they were in Darkans. Of course, God will never let this happen, because the strength of civilization will weaken his authority, because civilization is growing. But the Seven Gods are not enterprising. And if the Seven Gods also work hard, then their current concepts will be like Soraya's. Seeing that Salman was still waiting for his answer, George said, This girl is spoiled, lazy, and wants to reach out all day long. I taught her a lesson some days ago, and she still doesn't regret it. If she does this again, she will sooner or later you have to be on the opposite side of us all. Salman was shocked when he heard these words and asked, Then, let her stay with me for the time being. I have to cure her stinking problem. Salman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Things were exactly as he thought. The boss was reluctant to deal with his beautiful daughter. From Salman's perspective, stay with me also has two meanings. So Salman vaguely revealed his hopes and asked his boss about marriage and what he thought about it. George was slightly startled when he heard this. But Salman had mentioned this before, so he immediately understood what Salman was referring to. George has always treated this matter as a joke. After all, this matter involves too much. As a powerful official in the kingdom of heaven, no matter how arrogant he is, he would not dare to do such an outrageous thing to a supreme emperor. And Irene would never agree this is an essential problem. Because she, Ariadne, might be able to have a one-night stand with a human in private. And leave a chapter like the goddess of Luo in the mythical story. Leave it to future generations to fantasize and praise, in XXXX. George William Austen received the blessing of the god of love. George is also happy with this kind of thing. But for Irene, she would never do it, it was simply letting George get a free advantage. And even if Irene did it, she would never openly marry a human being. And even let her mother become his concubine. Will you still call the 7 gods a piece of shit from now on? This is simply the greatest blasphemy. The level is enough to make any god fall from the altar in the hearts of believers. Even if she becomes a god again in the future. I'm afraid she will be a lower level god and have an inferior god's name such as the god of the second concubine. In addition, if he had the choice, he did not want to establish such a close connection with Canglin or other families. The current shelter has the vague intention of the 4 major aristocratic families taking over. These 4 major families are Campbell, Moon Royal Family, Tiangua and Canglin. When Tanya had a conflict with Soraya and joined forces with Sophia, Elizabeth, Soraya, and Irene to fight openly and covertly. George had already figured it out. Judging from the current momentum, when I am 100 years from now, these 4 major families will definitely dominate the sky in the new century. And the so-called alliance will become an empire again. And this world will once again have nobles, who have the final say with the kingdom of heaven. However, if victory is now in sight, George will definitely consider releasing his military power over a glass of wine. Or pick up a butcher's knife to kill meritorious officials. But whether we can survive the end of the world is still unclear. Therefore, when the younger brothers asked for a sense of security and more nourishment, he had to give it. He decided to agree and let Salman play football with Irene. Also disgusting for Eileen. So after hearing this, he smiled and said meaningfully to Salman, "Of course I have no problem. But Salman, you should have a good chat with your daughter when you have time." Salman couldn't help but be overjoyed after hearing this. My good daughter has always been very obedient. This is such a good thing. So she naturally listens to herself. So he said that he would do the work. And also said a lot of other things in the middle. Saying that the matter did not need to be too complicated. And that he hoped that everything would be simple, that is. He hoped that the good things would be done as soon as possible. Now all the nobles in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia are watching Canglin and Hasman. No wonder Salman is anxious. Eileen had already walked over impatiently at this time, wanting to ask when she would go back. Seeing that Salman seemed to be discussing some engagement with George, he couldn't help but feel the urge to gossip. These days, the Dawn Knights are very popular. These single masonry kings have everything they want. Moreover, marrying a popular person next to your boss can also bring you closer to each other. Therefore, many people came to George, hoping to marry their daughters to the shelter. And Salman, the old pimp, was one of the most enthusiastic lobbyists. Many people rely on his connections to talk about these things. Among them, there are indeed many girls who are good in all aspects. Under the leadership of George and Salman, they are engaged to the Dawn Knight. But this matter sounded like it made Eileen vaguely feel that it was related to her. But she also felt that it was impossible. In addition, this engagement sounds a bit hasty. And it is not known who from the Canglin family is marrying who from the shelter. How can a serious marriage be so casual? Not even mentioning the dowry? It's like marrying a little wife. And he looked very anxious. As if he was afraid that he would regret it, and wanted to send the woman out as soon as possible. She is probably an illegitimate daughter. And she has made some mistakes. So she is someone who has not brought it to light. I don't know who the man is. But I ran into a really unlucky blind date. Thinking of this, Irene couldn't help curling her lips. And thought in her mind, anyway, the Dawn Knights are all a bunch of country bastards. Atheists and heretics were burned to death in the past. It would be good if someone married them. Chapter 769 Hidden Rules. After everyone returned to the castle that night, they went back to their rooms. After George saw his room, the musty smell inside made him couldn't help but fan his nose. The quilt and mattress were all hairy. Didn't Aji tell me that he would clean my room at night? Later, Eileen came over and cleaned it again. George couldn't help but think of Aji's expression at that time. And he suddenly understood. Irene lives next door to him, a maid, who has to serve the master at all times. At this time, Eileen was standing at the door, just in time to go into the house to sleep. So George frowned and walked over, intending to take a look at the maid lady's room. As a result, the girl got into the door with a swish, and then locked the door. George cursed in his heart. He closed his eyes, and looked at Irene's room from another perspective. He found that it was clean and fragrant, using a lot of expensive spices from the caravan. The quilts and mattresses on the bed were not only Irene's, but the bottom layer was also George's. Apparently, Eileen had kicked up the bed and put George's stuff under it. And this bad girl even spread all those hairy rags in George's room. And now, Irene was standing on the bed with her bare feet, stepping on and cursing at the same time, as if she was stepping on George. Listening to Eileen's dirty words, George's face turned dark. He turned around and saw Salman chatting with Aji and Brenda on the other side of the corridor. So he walked over, patted Salman and said, "Salman, call Irene over to me. Clean the room, and get me something to drink by the way." Afterwards, George went back to the house to read. During these days, the Book of Dawn has accumulated a lot of things that he needs to review and approve. Although he is exhausted, he may indeed have to stay up late tonight. After George left, Salman thought about George's words and couldn't help being slightly stunned. "What kind of room were you cleaning this late at night? Aren't you afraid of dust?" Aji was stunned for a moment and said, "I have cleaned the boss's room. Oh, by the way, I should lay out a bedding for the boss." He. Aji laughed evilly, and the word his boss often mentioned appeared in his mind. Unspoken rules. But the speaker has no intention. But the listener has intention. After hearing Aji's question, Salman couldn't help but his heart beat suddenly. He absent-mindedly chatted with Aggie and Brenda for a few more words, and then knocked on Irene's door. If anyone in the entire team knocks on the door, Irene may not go back and open it. But in front of this father, Irene still has to pretend. After all, if humans knew who she was, she would be really embarrassed. But what Irene didn't know was that the memories of the time she lived as a human before she awakened had actually left an indelible memory and imprint on her. So even she herself didn't know that she had a special feeling for her biological father, who cared for her extremely and without reservation. On the other hand, since entering this land, the divine attributes of Irene and others have gradually been diluted, and they have become more and more like humans from the inside out, both physically and emotionally. Just as George expected, Irene got up from the bed obediently, opened the door, and poured her father a glass of water. If George were here now and saw her pretending to be obedient, he would definitely think that he had recognized the wrong person. "It's so late at night. What kind of bed are you making? Why is he so pretentious?" Seeing his daughter rubbing her eyes with an indifferent expression, Salman couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Why don't you be more careful, my good daughter? Learn the things your father has given you since you were a child. How come you can't handle these things well when you meet the most critical person at the critical moment?" Salman has been teaching Irene about conspiracy and playing with people's hearts since she was a child. He thought very well. Although he was born a daughter, as long as she has mature means, she can still get along like a fish in this man's world and make those men surrender to her. "You are a bit too doting and coquettish. Also, your hand in the Public Assistance Association is too long. This has violated His Majesty's taboo. Ahem. I do have some responsibility for the Public Assistance Association," Eileen emphasized specifically. Then, she seemed to remember her failure. Anger, loss and other emotions couldn't help but flooded her heart. In the end, she looked a little depressed. He said, "But it's like this anyway. I don't want to flatter him anymore and give him a good look." Although Salman didn't know how earth-shattering what Irene really wanted to do was. In his opinion, the affairs of the Public Assistance Association were still enough to make any king lose trust in his ministers forever. If it were him, he would probably feel that he would never have a chance to stand up again from now on. Being a servant by the king's side would probably mean that the master would be particularly tolerant for the sake of friendship and the face of his family. But when he heard that his daughter actually had thoughts of breaking the pot, Salman's eyes widened for him. In that moment of despair, he might give up on himself. But for his daughter, he hopes that she will not be discouraged and stick to the ambition in her heart, waiting for the day when the opportunity comes again to make a great comeback and become a human being. How could his daughter be a concubine forever? He told his daughter a Shelter World version of a story about working hard and enduring hardships. In such emotional language, he told his daughter that if she had to endure the humiliation, she would one day rise again. "How can we do it if we can't stand such a little setback? Our ancestors were expelled from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and became a wandering businessman. But now, aren't they still in charge of a powerful force?" It is true that Salman did not play. In recent decades, Kanglan has indeed been able to cover the sky with one hand in the world. This hand covered the sky to such an extent that even King Elda showed courtesy and allowed the nobles of Iberia to become Kanglan's grandson. Let the Marquis of Shah Kingdom send his daughter to his big wine pot as a top card. The family's ancient motto. Kanglin's acting style. And the abilities of the family elite. Let them return to the top of the pyramid no matter what situation they fall into. Now the world is facing changes that have not happened in 1,000 years. First, the Sun King, who could be relied upon, no longer paid attention to the affairs of the North. So Kanglin had to become Adeli's grandson. Then, the Holy Court gradually lost its attention to Kanglin. They were transformed from the standard bearers who controlled Elda, Southern Wasteland, and the Holy Court during the Twilight War to a political broker who was dependent on the Holy Court and Prince Robert. But now, it's all back in hand. When the Doomsday comes, everything will undergo the baptism of H.L. in the Doomsday. But Kanglin not only got an important ship ticket, but his status also gradually rose from a family that was kidnapped by prisoners to the Dawn Alliance. This is directly related to Kanglin's ability to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. It is precisely because they know how to pretend to be grandsons that they can retain a wide range of channels and connections, so that they can continue to participate in power competitions again and again, and finally obtain the power from George. A chance to truly rise. And the opportunities and future that Salman sees are even further away. The throne of the Shabby Sand Kingdom can no longer be taken seriously by Kanglin. What they hope is to become a member of the Dawn Alliance in this new century. One of the 4 great families. And after 100 years as the boss, he has the opportunity to go further. And his daughter is the one he wants to push to the top of the throne. Salman felt that he was a good judge of people, even though his daughter came from a humble background and was an illegitimate child. But she has ambitions, means, and the aura of a king. Even if you stand in front of the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, you will never lose your aura. Don't be discouraged. My daughter. No matter where you go in the future or what your status is, Kanglin will be your solid backing. And your father will support you unconditionally now. There is a good opportunity. You want to just catch it. Then Salman said a lot more, leaving Irene confused. She didn't understand what a good opportunity it was to make a bed. However, after hearing what her father said, Irene felt that he did make some sense. There is even a feeling of being educated and inspired. Yes. Who am I? How can I be reduced to a maid for the rest of my life? They took my throne and knocked me off the altar. How could I give up everything so easily? But when she thought of George, Irene became frightened again. That guy, that foreigner who was chosen by the light of dawn at her suggestion, was just as she thought at the beginning. A double-edged sword. And this double-edged sword has indeed lived up to their expectations. It has unknowingly gathered forces around him from scratch, and has the godlike power in everyone's hearts. Authority. On the day the god descended, Irene thought about it. If she, the moon god, came to the sanctuary, how many people would bow to her? How many people would rebel against their former father? But that was already her best opportunity. In a few years, everyone in this world might have forgotten the 7 gods. Unknowingly, he had killed the god in the heart of that person. Erin suddenly felt that maybe she should change her mind. As her father said, one must endure loneliness and endure hardships. She felt that maybe she had no chance while George was still alive. But 100 years later, she might not have the chance to subvert the human-dominated world he imagined. Thinking of this, Irene couldn't help but feel happy. But the happiness returned to happiness. But Irene felt a little depressed in her heart. One is that this opportunity is too slim. George seems to be moving forward. His power is getting stronger and stronger, making her feel more and more powerless. Maybe when he is 100 years from now, he will have no chance at all. The other is that Irene has never been the kind of person who takes revenge 10 years later. If she adopts this plan of taking revenge 100 years after George, Irene feels that George will not be able to see how hard it is for her to destroy him. After everything has been built through suffering, I can no longer kneel at my own feet and lick my toes. Erin couldn't help but get entangled in that fantasy. Salman is a human spirit. Seeing Irene's expression, he knew that this girl had not yet fully realized it. However, after he rolled his eyes, he did not intend to discuss this topic in depth. Afterwards, Salman nagged for a while and gave Erin a good lesson. You could say she was spoiled. She was too lazy to eat, and she just wanted to reach out for her all day long. Now as a maid, you have to correct yourself. And this is also a kind of training. Then take this opportunity to endure hardships and correct your bad habits. This is almost what George said to Salman before. And he did listen to it all. After that, Irene was pulled out by Salman with a stubborn look on her face, holding a bunch of clean bedding. But when passing by Salman's room, he suddenly felt something in his heart, turned his eyes, and there was a notice. Just as Salman thought, since his daughter still lacks some awareness, he will give her some help. This guy asked Irene to wait outside the door. And then Salman fiddled with the room for a long time and brought Irene a bag of tea. Looking at the bag of tea, Irene took it with a strange expression. Do you want to drink tea so late? You heard me right. Your Highness definitely wants strong tea rather than wine. Communications in various countries have recently been established, and various messages are sent in real time through the shelter. Your Highness may need to deal with these messages tonight. After hearing this, Irene couldn't help but feel enlightened. She thought to herself, these guys know George better than me. Having said this, Salman gave another instruction. The Grand Oasis is more humid than I thought. I don't know if the tea leaves have changed in flavor after being kept here for the past few days. When you make tea, don't forget to try it yourself. If it smells like it, come to me and get it. Don't take it seriously. Remember, you have to be careful when serving your master. After hearing this, Irene couldn't help curling her lips. But she was embarrassed to say that if she didn't eat something first, George would never move. Since she became George's maid, she has done a lot of bad things in private, including laxatives, sand, bugs, and even cooking for others with foot washing water. But basically everything was eaten by Erin herself. Sometimes George would pull Soraya and ask her to take a look at the food. As a result, Irene received a fat beating from her sister. It was as if that guy could clearly see Eileen from the inside out at a glance, which made Eileen very scared. But then Irene found a bad trick when she was cooking and tasting the food. She secretly spit in it. This kind of small gesture is indeed difficult for people to notice. And for Irene, there is no psychological burden when she eats her own saliva. This made her very proud George didn't know everything. Although these little things didn't make much difference, Irene felt extremely happy every time she thought of George eating her saliva. After seeing Irene nodding obediently, Salman breathed a sigh of relief. He waved to Irene and slowly closed the door. It wasn't until he saw Irene walking to George's door that he closed the door. Suddenly, the corridor became dim. Erin looked at George's door and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Chapter 770. You haven't been very good lately. It was already 9-10 o'clock at this time. In this era, normal people would have already rested. But the mining area outside was brightly lit and noisy. Irene stood alone in the corridor, hugging the pile of quilts and brooms, and suddenly looked a little pitiful. She looked at George's door and listened to the looming noise outside. And suddenly, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness and fear rising in her heart. Irene couldn't help but look at Soraya's door, wanting to feel the breath inside and see if Soraya was sleeping. But she found that her perception ability was like that of an ordinary person, which made her even more panicked. Finally, she crawled under Soraya's door and knocked on it for a long time. After a while, Soraya, who was wearing pajamas, rubbed her eyes sleepily and opened the door. What's the matter, Erin? I'm almost exhausted. Do you want to sleep with me? Soraya yawned and said weakly. After looking at the quilt in Eileen's hands, she turned around and went back to bed. However, Eileen grabbed her sleeve. I'm going to clean George's room later. Can you accompany me? Irene hugged the quilt that was about to fall off her hands and said, I'm afraid that it would be too much for him to repair me alone. Fear. What Erin originally wanted to say was I'm afraid he'll fix me. But the interesting thing is that she changed her words as soon as she said it. It was as if being repaired by George would make her feel embarrassed. But being afraid of George was a matter of course and not embarrassing. Hearing this, Soraya couldn't help being stunned. She looked at the quilt in Irene's arms and asked strangely, Go and clean his room? What the HL? Irene? Erin's face turned red, and she said with some embarrassment, I changed his quilt in the afternoon, and he seemed a little angry and asked me to change it back. Soraya was stunned for 2 seconds, and then she knew what her good sister had done. She must have lifted up the bed board in her room to make it dirty. So she put someone else's good quilt under her bed. But there were so many quilts in the caravan, and she had to get George's. As a result, when someone gets angry, you get scared again. And then you have to pull my mother to protect you from the gun? Speaking of which, along the way, Irene often acted like a monster, and Soraya was also affected. After hearing what Irene said, she was furious. And then the door was slammed shut by Soraya. Go by yourself. Don't involve me in everything. Looking at the wooden door that almost hit her nose, Irene felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. And she actually felt a sense of betrayal and separation in her heart. Smelly sister, when I turn over in the future, I will definitely send you to the lost paradise to sweep the floor. Irene gritted her teeth and swore for a while. Then came to George's room, like a lazy donkey. At this time, more than an hour had passed since George ordered the quilt to be laid. He was sitting in front of the table, frowning and looking at the memorials one after another. After seeing Irene come in, he suddenly remembered this matter. There is freshly boiled hot water in the kettle. Let's make some strong tea. George rubbed his forehead, took a breath and said, Now, all 5 countries have established communications with the sanctuary, and some matters that the royal courts of each country are unsure of paying attention to will be sent to the sanctuary, and anything that the dignitaries at the shelter couldn't handle would be sent to him. It has only been 3 days since I saw these messages, and there are already more than 600 emails. Some of them have been approved by Sophia, Gast, Garvey, Clobber and others, and need to be reviewed by George, while some are the latest situations in various places, and the last ones are more complicated matters. The team at the shelter is already very capable. After such a long period of training, they have become very skilled in handling various matters. There are still many things that make them feel troublesome. The Dawn Council must speed up its formation, and everyone should also understand the affairs of various countries. Irene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that George didn't even come up to make a fuss. After more than half a month, Irene has become very skilled at maid duties. After discovering that George had no energy to repair her, her whole body couldn't help but become lighthearted. Finding that the hot water burning in the fireplace was almost dry, Irene couldn't help but add a little water and let it burn again. Then he put his butt out and tidied up in the room. If I had known better, I wouldn't have made such a mess. Aji had cleaned the room before, but Erin deliberately messed it up again. At this time, Erin, who had received Salmon's teachings, had changed her mentality and felt that she should no longer be annoying over such small things. In addition, she was a little guilty at first, but she became more efficient when doing things. For a moment, she started working seriously like a qualified maid. After a while, she was sweating profusely in the workshop. At this time, the water had been boiled, and she quickly made a pot of tea. After serving it, she planned to continue working, but she saw George suddenly put down the pen in his hand, and looked at herself with a half-smile. So he cursed secretly in his heart, stood there obediently, and drank in front of George. Anyway, I happen to be thirsty, which is George's favorite tea. It's just a little hot, and I actually feel hot. This damn place. Looking at Irene's grinning look, George couldn't help but secretly felt a little funny. He said, It's not tea. Miss Irene, you seem to have forgotten something. Irene was stunned for a moment, and then she guessed what George was referring to. George asked Irene to call him master. When it comes to the word master, Irene actually calls it master a lot, but she does so in front of others and as Irene. There was no burden on her mind. Don't feel humiliated either. As for being a maid for George, she also used this reason to comfort herself. But in front of others, she can pretend to be the eldest daughter, adopted daughter, of the Kanglin family and the personal assistant to the boss of the Kanglin family. But when the two of them are alone in private, their mentality is different. But for George, he will certainly not be satisfied with this kind of superficial work. He wants to tear off Irene's last fig leaf. Let her fully understand her identity. Seeing George's half-smiling eyes, Irene wanted to tear his mouth open. She knew that the words spoken by this blasphemer were meant for Ariadne. She couldn't help but raise her fists, showing a look of shame and anger. And even her shoulders were shaking in anger. I have been so good today, and you still deliberately humiliate me? But after a moment, Salmon's words rang repeatedly in her heart. So, Irene's expression changed several times, and finally she obediently picked up a teacup, handed it over with respectful hands, and said, Master, please drink tea. After saying this, Erin felt as if something had been opened in her heart. This was a kind of surrender, but she would never admit it. But it made her feel that something that had been tight in her heart felt like a relief. Seeing Irene actually bowed to herself respectfully, George was slightly surprised. He nodded, looked at Eileen up and down, until he saw her blushing. He said meaningfully, Irene, you haven't been very good recently. Chapter 771 Family Law. This warning reminded Eileen of her actions these days, and she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. She knew that George, a cautious guy, didn't take it seriously on the surface, but in his heart, he kept it in his notebook. But then, a feeling of pleasure came to Eileen's heart again. I just deliberately made you angry. What can you do to me? She raised her head and looked at George provocatively, and saw the cane thrown at George's feet. This frightened Irene so much that she hurriedly lowered her head. Go to work. George waved his hand, and then stopped looking at her. It seems that this is just a dispensable maid. This made Erin slightly relieved, but angry again. She didn't answer, lowered her head, and went about her business. Seeing Irene going to make the bed, George took a sip of tea and said, Why does it smell weird? It's not poison. It should be something like that. Erin would never let me drink something like this from his grandma. Salmon. George drank it generously, and the scalding hot water seemed to have no temperature in his mouth. He has never worried about someone giving him any poison. On the one hand, Aji will check all kinds of things. On the other hand, his physical fitness is very high. After absorbing the power of the evil god and integrating it with Celiac with a portion of his power, he is almost like a dragon. The various resistances are also terrifyingly high, especially the poison resistance, which is almost the same as Hilyak. So let alone aphrodisiacs. Even if the crystal spider's poison is in this tea, he can drink a few cups. There won't be any big reaction. So, if this guy gets drunk one day, or does something after eating something, that's definitely his bad nature. And if he said anything about losing his temper after drinking, he was definitely making excuses. George suppressed the effect of the medicine easily, and after quenching his thirst, he got busy again. The soundproofing of this room was very good, and the only quiet sound in the room was the scattered busy sounds of Irene. The silence made Erin feel a little nervous. At this time, the bed had been made, and the room was almost tidy. Irene glanced back secretly, and found George drinking tea and writing with his head down. He has no intention of settling accounts with himself at all. But Eileen became even more uneasy. With George's personality, the less he talked, the bigger things got. He was definitely simmering. Prepared to settle accounts with yourself. She couldn't help but tremble all over and felt a little panicked apart from the ancient god. This was the only person in the world who had ever made her feel afraid. Amidst this panic, she also felt a strange feeling in her heart. Just like every time she deliberately offended George, dancing in the middle of the cliff made her feel the same excitement. It wasn't until all the beds were made that she breathed a sigh of relief. After raising her head and wiping her sweat, she took a look and found that George was concentrating on opening things in the Book of Dawn, as if he had forgotten her appearance, or had completely ignored her. Maybe he thought wrong. In his heart, even if he repeatedly provoked him, he didn't take himself seriously at all. Eileen suddenly felt a kind of anger, and she deliberately used a broom to mess up George's quilt to vent her inexplicable emotions. Stop making trouble. Be good, and give me a basin of water to wash your feet, George said without looking back, and there was a gentle feeling in his words. Oh, okay. Erin suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if she had strength all over her body. She quickly poured a basin of water, placed it at George's feet, and looked up at him. For a moment, she actually had an expectation to be praised by George. Seeing Irene carrying the water obediently, George looked at Irene and smiled, put down the pen in his hand, turned around, and lifted up his shoes, looking at the pair of boots in front of her. Irene subconsciously wanted to untie his boots and wash his feet, but halfway, her hands froze slightly. What am I doing? What the am I doing? She raised her head and looked at George, and found that he was looking at her with a half smile. Erin's face turned red, and she threw the basin in her hand to the ground like a tantrum, causing the water to spill all over the floor. George! I will never wash your feet. Stop dreaming! You lowly mortal! You are not worthy at all! Then Eileen cursed viciously. She didn't know what was wrong with her, as if she was deliberately angry with George and looking forward to what would happen today. TSK! It seems that you still didn't listen to what Salmon talked to you. Erin, you should learn to get used to these things. From now on, this will be your responsibility. As a little wife, how can you not serve the master? Little wife. Irene's movements froze slightly. She looked at George, froze in place, and wondered if she had heard wrongly. Why? Didn't you hear what Salmon said to me today? George stretched out his hand and lifted Eileen's chin. Don't you know what he meant by asking you to come over today? Irene felt dizzy in her head. The words Salmon and George said in the mind kept echoing in her ears. Combined with Salmon's instructions tonight and those strange things, the strange words made Eileen's whole body start to tremble. Even the words in his mouth were trembling in panic. What? What do you mean? She didn't care about other things, but she couldn't accept this. Then she felt a pair of big hands pick her up and put her on her lap. He felt those hands pinching his thighs hard. In that fear, She raised her head in disbelief and found George staring at her and saying, "I told you. If you make a mistake, I will strip you naked and hang you up. You won't think I'm kidding you." Bar? After saying this, Irene almost fainted from anger. Feeling the big hands on her legs, Irene was so ashamed and angry that she opened her mouth and wanted to bite George's shoulder severely. But she was pressed down on the table. She then felt her skirt being lifted. At this moment, Erin's eyes turned white. Her mind went numb, and she kept thinking of one word in her mind: "I am going to be blasphemed." Immediately afterwards, the blood all over her body began to flow faster. Her face flushed, and her whole body trembled in a strange excitement. At this moment, she suddenly heard a crackling sound, and she turned her head and looked at George in surprise. I found that he didn't take off his pants, but was holding a vine and looking at me with a smile. Erin showed a very strange expression. "I have taken off my pants. Are you playing with me? What the hell are you doing?" Then she felt a burning pain in her butt, which made her grin and scream. "Eileen, your father has sold you to me. Today, I will enforce the family law." Chapter 772: Sacrificing one's life to feed a tiger. It hurts. It hurts. This pain was so real that for a moment, Erin almost suspected that she had completely lost all her power and turned back into a mortal body. After a few blows, Irene was already crying from the pain. She kept struggling, but the big hand holding her couldn't move at all. During the crackling whipping, Erin first cursed in pain, and then began to curse viciously. In the end, she could only cry and beg for mercy. She originally thought that George would not let her go, but unexpectedly, after a few more lashes, George suddenly threw the whip into the fireplace. Immediately afterwards, Irene was in a daze and saw George panicking and releasing a magic spell on the fireplace, destroying the rattan body and eliminating traces of it. "If you dare to say another word later, you will be dead," George warned fiercely. After saying that, George let her go, and then the door rang. After hearing Soraya's voice outside the door, Irene stood up in a panic and straightened her skirt and clothes. When George opened the door, she had already picked up the mop and mopped the floor. "Pretend like nothing happened." "Soraya? Why aren't you asleep yet?" George had long heard the sound of Soraya's footsteps, but he was just pretending. Soraya looked inside and found Irene mopping the floor, but her face was a little pale, and there were tears on her face. I've done it. George, I'm leaving first." Irene put down the mop and quickly slipped out of the room at this opportunity, leaving without looking back. "Ahem. Your good sister has been causing trouble these days." I called Dawn of Light and reprimanded her. Who knew she was so thin-skinned? George lied. Soraya glared at George with some reproach, although she didn't know what happened. She thought it was more than just a few words of reprimand. George sighed in his heart. His grandma. You beat her often. I won't do it if I teach you a lesson. Also, this guy originally planned to turn us all into her servants. But you silly girl turned around and still protected us like this. There is really a fight between these sisters. Broken bones are connected to tendons. Just tell me if you have something next time. George. I'll tell her. Soraya seemed to think that Eileen was going a little too far these days. Soraya said something like this, but it seemed like he was still a bit protective of his sister. Or maybe she was afraid that George would go too far. Okay. I understand. But it's so late at night. Why aren't you asleep yet? What are you doing here? Oh. Cough. Soraya didn't say it. She was worried because Irene had come to her rescue before. So she was a little worried about coming over to see and not let George go too far. In fact, she thought that even if George went too far, he wouldn't go too far, no matter where she goes. After all, George is still very decent in her heart. Be a true knight. Soraya found a lame excuse and explained. It's too noisy here, which kept me awake, so I decided to look for you. Speaking of this, Soraya suddenly felt, if that was the case, what were the two people talking about here this night? And she was still wearing pajamas. Her heart jumped wildly. She changed her words, pushed her long hair behind her ears, and found a worse reason. Ahem. I thought that my armor is still with you, so I plan to take it over and maintain it. For a moment. You know, I haven't done much these days. Well, it seems that Alexander is still on my bed with all the things. Go and get them. After saying that, George let Soraya come in and close the door. Why did you put it on the bed? Soraya felt a little strange. She stuck her butt out and looked for it on the bed. The round and perfect shape under the hemp skirt made George's heart beat wildly. She is also a sporty girl. The cutest. George locked the door. After seeing that there was nothing on the bed, Soraya turned up the quilt and said reproachfully, "Brother is really throwing such heavy things around. So I'm not afraid of damaging the bed." Suddenly, Soraya suddenly felt a heavy body hugging her back tightly, and a hot breath was sniffing hard on her back. In that panic, Soraya was ashamed and angry. She grabbed George's hand, but it was not as strong as his. When she looked back, she found that George's eyes were red. "Soraya, is that tea?" questioned Mimi. "Let me go quickly." Don't. As Soraya struggled, George covered himself with a big quilt. "Whoever asked you to come to the rescue? Just sacrifice your life to feed the tiger." When Erin returned to the room, her little fingers were still trembling. She returned to bed and huddled under the quilt shivering, recalling the scenes that happened in that room. Shame, anger, and panic kept flooding into her heart. There was noise in the room next door. After hearing this, Irene couldn't help but blush, and then cursed fiercely in a low voice. She swore a vicious oath that sooner or later she would crush that blasphemer to ashes. But as soon as she touched her hot ass, Erin couldn't help but crawl on the pillow and cry. No one had ever treated her like this, not even her own sister. And George is just a mortal, which makes Eileen feel like a tiger has been bullied by a dog. Thinking about the little wife again, Irene couldn't help but cry harder. Damn it. This damn guy. Whoa. This matter must have been specially prepared by George to deal with him. He wants to use this lowly status to humiliate himself in front of the world. You will become the laughing stock of the kingdom of heaven. But if this is the case, will he think that he has been shackled by him and slowly let down his guard against himself? But what's the point? No one will follow me in the future. Angels don't follow a little wife. But even now, will anyone follow me? Even his sister betrayed him. A feeling of jealousy arose in Irene's heart. Listening to the voice next door, Irene gritted her teeth in hatred. She always takes George's side without thinking about herself at all. What makes Erin most unbearable is that even George often ignores her, as if she has become a dispensable person. Thinking of George's unpleasant words, Erin recalled everything that had just happened in the room in that humiliating feeling. Gradually, while tossing and turning, Irene slowly fell asleep while wiping her tears. In that dream, she dreamed that she bit him hard on the shoulder. In the end, they kissed each other fiercely, and Soraya also kicked open the door and ran into the scene. In the pleasure of revenge, Irene felt an incomparable sense of joy in her heart. Chapter 773 Lord's Council. Salman stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in high spirits early in the morning, and put on his tuxedo under the service of the maids. Looking at his belly in the mirror, Salman patted it, and felt that the clothes fit him quite well. The maids had brought breakfast and Salman had already eaten. He asked the maids to tidy up the room for him, then put on his monocular, picked up his top hat, and went downstairs humming a tune. In the hall downstairs, Lil Rona was leading the wizards to boil pots of potions. In the past few days, in order to improve the acclimatization of the heavenly armed forces, the wizard group is brewing a large amount of potions. From those big pots, all kinds of strange smoke came out from those big pots, making Salman sneeze a few times. "Good morning, Your Highness Princess Rona." As he passed by, Salman took off his hat and said "Hello." He seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, with a smile on his face. Little Lorna nodded timidly, as if she was still not used to this title, and seemed a little shy. Do you want to drink a little?" "No, Your Highness. These potions are very precious. I drank them to waste." Salman quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't bear it." Salman had taken advantage of this type of medicine to enhance his body before and drank several bottles. But with his physique, he can only take level 1 to 2 potions. No matter how high the level is, he won't be able to bear it. But even so, he now feels as strong as a cow. The puffiness he once had is gone, and he hasn't taken any tonic for a long time. After greeting the wizards, Salman came to the school ground holding his hat. Henry is wearing a temple knight armor and inspecting the soldiers' morning exercises here. After seeing Salman coming, he called several knights and officers around him and went down to the mining area with Salman. However, today they were not inspecting the mines, but meeting the local knights. Today is actually a meeting of lords, located in the largest camp in the mining area. Most of the nobles in the big oasis, whether they were mine owners or not, came here, and the leaders of various gangs also came over. However, they did not come as a gang, but participated in this parliament as another identity knights. In this mining area, the leading gang leaders all have knighthoods. This time, it was actually a reporting meeting. The output and conditions of the mining area were mostly in the hands of the mine owners. As the new lord here, he naturally needs to understand. Of course, everyone usually conceals the report because it is related to taxes. Some of these concealed items will be sold to Southern Wasteland and Sand Kingdom. But these two places have little demand for magic gems, and have a high demand for ordinary ores. Therefore, most magic gems are sold privately to consortiums through connections. George was too lazy to argue with these people. So Henry and Salman came over today. As the previous royal family of Saudi Arabia, Salman has always paid attention to the situation in Saudi Arabia. The Kanglan family even has the development rights to several locations in this large mining area. In this important large mining area, Salman also has a noble relative from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The name is Matt. Matt is considered a distant nephew of Salman. He has a hereditary fiefdom in this large oasis, and his title is Baron. Although he has no mines in his hands, he is actually a vassal lord of George, because the Kanglan family has considerable influence in the Southern Wasteland and the Sand Kingdom. This distant nephew has been holding the banner of Grand Duke Kanglan since his father's generation. Following this banner, Matt's family did well here, and even got a mine. He is considered a relatively powerful local snake. Matt is as ruthless as his father. With some ability, he will manage the Kanglan family's mineral development rights. He can be regarded as the spokesperson of the Kanglan family here. Matt has known about Salman's arrival for a long time, but he has never said anything about it. As for Salman, he came 3 to 5 days earlier than George. But this guy never showed his face. Instead, he secretly got to know the various forces here. 2 days ago, as the director of the consortium, under the leadership of Matt, I had a meal with the local snakes here. I finally understand the situation of these guys. Everyone originally thought that the consortium manager came here in person because he had many orders in hand. So they all wanted to take advantage of Matt's opportunity and get some orders. Although local snakes have the final say on how to develop the minerals here, the consortium is the big seller when they sell illegal goods. This time, the consortium bypassed the local lords and contacted them privately, which made the knights and gang leaders very happy. But who would have thought that the consortium director actually wore the same pants as the lord? So in the past few days, Salman not only had a clear understanding of the forces here, but also had an understanding of the real output of the mines in the hands of these guys. Of course, many people may have made false reports about this consortium director in order to compete for orders. They should have reported very high figures. The leaders are not worried about how to complete the order, because as long as the order is obtained, they have plenty of ways to get the ore in this mining area. Salman wrote down all the figures reported by the leaders, and asked everyone to take their fingerprints when signing the contract. For him, he doesn't care about the real output of these people. He just wants a number. Later, when Henry takes action, if someone cannot complete the output, the number reported by these people to Salman will be a reason for Henry to take action. Who is Henry? After the fermentation last night, some well-informed people already know. Today he officially showed his face, and when everyone saw the consortium manager standing with him, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. But at first, everyone thought that the director of the consortium was just here to do a formality. But when Salman gave his name and said that he was a follower of the prince, everyone was a little dumbfounded. It's interesting to say that these knights don't care about princes and princes. But for the chief executive of the Kanglan family, they were all a little conceited. Especially when Salman mentioned some people intentionally or unintentionally during the conversation. The local cowards couldn't help but secretly wipe their cold sweats. Among those mentioned were the powerful lords of the Sand Country supported by the Southern Wilderness, as well as the leaders of the large tribes on the grasslands to the west of the Great Oasis. They are all near the mining area, clinging to every important trade route. Basically, they are the backstage of these mine owners. If someone has a deep relationship with these people, then in this big oasis, he can destroy whoever he says he wants to destroy. But what these people don't know is that the relationship between the Kanglan family and the Sun King is already a bit subtle. Kanglan's power in Iberia has become greater, but because he is too close to George, their relationship with the River of Stars, the relationship between the Sun Royal clan in the south has become worse and worse. However, it is enough for Henry to have the tiger's skin pulled out by Salman now. Whoever the knights plan to move next, I am afraid that everyone else will choose to wait and see from the other side for now, so as not to cause a big turmoil and affect the mining output. Chapter 774 Blame the Blame. Those who usually got along well with the kingdom officers, and had secretly chosen to occupy the team in the past few days, couldn't help but smile. In their eyes, after those people are squeezed out, the positions vacated will naturally belong to them. As for those who usually got along well with the Southern Wilderness tribe, they all became a little absent-minded. Although the Moon Kingdom and the Sand Kingdom often transport supplies here, most of them fall into the hands of Southern Wilderness pirates and horse thieves. The closest ones in the surrounding area and with the highest grain yield are the Stars Riverside and the Gold Coast. And these two locations are mostly the lands of the Southern Wilderness people. These gangs and mine owners are all the second generation of the Southern Wilderness people. And because of the people in the Southern Wilderness, they control a large amount of material supplies and have a backstage behind them. So they are considered bullies in the mining area, including Salmon's distant nephew Matt. But now, the Kanglen family has completely intervened here. And Kanglen has always been the spokesperson of the Sun King. Therefore, these mine owners feel that their own value may have lost its meaning. And as bullies, they have a lot of fat in their hands. So maybe they will be targeted after this. The people in the mining area are desperados. And they will never sit still and wait to be killed. In addition to the various large tribes in the Southern Wilderness, they also have relationships with the surrounding small tribes and the bandits of the Sand Country. I think that in the coming days, there will definitely be a bloody storm in the mining area. In the huts of the camp, the lords were discussing things in a huddle. Henry looked at the mess below and laughed coldly. What he was waiting for was this group of people making trouble. Before those big tribes in the Southern Wilderness came over, the more people who jumped out of the mining area, the better. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eat all the small fish that jumped out into his mouth first. Otherwise this period of time would be too boring. Seeing that his affairs were almost done, Salmon drank tea leisurely. I planned to find an excuse and leave early. During this trip to the mining area, he was not the only one from the consortium who came over. Several people from the Kanglen family also came over. As the boss, it is enough for Salmon to show his face today. Someone will help Henry handle the next thing for him. Salmon is very good at distinguishing priorities. The main purpose of their coming here this time is the Golden Kingdom. After all, this side of the mining area is still a small matter. Regarding the upcoming trip to the desert, many things still required him to cooperate with Brenda in organizing supplies. Someone would give him a pillow if he felt sleepy. Just when Salmon was about to find a reason to leave, Aji came running over. "The boss is calling you." Aji wiped the sweat on his head and said in Salmon's ear, "What's the matter? So anxious?" Seeing Ajina's anxious look, Salmon couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that the boss went to bed too late with his daughter yesterday and didn't get up this morning, and was hit by Miss Soraya? Aji was also very surprised. When Miss Soraya left this morning, she was fine. But when she came back, she went into a rage. Aji said with a strange look on his face, "Let's talk as we walk. The boss, your good daughter, and Her Royal Highness Soraya are all waiting for you. Now the house is on fire." Salmon laughed secretly in his heart. It would be a good thing if the car crashed. With the testimony of these two ladies, his daughter's position will be secure. As for calling himself because of his boss, Salmon has a clear mind. "I'll take the blame. George's room a few hours ago." "Okay, I believe you." Soraya, who was sitting, pursed her lips and said while looking at the man putting on boots for her. There were some mixed feelings in her heart. To be honest, she was prepared for the future between the two of them. In other words, after experiencing so many things, her heart had already been placed on him. But what happened last night was really too sudden. Moreover, such behavior is too shameless and goes against Soraya's definition of a knight. But anyway, he probably didn't mean it. The situation in this area is a bit weird, and George may have been affected by it. So he was tricked. So Soraya felt that maybe he couldn't be too harsh, and he also said that he couldn't remember everything that happened last night. He had forgotten even when Irene left. "Soraya, I am your knight, and I will be responsible for my actions." George's sullen tone made Soraya feel warm in her heart. She lowered her head and wanted to touch George's face. But she found that the guy under the bed was playing with her feet. She reached out her hand and wanted to slap him. If he was delirious because of the tea last night, he definitely did it on purpose this morning. The palm was raised high and fell gently. It was neither heavy nor light, but it provoked a wolf. Seeing the man in front of her knocking her down again, Soraya really struggled this time. It was almost noon now, and if she didn't go out, everyone in the castle might know where she spent the night last night. After talking, the two lingered for a while, and then Soraya came to the table, and George combed her hair. Looking at the pot of tea on the table, Soraya couldn't help but have many doubts. But, George, who put the medicine in this tea? Indeed, it was Irene who brought the tea. But even if there were hundreds of reasons, Soraya felt that it was not possible that Irene had done it. Ahem. I don't know. Soraya. George lied. I think maybe she took the wrong tea, maybe she took the tea for Maggie. You know, a lot of things are. With Aji taking care of it. I haven't had time to sort things out in the past few days. And there are always messy things in the kid's hands. Maybe some medicine was spilled in it. George tried his best to distance himself from Salman obviously. If Salman had given the drug, what was his purpose? George was worried that Soraya would expose the matter of his little wife under Soraya's questioning. This matter was not settled. And George did not intend to get together with the troublemaker. When the time comes, it will cause trouble. On the other hand, if we blame it on Aji, the matter will be solved easily. At worst, let him create a fake scene. And Aji is such a smart person. He can figure things out without two people communicating. Soraya nodded without saying anything. As a member of the team, Soraya felt that it was not a small thing for someone to drug the leader. George might not care, but she had to get to the bottom of this. She wrote this down secretly. As George's personal bodyguard and chief internal manager, the boss didn't come out of the house, so Aji usually wouldn't wander outside. In addition, there was so much movement in the next room last night, so he guarded the door early in the morning, lest some careless guy come to hide under the door. After hearing someone calling him inside, the boy knocked on the door and went in. George asked the matter clearly in front of Soraya. Sure enough, the boy understood the boss's look and said he would go over and have a look later. Chapter 775. Both witnesses and physical evidence are present. Because she was a little worried, Soraya also went along. But Aji played a trick under her nose, which confirmed George's inference. Why are you so careless? Soraya was really angry this time. If this is poison, what should I do? Aji pinched his nose and took the blame, and made a self-examination with a bitter look on his face. It wasn't until Soraya left that he breathed a sigh of relief. I think this matter is complete. On the other side, after Soraya left, George started processing the documents that he had not finished yesterday. Aji came over to report once midway, and he was relieved. Sure enough, it was right to put some blame on Aji. Aaron thought so too. George was busy until noon, planning to ask the servants to bring lunch, so he pulled a swing rope beside the bed. However, the servant did not wait, but instead waited for Soraya and Irene. When Soraya kicked open the door angrily, George was drinking the overnight tea on the table in confusion. Soraya, who was extremely nervous, did not notice this detail, but it scared George half to death. But whether it was tea or not had become a trivial matter. Soraya's next words shocked George's jaw. I don't know what Irene said to Soraya. Soraya thinks that George has been insulting Irene all along. Irene started crying as soon as she entered the door. At this time, during Soraya's questioning of George, she was crying and stumbled into her mouth. He secretly put medicine in the tea yesterday and said he was going to give birth to a child. If the rice is cooked, what family rules should be followed? At this point, Aaron was already crying. Do you believe this girl who talks nonsense? George laughed angrily, put down the teacup and said, none of her words are true. Irene. Soraya pursed her lips and said with a dark face, lift up your skirt. George's heart trembled slightly. Although there is definitely no such thing as insulting Irene, but there is definitely no way to avoid whipping people with vines. However, Eileen has done this recently. As a brother-in-law, as the nanny and head of the family in this kingdom of heaven, it is not too much to teach my sister-in-law and my little sister a lesson. Right. He watched nervously as Irene lifted her skirt while squirming, and then looked confused. What is on it is not the red seal of Rattan, but many handprints. And there was blood stains between the hem of the skirt. That's definitely chicken blood. George pointed at Irene's thigh and said, how could my fingerprints stay so long last night? And I used a cough. Soraya, I just taught her a lesson last night with all my conscience. How could I do that to her? George. Soraya bit her lip. Her face darkened. She couldn't imagine that George would do such an obscene thing. She asked in a cold tone, did you force Salman to persuade Irene to be yours? Little wife. Is this the troublemaker? I want her to be my little wife. George pointed at Eileen and said, I can't even hide from her. So I will force Salman to persuade her? Just ask Salman about this. Seeing George's disgusted expression, Irene secretly gritted her teeth. She vowed that she would mess up the relationship between her brother-in-law and her sister today. Soraya nodded, angrily came outside and called Aji over. let him go to Salman. Then he put his hands on his chest, and sat on the chair in front of the fireplace without saying a word. She stared at the fire in the fireplace with a dark face. She didn't mind the heat there, and didn't know what she was thinking. Erin kept sobbing in the room, showing a pitiful and helpless look. Seeing George glaring at her fiercely, she ran to Soraya again and pretended to be a good person, trying to persuade her sister not to be angry. Anyway, things have already happened. We're living under someone else's roof. Since we can't afford to offend him, I'll be fine. I told you. Sister, that's chicken blood. Yesterday, he just slapped me a few times. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Hearing Irene's voice coming intermittently, George almost fainted from anger. That guy spoke as if he was scared to death of himself. So he was forced to agree to all his unreasonable demands. Later, because he was afraid of offending himself, he started to speak for himself in front of his sister, explaining that nothing happened to them last night. Obviously, the description became darker and darker. Irene did this matter perfectly. She did not take the initiative to complain, but prepared everything first, and then laid down in the room and pretended to be sick. Soraya looked around outside but couldn't find her sister, so she went to Irene's room. I found that she hadn't gone out all morning, and she looked extremely haggard, as if she was hiding something from her. Then, under Soraya's questioning, Irene told the story she had prepared, and the whole thing seemed very reasonable. Irene didn't look like she was lying, and Soraya discovered Irene seemed to have wet the bed last night. Coupled with the tea, Soraya couldn't help but become a little suspicious. Although she knew that her lying sister's words were not very credible, it was indeed possible if George really did something stupid to Irene last night. You know, the two of them stayed in the room for more than an hour. When I came over, George was taking medicine. Therefore, in this matter, either George is lying and people don't want to admit it, or he couldn't remember what he had done. Soraya was thinking. And so was George. He suddenly felt that he had fallen into Irene's trap. No matter whether this matter can be explained clearly or not. With this precedent, I will definitely have an extra piece of yellow mud in my pants in the future. And Irene's real purpose was not to throw dirty water on him, but to completely block the little wife's issue. She should have taken this matter seriously. Not long after, Salman was brought over by Aji. As soon as he walked in, Salman was a little confused. It seems that Soraya is not jealous and angry because of Irene, but she is helping Irene to stand up. However, although he heard from Aji that after Irene left last night, Soraya came in, but now, like Soraya, he is also suspicious of his boss. However, Salman is a human being, and his explanations have always been biased towards the boss. To a certain extent, George was cleared a little bit. This guy knelt on the ground as soon as he entered the door, and while crying bitterly, he revealed everything. If nothing else, drugging your boss is taboo. So he had a reason to cry. And he also said that he had some thoughts and hoped that something good would happen for the Lord and his daughter as soon as possible. So it's all his fault. Look at all the things you do, Aji interjected. Ahem. I thought it was Irene who went to my room to get the tea by herself. But it turned out that it was you who gave me the tea, and you gave me the medicine. George couldn't help but give Aggie a look of praise. However, things seemed to be developing in an increasingly weird direction. Chapter 776 Modern Magic Troops. After Salman confessed everything, George reprimanded Salman in front of Soraya. He said that he had never agreed to the engagement, and Salman should not do anything more. Regarding this matter, Salman agreed wholeheartedly, and also made some self-examination, saying that he was confused. But he was not disappointed in his heart. Look at the close relationship between the Archangel Soraya and his daughter. Just like sisters. A mortal. What kind of divine grace is this? As for today's matter, the human spirit Salman also has different ideas. He glanced at Soraya, who was sitting in front of the fireplace, looking at the fire without saying a word. It was not the boss who really decided Irene's future. Men are all playboys. It is the eldest lady who decides Irene's future. And looking at her, she didn't look like she was angry because the maid seduced the master. Instead, it seems like he is making some decision. The boss might not have been able to have sex for nothing last night till now. Salman still feels that the boss did something bad. After scolding Salman, George drove him and Aji away. Suddenly, the room became quiet. All that was left was Erin's soft sobs. Ahem. Soraya, I did ask Salman to talk to Irene. But, George explained, I deliberately threw this ball to Salman in order to appease the Kanglin family. Because Aileen Lin will never be my little wife. Irene and I have discussed this matter in private. After saying that, George winked at Irene quietly. Weren't you hacking waiting for this sentence? I'll give you a step and get down quickly. However, Irene turned pale for a moment and froze on the spot, as if she did not expect George to say this. George's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that this piece of shit seemed to be solid. George! Soraya suddenly turned to look at George and said, Irene has agreed. Eileen burst into tears and began to choke, meaning that she wanted her sister to comment on how shameless George was. But she was really afraid in her heart. She didn't expect that George would give her a step down. Now, although she could be freed with her sister's intervention, she had completely offended George. George's mind wandered for a moment, and he looked at Irene angrily. This time, he was completely in her hands. Everything now seems like he is threatening Irene with Salman. And what Salman said today is also due to his own pressure and taking the matter on himself. Soraya suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. At the door, she suddenly stopped, stared at George coldly and said, I don't blame what happened last night. But just like you have said, you should be responsible for your actions. Amidst George's confusion, Irene's sobbing stopped abruptly. The two of them looked at each other for a long time, and their expressions suddenly became extremely exciting. Ahem. Soraya, I really don't remember what happened last night, George said with a look of shame. But I will be responsible. Aaron almost fainted on the sofa. After hearing what George said, Soraya nodded, glared at George fiercely, then closed the door and left. Seeing Soraya open the door and leave, Irene picked up her skirt and hurriedly chased after her, almost falling on the chair. No! Sister! I didn't agree! Irene hurriedly explained. I told a little lie today. I was afraid that George would force me. I mean, he didn't force me. I told the truth. The voice gradually disappeared, and George sat alone on the chair and continued to drink his herbal tea. Does this tea have to be cool before it tastes better? He didn't know how Irene would explain it, or whether Soraya would choose to believe it or not. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Irene couldn't run away after a round of beatings. Either she explained clearly and was beaten up by Soraya, or she was repaired by herself. The matter was temporarily revealed, and then Soraya ignored George for several days. George did not contact her, nor did he talk to Eileen, because the shelter was making final changes to the means of transportation for exploring the Kingdom of Gold. George used this rare free time to tour the entire mining area with Brenda and others, and also killed the largest group near the Grand Oasis with Henry. Gang bandits. Among this group of sand bandits, there are people from the Sand Kingdom and Southern Wilderness people. In total, there are more than 3,000 Sand Bandit Knights and more than 500 Southern Wilderness Knights. Even many surrounding Southern Wilderness tribes are the targets of their constant robberies. But this group of arrogant guys actually dared to confront the Moon Kingdom's troops head-on. Indeed, the Moon Kingdom's troops had not fought any real battles here for more than 10 years. Basically, they are losing games and defending the city. Even the lords were killed several times. But this time it is different, because the officers among these Moon Kingdom soldiers are the sergeants of the new Sanctuary Army. The bandits came from two directions. One force was from the front. When the front force launched a charge, they found that there were more than 1,000 people on the opposite side. And it's not even a zigzag formation. This almost made them laugh out loud. This kind of long array, even the bandits knew, was already out of date. After rushing over, there is no buffer in the middle of the return shape. The bandits can directly pass through, and then turn around and do it again. Beat these infantrymen until they can't find the north. Not to mention that there are 3 times more people on my side than on the opposite side. But when they were halfway through, the bandits discovered that this time the opposing team had more firepower than usual. The solid bullets, shotguns and muskets fired by the 4-pound cannons made the bandits fall on their backs. Looking at the bloody companions, and the corpses whose bodies were half missing after being hit by the SHLs, the bandits were stunned. Their hearts were pounding. If they hadn't defeated the U Kingdom's troops many times before, and had a huge psychological advantage, they would have almost collapsed. They knew that as long as the Southern Wilderness cavalry on the flanks penetrated through, they would win. Finally, the troops in front of them had rushed to the front. With only a distance of 20 or 30 meters, they found that the officers on the opposite side took out short sticks, followed closely by the dense marbles mixed with electric light, and the many spider webs thrown from the sky. Many bandits were tied together by many strange red threads along the way, making them easy targets. The formation of the 3,000 bandit cavalry was immediately disrupted. The man fell on his back. So much magic? How can this be? Even among the elite troops of the Moon Kingdom, the ratio of wizards is 50 to 1. But among the more than 1,000 enemies on the opposite side, there are at least 200 wizards. After a few rounds, the bandits in front were almost completely wiped out. The middle ones were all frozen in place, bundled into balls by restraining staffs and spider webs, and lost their combat effectiveness. The distance of 20 or 30 meters has become a ravine. The bandits have become living targets. Many people wanted to rush forward, but they could only be overturned by the rows of guns in front of them. When the bandits had completely lost their fighting spirit and were about to be defeated and flee, they actually heard the infantry on the opposite side let out a shout of, "Who?" The infantry on the opposite side actually started to advance. What's even weirder is that this time, they found that the muskets of the Moon Kingdom's musketeers looked different from the original ones. And there was an extra thing on the top of bayonet, like a spear. Immediately afterwards, they saw fire spurting out in front of them. Chapter 777, Crush in all directions. Amidst the flames and bayonets, the bandits stood on end, and the entire battlefield fell into a one-sided massacre. They wanted to escape, but found that their flanks had been lost and the enemy's cavalry had surrounded them. In the blink of an eye, their formation was completely cut into squares. Cavalry versus cavalry on the flank battlefield does fight very quickly. When the Southern Wilderness cavalry saw their enemies, they found that the number of cavalry on the opposite side was only over 800. To defeat 500 of them, at least 3,000 armored knights would be needed. This is simply courting death. What makes them even more incomprehensible is that those idiots only have one military uniform and a horse. The commander shouted and rushed over in unison, legs touching each other like a wall. The so-called circuitous interspersion has no meaning at all, and there is no technique at all. The Southern Wilderness cavalry almost laughed when they saw the scene. That prince is even more ridiculous than the generals of the Moon Kingdom. And he actually created such a cavalry. He doesn't know how to fight at all. The Southern Wilderness cavalry did not intend to fight head-on, because real warriors charged in a hash manner, so they would have room to perform and avoid being trampled by teammates behind them. Facing such a wall-mounted charge, they couldn't take advantage of their equestrian and sword skills at all. The Southern Wilderness cavalry did not get entangled with this group of cannon fodder. After shooting a few arrows, they started guerrilla tactics, turning around and shooting while escaping. From time to time, someone would leave a bundle of horse locks behind him, and piles of insidious iron thorns would be dropped on the grass. Every Southern Wilderness soldier has been fighting on that horse for more than 10 years. And on the opposite side, they look like they are just new recruits who have been in the army for 1 or 2 years. Even if they are the same Southern Wilderness troops, they are looking for death if they dare to chase them like this, because the pursuers are very fast. It was difficult to shoot forward. The horse's neck and head had a great impact on frontal shooting, and it was impossible to shoot in such a formation, so the musket was useless. But it didn't take long for the Southern Wilderness cavalry to discover a problem. Those cavalry were running much faster than them, and he is not afraid of death at all. Those cavalrymen whose horses were trapped in horse shackles and fell down, whose horses' feet were broken by iron thorns, did indeed fall, and also knocked down many people around and behind them. But within a few breaths, they returned to formation. The speed of pursuit has not slowed down at all. It is true that his own horse is better, but it is equipped with various heavy weapons and armors, and when he turns around to shoot, his speed will be slowed down. The cavalry on the opposite side had nothing on them. Although many people were killed passively, they quickly rushed over. What's even more weird is that at this time, the officers of the chasing cavalry actually took out short sticks. Then people here fell on their backs. Many people were still trapped together by the cobwebs and red binding threads. Their formation was completely disrupted. If you run again, you will be slaughtered. At this time, it was too late for the knights of the Southern Wilderness to turn their horses around. A group of people had to be separated to turn their horses' heads to intercept, so that the troops in front could distance themselves. But their formation was already scattered, and there were fewer people than more people. Soon, the intercepting Southern Wilderness cavalry discovered that the lunatics in front of them were rushing towards them on horseback. It's like hitting a wall head-on. And they also discovered that although the madman who rushed over only had one knife, that knife could cut iron like clay, and the formation is far denser than mine. Often a warrior with outstanding martial arts skills will have to face 4 or 5 knives after killing a person. There is no way to give full play to the advantages of martial arts. The entire battle was almost a one-sword attack, and soon those responsible for the interception were all dead. After solving these scattered intercepting troops, not many of the U Kingdom's cavalry died. Many simply had problems with their horses, and some did not die even after being injured. Seeing a rain of arrows coming from the front, the Moon Kingdom cavalry angrily formed their formation and continued to charge against the rain of arrows. This time, the enemies who witnessed the massacre just fell into complete panic. They began to take off their armor, just to run faster. The entire battle situation has become one-sided. In the end, it turned into a massacre. After the battle on the flank battlefield ended, more than 200 people continued the pursuit, and more than 100 people stayed behind to clean the battlefield and treat the wounded and prisoners. The remaining 500 or so people rushed towards the bandits, who were about to collapse. With one charge, they completely defeated their remaining fighting will and decided the outcome of the battle. Then came the pursuit. In fact, not many sand bandits were killed directly. Most of them died in pursuit battles. In that pursuit, it was basically a one-sided massacre. Sometimes a red-eyed soldier chases more than a dozen people, but the other side often doesn't dare to turn around and resist, because he stopped and killed that person. The cavalry chasing them will kill them all. After the war, Henry concluded, that's it. The battle losses on the frontal battlefield were almost negligible. However, some unlucky recruits from the Moon Kingdom were not familiar with the use of the magic wand. When advancing, they did not pay attention to the rhythm and were burned by the fire. It's okay to be burned, but some fools actually get entangled in the spider webs that trap the enemy in that tension. As a result, he was trampled to death and burned to death. There are also some strange battle injuries, such as injuries caused by being knocked down and sprained during the pursuit. There were more than 70 in total. A dozen of them died, and the injured were basically healed by the priests. As for the cavalry, the fight was a bit brutal. The fighting will of those southern wilderness warriors was far beyond that of the sand bandits. The Yu Kingdom cavalry suffered more than 300 casualties in the battle, and the battle loss ratio with the southern wilderness warriors was 3 to 5. However, only a few dozen people on the Yu Kingdom cavalry side died. These were the unlucky ones, who were killed in one blow. Compared to the soldiers in the shelter, they took too little physical strengthening potion. Only one bottle. As for those who were injured and should have died soon after the war, because they all took the scavenger potion, they would be alive and well after being cured, and few of them would be left with disabilities. Some of the injuries were not serious. After pulling out the arrows, although the barb scratched the wounds and made them dripping with blood, the triangular wounds that had been unable to heal stopped bleeding in a short time in front of these soldiers. Usually amputation is required. As for the occasional poisonous arrows, the warriors who took the scavenger potion also had poison resistance up to 20, coupled with the Dawn Blessing. Basically, this level of poison is not a big deal. Just rest for a few days and eat something. So those bows and arrows cannot kill these people who have taken the magic potion. Enemies. What we are dealing with are not Moon Kingdom soldiers, but a group of red devils. As for the southern wilderness cavalry, more than half of them died. Those who survived were rescued by the priests after the war. Those adamantine blades are too sharp. With the Yuwa cavalry's current physique of about 3 points, no matter what kind of armor they wear, they will basically draw blood with one strike. If he happened to encounter someone on horseback charging towards him with a knife, that person would be cut in half. Therefore, the real battle loss may have reached 1:4. This is still the case without using the Air Force. If the Air Force is used, the ratio will be horribly stretched. But Henry did not dare to use the Air Force now, because he was afraid that the enemy would become frightened and future battles would turn into guerrilla warfare. Therefore, we must wait until the decisive battle, then show our trump cards and fight it out. So this time, Henry chose this method of exchanging soldiers. His own people would not die easily anyway. Chapter 778 Naughty Sister-in-Law. Boss, the southern wilderness people in the south are indeed very powerful. When we were in the north, in this kind of pursuit battle, there was rarely such a one-for-one situation. Henry looked at those who were healed by the priests one by one. The soldiers who were pulled up on the stretcher and moving around touched their mustaches and said, "They are reluctant to change like this." Indeed, no one wants to fight like this with a group of unkillable enemies. The so-called one-for-one is actually N-for-1. As long as Shung Shung doesn't kill himself, he won't die. But on the opposite side, he gets a knife and has to have his limbs amputated even if he doesn't care about his life. What's more, these unkillable enemies are still a group of instant cannon fodder. Henry was happy to change it, and it suited him well. As the southern wilderness knight said, his cavalry were just a bunch of cannon fodder. The output is large, and the quantity is large. It does not require any equipment or good technology. The troops are formed very quickly, almost like an assembly line operation. It just takes some magic potion, and with a bottle of basic potion. There are only a dozen silver foxes in the shelter now. The time spent is 10 minutes. But to train an elite ranger, it takes thousands of silver foxes, with more than 10 years of time. I'm afraid the battlefields of the future will all use this tactic of queuing to die, George said with a sigh. In his world, this was history. Once the two civilizations fall into this fighting mode, the advantage of equestrianism will gradually be equalized. Horses don't need a one-of-a-kind BMW. Here, the situation may be even more serious, because the mass production of potions and wands leaves those countries that have not developed magic no room for confrontation. After the magnetic shuttles are mass-produced, ground troops will be used to clean the battlefield in human wars like this. After this battle, the sand bandits basically ceased to exist, and the surrounding tribes were also greatly frightened. George fought for 3 days, and then returned to the castle. As if she missed him a little, Soraya began to deliberately wander around in front of George. But she deliberately ignored him. George pretended not to see her, but he broke into her room that night and forcibly had a long talk with her. Since then, everything seems to be back to normal. Eileen seemed to be quiet for a few days, which gave George a lot of worry. But since Soraya and George got together all day long, this guy became more serious again. This time she didn't dare to provoke George, nor did she dare to play tricks on her sister. But she was always tormenting Henry and others. It wasn't until one day that George called her into the room and spanked her hard with a cane. And then she became honest for a few more days. You told your sister not to bully me. Woo-woo. I will tell my sister. Woo-woo. You big liar. Eileen, haven't you heard of that story? It's called The Sheep Boy and the Wolf. George did not do anything inappropriate. And after giving his sister-in-law a lesson, he drove her away. Every time after being repaired, Irene would be honest for a few days, but it often didn't last long. And this guy was getting more and more over the top. Take it once and wait for 2 days. Hey. George had a headache about this naughty sister-in-law. What the hell is this guy doing all day long? Is it possible that I haven't taught him enough? The vacation lasted until mid-August. At this time, the condition of the Heavenly Kingdom armed forces gradually improved. And at this time, George finally waited for the arrival of Mariah. This perverted old man, who was poisoned by blood, has basically recovered. However, the hair on his head was basically gone, and there were many sores all over his body. It looked like he had syphilis. But fortunately, syphilis has been circulating among the nobles for a long time. And the gentlemen also have a cover-up plan, thick foundation, and a fake hood to make Mariah look like a justice. This visit to the Golden Kingdom, the leader of the Seraph Plan, must be present. And he finally completed one of the tasks that George gave him, some real goodies for exploring the desert. He brought many strange ships with him. Those things were all silver, more than 10 meters long, more than 4 meters wide, and more than 2 meters high. The whole body looks long and flat. So, these sand shuttles are completely manufactured by our own factory. George raised his arm and touched the smooth top of the thing, feeling very satisfied. Although its technical content is far inferior to that of Silver Shuttle, it is Sanctuary's first truly self-produced punk product. It was modified based on a transportation tool from the Moon Kingdom, borrowing a little bit of technology from the survivors of Kashia. It can fly short distances or glide like a boat in the desert or grassland. Although the speed is not fast enough due to some flaws in the structure of the hull, it can reach a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour even in sand dunes. And you don't have to worry about things like quicksand. And you can carry a lot of supplies. The space inside is also very large. It looks like an RV. It takes up to 2 days to travel from the large mining area to the Shah's capital. If you use it to explore the Golden Kingdom, you can also run away casually. Although the energy consumption of this thing is relatively high, the team does not lack magic gems. They are abundant in large mining areas. The wizards have processed a lot in the past few days. After listening to Moria's story, George nodded and asked, You should have read the data that Lorna sent you. Right. I heard Anthony tell me. Do you think that last time, our magnetic shuttle actually did not error occurred? Indeed, Your Highness. Mariah straightened his fluffy wig that was almost blown off by the strong wind. He coughed and puffed up his chest and said, Essentially, it is not that the magnetic shuttle has malfunctioned. Its position has always been it is effective. But it seems that the goods are in a static state with the magnetic gold shuttle while being pulled by the magnetic gold shuttle. But in fact, when the magnetic gold shuttle and the goods are passing through that strange area, the two are in constant motion. By body motion. The faster it flew, the more obvious this phenomenon became. When it finally arrived at the accident site, the cargo was thrown out. Judging from the data, there is indeed magic disorder in that weird desert. which makes the transportation tools of the Moon Kingdom unusable. Magic items will occasionally malfunction, but our products have withstood the test. The situation in the desert area, it will not affect their normal operation. As for the sand shuttle, a layer of magic gold coating has been added. Although it is far inferior to Eugene, it is more than enough to deal with this environment. George nodded, looked at the sand shuttles that were loading, and said, "It's good if it can be used." There are still 12 days left in September, and mid-September is the opening ceremony of Eldar's tourney. George and the others plan to set off in 2 days, and then explore the desert for 10 days. Regardless of whether they could find it or not, they would return. If it doesn't work, you'll have to wait until next time. In the next 2 days, the wizards conducted on-site testing and adjustment of the new means of transportation. During these 2 days, Palos and Ibrahimovic also brought a dozen Kashia engineers and a dozen silver vehicles with them. Shuttle came. This time, everything was ready, and everyone took those sand boats and silver shuttles and set off towards the center of the desert. Chapter 779, Visiting the Golden Kingdom. For a long time, the records about the first Holy Land in ancient times in various ancient books have been very different. But the description about it in various ancient books is surprisingly consistent, completely made of gold, a huge city of gold made of precious stones. During this boring journey, everyone's favorite thing to do is probably to sit together on the sofa in this RV, hugging pillows, blowing the cool breeze from the magic circle, and listening to Brenda's stories. Indeed, this journey was a bit too boring. If you adjust the car wall to transparent mode, you will find that the scenery outside is the same. The sky is full of yellow sand everywhere. Sarai was very sure that they should be on the right track this time, and they should be getting closer. So in the past few days, Brenda has told more and more stories about the Golden Kingdom. I don't believe there is any city in the world with walls as tall as that mountain. Nor do I believe there is any city wall made entirely of precious stones and gold. But I have to admit that I do have a great deal of interest in it. Curiosity. Exploring the unknown and verifying the truth is the mission of every explorer. In order to find it, I have been searching in this desert for many years. Having said this, Brenda looked at the scenery outside the car. There seemed to be a huge sandstorm rolling outside the car, and the entire sky was dark. In that terrifying sandstorm, I got separated from my team, and I lost my direction until a mirage suddenly appeared in the distance. Its bright light illuminated the dim sky, and even the sky was full of the sand and dust all stopped under its brilliance. I saw it. I saw that huge city made entirely of gold and gems. Its walls are like mountains. They are slowly glowing under the sunlight. There is no trace of impurities. It's right in front of me. It brings out the last strength in me, who is exhausted. But it's close at hand. But it's inaccessible. In that legend, if you want to get there, you must walk along a quicksand river. A river made purely of sand. 36 days. For 36 days, there was quicksand everywhere. The Golden Kingdom was on the horizon, but I never saw the quicksand river. I once had doubts, is there really a place in the world that is completely made of sand? The river? Until one day, it suddenly appeared in front of my eyes just under the dunes. I saw a shining fluorescent river made entirely of sand. I have become more and more convinced of the legend of the Golden Kingdom. But this desert is too weird. The more I walk towards the quicksand river, the farther and farther away I am. Until then, the quicksand and the Golden Kingdom, they no longer exist. And I am trapped in the quicksand. I thought I was dead. But the quicksand took me to the deep underground world. It seemed to be an underground natural mine. There were many broken crystals floating there, and there were huge stone pillars. But apart from these ruins, there are only many weird plants and nothing else. Those plants have continued my life. The magic power there seems to be extremely strong. I followed the magic power and continued to explore this underground world, but failed to find anything of value, and was also attracted by the falling yellow sand. Buried, the yellow sand was washed deep into the ground. Just when I thought I was bound to die here, I found that the yellow sand and I were spurting to the ground together under some strange force. When I woke up again, I had been rescued by herdsmen. From their mouths, I learned that the location where I woke up was near the dead mining area of the Grand Oasis. There was often spraying nearby. Occasionally, some lucky people who get stuck in the quicksand will be sprayed out like this. Many people think that I have arrived in the Golden Kingdom. It is a ruin hidden in the underground world, and the so-called Golden City is just a fabrication in ancient books. But I believe that the Golden Kingdom really exists. It is a golden city, and I have never been able to enter that city that is completely made of gems and gold. George had been paying attention to Brenda's story, but his focus was different from that of Lorna's fellow listeners. He focuses on monsters. According to Brenda, during his years of exploring the desert, he encountered many strange creatures and plants, but he did not encounter any monsters or enemies. Ibrahimovic believed that the location where Brenda finally arrived should actually be a mining area near the base outpost. There are indeed no monsters or guards there. George believes that there may indeed be no monsters in the entire base, because the 7 gods have cleaned it out once. And Soraya went there again 300 years ago. At that time, she was as powerful as Irene was when she was in the temple, and the Golden Kingdom had been completely cleaned up by her. As for the route, there should be nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at the driver's seat in the front of the car. Mariah was driving now. There was a strange little thing placed next to him. It looked a bit like a planetarium, made by Thoriwood stuff, able to determine direction in this desert, to replace George's sometimes ineffective god's perspective. There is a trace of Soraya's holy power in this thing, which can always point in the direction of the Golden Kingdom. And in that Golden Kingdom, there is the divinity that Soraya left behind 300 years ago. There is a wonderful thing in the Golden Kingdom, which can separate divinity, godhead and gods, and make gods become mortals. After Soraya was reborn, it was through this gadget that she got rid of the divine corruption and fell into the embrace of the light of dawn.
George, I just made a bet with you.
Irene suddenly came over and whispered in George's ear.
The gods left behind by Soraya are definitely weird. She is planning to betray us.
You are still stupid.
Bring her here. She must have a big plan.
This guy was caught doing bad things first, and as a result, he hopes everyone will be a traitor. George reached out his hand and pushed Eileen aside, ignored her. She gritted her teeth in anger. Before Brenda's story was over, he took out a piece of golden-colored glass. This piece of glass exuded a faint sacred aura, which made George feel a little familiar, just like the smell of Soraya. It seems that this piece of glass is formed by sand at a certain high temperature, and the source of those high temperatures may be Soraya's sun radiance.
I am certain that the Golden Kingdom is not a mirage, but a real city. There are many fragments around that area, and they must have rolled down from the Golden Kingdom into the desert.
Brenda looked at her hand. The lily in the middle said,
No matter whether the Golden Kingdom is actually made of gold and precious stones, it must be a huge crater-like city made of lily.
Hearing this, Soraya looked at the glass with a strange look on her face. George couldn't help but look at her. Chapter 780, The Wrath of the Sun God. As if feeling George's gaze, Soraya put down the pillow in her arms and said,
That mirage that Brenda mentioned should be there. Although he couldn't get close, he did see it from a distance. It wasn't a real base. But Brenda was right about one thing. It was indeed at the bottom of the desert. Why do you two say it is as tall as a mountain range at one moment and say it is underground the next?
George was a little confused. Soraya and Brenda looked at each other, as if they didn't know how to explain it. At this time, Ibrahimovic suddenly spoke.
The base is divided into upper and lower floors. The buildings on the ground are indeed very tall, and there are many suspended platforms around it. But tens of thousands of years ago, it was destroyed by the 7 gods. Over the years, it should have been moved into the yellow sand, and it is impossible for there to be a golden city on the ground. There should be,
Soraya said with a strange expression.
It is indeed underground under the yellow sand. When I went there 300 years ago, the ruins had been buried under a huge sand dune. In order to get in, I dug a little bit, and those mountains should be traces left behind. Those mountains might have been mistaken for a golden city.
Everyone asked about various things, but George waved his hand to ask everyone to quiet down. He didn't want to hear it anymore. He was getting more and more confused.
Soraya, I just want to confirm that we are going in the right direction.
Right, George said as he looked outside the car wall. There is indeed a lot of quicksand around here. It's the same as the scene described by Brenda. There is a large amount of quicksand within dozens of kilometers near the Golden Kingdom. According to Ibrahimovic's explanation, the underground area of the base is too large, like an underground world. So the sand will occasionally fall. But because some anti-gravity equipment in the base may still be operating, the sand will be sprayed out again. Soraya rolled her eyes, seemingly speechless at George's question. Just when George was about to ask, Has it been destroyed by you? There was a sudden bump in the car, and Mariah in front suddenly seemed to be crazy and shouted. And Brenda suddenly stood up, pointed forward and shouted tremblingly.
Yes! Absolutely yes! Lusha River!
The people in the car couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked in the direction Brenda pointed. Just like Brenda said, What flows in the quicksand river is not water, but sand. George had heard Anthony describe this phenomenon. In the desert, the weather is often complex and changeable. Occasionally, there may even be heavy snow or hail. The hail and snow roll in the sand. If there are too many, they will roll and form a quicksand river with the sand. If you reach out to fish in the river, you will find that in the quicksand river, besides the sand, there are many small ice balls. But what's in the quicksand river here is not an ice ball, but a glass ball. At this time, the sandstorm outside seemed to become weird. There were many fluorescent lights flashing in the sandstorm in midair. It looked like sand mixed with
ice and snow.
And the ice and snow should be all glass shards. But how did these glass fragments fall from the Golden Kingdom to the desert? Could it not be possible in heaven? And if these glass shards came from the Golden Kingdom, how big would it be? George couldn't help but become confused. The team began to move towards the Lucia River, and finally entered the Lucia River, forming a row in the river and going upstream.
This river should lead to that place,
Soraya said.
In 300 years, the surrounding area should not have changed too much. If we continue to move forward, we should see a few mountains. How many mountains?
George said, looking at the yellow sand around him. Although the distance was hazy in this sandstorm, he was sure that they were still in the desert.
How can there be anything in this desert?
Mountain?
At this moment, there was a dazzling light in the distance, which almost blinded George's eyes. Under this bright light, the sandstorm gradually disappeared.
That's it,
Brenda shouted, pointing in the direction of the light.
The Golden Kingdom written in the ancient books, made of precious stones and gold.
George lowered the brightness of the bulkhead, and everyone looked towards the distance. And sure enough, they saw a huge and bright mountain range stretching in the distance. Under the sunlight, it glows slowly, like a huge glacier lying on the horizon. The glass in the sand river comes from this huge glass mountain. In the strong wind rolled up the sand, constantly eroding and rubbing the mountains, blowing down bits and pieces of glass shards. The glass kept rolling in the desert along the direction of the wind, becoming smoother and rounder with friction, and finally absorbed. Countless tiny pieces of sand rolled away downstream, forming a river of quicksand. The sand shuttles were traveling backwards in the Lucia River, and the bright mountains in the distance were getting closer and closer. They seemed to be tens of thousands of feet high, just like a huge city wall stretching across the horizon. In the afternoon, everyone finally walked under its shadow, and walked under this shadow for a long time before reaching its feet. George looked up at the tall and majestic cliffs outside and found that they were made of countless sands in the high temperature. It seems that hundreds of years ago, the area where the Golden Kingdom was located was originally a huge sand dune. A huge god suddenly descended from the sky and stabbed the sand dunes with a giant sword condensed with the power of the sun. That power was like a falling meteorite, setting off a huge desert wave in the desert. The huge sand wave was like a tsunami. Before it fell, it was fused into glass in the radiance of the sun god. This force caused the entire desert to blow up dust unprecedented in thousands of years, and even once changed the topography of hundreds of kilometers around it. Decades later, all the sand finally fell from the sky, leaving behind a huge glazed crater as if it had been hit by a meteorite. In this from a distance, it looks like a huge city made of precious stones and gold. In fact, the real Golden Kingdom, or the base of Kashia, is inside this crater. Standing outside the crater, George looked at the high cliff above his head and suddenly felt how insignificant human beings were. And what caused all this was just a woman's casual sword. That casual sword was like a super big Ivan falling into the desert. He suddenly looked at Soraya beside him blankly, and a strange emotion suddenly appeared in his heart. After spending so long with Soraya, he only realized today what kind of monster she is. I met a god. George couldn't help but stretch out his hand and quietly pinched Soraya's butt. What are you doing? Soraya, who was hurt, slapped him hard. Chapter 781, The Mystery of the Magic Lamp. Next, everyone took the sand shuttle and walked around the glazed crater for a long time, and finally found a suitable location to enter. Most of the time the wind blows here from the southwest, and this location is the southwest side of the crater. For 300 years, wind and sand have been blowing from the southwest of the crater, forming a huge sand slope below the cliff. And the cliffs in the direction of the crater have been completely covered by sand. The sand shuttle continued upward along this huge sand slope. After a long time, it gradually reached the top of the crater. Standing on the sand, everyone looked towards the inside of the crater and finally saw its full picture. This huge crater was more than 10 kilometers long, And Soraya's blow was like a supergiant Ivan falling into the desert. The depth of the pit is hundreds of meters deeper than the desert outside. The inner wall of the crater has been completely glazed, and the bottom of the crater should also be made of glass. But during the sandstorms, rain and snowfalls over the past 300 years, sand and soil continued to enter the bottom of the pit, and rainwater also accumulated here. A small oasis has now been formed at the bottom of the pit, and in the center of the oasis, there is a small lake. There are many dots on the lake, which seem to be many small creatures floating on the lake. In the oasis, there are also many weird things, all of which seem to be magical creatures. George could feel that there was an extremely strong magical aura constantly pouring out from the lake. Oh, it turned into a lake. Soraya pointed to the lake and said, George, that location used to be a hole. Now it may be blocked by sand. After digging it, you can enter the ground. Well, leave the sand shuttle here, and we will follow the demon spider down. George opened the gate of Lost Paradise and released the demon spider troops. The inner wall of the crater is extremely smooth and steep, and the magic power here is also somewhat unbalanced. The craft of the sand shuttle is not enough to cope with this situation, so these vehicles are left on it. Silver Shuttle and the people in the team carried some supplies and tools, and with the help of the demon spiders, they arrived at the bottom of the pit, in the sand near the small oasis. The archaeological team found a lot of debris. It seemed that many things inside the base were blown out in the explosion. After studying these wreckage, Moria and other wizards and Kashia scholars all cheered and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, they have reason to be excited, because these fragments prove that this is the source of magic and belief in this world, and it is the first stronghold established by the ancestors of the Kashia people on this planet. But George's expression was a little strange. Soraya, you didn't completely destroy that base, right? No, I told you. It's high. It's very deep. These rags are just some of the things on the top layer of it. You think too highly of Miss Sun God. It is impossible to destroy the base with this level of fusion attack. Ibrahimovic said in George's spirit, the 7 gods are pretty much the same. Ibrahimovic, didn't you say that this base is divided into upper and lower levels? The superstructure is used for jumps and launches. It's half of our starport. However, it has been razed to the ground by the 7 gods. The rags in the pit were not actually destroyed by Soraya, but were fragments left over from that period. They were dug out of the desert by her. As for the lower level, the angels only destroyed the internal facilities and did not destroy them. Don't worry, George. In principle, the area underground cannot be destroyed. Hearing these words, George felt slightly relieved. Stop talking nonsense. George, get to work. Soraya patted George hard on the shoulder. There are many broken treasures underground. Your seraph is inside. Dig. George pointed at the lake and shouted with red eyes. Indeed, you have to go in to find out what else is there in that underground area. After George gave the order, Anubis led the Jerry Joneses to crawl into the lake and start work. The others were busy and strong people, following the Soraya brothers and sisters to help the demon spider transport the supplies. A guy with little strength, sorting out various things, or helping wizards debug equipment. As for George, who was too lazy to work or think, he took a stroll. Seeing Lorna and the others gathered around the lake studying potions and magical creatures, he walked over. Elves, elf dragons. They are the children of elf dragons. Lorna held a small jellyfish and forcefully explained to Irene beside her. I saw it in the book. So that's what it's called. Shit. This is not an elf dragon at all. Nor is it any magical creature at all. It is a pure and pure one. Irene was pure for a long time and did not say a reason. But she was sure that this thing was not a creature, because it had no consciousness. It should be a pure energy body. The child of the elf dragon? George frowned as he looked at the strange-looking thing. He discovered that it looked a bit like Evie. Eileen saw George standing behind her at some point, coughed, and went to do other things. It seemed that it was very shameful for me and a little girl to get together and argue about these things. Lorna, you mean these things also have a father? Lorna pointed to the sole of her foot and said swornly, it's right underneath, but it has a SH. L, children don't have SH. LS, don't grab it like that. You will kill it. As Lorna yelled, George grabbed the thing in her hand. After observing it for a while, he felt a pure power of the 7 gods from the body of the thing. Then the thing suddenly dissipated and turned into a little fluorescent light, entering the hammer on George's waist. And the square hammer, which was supposed to be weightless, suddenly weighed a few kilograms. George's face couldn't help but look weird. He remembered something Thoriwood had said to him
This hammer was the container of the holy lamp. And that holy lamp is the source of the birth of the 7 gods.
I said you would kill it.
Lorna pouted and became unhappy. Then her eyes widened, and she saw George actually took off the hammer and waved it toward the lake. The square hammer flew hundreds of meters away, and then flew back spinning. A large number of the elf dragons near its flight path on the road died directly. Seeing that all her little pets were killed, Lorna almost burst into tears with her mouth open. After taking back the hammer, George, the instigator, stretched out his hand and messed up Lorna's hair. Then he left Lorna with an unhappy look on her face and went to hang out somewhere else. Standing by the lake, he looked at the glazed crater in the distance and fell into deep thought. He just observed this place from God's perspective. He could see that in addition to magic power, there was also a lot of sacred power here, the kind of sacred power that belonged to Saradia, one of the 7 gods in the old world. And this power is extremely strong, far exceeding the situation in the Temple of the Moon. This kind of power has a characteristic. That is, it must have faith as the raw material before it can be transformed. With the intensity of this power, I am afraid that the faith of all living beings in the world is condensed here. But this is obviously impossible, because there aren't that many people around here at all. And this world has long been shrouded in fog. It seems that the magic lamp, that astral fragment, does exist. And Soraya probably used it to strip away her godhood and divinity. George couldn't help but think of something Ibrahimovic said to him. A possibility was guessed. Soraya, this idiot, might have caused a big trouble here for 300 years. I hope that the god Colossus has not grown to the level of the 7 gods.
Huh? I told you. George, my sister is much scarier than me. She is the one you should really worry about.
Eileen looked at the crater in the distance and said,
once she recovers, she must stay away more powerful than me. You should have seen the terrifying power here. And I bet that there must be many followers of Soraya in this underground.
George reached out his hand and pushed Eileen aside.
You know nothing.
Chapter 782, The Underground World of the Desert. The Jerry Jones's work efficiency was very fast. Not long after they entered the lake, the water began to become turbid, which seemed to indicate that they had vibrated their muscles and began to drill into the soil. After a while, even the lake's surface began to shake, until George and the others started to have a picnic and rest. The waves on the lake became bigger and bigger, and the hole blocked by the sand was finally repierced by the scarabs. A whirlpool also gradually appeared from the center of the lake. At first, the vortex was only a dozen meters wide, but then it grew larger and larger, covering almost half of the lake. The huge current eventually sucked in all the creatures in the water and washed them into the underground world at the bottom of the lake. When the lake dries up completely, all the sediment in the lake leaks out. Everyone could see that there was a large hole dozens of meters wide in the center of the lake bottom. After the scarabs cleaned up all the sand on the edge of the large hole was expanded to nearly 100 meters wide. The edges of the hole were smooth and flat, and had been glazed.
A lot of aquatic plants have grown in this river area. I don't know where the seeds came from.
George and others walked over on the mud. There were a lot of moss and aquatic plants under their feet, which were very slippery. There are also some unlucky fish jumping around in the muddy water. The people who were going to stay in the camp above collected the fish in bags and prepared them for food. The demon spiders also took advantage of the light and feasted. The cave was very deep. When everyone looked down, they found that it was pitch black and bottomless. Palos threw several exploration balls downwards, and then projected the image in the crystal ball, so everyone saw the scene below. The underground space is very huge, like an underground world. It can be seen that it seems to be extremely rich in minerals. And there are also many organisms and plants.
Like a huge mine?
George looked at the projection and said doubtfully, and couldn't help but think of the mine that the Kashia survivors had developed.
It is indeed a mine. The bottom layer of the base is built near high-energy crystal veins,
Ibrahimovic said.
And the area under your feet should be a tunnel of a mine.
George nodded. It seemed that the area under his feet should be a branch of the mine, with a width of 40 to 50 meters and a height of 20 to 30 meters. The straight line distance from there to the base is only about 1 kilometer.
Why are there so many plants and creatures? They should all run away from the base. But don't worry. They are all relatively gentle species,
Ibrahimovic said.
They should be mainly fairies.
Seeing George looking at him with that suspicious look, Ibrahimovic explained.
It's true. It's true this time. There really is no such thing as evil gods here. If you don't believe me, you should always believe in the 7 gods, right? They have cleaned up this place. However, Lord Ibrahimovic, the magic power in this underground seems to be extremely chaotic.
Palos touched his beard. and he found that the image on the new projection was very blurry, and seemed to be greatly disturbed.
This is a normal phenomenon. The bottom of the base has been broken, so there are some abnormalities in time and space,
Ibrahimovic said.
So this is very reasonable. Ibrahimovic, are you really sure?
George was already a little scared of Ibrahimovic's unreliability.
Can you check the situation inside the base? I can't detect what's inside. Everything in the base should be destroyed,
Ibrahimovic said confidently.
Unit 0 must be dead and sealed by the 7 gods.
George shook his head. He knew that what Ibrahimovic said often had to be listened to in reverse.
Get ready to go down.
The ground is nearly a kilometer away from the underground area. The Silver Shuttle can maintain its performance inside, but it cannot perform stable traction. So this means of transportation is no longer available. After some discussion, George finally asked the spiders to weave a rope of spider silk and let the team members down. During the fall, the cave was pitch black at first, but after a few hundred meters, fluorescent lights could be seen flickering at the bottom. According to Ibrahimovic's guess, those fluorescent lights should be minerals. But when everyone landed, they discovered that not all the minerals that created the light were minerals. But there are many strange plants under the strong magic power. This place has become a huge magic medicine garden, an ecological area that looks like a spider's lair. Most of these plants are fungi and ferns, all of which are unusually tall. All kinds of hyphae are like vines, crawling all over the walls. There are many mycelium hanging in the air like curtains. The spore groups blooming from the fungi are like many small lanterns, emitting blue fluorescence. The moss on the ground grew taller than the feet, and the mushrooms seemed to be alive, constantly swaying in place. After everyone stepped here, it seemed that these magical potions were disturbed, and various plants made chirping sounds and rolled around. There were also some little mushrooms who were curious and gathered around the team members, which made Lorna's eyes widen. The demon spiders even discovered many fungi that can replace the magic fungi here, and their magic power is many times richer than the magic fungi cultivated by the Spider Queen.
It's going strong!
George grabbed a bunch of mushrooms and shouted excitedly.
Isn't it possible that these magic potions have been soaked in magic and grown for tens of thousands of years?
Soraya coughed, interrupting George's fantasy. Then, he saw Soraya stretching out a few fingers and counting. It was 3.
The potions here are all newly grown. Maybe they were dirty when I came here last time. Isn't it clean?
George's eyesight went dark, and he almost couldn't stand still.
What do you mean?
This word made him think of a word, burning.
But now besides inside the base, there are still some magic potions outside they don't like light. So the elves have left them in various mines.
These words made George excited. According to Soraya, this underground space is very large. As the former mining area of the Kashia people, its area is much larger than the Black Dragon mining area of the crater. Underneath the quicksand outside are actually branches of this underground world. However, only the core area has plants growing there. This should be due to the influence of the magic power escaping from the base. During these tens of thousands of years, many potions have even grown into fairies. In this underground world, there are also some elemental elves.
When I came here last time, I encountered goblins from several tribes fighting. It looked like they were fighting for territory. I killed a group of restless guys.
As everyone walked, they listened to Soraya telling her story. It seemed that after arriving here, she was in a very good mood. The way she held her hands behind her back was as if she was returning to one of her hometowns for inspection.
Seeing that they are quite smart, I allow them to believe in me and help me guard the Godhead. Now the remaining people should have made the base their paradise. When he heard the word believer, the corner of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He believed that Soraya must have done something big here. And looking at her, she didn't seem to know it at all. She does have many believers here, and many of these believers are gods from ancient times. But none of the power of faith was condensed to her. George looked at the flow of power around him, and was very sure that the power of faith was condensing in the direction of the base. In other words, it is condensed in the direction of her Godhead and divinity, including the last remaining bit of power belonging to the 7 gods on Soraya and others. They are also being stripped away rapidly and flowing in that direction. George finally understood why Soraya and others turned into mortals after approaching this place, because her divine status had been replaced. And the thing that replaced her was right here. As we move forward, the road ahead becomes wider and wider. At the end, the height above the head was even hundreds of meters above the ground, and the high-energy crystal above the head was shining, like the stars in the sky. It shines brightly here. Various plants grow very luxuriantly under the influence of these magical lights. The ferns on both sides of the road are as tall as trees. Many unknown magical creatures or elves lay quietly in the bushes, observing the travelers passing by. Chapter 783 Ancient God Rose. George noticed that although these creatures all looked strange, all parts of their bodies were relatively regular, that is, they looked more beautiful and peaceful. Unlike those chaotic species, all of which were extremely twisted. This shows that the power here is very pure, and there is no corruption. Some elves even have little wings of light on their backs. Moreover, they were very close to the heavenly armed forces. When they came here, a group of various small creatures around Soraya were already surrounding her.
These smart little guys are all my followers. But they are not the smartest yet,
Soraya said proudly as she looked at a little goblin rolling in her arms. George nodded. He believed that there must be a powerful goblin group here, because there are almost no predators among the creatures here, and that goblin group should be the rulers who maintain the ecological balance here and stand at the top of the food chain. Soon, George and the others saw the goblins at the entrance of the base. The entrance to the base is very wide, like the gate of the Temple of Heaven. It is hundreds of meters high, and it seems to be built so large for those tools to enter and exit the mining area. Of course, there are bigger things in the base, and some spaceships will even be docked from time to time. However,
these things will not enter or leave through this passage. When they enter or exit, they need to make a jump. Now, that gate has been destroyed by the former kingdom of heaven, melting to the ground like a pile of mud. What now replaces the gate is a wild plant like a vine. After the team approached, these vines bloomed with rose-like flowers, forming the appearance of a half-human, half-flower fairy. He looked at everyone warily. The goblin's magic power was so terrifying that Palace's eyelids twitched when he saw it, and Ninofari was also slightly moved. They could tell that this was a primitive god. There is such an ancient god in the crater, but the power of this goblin is far stronger than the one in the crater. When the goblin woke up, the plants within several kilometers around him slowly started to move. It seemed that his body was very huge.
Ibrahimovic, is this the harmless creature you are talking about?
George's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Ibrahimovic and said,
A harmless ancient god? It must have been released by Miss Soraya. I have her record. She is experimental subject number 18. Oh my god!
Ibrahimovic hid behind George in fear. That thing was so special that he couldn't even identify it. I always thought it was a plant.
Guys, don't worry. George, her name is Rose. She was originally a god imprisoned in the Star Shard. When the base was destroyed, she escaped and has been living in the here.
Soraya seems to know Rose. And even in this state, Soraya and Irene did not take this god seriously in the eyes of the 7 gods. All weak gods were like ants. If the kingdom of heaven were not divided, there would be angels at the lower and middle god levels. And these angels were all created by the 7 gods. Looking at this god, George's expression became extremely strange, because he discovered that in him was a pure holy power, the holy power of the God of Glory. Apparently she is also a Soraya devotee.
Strange travelers, you have entered the sacred forbidden land. Please return the way you came. It's me, Rose. I'll come back and take a look. Are Charity and the others okay?
Soraya's voice made Rose feel a little confused. He came closer and observed it for a long time. And then his whole body began to tremble. And he was so excited that he seemed to recognize Soraya.
My lord, you are finally back. All these years we have been waiting for your return. Your divinity has been preserved in our faith.
During the communication between Soraya and Rose, George understood one thing: Rose and the others believed that their lord left their bodies in this world so that they could have the sun. The lord's will has been to travel during these years. Now she is finally back. And that big problem can finally be solved.
Humph. Let me tell you. George. Look. Soraya has left something here. Those gods who were once captured by us must have been released by her. And they have all become her believers.
Irene stepped on her feet and whispered into George's ear. Seeing George pushing her away again, she gritted her teeth.
George! You idiot! Just wait! You are dead this time.
After pushing Aaron away, George continued to chat with Ibrahimovic.
Ibrahimovic, can you really handle that Unit 0? You've asked me many times. I said, I have the highest authority even if there are no problems with the authority. I can easily crack it. Even if the 7 gods are standing here. I am its creator. Is there any backdoor? I know it clearly. I can crack it easily. What a shameless statement.
Irene curled her lips fiercely. However, she was so sarcastic. But she felt a little weak in her heart. After hearing the words permission and crack, George felt a little relieved. According to Ibrahimovic, in this base,
There is a prototype machine number 0, the prototype of the 7 gods. The mission it was originally created for is the same as the 7 gods, to protect the world, protect living beings, and enlighten knowledge. At the same time, he also captured the gods and eliminated the evil gods, to restore order to the chaotic world. After the 7 gods rebelled, Unit 0 became the mortal enemy of the 7 gods. However, there are no gods in this team, including Nenefari. Nor are they gods who control living creatures by absorbing faith. And those guys who have obtained the godhood also inherited from the high-level temple of Kashia. Everything will be fine. As for demons, as long as they do not reach the level of fallen angels, the god Colossus will not care. It will treat them as ants. Maybe they will be treated as living beings and protected for a while. As for Soraya, Irene, and the heavenly armed forces, even if there was still some residue in their bodies before, they are now clean. Like mortals, they are within the scope of being cared for and protected by Unit 0. Therefore, even if the god Colossus is not killed by the 7 gods, it will turn a blind eye to everyone. After Ibrahimovic debugs it, Moria and others can start research work. In fact, these guys couldn't stand it anymore. When Soraya was talking there, many of them had already studied the things around them. Even the melted metal of the gate was commented upon by the wizards, discussing whether it is suitable as a material for Seraph. The Kashia Emin explained the properties of these materials to the wizards, and felt that even if some of them were used as materials to repair the spacecraft, they could also be used. According to what they said, many of the alloys in the base are space grade. The performance in radiation protection and energy refraction is very high. Whether it is used to make a spaceship or a Seraph-level golem, it will have one characteristic: it is almost immune to magic. Seraph was originally designed based on the Archangel Uar. Now, since Thori would join the project, the target has been changed to the 7. And this damaged god Colossus can definitely be used as the prototype of Seraph, allowing Seraph to appear in this world. Chapter 784, A World of Heaven and Earth, the World of Fairies. Not long after, a group of Kaphai goblins flew out from the gate, passed through the body of demigod Rose. The leader also has the strength of a demigod, and behind these goblins, there are also wings of light like the weapons of heaven. After they came out, they burst into Soraya's arms, crying loudly. It seemed that in a sense, they had regarded her as their mother or father. After chatting for a while, Soraya said to George, "There is nothing in it. Don't worry." At this point, Soraya seemed to be hesitant. She whispered to George, "I have planned to put the godhead here before, but I haven't had such an idea for a long time. No matter who sits on the 7 gods here, even the god of God cannot take a step out of the desert. He will always stay in this uncorrupted prison. Soraya, I believe in you. Even if you become the god of the sun, I will be the first to follow you." George speaks from the heart because he believes that no matter what Soraya becomes, she will never be like Irene, who in turn will dissolve the company and deal with the CEO and the nanny, the light of dawn. After he finished speaking, he secretly pinched Soraya's butt under the skirt. The mail was tight and elastic. Soraya was moved by George's words and annoyed by his behavior. She quickly and secretly took away George's hand. After seeing that only Irene was nearby, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Traitor, dogmen and women. George, I will definitely tell the light of dawn what you said. Irene cursed fiercely in her heart. George's words greatly stimulated her, and she gritted her teeth with hatred. Afterwards, George called back all the wizards who had disappeared and asked the knights to take care of these guys. Most scholars lack adventure experience and are not vigilant enough. Although there are many things of research value here, it is fun to make any mistakes before the safety is completely determined. At this time, the surrounding wizards had gathered. George once again confirmed the members of the team. After confirming that there were no evil gods in the team that would cause the god Colossus to attack, he finally calmed down a little. But vaguely, he felt as if he was missing something. At this time, Rose had gradually moved her body out of the way, and the passage was gradually opening. Looking at the light shining from the base, George was suddenly stunned on the spot. He actually saw the blue sky, white clouds in the sun, and where they were standing was a cliff. "Welcome to our holy place," Rose said with a slight formality. "Thanks to our Lord. She created this world for us." When everyone stepped into the base in stunned silence, they suddenly felt as if they had entered another world. There are blue sky and white clouds above the head, and the scene below the cliff is a rainforest. There is a local light rain falling in a certain area in the distance, and many elves are rejoicing in the rain. There are many crystals floating in the sky, and there are many small island-like things floating in the sky.
In some areas of the rainforest, you can see many huge and dilapidated dome buildings, which glow silver in the sunlight. Those small islands are already covered with rocks, soil and plants, but if you pay close attention, you will find that they are the same thing as the platform in the Forbidden Sanctuary. And those buildings should actually be certain modules in the base. George looked into the distance, and suddenly discovered something special. The daylight of this world only covered part of the area. The area is about 200 to 300 kilometers. And beyond that there is nothingness. Ibrahimovic passed part of the information to George, letting him understand the origin of the underground part of this base. Many thousands of years ago, during the battles of the gods, the entire world had no habitat that could accommodate living creatures. So the Kashia people used the astral fragments to cut out a part of the space on the planet, retaining the original ecology of the planet. Creatures thrive in this secondary world, and the 7 gods are responsible for managing it. When the war between the gods outside ended, the 7 gods integrated part of this secondary world back into the main world, restoring many areas of the main world to their original appearance. The part that has not been integrated back into the main world is the lower area of this base. However, it was eventually beaten to pieces in the war where the 7 gods rebelled. A relatively intact piece of it was used as the kingdom of heaven by the 7 gods. The remaining fragments are left here. For many thousands of years, this fragmented world has been restrained here by the power of the star fragments. And the creatures in these fragmented worlds have been lingering here although they are still full of vitality. These world fragments are too chaotic, and every collision is an unprecedented disaster for the lives inside. So only those special elves and magic potions can survive here. Until 300 years ago, a person who called herself the Sun God came here. She used her remaining divine power to restore this fragmented world. However, there is no sun in this world. So the Sun God kept his godhead and divinity, and placed it on the sky. The sun rose from then on. Therefore, Rose's words were essentially not wrong. Their Lord had indeed created a world for them. Now the outside world has been completely corrupted, and these magical creatures can no longer survive outside. Therefore, most of the elves have almost never left here, and this clean land has become a holy land that belongs only to them.
Soraya, you put yours.
Aaron looked at the sun that day and felt in disbelief.
What have you done? This is such a waste. You have wasted this opportunity. I can't see Eileen gradually being destroyed here. Didn't you tell me that we should be responsible for some of our past actions?
Aaron was stunned as fool. My own words were just to fool George. Only idiots would do things that benefit others and not benefit themselves. Soraya's words couldn't help but make George on the side feel a sense of respect. The reason why the 7 gods are called the gods of protection by humans is precisely because they have been like the sun for thousands of years, burning themselves and illuminating the world. This makes them stand out among the gods, and ultimately makes them the only true gods recognized by living beings in the world. Soraya has never changed her beliefs and ideals throughout these years, and there is no doubt that this belief and ideals are also what the High Heavenly Kingdom Council should have. No matter which direction you look at her character, she perfectly resembles a true archangel. And when her sister stood with her, the two people's characters were clearly judged. Chapter 785 Sun God. The vines on the cliff moved, and they were all Rose's bodies. Gradually, these vines formed a hanging ladder on the cliff, allowing the excited wizards to walk down and begin to explore the place. On the way, many people turned back to curiously see how high the cliff behind them was. But they discovered that it was actually a floating island. It was completely suspended in midair, with no up, down, left or right sides. Anything. It seemed that the moment they entered from the entrance of the base, they had traveled to another world.
Block some sunlight. George!
Soraya stood behind George and looked at the sun in the sky and said,
It makes me a little dizzy.
George blocked Soraya from the sun, and then looked at the sun in the sky. He could see that Soraya's power was constantly being sucked away by the sun. Not only her, but the divine power in the bodies of Irene and many of the heavenly arms were gradually drained by the sun. This situation is not good, because it will greatly weaken their strength. And once these magical powers are lost, they cannot regain them. But this is actually a good thing, because these divine powers are hidden dangers. In the eternal night, this power will gradually corrupt. George couldn't help but become curious about the sun, because he discovered that after the divine power was taken away by the sun, it was transformed by the sun into another kind of pure power very similar to the power of the light of dawn. At this time, part of the vines under everyone's feet bulged out, blocking Soraya from the sunlight in the sky. Then, those bulging vines gradually condensed into Rose's huge upper body. She looked at Soraya after that. He said,
My lord, your body is extremely fragile now. Have you reincarnated your consciousness?
In fact, it is not a reincarnation, but a complete rebirth. But in Rose's view, this is a kind of advent or reincarnation.
I did come to the outside world, but I didn't abandon you, Rose. But you know, the outside world is getting worse and worse. And someone has to do something.
When Soraya first established this place, she had no idea of creating a small world here. And there is no doubt that if she had chosen another plan and not completely stripped off her godhead, she would still be the 7 gods in this world. As long as there is enough faith, this world will continue to expand. And one day in the future, it will be completely separated from the main world and become a real world. But as Soraya said, she still has responsibilities on her shoulders. So in the end, she did not choose to escape like the wise angel, but chose to stay and face it together with humans. Regarding the ancient gods and other matters, Soraya once told Rose, and Rose seemed to know better. Judging from the current situation, if the outside world is destroyed, then this place that depends on the existence of the main world will also be finished. Next, Soraya told Rose some of the things that had happened outside over the years, and mentioned the situation of asylums, demons, and various countries. In the meantime, Soraya introduced Rose to George.
George! Rose is the leader of the goblins. Like Grand Duke Nanafali, she can represent the entire goblin group.
According to Soraya, she felt that Rose would be a good choice to represent the goblin group in the Dawn Parliament. Decide? George thought about it with her.
High-level Dawn Council? Is that a council composed entirely of gods?
Rose asked curiously. Soraya's expression was a little weird, and she didn't know how to explain it.
Well, this is George, our senior speaker, currently mainly responsible for management affairs. He knows the specific matters better than me.
George nodded slightly, but when Rose saw his eyes, her pupils shrank slightly. She nodded and confirmed the question she just asked. But she did not talk to George. Instead, she chatted with the wizards around her and answered various questions for them. By the way, I also told Soraya what happened here over the years. He seems to be a little afraid of you, George, Ibrahimovich said in the spirit. She probably thinks I'm a devil. Maybe it's because of Silake. Ibrahimovich. Recently, some of her aura is always coming out of my body, and she is about to become a fallen angel. Ibrahimovich suddenly understood. He looked at George carefully and seemed to see something. You put Silyak away. Dear. Don't activate Unit 0. Don't worry. She's sleeping soundly. George didn't know if his body could accommodate a living fallen angel now. But it would be a mistake to accommodate the sleeping Siljak. Ibrahimovich seems to be very relieved about George. This guy selected by the light of dawn is completely sufficient even as a container for Aloysius. And since he established a connection with the light of dawn, his will has become more and more terrifying. Even if a fallen angel suddenly got into his body, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to occupy it. Instead, it would be trapped in his body and never see the light of day. In this state, the god Colossus will not attack. There are many evil gods imprisoned in the astral fragments. And George is now a mobile prison. And the Siljak in his body is like being imprisoned in the star. It's the same as in world fragments. After chatting with Ibrahimovich, George temporarily put aside the matter and looked around. He discovered an interesting thing. According to Soraya, Rose was an ancient god and an experimental subject kidnapped by the Kashia people. But Rose didn't seem to know the Kashia people. She had never met the kidnappers. The aliens are really amazing. While George was thinking, Rose had already talked a lot with Soraya and the wizards. These floating islands are the gateway to the outside world, and each one is connected to a place. Many years ago, when Rose and the others explored the outside world, the islands were connected to the forests of many countries. Among them are the tropical rainforests and Tianwu Mountains of the Moon Kingdom. After exploring for a period of time, the goblins discovered that the outside world had deteriorated, and the dark wizards were not friendly with the Holy See at all. Due to human beings' wanton plunder of nature, many precious magic potions and their kindred spirits have gradually disappeared from the outside world. However, the goblins did not plan to stay in the outside world forever. As their god said, the world was facing an apocalypse, and their small world was a shelter. They come outside just to bring back various creatures and plants to make their world richer. Gradually, this small world is not only filled with monsters. Until more than 10 years ago, goblins were wandering quietly outside. But since the fog began to appear, the goblins have never set foot here again. Most of these small islands are now connected to various mining areas in the desert. Most of the plants that like shade are planted in mining areas, and the plants that like sun are all within this small world of 200 to 300 kilometers.
Do you have evenings here?
Lorna asked a question curiously.
We go to the altar to worship at sunrise, call our sun, and sing evening songs from sunset to send him off,
Rose said with a smile.
Whenever we pray, our great Lord, he will rise in our world, and at every corral, he will depart.
Soraya coughed and whispered to George.
It's controlled by the console of the altar, and Rose is the administrator.
Chapter 786. Don't be nervous. He just wants to kill me. Rose apparently never knew she was actually an administrator. What really makes the sun rise and set is not Soraya, but themselves. The 7 gods influence believers, and the thoughts of believers also influence gods. The altar is the medium and management in between the sun and believers. When believers hold a common idea, it will affect the sunrise and sunset of the sun. Therefore, although Soraya stripped away her power and left here, the characteristics of the Godhead were able to maintain the order of this world under the influence of believers. Let this world have normal sunrises and sunsets. In order to prevent problems with this order, Soraya also made up many doctrines. Elves are very simple creatures, so they will not repeatedly test the edges of doctrine like humans do. So there has never been a problem with the order here. After explaining, Soraya looked at George with her chest raised, as if she was saying, "Well, am I smart?"
But recently, there seems to be some problems. Our sun often goes out for a long time, and the day and night of this world have begun to be chaotic. And the problems are not limited to these. Some of the space debris that you have previously fused has a tendency to gradually collapse.
Rose looked at Soraya and said with some worry,
"You are finally back. You must have something to do, right?"
Rose and the goblin seemed extremely worried about this issue. But when they looked at Soraya, they felt extremely confident. Those eyes were full of adoration. Indeed, no matter whether their master has been reincarnated or not, as long as he returns here, he is the omnipotent true God. After hearing Rose's description of this situation, Soraya's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but look at the sun in the sky. If she still has some divine power left in her body, she might be able to influence it. But since coming in, Soraya discovered that every time a bit of power in her body was absorbed, it would be sucked away by the sun.
Ahem. Let's take a look at the control altar first.
Soraya pointed to a huge stone tablet not far away and said,
"This is the center of this small world,"
Soraya said without confidence. At this moment, George patted her back, which slightly reduced the tension in her heart. Although George may not be able to do anything, if it really doesn't work, it is possible to bring Rose and the others back to a shelter or crater to settle down.
"Don't worry, Rose,"
George said.
"We are here to help you solve this problem."
Soraya was stunned for a long time after hearing these words. She quietly poked George and told him not to talk nonsense, at least discuss this matter before deceiving others again. But George's expression remained unchanged. Rose's previous words reminded him of the strange situation in the desert. Just now, the wizard, Kashia engineer, including Ibrahimovic and others also had a discussion. Logically speaking, with the technical level of the Kashia people, even if the world were many times larger, there would be no problems. The base's former underground area was much larger than it is now. Currently, what maintains this small world is Soraya's Godhead. In addition to the Godhead, there are also the powers of the gods and the astral fragments. Theoretically, Soraya's power alone is enough to maintain the stability of this small world. But now, Ibrahimovic and others discovered that there seemed to be some problems with the energy supply of the entire base. This results in the small world being unable to be stably constrained and occasionally overlapping with the main world. And when they overlap, if the small world happens to be black sky, then the outside will fall into darkness. When separated, the outside world will turn into daytime again, which is why the desert occasionally suddenly falls into night. At the same time, when the two worlds overlap and separate, they will also cause various strange phenomena, including mirages and displacement. So essentially, the land in the desert outside has been moved many times. Just because there is no reference in the desert, it looks like people just moved their positions. Therefore, there must be something terrifying here that is taking up the base's energy supply. Now everyone has reached the center here, and Ibrahimovic has not searched for the god Colossus. He just needs to find it and, okay, to crack it. Things were solved. According to Ibrahimovic, it is very reasonable that he cannot be found at present, because after he was broken, he was sealed by the 7 gods. The only thing that can be determined now is that this thing should be here. After all, Soraya said she had seen him here. When George and the others came here this time, one of their main tasks was to find this thing. So he was right when he said he would help Rose and the others solve this problem.
"I believe you."
Rose looked at George with a meaningful look in her eyes.
I believe you have such power. But are you really here to help us? Your Majesty, the Lord of the Abyss. Alexis, you still want to deceive how old is our Lord? You are so bold. Following our Lord back here. You don't think that you can defeat our sun god here, do you?
George pointed to his nose, confused on the spot.
Me? Lord of the Abyss?
Erin's pupil shrank, and she suddenly thought of something indeed. Everything makes sense. When this guy was describing Morphos's plan to pretend to be a spokesperson, occupy the kingdom of heaven, and swallow the light of dawn, he was very clear. She had doubted it at that time. After all, once a guy of this level becomes a lurker, no one can tell. And even he sometimes doesn't know who he is. No wonder he understood that plan so well. Because that plan was his own. It's just that he changed his name to Morphos. She pointed at George and yelled with a trembling voice.
You are indeed a big bad guy disguised as a human. You have been possessed a long time ago. No wonder you are so courageous. Not afraid of God at all. And you dare to pretend to be Morphos. You are actually with him. You are the big devil of the abyss.
Everyone couldn't help but froze on the spot, looking at Irene one after another. And many Dawn Knights burst out laughing.
Fart!
George slapped the stone sculpture hard, broke off a cane next to him, and was about to slap her. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Covering half of the sky, it seemed that this broken colossus finally sensed the evil god who had stepped into this place. Everyone was stunned when they saw the huge figure suddenly appearing in the sky.
I said it! I said it! You don't even know who you are?
Irene grabbed the hem of her skirt and shouted excitedly.
George! You idiot! We are dead. Don't worry. Eileen. He probably just wants to kill me,
George said, touching his chin. Upon hearing this, Soraya swayed slightly and almost fainted.
Boss!
Aji suddenly patted George on the shoulder and said solemnly.
Even if you are a devil, I will follow you.
George rolled his eyes fiercely. Chapter 787 The Colossus of God. The shadow that gradually appeared in the sky reminded people of the appearance of the moon god. Erin looked at the sky, yelled crazily, and threw the pot to George. George was also stunned on the spot. For a moment, he even wanted to find a mirror to see who he really was.
Dear, didn't you tell me to put Celiac away?
Ibrahimovic suddenly showed his body and shouted.
He smells experimental subject number 3.
Experimental subject number 3 is the newly appointed Lord of the Abyss. It ranks third among the numerous collections of the Protoss. Later killed by Warworth, her power was swallowed up by Celiac, the old man who taught her lessons. George nodded and said,
Rose, this must be a misunderstanding. There is indeed something locked inside my body. What you feel should be her breath. It's you who are attracting attention. Human experimental subject number 3.
Rose looked at a number on her arm, 87. And then at the EV, who suddenly revealed its prototype. Seems to understand something. She and the Lord of the Abyss were kidnapped together and imprisoned together for a long time. Therefore, she is extremely familiar with the aura of the Lord of the Abyss. At this time, looking at this human being again, Rose found that although he had the aura of the Lord of the Abyss, he seemed to be his inheritor. He ate the Lord of the Abyss. Not that he was possessed by the Lord of the Abyss. Seeing that Rose understood the misunderstanding, George was no longer nervous. He touched his chin, then looked at the giant thing in the sky that was gradually becoming concrete, and asked curiously,
How do you usually pray?
Just in the middle of George's words, he was interrupted by Soraya, who rushed over. She grabbed George's arm and shouted,
Go quickly! Idiot! Rose! He can't be a lurker! The Colossus must have recognized the wrong person. Turn it off! Damn it! Why is it still there?
It's alive. I obviously killed it twice. My lord. I thought I hadn't seen the statue you opened for 300 years. It should have died long ago. Dear friends, this is an immortal level god Colossus,
Ibrahimovic said with a trembling voice.
Theoretically, it is immortal. Every time he dies, he will usher in a nirvana in the future. But what makes it reorganize? It must have been sealed by the 7 gods.
Suddenly, Ibrahimovic suddenly thought of something. He looked at Soraya, who was technically illiterate. Soraya once said that she had seen this giant statue in the Golden Kingdom, and just now said that she had killed it twice.
Damn! I should have thought of it. Soraya, you idiot. Not only unlock the seal of the fragments of the Colossus, but also use the core of the Colossus to load your own godhead. Oh my god! Do you know what you are doing? Stop talking nonsense. Ibrahimovic.
Soraya yelled.
Where is your highest authority? He has been reorganized.
Do you understand? Ibrahimovic was already a little hysterical. Now his master is you. I have to crack it again. Soraya was stunned for a moment and asked, how long will it take? 18. 6 hours. 6 hours is enough. After hearing this, George on the side covered his face. I should have thought of Soraya earlier. It will take at least 10 hours for her to control her. Give it a try and see if you can control her? These words seemed to remind Soraya. After hearing this, the silly girl hurriedly shouted towards the sky. Don't kill George. Hey, did you hear what I said? Hurry up. Stop it quickly, ah. After Ibrahimovic and George saw it, they couldn't help but froze in place. Obviously that thing is not voice controlled. At this time, a voice rang. My lord, please stop shouting, Rose said calmly. Lend me your power. I can wait. Rose's eyes suddenly widened, and in that shock, her vine body almost trembled, because she discovered that the core of the giant statue was their son. You can't use Soraya's power. Number 87, Ibrahimovic shouted. Her godhood no longer belongs to her. Stop talking nonsense. Ibrahimovic, can we kill it now? Soraya rubbed her neck and looked at the sky. That thing looks like it will be revealed in a few minutes. Suddenly, she felt that she didn't need to ask. Because the thing had gradually revealed its aura, it was her own. This is a real sun god. For 8 hours. If everyone can hold on for 3 minutes with all their ultimates activated, it is already blessed by the light of dawn. At this time, many strange gravels flew into the sky on the earth, and then disappeared into the void. It seems that those gravels are its body. Every time a part of it disappears, the shadow in the sky becomes more solid. I'm afraid it will appear in a few minutes. Stop holding weapons. You idiots! You can't deal with him at all. He is as powerful as I was 300 years ago. Soraya shouted. She saw George slowly turning the pages of the Book of Dawn. So she shouted, shouting, Yes! George, you idiot! Come on! Stop flipping through the book. Idiot! You can't run away. Ibrahimovic said very decisively. The gate to heaven cannot be opened here. After those platforms input the coordinates of the time and space anchor of the shelter, it will take at least 2 hours to open the time and space. The door, and the hundreds of kilometers around this desert are his territory. He stretched out his fingers, and George turned into ashes. Aaron suddenly fainted, and Soraya's body swayed slightly. You know nothing. George rolled his eyes fiercely, and continued to flip through the book. Discovered that he could indeed summon the divine locks of lost paradise and bind himself in. You don't understand. Everyone, listen. The only way now is to try the hammer in George's hand. It is a container for the astral fragments. You only need to use it to concentrate the core of the god Colossus. But this plan has a very high success rate. Lo, are you going to give it a try? I suggest Alexander do it. Ibrahimovic said, looking at George. He found that this guy was not anxious at all. The elves who just looked into the distance did not speak. Oh my god! They are still praying. Ibrahimovic looked at the goblins flying in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a buzzing in his head. Those guys started praying in fear. They asked the sun god to come quickly, and destroy the big monster in the sky. Ibrahimovic couldn't help shouting at Rose. Please tell them to stop praying! He is your sun god now. Hurry up and crack it. Ibrahimovic, I think he has no interest in me for the time being. George looked at the sky and said, But you are right about one thing. Everyone should stop praying. The shadow of the huge thing in the sky was wandering around in confusion, as if it didn't know what it should do. The sun on its chest was already burning more and more intensely, and was about to erupt with a destructive force that would destroy it. Sunset! Aaron suddenly got up from the ground and shouted towards the excited sky. Pray for sunset! George! This idiot doesn't have to die? I was never going to die, George said, looking at his Book of Dawn. If that thing in the sky really comes out, the best way is to lock himself into Paradise Lost. Strictly speaking, his blood is already flowing with the demonic blood of Siljek. Am I considered a Nephilim now? Closing the book, George's face became even weirder. Chapter 788, Glory. The full picture of the god Colossus was finally revealed before everyone's eyes. When it landed from higher dimensions and turned into a physical entity, it floated in midair like a jellyfish, exuding a strange magic power. This appearance surprised everyone. Super Invincible Elf Dragon! Lorna yelled in excitement. It is almost an enlarged version of Eevee. Except that its appearance is not as complicated as Eevee, and it only has 4 legs. Its body is 100 meters tall and very slender. Its upper body is wrapped in a shining little sun, and its small head is inlaid with a small special gem. In the end,
The elves did not pray to it for any sunset, because Ibrahimovic wanted to crack it, and the wizards also wanted to do some research and testing on it. So at George's suggestion, Rose summoned tens of thousands of goblins and elemental elves in the small world to form a choir. So their sun god came to this world amidst the singing of the choir, and again displayed various 7 god-level super blessings on the world. Seeing that their gods had indeed received their influence, the fairies were extremely excited. They could not imagine that their gods would actually obey their orders. Indeed, the program left by the Kashia people in the Colossus no longer exists. The so-called highest authority was in the hands of these goblins the moment the Colossus and Soraya's godhead were reorganized. For more than 300 years, the patron saints of fairies have guarded the world as the sun rises and sets in their songs. In essence, its sudden appearance today is also due to the hostility released by Rose towards George. It's not like Ibrahimovic said, cleaning up the evil gods according to their own procedures. Soraya, who knew nothing about the Colossus, originally wanted to use its core to carry her own divine personality. On the one hand, she found that this core was particularly consistent with her own divine personality, and the beliefs of the creatures here were also exceptionally pure. Therefore, if your damaged godhead is protected by it, and constantly nourished by the faith of living beings, you may be able to transform yourself back into the 7 gods. On the other hand, she felt that by using her godhead to occupy the core of the giant statue, she would be able to prevent it from being reborn again. But the opposite is true. The god Colossus was not only resurrected, but also became a 7 gods. Soraya's original plan to become a god was indeed successful, but it was not herself, but someone else.
I understand. Dear,
Ibrahimovic said in a weird tone.
The original intention of the design of Unit 0 is the same as the responsibility of the 7 gods to protect the world and protect living beings, and to spiritually connect with all things for enlightenment. Work, but it has many shortcomings compared with the 7 gods. So not only is it easily affected when it is connected to the spirit of all things, but it is also unable to have its own independent consciousness. Now, strictly speaking, Unit 0 is no longer the same as the original 7 gods. It has rebelled. But because it has no consciousness, what serves as its consciousness is actually the spiritual power of the elves. Ibrahimovic, I'm not interested in these. How long will it take for you to crack it?
George said, looking at the moving islands in the sky. The doors on those islands were gradually opening, and the elves had already sang more than a dozen times. Hours of songs.
Maybe it will take another 5 or 6 hours. So, Ibrahimovic.
George nodded, already understanding.
You can't control it. Right. Okay. You're right. Kissing the 7 gods is like a virus. Damn it! Its program has been infected.
Ibrahimovic cursed.
Sure enough. Ibrahimovic.
Aaron sneered at the side.
You guys were really bragging before. Didn't you say that even if the 7 gods are here, you can crack it? Who says I'm bragging? I cracked it. I've cracked it. But I just didn't get the highest authority. But it doesn't matter. This doesn't prevent us from studying it. But the current situation of Unit 0 is a bit special. So just relying on Emolia and us are not enough. I suggest that we had better find some masters of theology.
Erin coughed and raised her chest. Ibrahimovic glanced at her with disdain and added,
A master of theology who understands technology. The person you want is already here. Ibrahimovic.
George pointed into the distance and said, On a floating island in the distance, the portal has been opened. Many wizards are entering this world, led by an inconspicuous middleman, Thoriwood, who was surrounded by Anthony, Rusgard and others, looked at this land that was both familiar and unfamiliar. And mixed thoughts arose in his heart. He knew that this was his birthplace. Compared to Solwood's calmness, Anthony and Rusgard were both very excited. One of them was extremely passionate about machinery, and the other was crazy about God. And that prototype met these two needs at the same time. After they heard the news about George, they dropped everything they were doing and rushed to the portal of the Time and Space Tower, almost losing their shoes.
What a magical material,
Anthony said in amazement. He wanted to touch the giant statue with his hands, but found that he couldn't touch it.
Its body seems to be completely made of light. If we can manipulate it, then it can change into any shape. George, aren't we short of a light array? This material is completely satisfactory. It can make hundreds of golems. Each one will not be inferior to the highest masterpiece of the sanctuary, the Executor. But that would be too wasteful.
Solwood suddenly spoke. Unlike Anthony, he touched the Colossus, and when he closed his eyes, there were many things about this Colossus. A lot of information was passed into his mind.
It is indeed like a light. My UR was a ball of light at the very beginning.
You are the archangel who rules over hell. He is Solwood's most outstanding work after he transformed into the seven gods. As the best assistant of the Kashia people in the past, Solwood could create more than just heavenly weapons such as his 6 brothers and sisters. If the base is not damaged, with the knowledge Ibrahimovich passed on to him, he may even have the ability to recreate the 7 gods. And this god Colossus is undoubtedly the best template for the 7 gods. Therefore, not only does he understand it, but he can also use it to create gods. In Thoriwood's view, it would be too wasteful to just dismantle the Colossus and make it into a light array and make it into a golem like the Executor.
Of course, it still has some problems.
Solwood opened his eyes.
After the reorganization of the god Colossus, it has repaired the wounds left by the god of war, which makes it very close to the original version to a certain extent. Saravia, perhaps. We should call it Glorious more appropriately.
Chapter 789 Seraph Reorganization Plan. Thoriwood described several problems with the Colossus.
First of all, it has been integrated with the fairy world, and to a certain extent, serves as the world will of this world. This makes it extremely powerful in this fairy world, but it also has no freedom and cannot leave this world. Secondly, in this form, no matter how strong it is, it will be vulnerable to the ancient gods. And when the eternal night falls, this fairy world will also be submerged by the breath of the ancient gods. At that time, as long as it is corrupted, then all fairies connected to it in the spiritual world will also be corrupted with it.
After hearing this, George's expression moved slightly and he said,
So my super invincible elf dragon can only be used until eternal night. I didn't say that. George.
Thoriwood withdrew his hand, looked at George and said,
I came here to solve this problem for everyone.
Regarding the glory, Thoriwood gave several plans. In one scenario, the illustrious will gain the ability to leave this world and be freed from the constraints of the power of faith, and retain its power as much as possible.
But even so, it is still invincible, and is at the quasi-7 gods level compared to the 7 gods. What it lacks is that it cannot control the will of the world to attack a certain target. Even in the eternal night, no fallen angel can be its match. The world will strikes?
George couldn't help but ask a question.
It's the same trick I used before.
Erin crushed the will hand in her hand and said with a sneer. George couldn't help but think of the scene where the Lord of Blood was destroyed by her. Thoriwood explained to George in detail. In essence, it was not Irene who casually crushed the Blood King to death, but the will of the world. In her covering the sky form, she can control the will of the world. And no matter how weak she is in this form, the enemy faces the entire world. There is no way to resist her blows. No way to kill her. She is invincible. The complete radiance will be stronger than Irene, because it can not only show the form of covering the sky, but also control the will of the world. Her own strength is also at the level that Soraya was at 300 years ago, quasi-7 god level.
What are the shortcomings of this plan?
Thoriwood said.
It does have some shortcomings. Its energy consumption is too huge, and the power contained in the astral fragments needs to be completely decomposed and turned into its energy. At the same time, all the projects in our shelter currently also all must be freed up to support its logistics. Of course, the goblin world will also fall apart. The astral shards were once used to store the gods captured by the Kashia, and the 7 gods were born from the astral fragments. They ate all the gods in the astral fragments. But there is still a lot of divine power left in the astral fragments. And in these years, this astral fragment, which is called the magic lamp in language by people in ancient times, has also transformed many beliefs, transformed into the power of God. Part of this divine power repaired Unit 0 and filled Soraya's godhead. The other part is still left in the body of the astral fragment. These shortcomings are nothing. A quasi-7 god level demon is enough to destroy the Holy Court. If you want it, you have to be the strongest,
Irene argued.
As long as we use the glory to rush into the Holy Court and destroy the Holy Court, kill all the guys there, we will win. Irene!
Soraya squeezed Irene's arm hard and said,
George's grandfather is also in the Holy Court, and there are many good people there. Who cares who is a good person? Since they trust us, they must have the consciousness of sacrifice. This is their honor.
Irene rubbed her arms and pouted.
And George doesn't care about his cheap grandfather.
In fact, Irene has always regretted one thing: if she had known that those guys in the Holy Court would be corrupted and turned into bastards. She should have wiped them all out 300 years ago. At that time, the Heavenly Parliament attached great importance to the Holy Court, believing that it would be the only secular power that could be relied upon in the future. George, Soraya looked at George and said,
This is the only home for goblins.
George patted Soraya on the back.
I don't want to be without Grandpa either.
TCH, Aaron sneered.
Irene.
George looked at her and said,
Your plan is indeed feasible. But it is not that easy to kill Aloysius.
George felt the gamble was too big. Among the things he has seen so far, only the complete Radiance and Irene are certain to be able to destroy Aloysius. Because these two things can use the power of faith as a medium to control the power of the world's will. And Irene was able to rely on the power of faith in the Moon Kingdom Temple to arouse the power of the world's will. Aloysius, who has now controlled almost all the believers of the seven gods, may not and cannot show this trick in the Holy Court. After that eternal night, the entire world will be surrounded by his domain. At that time, even if the seven gods appear in the world, they may not be able to defeat him. So once this strategy fails, it will be overturned.
This plan is too risky, and the losses are not small. Let's talk about some other plans.
The second plan is to completely smash the Glory into pieces and use them as materials for all projects currently being developed by the shelter. At the same time, the shelter will also be able to produce nearly 1,000 judgment level weapons.
Judgment level? How strong is it generally? Idiot! Don't you read the story in the Holy Scripture at all? That's the heaven suit of our strongest judgment legion in heaven.
Irene said excitedly.
Suit? Yes. A kind of armor that can make people very powerful. It is the real holy garment of heaven. Unfortunately, most of them have been damaged.
Irene clenched her little fists and said,
If they can be reproduced, I can overthrow hell. Even Aloysius will tremble under my feet.
George nodded, somewhat understanding what Aaron was talking about nuclear-powered armor.
Although what Eileen said is a bit exaggerated, it is generally true even a servant of the kingdom of heaven wearing these equipment can defeat the big devil. However, I want to correct one thing.
Thoriwood nodded and said,
The real significance of weapons does not lie in their combat effectiveness, but in their ability to make people immortal. Dead warriors will be able to return to the kingdom of heaven. In contrast,
in today's world, the armed forces of the kingdom of heaven are no longer immortal. Even a few of us, after losing the support of the power of faith, only have one life. However, this kind of weapon requires the consumption of Saradia's divine power to create.
Solwood said,
but with the support of her divine power, we only need to consume a part of the star fragments. And this Judge Legion, it will take shape soon. Of course, the drawback is that if you choose this option, the goblin world will also lose its protection. At present, it can be said that this world is completely maintained by Saraya's divine power.
Chapter 790 The Real God of Protection. George always felt that both Solwood's two plans were not satisfactory enough, or that he always felt that something was missing. In addition, the goblin world is undoubtedly the best potion garden on the entire planet. Once it is damaged, it will be a pity. And when the goblins lose their home, they will definitely not mix with the shelter. This is equivalent to losing a super wizard army on their side.
I want to keep this place, Thorleywood, as long as possible. Then I think it would be a very good idea to split it into 3.
Thorleywood said, looking at the astral fragment above its head. In this third plan, Unit 0 will be divided into 3 parts. The first part is glorious, but it doesn't need to be this tall anymore.
20 meters is enough. It doesn't need that much body to support energy. Things that can threaten it can't get close to it. And the meaning of its existence is no longer to fight alone with the 7 gods. In the future, it will not need to attack those starships in space. As long as it can sweep down all the destroyers above the clouds, it will be enough. Once it concentrates its energy and explodes with a blow, even the fallen angels, even creatures of this level, cannot withstand it. And its protective shield is enough to protect a core.
Thorleywood looked at George with burning eyes and said,
What do you call this thing? Odin? Gundam? In short, the fallen angels will be afraid of him. Can the Guanhui be copied?
George asked. Thorleywood said,
With our technology, this is impossible. However, we may be able to find ways to imitate some. I understand.
George nodded and said,
What about the second part? How do you plan to use the remaining things after shrinking? The second part of the plan can be regarded as a compensation for Seraph. After all, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot predict the entire Legion in advance. The Executor-level demon that Anthony said, I have read relevant information, is a good choice. However, I suggest changing it. On the one hand, it is best to be operated manually. After all, using the soul as its core is a bit too cruel, and the weapons that can be carried are also very limited. On the other hand, it is too cruel to use the soul as its core. On the other hand, in my opinion, the Executor still has many flaws. Although many of Melosius's cherubic angels, ideas are good. He is not very good at applying them. The new executor will be able to carry heavy energy weapons and protective shields, whether it is redesigning a magic cannon or making some new weapons. It will be very suitable. In addition, Thoriwood said, it is recommended that these materials are only used to make golems. Some of them can be made into judge suits. Of course, these new judge suits will incorporate some of the executor's designs. More inclined to cooperate with the magic army to fight, it can reduce flexibility, increase vitality, and defensive performance. Cooperate with the magic army to fight. And as long as some crystal arrays are added, their energy is enough to support medium-sized energy weapons. In terms of defense, as long as they are equipped with some small protective shields are enough to resist the ranged magic damage of fallen angels. Of course, the drawback is that these new judge suits will not be able to give the warriors, who wear them, immortal abilities. In addition, without the support of divine power, they will take longer to produce. Of course, I think as long as the warriors wearing them, ordinary people probably won't be able to kill them.
George nodded and understood what Thoriwood meant. This was considered a synthesis of the first and second plans. The Glory and its knockoffs are the future EVA of Sanctuary. And these judges are large robots and nuclear-powered armors with light arrays as their core. What about the third part?
Thoriwood looked at the small gem on the head of the Colossus and said,
I will use it to create a real god of Sanctuary for us.
George's pupil shrank suddenly. He suddenly understood why he had felt that something was missing in those two plans. What they really need is an asylum seeker who can protect the asylum from strategic attacks. George was quite satisfied with this plan. After thinking about it, he asked a question.
Thoriwood, I heard you mention several attacks by the world will. This god of Sanctuary is specially used to. Are you going to deal with this? Indeed,
Thoriwood said.
Every ruler who has the power to control the world can mobilize the power of the world's will. Aloysius is the ruler of H.L. When Eternal Night comes, he will also be in this world. Have this power. And as I said, the rulers have ways to clean up the bad guys. And the bad guys also have plans to resist this kind of power. The most typical one is the Kingdom of God.
The miscellaneous things that Soulwood was referring to seemed to be the gods. Aaron suddenly interjected.
But in front of the 7 gods, these kingdoms are meaningless. Because we can see anything, including the arrogant Aloysius.
Speaking of this, Irene glanced at Ibrahimovic quietly. Among all the things she had seen so far, there were only 2 things that she could not touch and that she could not understand. One is the ancient god, and the other is Ibrahimovic.
Indeed. But the reason why the power of the 7 gods can touch any kingdom of gods is because we were born from the fragments of the astral world. Similarly, the fragments of the astral world can also make anything resist the blow of this power, such as this world, all living things.
Thoriwood looked at George and said,
It can shoulder our former responsibilities, and is not afraid of the power of the ancient gods. It will be a brand new, true god of protection. What exactly is the astral fragment? Ibrahimovic?
George asked Ibrahimovic. After thinking for a while, Ibrahimovic began to tell.
After each star world light dies or is devoured, it will leave behind a wonderful substance. The Kashia Protoss used their technology to create this substance into an artifact. And this artifact is the star world fragments.
In Ibrahimovic's narrative, George understood several things. Different astral fragments have different abilities in the hands of different users. If it is placed on the solar scale, the starship of the Kashia Protoss, it can even be used to obtain unlimited energy from the fluctuations of space and time, and create strange objects of any object, including starships, planets, black holes, secondary worlds, or a warp point that leads to the psychic world and is used to travel between the 2 ends of time and space. If it is in the hands of the 7 gods, they can even use it to break a world or reorganize it. Soraya and Unit Zero once had some power from the 7 gods, and this fragmented little world was reorganized by them with the help of the fragments of the astral world. And if this astral fragment can be placed in the hands of Dawn Light, then Dawn Light will be able to touch all corners of the world with his spirit, established a spiritual connection with all living things. After hearing Ibrahimovic's narration, Irene couldn't help but widen her eyes. They had no idea that there were so many ways to use the astral fragments. Of course, they couldn't take it away in the first place, because it has become one with this small world, and they lack a container to carry it. The reason why Unit Zero can carry it is because Unit Zero existed as the world will of this small world at the beginning of its birth. They are one. Of course, the Kashia Protoss also has a way, including the original Kashia survivors.
So if you want to separate it from Unit Zero, in addition to the seal made by the Light of Dawn and Soulwood,
Ibrahimovic looked at the hammer on George's waist and said,
we also need the Light of Dawn and the CO seal made by Soul Wood.
Just give me a little help. Ibrahimovic.
George looked at the gem on the head of the giant statue in front of him and said with some embarrassment,
Lend me this thing first. You know, once the ancient god comes, all of us will be finished. No problem. Whatever you want.
George looked at Ibrahimovic with a strange expression,
and thought in his mind, how can this guy agree to such a valuable thing so happily?
Ahem. I mean you must pay it back.
Chapter 791 Upgrading the Light of Dawn. George did not expect that Ibrahimovic would agree so happily. He looked at Ibrahimovic. His eyes filled with gratitude.
After the crisis of the ancient gods is over, I will exchange it for you and put it back on your sun balance.
Real.
After this, George summoned the Light of Dawn. Under his light, the small gem separated from the head of the giant statue and fell into George's hands. Seeing such a scene, Paulus and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, because according to the knowledge they knew, nothing could touch the astral fragments except the will of the world, such as the light of the astral realm. Then everyone thought of something and suddenly realized after George possessed the Godhead, the key to the high-dimensional world. He had been connected to the Light of Dawn all the time. He is the spokesperson of the Light of Dawn in this world. Not only is his body wrapped in the power of the Light of Dawn, he can also directly borrow some of the power of the Light of Dawn. Of course, in another situation, anyone can touch the astral fragment when the astral fragment has self-awareness and is looking for data to build the body and mind. It will try to contact any living thing. Looking at the thumb-sized gem in his hand, George's expression became strange.
Why does it look familiar?
Everyone couldn't help but came over curiously. Lorna blinked curiously, feeling as if she had indeed seen it somewhere. But compared to the thing she used to hold every day, it was undoubtedly dozens of times smaller. Suddenly, George's expression became very exciting. When he looked at Ibrahimovic again, his eyes were already very strange.
Don't keep looking at me. Put it in the container quickly. Dear.
Ibrahimovic suddenly said nervously. It stretched out its hand, picked up the astral fragment, and then threw it on the handle of George's square hammer. Then, the gem also changed color. The brilliance of dawn spread out. It seemed as if the Light of Dawn had touched it. George looked at his hammer with a strange expression on his face. It seemed that it had not changed at all. It just had an extra gem. But when he flipped through the Book of Dawn, he found that there were some notes written by the Light of Dawn on the book. Originally, the Light of Dawn relied on the spiritual power of living beings. The more living beings connected to it, the stronger its power became. And this gem can connect the Light of Dawn to the entire world. Now, the Light of Dawn is gradually merging with this gem. Once the fusion is completed, it will become the world will of this world. The original will of this world has long been replaced by the 7 gods. Although the 7 gods fell, the will of the world also fell apart. According to the wizard's theory, the will of the world is the special magnetic field of this planet. Its collapse will cause severe changes in the environment and make this world very easy to be invaded. But now, Dawnlight is gradually taking on this responsibility. He will gradually become the Unit Zero of the main world. However, according to Dawnlight's perception, there seems to be another will in this world, the Light of Shadow. At present, when the Light of Dawn merges with the fragments of the astral world, its power can only cover the Valley, Dome Eagle, Iberia, and Moon Kingdom. Other areas are being swallowed up by a dark force. This dark force should be the Light of Shadow, and its nodes are the fallen angels. The nodes of the Dawnlight are George, the Archangel, and the Church of the Dawn. Currently, the Valley, Dome Eagle, Helenska's Sun Temple, and Moon Kingdom's Moon Temple are all nodes of Dawnlight. Therefore, there will be 2 world wills in the future of the entire world, and the world will be divided into 2 parts. Shadowlight is more aggressive and good at killing, so even if it only controls half of the world, it can still unleash a blow with the power of the world. The Light of Dawn is softer and good at defense, where it is shrouded by its power. The Light of Shadow cannot touch, that is, nuclear immunity. Generally speaking, the area shrouded by the power of the Light of Dawn in the future, as well as those who establish a spiritual connection with the Light of Dawn,
will be protected by his power, and will not be attacked by the power of the world. In other words, all Dawn Knights, priests, and sanctuary wizards will be immune to Aloysius' nuclear weapons. And when these people gather together, a large area around them will also be affected by the Light of Dawn. Shelter. At the same time, the Dawn Fire can also create a field to protect the area covered by the fire from being shrouded in darkness and protected from nuclear strikes. After flipping through it, George discovered that the Dawn Light also had some attack methods. Sunlight, Soraya,
Dream of the Stars, Eileen. Spear of the God of War, Gray. George, empty. The power of these attack methods is almost the same as that of Soraya, who penetrated the desert 300 years ago. But in fact, with the power of Soraya and others, even if they practice for hundreds of years, they will not be able to release this kind of attack. Powerful. However, with the help of the power of the Light of Dawn, they can all use it, and there will be a trace of the power of the world's will. So in essence, these tricks are not from the Light of Dawn, but are released by the archangels. As for the Light of Dawn, it provides strength and increases power. Why are my skills empty? Because currently, my spokesperson doesn't know anything. You don't know anything. Right? Dawn of Light? What about World Will Strike? Do you only know how to defend? In your words, Light of Dawn is just an auxiliary ADC. Please don't ask for too much. George rolled his eyes fiercely and closed the book, thinking about something else. From the current point of view, my guess is correct. Elda must have a fallen angel, and the Light of Shadow covers those areas through these fallen angels. As for whether Sun City and Sand Kingdom have been shrouded in the Light of Shadow, it will be clear to the Light of Dawn after George explores. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him with big eyes and small eyes, George waved his hand and asked them to go to work. Stop crowding around here. We still have a lot of work to do before we leave. Rose, stop watching the fun and help the wizards. You are more sensitive to magic, and you will be the best for Anthony and the others. Good assistant. After Rose heard this, she was slightly restrained and took some people with her. Some of the goblins accompanied the wizards to inspect mineral veins and magic potions, and some of the goblins cooperated with the wizards to search for various things in the ruins. Others are cooperating with the wizards to debug the floating islands. The rest were commanded by Thoriwood. Seeing everyone getting busy, George called Ibrahimovic over. Are there any antimatter cannons or anything like that in the base? Hurry up and take people to look for them. There are also production lines that can be used to make protective shields. I have to put these two things on my golem. Chapter 792 Bitmap Weapon, Nintendo. Antimatter weapons? I don't know if there are any of these things, Ibrahimovic said in a strange tone. But I think there should be some things that the shelter can use. Let's go and take a look. I remember we have something here. Should be able to do a demonstration. Let you see what we have. Bring my assistant over with you. Solwood turned around and said, I'm planning to take a look too. After saying that, Thoriwood released a drop-shaped object the size of a basketball, which looked somewhat similar to the builder of the Protoss. This thing looks like it should be a thing that Solwood restored based on the things in the Crater Temple, but his craftsmanship is much better than that of the survivors. Carrying a small gadget, George and others went around several dilapidated buildings. These huge domed buildings are actually various facilities in the base. According to George, they are regarded as production lines. Although they were badly destroyed, some things inside could be restored. There are still some ways. Solwood's voice rang on the magic assistant. At that time, the crater lacked many more things than here. With the help of some tools and ideas of the survivors, I think it should still be possible. After listening, George sighed secretly in his heart, and he understood what Thoriwood meant. After these production lines are restored, they will become punk-level production lines. But using these punk products should be enough to defeat the devil. In addition, during the scanning of the magic assistant, George found a special gadget in the building like a pistol. Isn't this look so retro? Isn't it just a tunnel-fired pistol? After wiping the dust on it, George looked at the exquisite patterns on the pistol, and his face became weird. There is also a lighter and trigger on it, which is exactly the same as a tunnel-fired pistol. However, those patterns are very similar to the Kashia characters. Dear, you know, there are many collectors in the Institute. And before the War of the Gods, human civilization was actually very developed if you look carefully. You might be able to find a lighter, Ibrahimovic said. Stop researching. There is no such thing in my database. Although its material does not look human, it is like a handicraft. Are you sure, Ibrahimovic? Didn't you see it? It is charging under the crystal array. It's just a prank product. George ignored him and fired directly at the wall. And then a small note-like thing slowly flew out. Seeing the small note spinning around several times on the way before flying towards the Eugene wall, George couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It does seem to be a prank product. He patted Ibrahimovic and was about to leave, but found that Ibrahimovic was stunned. Then George turned around, followed his gaze, and then his eyes widened. After the small piece of paper came into contact with the wall, many mosaic-like things appeared on the wall. And then,
They spread at the speed of light to create a circular area with a radius of half a meter on the Eugene wall. After that, the circular area seemed to turn into something like a bitmap. And you could see the silent explosion happening on it just like the special effects of Nintendo games in the 1980s. It seems that these explosions did not destroy Eugene outside the circular area, but only destroyed the circular dot pattern. In the end, the lattice pattern disappeared in the explosion, leaving a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter in the Eugene wall. And there were still many small electric lights remaining around the hole. The edges of the hole were very neat, and the whole process was silent, without any explosion or sound.
Don't point at it!
Ibrahimovic saw George looking at the gun hole and shouted loudly.
This is the collection given to Warmworth by Valinea. That idiot's collection of crappy stuff. Who knows if there will be a fire or something like that?
George had no idea who Valinea was, but it was undoubtedly a good collection. He nodded and said,
I just said, how can a tunnel-fired musket be preserved for tens of thousands of years without decaying?
Then he laughed and pointed the gun at Ibrahimovic. But Ibrahimovic ignored him.
It is only effective against three-dimensional creatures.
This thing seems to be impossible for Sollywood to copy. But George is already very satisfied. He hung the baby bump on his waistband.
From now on it will be called Nintendo. Nintendo?
Ibrahimovic was stunned for a long time, and then found a memory of George. And then his expression became strange. George and Ibrahimovic continued to wander around. But then I didn't find anything special.
Who is Valinea? Is she also from the base? She is the former captain of the Solar Balance. She has entered the Presbyterian Church a long time ago and became the chief arbiter. This time, she did not follow the research team to the star field.
Ibrahimovic said.
Maybe we will meet in the future to her. Her main responsibility now is to clean up the faceless men.
On the way, George and Ibrahimovic chatted a lot about the Kashia people. It seems that the Kashia people who protect the world have left their hometown for many years. In particular, the appearance of the new Kashia people in the crater is probably different from that of the compatriots in their hometown. The most typical difference in appearance is that girls, like Hambua and Blueberry, have very hot bodies. But guys like Valinea are probably right. Finally, George and others came to a special area of the base. And the buildings here were also the most special. This building looks like a huge planetarium. It has been damaged and turned into many fragments. But these fragments are still floating in the air. Near the building, there are many broken crystal arrays floating in the air. Many wizards and apprentices in the shelter are doing repair work there. And there are fairies flying around in the sky, helping them. Wizards are extremely welcoming to these elf assistants, because they discovered that although these elves don't know much about technology, they are extremely talented and very smart. They can learn many things in one go, and after being taught for a while, they will be able to do the work of high-level apprentices. At this time, a new crystal array was repaired, and it was connected to arrays in several other directions, forming a basic magic loop that maintained the building. After that, the building suddenly moved. Many debris on the ground flew into the sky one after another, and the broken asteroid also started to rotate. Only then did George notice that the rings of the planetarium were not whole entities, but were composed of countless small squares. When the crystal array was activated, the small squares on the planetarium vibrated convexly and concavely, and many small golden inscriptions gradually jumped from each ring. It just seems that these inscriptions are very sparse, and only one will pop out occasionally. Chapter 793, The Real Artifact.
We really shouldn't have listened to Eileen's advice. Now think about it. How arrogant and ignorant we were to destroy such a treasure.
Thoriwood's sighing voice suddenly sounded from the magic assistant.
Look, most of the data has been lost. Who gave you advice?
Irene's voice made a loud noise on the side of the magic assistant.
Didn't you say that we won't be able to use it anymore? Also, did I destroy this library? It's Soraya.
There was a chaotic sound from the magic assistant's side. It seemed that before Irene finished speaking, her sister had covered her mouth. Indeed, as Eileen said, the original 7 gods implemented a policy of obscuring the people, in order to prevent anyone from learning these forbidden arts, and in order to prevent the heavenly armed forces from falling. They not only completely destroyed this place, not even any information about that knowledge was retained. George raised his head, looked at the huge thing in front of him, and asked,
What is this thing used for?
Ibrahimovic explained.
This is our library, specially used to store base information and experimental results. Being able to do calculations as well,
Thorlywood added.
Able to calculate?
Ibrahimovic suddenly shouted.
Real or false? In the records of my database, it does not have this function. Don't talk nonsense. Of course it can. Lord Ibrahimovic, even the magic circuit on a wand can also perform calculations. Thoriwood said confidently. I will change it properly. Now the shelter needs this, it's a kind of thing. And its computing power. Even if all the broken abacus in the hands of all the wizards in the world are put together, it can't be worth 1/1,000,000th of it. George's eyes moved slightly and asked, You mean to use the graphics card as a calculator? I don't quite understand what you mean, George. But see those jumping symbols? It's actually a clustered array of countless particles. George's eyes widened, and he understood what Thoriwood meant. Quantum computer? Ahem. If you put it that way, it seems that it can indeed be calculated. Ibrahimovic opened his mouth and said with some embarrassment, I don't know much about technology. You can do it if you think you can. So, what will be the use of having an extra supercomputer? George asked curiously. Ibrahimovic also seemed a little curious, and couldn't help but look at the little magic assistant who was delivering the message to Soulwood. George, I can give you an analogy, Thoriwood said. For example, improving the executor requires some kind of new material. There are countless combinations of this new material. If you want to find the right one, in addition to establishing mathematical models, thousands of experiments are needed, and each experiment takes many days. Even if many project teams are divided to conduct these meaningless experiments, all the garbage will be collected. Excluding this, the research and development cycle is still extremely long. Occasionally, if you are lucky, it may be faster. Like buying a lottery ticket? George asked. That's right. George, this thing can tell us the winning number directly. After Thoriwood finished explaining, many of his little magic assistants flew over with a group of wizards, seemingly planning to start transforming this thing. Although it is just an adjustment and reorganization of some arrays on the asteroid, this process still takes a few days, and during these few days, it is unusable. Before that, Ibrahimovic imported the information from the astrology into his body and transmitted it to Thoriwood. George stood aside and observed the work of the wizards for a while. He found that although the little magic assistants could not reorganize the particles of various items like builders, they could help the wizards adjust various items. Many magics have become more precise with their help. For example, to build a castle, wizards only need to input the model into the assistant, and various materials can be built by themselves under the control of magic. Compared with the servants of heaven, the work that magic assistants can perform is much more sophisticated. It seems that after Sanctuary obtained the technology of Kashia Temple, Sanctuary's peasants have also completed a comprehensive upgrade. While George was watching the excitement, Ibrahimovic had already posted several images. These are probably weapons with relatively complete data. They are generally used inside bases and spaceships, Ibrahimovic said while debugging the image. In order to prevent damage to the internal precision facilities of the spacecraft or the ecological environment on the planet, guards, the weapons used by the attackers will not explode. Therefore, they will appear silent. Thunderwood has read all the relevant information. There are only a few that we can try. After saying that, Ibrahimovic played the screen. Looking at those pictures, George's eyes suddenly widened. In the first screen, there is an ancient battlefield. Various evil spirits were fighting with a ferocious insect. A small jellyfish-like spherical object appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Then everything in a large area around the ball came to a standstill. Even the flying objects in the sky. The monsters all stopped in midair. Time in the entire area has completely frozen to a standstill. Even the magic in midair has stopped. After that, a group of Kashia people dressed as researchers jumped down from the spaceship and began various studies on those monsters, and brought back several samples by the way. When the research was over, both the little jellyfish and the Kashia people jumped back. Time on the battlefield started to flow again, and the monsters continued to fight as if nothing had happened. However, a few monsters suddenly discovered that the enemy in front of them seemed to be gone. After standing there with their heads tilted and wondering for a long time, they started fighting with others. Time stands still? George blinked hard. He excitedly slapped Soulwood's experimental assistant and asked, How much can we restore this kind of thing? George, I think we can only make another thing. It cannot be completely still. It can only slow down time in an area. In addition, even with the help of some restored production lines here, we can produce light arrays. But what we can make will also be huge. It can best be used as a large weapon on some large-scale executor-level golems, Thoriwood said, and it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. A bunch of black question marks appeared on George's head. The side effects of this new pump product don't seem to stop there. According to Thoriwood, once a certain area is enveloped, it can't be stopped. Everything entering this area will be in a slow state. Although some locked enemies cannot move, if they can observe higher dimensions, they can still see what is happening around them. The great demon lords are at this level, and they can even function normally to release some of the magic.
Then what do we need it for? Isn't this too hacking different?
But after saying that, George's eyes suddenly widened. This is simply an artifact of exile. On that battlefield, it was enough to make the main force of demons stand aside and watch helplessly at the sanctuary troops, beating other demon troops in front of their eyes. Chapter 794, The Terrifying Protoss Archon, Wanworth.
It is still of great use. George, we can reduce the scope of irradiation.
Anthony's voice rang out among the magic assistants, as if he was standing next to Solwood.
It is on the battlefield, and can make some enemies banished. By the time they react, the battle is over.
George nodded. The significance of this thing is indeed strategic. It has the final say on the battle situation. After Anthony finished speaking, he started discussing with Thoriwood and others. It seems that they also found some small-time weapons in the data that Ibrahimovic gave them before. Although the effect of the imitation will be unsatisfactory, for example, it can only freeze one target, or even only a part of some big demons. But it still plays a big role, because they can seal certain targets, or certain spells and curses. This is not only fatal to the enemy, but also to the dying warriors. Freezing will also allow them to save their lives, especially for those extremely scary and weird curses. Healers can have a lot of time to study how to deal with them. After discussing this thing, Ibrahimovic released a second picture. It seemed to be the era when the War of the Gods had just ended. The 7 gods were leading mankind to rebuild their homes. There were still some gods on the mainland, and the whole world was in an era of chaos. That was a Kashiyu explorer. Judging from his attire, he should be a high-level Templar or a higher level. George looked at that person for a long time and felt that he looked very familiar. Finally he yelled, eyes wide,
Wanworth. Yes, judging from the records, this was supposed to be a vacation for him. But he discovered anomalies in space and time around him, so he got a temporary mission.
In the picture, Wanworth is wandering over a huge lava swamp, seemingly inspecting the environment here. Here, he unexpectedly discovered a strange crack in time and space. Countless demons are crawling out of the lava, and a terrifying figure can be vaguely seen shaking its magic wings in the distance, summoning its legions. Obviously, this was an invasion from a foreign land, but Wanworth just glanced at them, then floated over, checked around the gate of hell, and after confirming the surrounding space conditions, carried out inspections of the base. Reported. During the whole process, he turned around several times under the eyes of the Flame Demon Lord, but no demon noticed it. The screen stopped and Ibrahimovic explained.
This is our invisibility technology. In this invisibility, it cannot be reflected by any waves, that is, it becomes invisible. But if the enemy has an instrument to measure gravity, he should find that there are a few more kilograms of matter around him. How many kilograms? Does he only weigh a few kilograms?
George asked.
According to the display, it is like this.
Ibrahimovic continued to play the picture. Wanworth gave a
report
to the base and explained that there are some creatures around the cracks in time and space. The base gave direct instructions urging the species to return to its own plane, to prevent them from being harmed. After receiving the information, the high-ranking Templar revealed his appearance, and the Fire Lord seemed extremely surprised by this strange creature that suddenly appeared in front of him. But after listening to the words of the Templar, the Fire Demon Lord laughed wildly.
Ridiculous ants. This is the funniest joke I have heard in tens of thousands of years. Let me tell you that the master of this world, the king who rules this world, has arrived.
This persuasion naturally failed, and after Wanworth sighed, he adjusted a small instrument on his arm, and then transformed into a 3 or 4 meter high light group and began his mission, heal the cracks in space. Then, a terrifying stance appeared around the light group, and all the demons covered by this stance turned into light and dissipated completely in silence. Only the Flame Demon Lord was not purified immediately, but he also felt great pain, and his body was constantly turning into light and dissipating. At this time, the smile in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by an unbelievable look. Anthony suddenly shouted on the magic assistant's communicator.
Is this purification essentially decomposition or annihilation? According to theory, whether it is fission or annihilation, energy will be generated. But why didn't there be an explosion?
George couldn't help but become confused. The purification seemed to have neutralized all the particles that made up the demon's body, but it did not produce any explosion. If these demons were annihilated with antimatter, then there would be so many demons, No one knows how many kilotons. And the collision of so much antimatter would be enough to blow the entire planet into pieces. But the whole process was silent. This was completely beyond his and Anthony's understanding. Anthony felt that if its theory was cracked, the theoretical basis of the Forbidden Sanctuary for so many years would be completely overturned. And the wizard's understanding of this world is completely wrong.
I don't know, Ibrahimovic said. It's not mentioned in the instructions for use. But the thing released by the Archon should not rely entirely on his weapons. His own strength and the energy transmitted from the base are both played a decisive role.
George's face couldn't help but look a little solemn. If this is the case, then Warnworth's strength is second only to the 7 gods in the form of covering the sky. It's a true god-level boss. No wonder he was able to kill the Lord of the Abyss with his bare hands. The picture continued to play.
Are you the master of this world? You are indeed very strong. But
Warnworth ignored him and stretched out his hand directly towards the Fire Demon Lord and the H.L. gate behind it. Immediately afterwards, a small black hole appeared on the body of the Fire Demon Lord, and a large area around him began to distort. In that distortion, the entire space turned into a vortex, just like the vortex on the lake in the small oasis. The Flame Demon Lord and the door are the fish that were rushed into the hole by the whirlpool. The Fire Lord's power seemed to be very strong. He struggled in the vortex for a while, and almost swam out of the ripples of time and space. But in the end, he was sucked into the black hole by the irresistible force and disappeared completely. Seeing that the Fire Demon Lord finally disappeared, George looked at Ibrahimovic blankly. He could see that the Fire Lord was much more powerful than Garrixt. But no matter how powerful the Fire Demon Lord is, it's probably meaningless. Among such cosmic-level weapons, it is not even as good as a small ant. After the big Balrog disappeared, a regular and smooth semicircular pit was left within a kilometer or so near the Gate of Hell. It seemed like everything in the entire circular area had disappeared. Only a very small black dot was left in midair. Afterwards, Warworth controlled the instrument on his arm, and then the small black dot was also in the space, moving towards the explorer. Wherever it passed, the cracks in time and space caused by the Gate of Hell were all healed. Every time an area is smoothed, the small black dots become smaller. When the time and space of the entire area returns to its original appearance, the small black dots almost disappear. Finally, Warworth returned to the normal form from the Archon form, tapped his wrist again, and then a small explosion appeared 1 meter away from his eyes, like a small spark. And this small burst of sparks is the little extra energy that comes out after smoothing out the space. Looking at the disappearing little black dot, George showed an expression of disbelief.
Black hole?
In his eyes, the one who can create such a thing is the real god. If the 7 gods had not used their authority to rebel from within the Protoss, they would not have been able to defeat this god-level civilization even if it was just a scientific research team. Chapter 795 Sky Fortress.
Let's talk about these 2 weapons. Ibrahimovic Thoriwood, please analyze. To what extent can we make this kind of thing with the help of the existing materials and items in the base?
George couldn't help but become nervous. To be honest, as long as these 2 weapons could imitate 1% of the power, he would be very satisfied. After hearing this, Ibrahimovic stopped the scene and focused on Warnworth's wristband. It can be seen that there are 2 gems inlaid on the wrist guard of his arm. The white gem should be the purification attitude, and the dark blue one should be the distortion of the void. There are dense patterns on both gemstones a bit like the divine patterns of heaven. It seems that the divine pattern is based on this technology, but the 7 gods didn't learn much.
As for the wrist guards, there are densely packed runes. The entire wristband looked very familiar to George. In the Survivor Temple, Alexander picked up a large cart of this kind of Kashia Templar equipment. But many of them don't know what they are used for. So they were all treated as damaged items and sent to Thoriwood.
These are 2 weapons in total,
Ibrahimovic said.
Master Warnworth did not use his own power. He turned into a psychic form because there was no array crystal nearby to serve as a battery. So he used his own power as the energy was obtained. Purification and void distortion were turned on.
Thoriwood suddenly coughed in the instrument and said,
George, I remember that you sent a batch of high-level temple equipment last time, and there was a special wrist guard among them. I never understood it. But now I see, come on. There is data in this library.
Thoriwood's statement that he didn't understand was too modest, because the array on the stick scroll that can control time and space movement was made by him based on this time and space technology. George was slightly excited, but as he was often stimulated by punk weapons, his inner strength was already very high. So after he opened his mouth, he finally said,
Sollywood, try not to make Warnworth's stuff too punk. Punk? Do you mean new products? We can design a few.
Sollywood discussed with Anthony and others. Solwood and others had already seen the relevant data. But after George mentioned this topic, they couldn't help but start discussing it. Originally, after the Colossus was dismantled, Sanctuary's R&D team planned to create a Glorious, an Executor, and a Judge suit power armor. Except for the Glory, the other two weapons cannot be called Seraphim level. But with the three weapons of Time, Purification, and Void, the situation is different. They can be loaded onto the illustrious Executor and Inquisitor as a variety of large and small weapons, enrich the attack capabilities of the Glory, and strengthen the combat effectiveness of the other two products. Thorrywood even plans to redesign some of the Executors and specially create a Time and Space Manager and a Purifier Golem. The Purifier will also have the ability to twist, although it is far from the level of Warnworth's weapons, and it cannot create black holes. But it is still possible to create an energy storm by distorting space. Thereafter, Sanctuary will establish a Seraph Legion with the Glory as its core in George's words. This will be a Gundam Legion. In addition to providing firepower, the Glory will also provide battery life. Thorrywood will add an energy node to the Glory, so that in addition to its own energy, it can also obtain energy from the Parasol, becoming an aircraft carrier in the Legion. The Executor will be a Guardian-class Seraph, equipped with heavy weapons. The Knights wearing the Judge suit will become medium-sized firepower nodes. Among the entire Legion, the most flexible ones are the Judge Knights. According to Solwood's plan, it is not a problem for them to fly around the entire planet for a week after charging once. In addition, the magnetic shuttle can also be loaded with these weapons, and can also transport things. This thing has the fastest speed, and is very flexible whether it is supporting a certain base or used as a firepower resource. Of course, the specific results will depend on the final product. But as long as a little copycat technology of these gods is produced, this Legion will be enough to be called a Seraph.
George, don't forget to take back Warnworth's wrist guards later,
Warnworth said.
At present, apart from the Glory, only the Dawnlight has enough power to activate the weapons on it. But I think you should be able to. What do you mean? Have you restored it? Repair? Are you talking about Warnworth's Temple Mark?
Solwood called the wristband the Temple Mark.
There is indeed something wrong with it, and I'm afraid it can't be repaired with our abilities. But it can still be used.
George's eyes widened.
Isn't this my hacking ultimate move? Aji, go get my baby. Don't worry. George, now that we have got so much new information, I have to do some research on Warnworth's Temple Mark,
Thorrywood said.
Before you go to the Kingdom of Sand, don't forget to pick it up. Just come back. You have to make up for the knowledge that Warnworth left you.
Dear
Ibrahimovic reminded.
With your current ability, you cannot fully use it. But this Temple Mark can not only use that it's just two weapons. You might be able to start familiarizing yourself with the basics.
George scratched his face. He really should make up for what Warnworth left him. In the afternoon, George focused on those floating islands. The Seraph plan is long-term and cannot be accomplished overnight. In the entire small world now, what is of greatest significance to shelters are actually these floating islands. Perhaps they should be called floating fortresses more appropriately, because the Wizard Group plans to build these 12 floating islands into fortresses. These small islands can be used as energy nodes. That is to say, if the energy of the shelter is enough, the energy can be transmitted to the small islands with almost no loss, allowing it to open a terrifying large-scale protective shield. And it can also be used as a mobile portal. If you remove the rocks and soil on the surface of these small islands, you will find that it is actually a very flat platform. Of course, whether there is stone or soil, it will not affect its operation, because it can teleport people to any location near the island, including directly teleporting to the ground, or opening a space door directly under the island. Currently, the island's teleportation points are defined on several stone gates on the surface of the island's stone soil. However, after debugging, these functions can be used directly. In fact, these floating platforms are usually mounted on starships or starports. After being mounted on a starship, they can not only move with the starship, but can also jump with the help of the starship. Although judging from the energy supply efficiency of the shelter, it is impossible to jump to such a large thing. But these floating islands can move on their own. Although they are operating in low Earth orbit, their speed on the surface of the planet is not bad. Even if there are so many rocks, soil and plants on the floating platform, Its speed can still reach a speed of 80 kilometers. Chapter 796 Heaven Does Not Exist. After studying these floating islands, the wizards decided not to clean up the rocks and soil on their surfaces. These floating islands have existed for countless thousands of years, and the rocks, soil, and vegetation on them have grown solidly. Later, because it was exposed to wind and sun, some rocks and soil occasionally fell off it. So the fairies also released a lot of magic on it and planted countless magic vines. Even if it falls from the sky, not much stone and soil will fall. On the other hand, they are all too big, each with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Even if you bury explosives or atomic bombs, cleaning them up will take a lot of effort. Instead, it would be better to leave it like this. With the stone soil, many of the fairies' magic vine weapons can be planted on it, and more troops can be stationed there. We can't use it in space anyway, so just keep the rocks and soil. We can build some large magic tower or forbidden air tower to specifically mow down those air targets. Anthony touched his chin and looked at it. Looking at the big things in the sky, he said,
"Wherever it flies, the sky will be clean. I think it's better to just let it smash down."
Aji made a damaging move.
It's more than 10 kilometers. It takes several minutes to run on horseback. And no one can run.
George's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that this was a good note. Although this thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe when it hits it, it's definitely useful if it's specifically targeting demonic cities. Mariah coughed suddenly, and George looked at the expression on his face, and his heart suddenly thumped. George couldn't help but think of Anubis. This thing has the ability to turn land dozens of miles around into desert. If he could sneak into the floating island quietly, and then return to the shelter to rest on the floating island, what would happen? If there is an earthquake, the falling rocks and soil will submerge all the buildings on the ground.
Sir, there are a few things in the hands of the demons that can still restrain these earth-based giants,
Moria said cautiously.
They can control earthquakes, tsunamis, and even make a volcano emerge from the ground.
George nodded. It would be better not to go to the center of the battlefield for the time being. However,
when their own troops were in various areas in the south, they can show their abilities. And after the Seraph troops appear, the Seraph troops will be the frigates of this aircraft carrier, and they will no longer be afraid of any giant monsters coming over.
But how to transport these islands outside?
George said.
The significance of this thing is really great.
Not to mention the war. Even the construction work between various places is currently proceeding slowly. The throughput of the portals in each base is limited, due to problems with material transportation and personnel. The construction progress of the portals is also very slow. According to the plan, only 4 places can be established this year: Dome Eagle, Moon Country, Landry, and Big Mining Area. But these floating islands can fly to all parts of the world in a few days, and they can continue to move as needed. With them, the construction speed in various places will be accelerated many times. Whether it is the transportation of war supplies in the eastern border of Elda, or the migration of refugees, the role these floating islands can play is very huge.
It's enough to temporarily integrate this small world back into the main space. But I don't think there's a rush to take them all out, because they need some debugging. It's best to get a few large magic forbidden towers and air forbidden towers. And, currently, both the Sanctuary and the Moon Kingdom already have portals. So no matter whether these islands are inside the small world or outside, the wizards from the Sanctuary and the Moon Kingdom can reach the islands at any time.
Thoriwood looked at it. A floating island said that Peros has now brought some of the star wizards from the Moon Kingdom into the small world from there. Just like the wizards in the Sanctuary. The wizards looked around on the island like country bumpkins with their mouths wide.
You can take out a few first, Thoriwood,
George said.
Qingying, Basin, Elda East, and the coast of the Moon Kingdom are all needed now. With them, the Moon Kingdom and Elda East are all needed. Refugees can all migrate to Basin and Dome Eagle.
In fact, there are many refugees in Landry now. But most of these refugees have been absorbed by Share. And the remaining refugees are fleeing to the Haima Islands, where the portal is being established. In addition to the portal, Landry does also need floating islands. But since it is a war zone, it is best to get the floating islands after building a fortress. Although according to Ibrahimovic, he does not believe that there is anything in this world that can destroy the items of the gods. But the base of the Kashi of Protoss has already been destroyed once by the 7 gods. And Aloysius also has this ability. Therefore, even if these floating islands are equipped with strategic magic towers, they must follow large troops to enter the war zone.
Soliwood, I heard you discuss before that you plan to completely integrate this small world back into the main world in the future? George asked. Will this have any impact on the goblin world? This is actually a good thing. George, the impact is positive.
Solly would quick freeze.
Although this is like a utopian world, we believe that it needs external stimulation. Otherwise, once it has been isolated from the outside world, whether it's not a good thing for the goblins or the animals and plants here. Do you remember the experiment Riscard said? Remember.
George nodded and said, Cherubim has always planned to fly out of the sheltered world and go to a distant galaxy. But they have neither mastered the technology of high-speed navigation nor the ability to make long-distance jumps. So the voyage was extremely long. The core wizards who know this matter think that this is no problem, because the floating city of the Forbidden Sanctuary is enough to form a perfect biological cycle, allowing the wizards to survive in it for many thousands of years. With a large supply of materials, the wizards will live a paradise-like life. But there have always been some wizards who hold different views on this statement. And Riscard is one of them, because he discovered that the small animals he had domesticated for experiments would eventually become extinct no matter how well they were taken care of, as long as they were completely isolated from the outside world for a period of time. This is very strange, because these little animals live a paradise-like life under the careful care of Riscard, who even created a small ecological area for them. But these creatures often have no problems at first, and can even reproduce in large numbers. But when their number reaches a certain level, they will start to behave in a variety of confusing ways when they are imprisoned, just like human beings are drunk and dreaming of death. Eventually they stop breeding and become extinct. Riscard wrote a paper for this experiment. A perfect paradise does not exist, because such a paradise must sooner or later collapse. Chapter 797, The Prelude to Magical Civilization. This paper by Riscard caused a great sensation in the Forbidden Sanctuary, and also attracted the attention of the Angels of Wisdom. Regarding this matter, Cherubim actually knows very well, because the Kingdom of Heaven is a utopia. And in this utopia, there have been countless incidents of group degeneration. In order to avoid this kind of thing, the 7 gods and the archangels will often do something such as starting a war with HL, or let a large number of angels travel down to Earth. But this great escape was a helpless move. So Cherubim suppressed the paper, and eventually expelled Riscard, and later discovered that his proud disciple had secretly studied himself. His physical body made the angels hate Riscard to death. The experiment that Riscard once described was too profound for George, because there was a similar famous experiment on Earth, Mouse Utopia. Therefore, he, like Thoriwood, Riscard, and Cherubius, all believe that perfect heaven does not exist. Therefore, when this small world was once fragmented, the fairies might thrive in adversity. But after Soraya built this place into a paradise, things may gradually go wrong here. In the past, the goblins often went outside, but now they have not gone out for more than 10 years. If it were not because the goblins are too pure, and the area of this small world is not small, problems may have arisen. Even now, many goblins are a bit too lazy to eat, and are in a state of intoxication. However, the complete integration work will have to wait until the transformation of Unit 0 is completed, because after the fairy world is merged back to the main world, the power of the glory is necessary to prevent the magic here from leaking, and form a crater-like area to prevent sand from the desert from eroding here. George suddenly realized. He said, So, it will suddenly appear in the main world just like when we open the crater? Where is its location? George, Thoriwood said, this small world is the real big oasis. The oasis in the death mine is actually only a part of it. George's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly remembered the strange phenomenon of mirage he saw when he approached the big oasis in the desert. At that time, he felt that there seemed to be something between the big oasis and the desert, and that thing is actually this small world. How many days will it take to temporarily move this small world outside? If you give me the astral fragments, I can use them in the next few days. Thoriwood looked at George and said, Are you planning to leave that day? George looked at the floating islands in the sky and said, I want to take that one. According to Avali's news, the Sun King has been a little too busy in Sun City recently. I plan to go to Elda's tournament to watch the excitement, and also extort some supplies to bring back to Sun City. The 8 great ministries and the Moon Kingdom have recently shipped a lot of good stuff to Elda. But before he set off, he was preparing to shock the South. This was what George thought of before going to war with the devil. He also planned to scare the South. According to the information given by the Sun Royal Clan in the 8 Great Parts, the tribes on the south bank of the River of Stars recently assembled a force and went to the capital of the Shah. In name, they are the envoys of the gods, but in reality, they are the Sun King expressing his dissatisfaction.
Although the Sun King doesn't care much about the situation in each country. The Kingdom of Sand has gotten a little too close to the Kingdom of Moon recently. And the Sun King also heard that there was a prince from the Moon Kingdom who was recently active in the mining area of the Sand Kingdom. Therefore, the people he set out planned to go to the Kingdom of Sand first and teach the Prince of the Grand Oasis a lesson on the way back. This cavalry set off while the Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was still in the Moon Kingdom. It should have arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and was plundering everywhere there. In the eyes of the people of the southern wilderness, although the Moon Kingdom plus Sanctuary are powerful, they are seeking death by coming to the southern wilderness to cause trouble. After all, the so-called Dawn Alliance is too far away from the south. George planned to let the Sun King see whose army was closer to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So he planned to take the floating island to the Kingdom of Sand first, meet the domineering Sun royal family for a while, and then go to the Sun City to have a good chat with the Sun King, so that they could have a good understanding of what gods are. Soldiers descend from heaven. During these days, Garvey and Jack's hands were already itching and they couldn't work anymore. George stayed in the Golden Country for a few more days. The discovery of the Golden Kingdom is of great significance. Although most of the things here have been destroyed and are no longer functional, the things here can basically make up for what is lacking in the various factories in the temple. According to Thoriwood's project plan, the Light of Dawn and the various workshops in the temple will be able to resume normal operations by the end of this year. Although these workshops can only be restored to the technical level of the Kashia survivors, they are enough to support the transformation plan of the Seraph Golem. With the library's supercomputer support, Thoriwood is also confident that these survivor technology level workshops will be copied to the Sanctuary and the Moon Country, so that the workshops in the two regions can be upgraded again, meet the needs of producing most accessories of Executor and Judge. And when making something like a Magneogold shuttle, there is no need for wizards and Kashia people to work little by little with their fingers. According to Solwood's plan, the future temple workshops will mainly produce core components, while the magic workshops in other areas will produce accessories. In this case, the output will be greatly increased. The development and research work of the Golden Kingdom is long-term, and the Seraph project cannot be completed overnight. At present, the most useful things for shelter here are magic potions and those floating islands. The density of magic medicine in this huge potion garden is exponentially greater than that of the crater, which can increase the speed of cultivating wizards in the shelter several times. Originally, when an apprentice was promoted to a wizard, it was based on talent. Often, it would be good if one of 100 apprentices could become an official wizard. And if an apprentice has a 1/10 chance of being promoted to a wizard, he will be cultivated as a seed by the wizards. But enough magic potion can help apprentices cross this originally insurmountable gap. Those apprentices with relatively good qualifications, with the help of potions, will have a 10% chance of promotion to the 9th level. Apprentices with poor qualifications will also have a 50% to 60% chance of becoming a wizard. It can even be said that if ordinary people have money, they can also have magical powers by taking a large amount of magic potions. And if in the future, the wizards can develop an extremely low-cost formula through the library's supercomputer, the shelter may usher in an era of full-name wizards. It will also kick off the true magic civilization. Similarly, these low-cost medicines can also be used on knights. Currently, among the 110,000 people in the shelter and the Dome Eagle, only more than 10,000 people have a constitution of more than 3 points. 30,000 people exceeded 2 points and reached the level of noble knights. The Moon Kingdom's workshops and the crater's potions can reduce the physiques of these 110,000 people by more than 2 points. But this is not enough in George's opinion. What he wants is a troop with a physique that reaches the level of the Red Devils. Chapter 798, The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A few days later, there was a rumor in the death mining area. Some people said that they saw a mirage on the edge of the big oasis. In that mirage, there were countless goblins and fairies, as well as many floating cities, floating in the midair of that mirage. Many people firmly believed that it should be the kingdom of heaven. There were also some drunkards, who swore that they saw with their own eyes the Lord descending to earth with a group of angels and 10 floating cities that night. It was just because it was too dark that night that no one else saw it. As for why we didn't see those floating cities during the day the next day, it's naturally because they can fly, and it flew very fast. So it disappeared that night. These words attracted many voices of ridicule, because the oasis was so big that the horses had to run for days. Even if those floating cities could fly, where could they fly in one night? However, this matter was finally confirmed more than a month later, because when the portal of the big mining area was established more than a month later, The big mining area and the Sand King were already completely connected. And according to those distant people who came to the mining area from the Kingdom of Sand said that some time ago, the floating island reached the capital of the Kingdom of Sand in only one day. These floating islands flew more than 4,000 miles and 2,000 kilometers that day. At the end of a few days, except for the one under George's feet, other floating islands arrived in various areas that needed them. The River of Stars starts from the west bank of Sun City and runs from the east bank of Moon Kingdom. It crosses the entire continent and leaves a vast ocean in the middle. This vast ocean can be regarded as the Mediterranean Sea of this world. It is called the Golden Inland Sea, and the coast around it is called the Gold Coast. Many ancient civilizations originated around this golden coast. As of now, the four most famous cities are Moon City, Sand Capital, Alinska, and Sun City. The capital of the Moon King is in the northeastern corner of this golden coast, and the capital of the Sand King is in the southeast, opposite the capital of the Moon King. To the west of the Golden Inland Sea, Alinska is on the northwest coast, and Sun City is on the southwest coast. Due north of the Mediterranean Sea is the tropical rainforest of the Moon Kingdom, and hundreds of kilometers away due south is the Death Mining Area and the Golden Country. Normally, most of the communication between Sun City and the Shah capital is by water. However, there are a large number of southern wilderness tribes around the Gold Coast, and most of the cities in the Sand Kingdom on the Gold Coast are occupied by the southern wilderness. Therefore, if the southern wasteland troops want to reach the capital of the Shah Kingdom, their cavalry can directly circle the coast and ride to the capital of the Shah Kingdom. When the floating island arrived near the capital of the Shah Kingdom, many herdsmen from the southern wilderness had appeared near the capital. There were herds of cattle and sheep on the ground. It seemed that the envoys of the Sun King, when heading to the capital of the Shah Kingdom, also brought a large number of herdsmen. Cattle and sheep came to let them graze on this fertile land. It doesn't feel like a war at all, just like a distant herding. Indeed, this is not considered a war. Not to mention that these people from the Sand Kingdom did not dare to resist when they saw the people of the southern wilderness. Even if all the lords of the Sand Country gathered together to resist the iron cavalry of the southern wilderness, these southern wilderness tribes would not be able to resist with one hand, driving the cattle and sheep, holding a weapon in one hand. He beat the knights who couldn't fight to the ground. What really makes the people of the southern wilderness a little wary are the guards of Prince Rodent, who may arrive in the Sand Kingdom in the near future. I heard that those brothers in the northern and southern wilderness, who still obey the orders of the Sun King. In Elda, the border was beaten to pieces by sanctuary troops. So this time the people of the southern wilderness were indeed much more cautious, bringing a total of 5,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry. According to the reports, the number of knights who have recently come to the Moon Kingdom and sanctuary in the south is only 2,000 at most. Of course, there may be some soldiers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia who obeyed the prince's orders, but the people of the southern wilderness did not count these soldiers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as human beings. It is indeed reasonable for the cavalry to deal with the 2,000 people from the Yu Kingdom and Rodunk, and for the herdsmen to deal with the lords of the Sand Kingdom. So the people from the southern wilderness brought so many people with them this time, which was a sign of respect if it weren't for robbery. I'm afraid so many people wouldn't have come. But what they didn't expect was that what came this time was not an enemy army, but a flying city. And around the floating city, there were many dragons flying. When the floating island sailed towards the royal city in the sky, the cows, horses, and crowds on the ground looked at the huge thing flying rapidly from the sky, panicking like ants. Groups of knights from the southern wilderness near the royal capital, under the shadow of the behemoth, looked at the huge thing in the sky while galloping towards the royal capital like crazy. Their whips whipped the horses until they foamed at the mouth. But the thing in the sky seemed to run faster than the horses. Not long after, the shadow that enveloped them passed over their heads, making them stare. What are the people on the city wall doing? Erin put her hands on her forehead and looked down curiously. Those people were so small as ants, that they couldn't be seen clearly. After watching for a while, Irene seemed to understand. She shouted with a strange look on her face. Are they shooting at us? It seems so. George put down the telescope and said with a strange expression. George suddenly felt like he was an alien, and the warriors on the ground were primitive aborigines. They tried their best to pull the broken bows in their hands, but even the most skilled archers could not shoot the bows and arrows to a height of more than 2,000 meters. And even if it was shot, the tiny birds would not be able to knock off a few pieces of Tugata from this island that is about 10 kilometers long. Not to mention that this island has been suspended in the small world for who knows how many thousands of years. The vegetation and soil on it have long grown solidly. Even if it is hit on the ground, it will not fall off much soil. However, those people enjoyed it endlessly. And some even carried the crossbows. But obviously, even if the crossbows fired missiles, they were just small firecrackers for this huge island. Soraya, you and Jack are going to get ready and fly down with people soon. There may be chaos in the city soon. Please calm down the people, and don't let those southern wilderness bandits escape. After finishing speaking, George noticed that there was no movement for a long time. And then he remembered that Soraya was staying in the Golden Kingdom, because the god Colossus contained Soraya's divine personality. Sol would need Soraya's help for many things about Unit Zero. In addition, Soraya also planned to catch up with the goblins. So she simply didn't come today. So it would be inappropriate to start the portal and call her. I'll go! Irene put on the armor excitedly. But George grabbed her by the collar. Gasper, go ahead. After listening to the order, Gasper went to the island and got ready. Jack, Garvey and others who cooperated with him had also come out of the portal at this time. But their main mission here today is not to fight. Instead, he served as a military policeman, a battle that didn't even need to be fought. The military police made preparations. But the island didn't care about the little ants at all. And the wizards didn't care about the arrows. Instead, they were afraid that rocks and soil would fall. They released many detection balls to check the stability of the rocks and soil under the island. Then controlled it to fly above the royal capital. And then began to land. Chapter 799. Divine Soldiers Descend from Heaven. The area of this island is half the size of the royal capital. The moment it gradually sets, the entire sky of the royal capital is suddenly covered by the huge shadow of the island, turning the ground into darkness. It didn't stop until the bottom of the floating island was only a few dozen meters above the ground. At this time, those people on the ground looked at the thing in the sky and realized how big it was. They looked at the things gradually falling from the sky. Their eyes widened. Their mouths grew wide. And they started running around wildly. Suddenly, people were on their backs. And many people knelt directly on the ground, began to worship and sang hymns. But unfortunately, the people above couldn't hear it at all. The floating island finally stopped in front of the city. Its front covered half of the capital. And under George's feet was the small square in front of the royal palace. Seeing that the wizards were sorting out various data through the crystal array, George did not rush down, but stood on the island and watched the excitement below. The princes and nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have already come out of the palace. And beside them, there are many people dressed in the southern wilderness. These people were trembling so much that they kept looking towards the floating island in the sky. It seemed that they still hadn't figured out who was coming over. Among the entire team, only the leader of the southern wilderness messenger seemed to be calmer. He was extremely tall, standing at 2.56 meters, only one head shorter than Alexander. The Prince of Saudi Arabia held his arm like a child, as if this was the only way to feel safe. Although it is said that these southern wilderness envoys are here to collect protection fees, and they also bully and humiliate the nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia every day. Just today, Prince Hasman of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was almost slapped in the face with a riding crop. But in the shadow of this doomsday, Prince Hasman felt that the only one he could rely on was the bandits he hated so much. It wasn't until everyone saw some figures appearing on the edge of the floating island that they understood who was coming. The leader of the Lord is wearing a big red robe and shining armor. Judging from the style of the armor, it is clearly the attire of the great knight of divine grace of the Holy Court. Hasman was stunned for a long time. And then his whole body suddenly trembled in excitement. Then he put down his hand and left the leader of the southern wilderness aside. He burst into laughter. On the contrary, the faces of those southern wilderness people turned pale. Several extremely burly southern wilderness envoys also asked about the soldiers around them. Can we shoot that big thing down with arrows? Sir, the captain of the personal soldiers swallowed, looked at the behemoth in the sky, and slowly shook his head. It seems to have no wings. The Sun Warriors were confident of defeating those dragons. But in front of this behemoth, they were as small as ants, just like the dragons that were hovering like bees over the floating island. Hearing the conversation of the southern wilderness, the prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Hasman, almost laughed out loud. Such ignorant idiots have never even been to the Forbidden Sanctuary. They have no idea what it is. That was the floating fortress that once defeated the Holy Court and the Celestial Army in search of teeth. Hasman didn't know where his boss got these big killer weapons. But he immediately started to make arrangements and asked the eunuchs to quickly order the people in the palace to prepare a banquet. And my royal band? Quickly pull them all down to the King's Square to welcome the Dawn Lord by the way. And my princesses, let them all dress up for me and dance for me. We are going to hold a party here, a grand welcome and celebration ceremony.
Hearing this, the Southern Wilderness envoys on the side couldn't help but look a little ugly. Hasman did this specifically to show them. It's a slap in their face. The prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia became very ambitious. How many years? He is like a grandson in front of these Southern Wilderness people. Whenever they come over, they have to stay in their own palace. And this time, they went even further and asked their own princess to serve their warriors. How much humiliation has he suffered? Today he can finally hold his head high. On the other side, the wizards have already calculated the energy consumed by flying along the way. It is almost the cost of 100% conversion of 1 kilogram of material into energy. That is, about 2 kilograms of high-purity Andorra crystal, which is equivalent to the energy consumption of a magic hub for 1 year.
The energy utilization rate of this thing is surprisingly high,
Anthony said with bright eyes.
If you use a magic hub to drive such a large island to fly more than 2,000 kilometers,
you will need at least hundreds of them, plus hundreds of tons of fuel consumption.
The Forbidden Sanctuary has always wanted to fly out of this planet and go to a distant world. But according to the magic hub technology, I am afraid that all the areas that can hold fuel must be filled. Basically, how much fuel is needed to drive the mass of material? After taking possession of the floating island, the wizards of the sanctuary discovered that although the demonic nexus also used Andorra crystals, the utilization rate was actually only a few tenths of a percent. But the floating platform can convert all these crystals into energy, and the utilization rate is hundreds of times that of the demonic center. A few tons of material is enough for it to fly out of the solar system. Of course, if you want to accelerate to a speed sufficient for interstellar navigation, or make a jump, the consumption will be very terrifying.
What was the original annual output of high-energy crystals in our large mining area?
George asked Eileen. Eileen took out a small book, did some calculations, and said,
originally, the annual output of manual mining was almost 200 kilograms. However, U-Kingdom's purification technology is poor, so it is impossible to extract minerals from tens of thousands of kilograms. There are too many crystals produced, so the real output is more than 70 kilograms.
George nodded. I already have some understanding in my heart. To fully activate the floating island, a large amount of Andorra crystals are needed. Basically, opening a large portal consumes 3 months of the production of the dead mine. Nowadays, the output of the mining area is growing exponentially. And now there is a large mining area in the Golden Kingdom, which can basically meet the current needs of the shelter. After the Seraph Golem was formed, the output of these mining areas had almost increased, enough to sustain the consumption of the Dawn Alliance. However, with the addition of these floating islands, there is a deficit in energy consumption. Although the goblins have a lot of goods in hand, they all need to be used to produce golems. Therefore, if you want to fill the energy expenditure of these 12 floating islands in the near future, you have to think of other ways. From the small account book Elizabeth gave George, George had already paid attention to where to make up for these deficits. Throughout the South, in addition to dead mining areas, there are many mining areas. Although the output of dead mining areas is large, it actually only accounts for 1/3 of the total output of all mining areas. Some of these mining areas are now in the hands of Sun City, and some are here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Over the past 300 years, the Kingdom of Sand has stored a lot of good stuff. Of course, a large part of these stocks are in the hands of the nobles of the Southern Wilderness. In addition to Andorra crystals, they also have various magic gems and precious minerals in their hands. These nobles knew nothing about magic, and they had nothing in their hands to consume these precious fuels. But nobles all like shiny things. Moreover, collecting these things is very fashionable and can be used as family heirlooms. Now, it's time for them to hand over all their family heirlooms. Today we will collect those from Shaw Kingdom first. Chapter 800 Crush the Indigenous. While George and Irene were chatting, Garvey and others had already come out of various portals on the island. The Temple Knight armors on these more than 3,000 people shone in the sun. After seeing George, the leaders Garvey and Jack lined up in front of the Lord, and then rode over. In fact, there are only more than 100 horses among these 3,000 people, and they are used entirely as a guard of honor. Since the number of Wings of Light has increased, there have been fewer and fewer people using horses in the Eastern Territory. Listening to the solemn report from Garvey and others, George nodded absently, as if calculating how much money the 3,000 people teleported cost him. At this moment, George heard the sounds of music playing below. He turned around and found that the prince seemed to have pulled the palace band to King's Square and was celebrating towards the floating island above, together with his many princesses. Their faces were full of joy. Under the support of the prince, the princesses were leading the people to sing and dance in the square. But the faces of the ambassadors of the southern wilderness were a bit ugly. And the faces of the lords of the southern wilderness, who had just rode horses from outside the royal city gate, were even pale. After they communicated with the envoys were also expressionless.
Is it really flying that fast?
One of the messengers was already sweating. When the floating island approached the royal city, it seemed to be flying very slowly because it was already decelerating.
Indeed. Sir,
the lord wiped the cold sweat from his head and said to the envoy,
unless we disperse all our troops and walk in all directions, there is no way to escape. But in that case, our pigs, cattle, sheep and herdsmen will not be able to escape.
They are all finished.
At this time, another Nan Wang sergeant came over on horseback in a panic. From his report, the envoys learned that the city wall had been occupied. The faces of some of the messengers couldn't help but turn green.
Look! What are those? It's a portal. Our spies have seen it in the Moon Country. There should be a portal on this island. Why panic?
The leader of the mission, Solando, reprimanded angrily. He was extremely tall, standing taller than a horse. Everyone in the mission also treated him respectfully, because he was the most orthodox member of the Sun royal family. Hearing his voice, many people calmed down a little. Some people even picked up weapons in anger, preparing to follow the boss and fight those people desperately. Sorindo looked at the various UFOs that kept appearing from the floating island, coughed and said,
"Let's talk first."
In order to save fuel, George and others did not open the portal to the ground. The wizards used the spells they learned from the goblins to control the magic vines on the floating island, and compiled huge ladders that landed on King's Square. However, these magic vines are mainly for researchers. As for the soldiers in the shelter, they have already spread their light wings and flown around the city under the leadership of Gasper and Jack. The southern wilderness people also received a tip-off last night that there were no enemy troops within hundreds of kilometers. So they allowed the troops to continue to rest in the city. But who could have imagined that they would descend from the sky overnight? Even if the distant scouts saw the floating island flying over, it would take them several days to run back on horseback. So there was no time to prepare. But this morning, there were only a few southern wilderness officers left in the various fortresses in the city. Most of the southern wilderness soldiers were resting in the city or robbing and drinking. They are like wolves, while the Saudi soldiers are like docile sheep. A southern wasteland soldier commands hundreds of Saudi soldiers. Not only do the Saudi soldiers not dare to resist, they also try their best to satisfy the requirements of the masters. Just like groups of puppet troops. Not only did he allow those southern wilderness soldiers to cause chaos in the city, he also helped them. Indeed, these southern wilderness people were not only powerful, but also had more people than them. But here we are just some militiamen, and they don't have all the weapons. Therefore, the soldiers of the Saudi kingdom had no will to fight at all, and they surrendered directly when the southern wilderness troops came to the city. After all, this is not the first time this kind of envoy visit has taken place in Sun City. But now the situation is far different. Under the shadow of the floating island, these Saudi soldiers finally had the courage. He began to show his kindness to the angels, who were even more frightening. So when they occupied the city wall, the Asylum Knights didn't even take action before they even landed. The Saudi soldiers beat the drunken southern wilderness officers until their eyes were black and blue. When the Dawn Knights landed, the officers of Nan Wang were already tied to the ground. At this time, Garvey also led more than 100 people, whips raised, and rode horses in front of the southern wilderness people. Seeing that those people from the southern wilderness were still glaring at him angrily, Garvey smiled coldly. At this time, each team had already occupied the city wall and led the soldiers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to various parts of the city. The city is now in chaos. Many southern wasteland soldiers are either sleeping like pigs in the city's taverns, or running around following the crowd on the streets. It's a good time to take over the royal capital. Once the city gates are closed, no one will be able to escape, prepared and unprepared. When the sanctuary was cleaning up the scattered southern wilderness soldiers in the city, it didn't even use magic troops or any air force. And the knights didn't even take action. They formed a group of 3 or 2 and dozens of soldiers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of maintaining order in the city, they calmed the crowd while cleaning up the soldiers from the southern wilderness who were running around. The soldiers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia chased and beat the soldiers from the southern wilderness all over the streets. The whole scene was just like the days before when the southern wilderness soldiers led the soldiers from the southern wilderness to rob. Occasionally,
Soldiers from the southern wilderness organized themselves together and wanted to resist. When they saw the magnetic gold shell floating in the sky, they didn't know what was going to happen. Then these guys were all suspended in midair by a force. During this period, the Sun Warriors led people to yell at the Dawn Knights in the sky. As a result, the Knights came down and dived, knocking these people around and sending them flying everywhere. The Saudi people who were watching the excitement around him applauded. With the help of the wings of light, the impact of these Dawn Knights is stronger than riding a horse. And this swooping heavenly combat skill is usually used to deal with the black demons in the eastern realm of Rodunk. Ordinary people they were like facing tanks rushing down from the sky. Suddenly, the people in the city ran out to watch the excitement. The Nanhuang sergeants were surrounded by enemies on all sides. At this time, in the eyes of the Nanhuang sergeants, even the cowardly people became frightening. After some inquiries, the knights found that although the southern wilderness sergeants liked to cause chaos in the city and made the people feel disgusted, they did not kill people. The robbery was actually extortion from the disobedient wealthy households and nobles. They just pay the protection fee and know who the real master is. On the one hand, this is because of the same religious relationship between the Sand Kingdom and Southern Wilderness. On the other hand, it is also because in the hearts of Southern Wilderness people, this has long been the territory of Sun City. Chapter 801 Southern Wilderness Mission. The chief arbitrators, who originally wanted to scare the monkeys, couldn't help but feel angry and funny after learning about the situation. This group of Southern Wilderness sergeants were actually like a group of mercenaries with bad behavior. What they did in the Kingdom of Sand was unbelievable. Not too big, but not too small. After collecting the protection fee, he would also deal with the surrounding bandits and the crows in the city. In the end, the captured Southern Wilderness sergeants were all whipped in accordance with the military discipline of the shelter after being disarmed and tied up, and then thrown into prison for custody. Only a few criminals were publicly announced and beheaded. According to the boss's wishes, these soldiers of the Southern Wilderness in the future might even become his comrades in arms on the demonic battlefield in the north. So later on, the Dawn Knights were like military police, picking up those Southern Wilderness sergeants everywhere. And the Southern Wilderness soldiers also found that the situation was getting more and more strange, especially when those Dawn Knights only used military regulations to deal with themselves, and did not after killing themselves. A few people surrendered directly after seeing the Dawn Knight flying over from the sky. This caused a burst of boos from the Saudi people around who wanted to watch the fun. This battle is indeed unwinnable. Gasper led the military police around to arrest people. On the other side, George and Garby had already descended on King's Square with more than 100 people. They brought more than 100 people with them, but their momentum was like 1,000 troops. Seeing the riots in the city gradually stopping, the Saudi Prince Hasman couldn't help but feel that he was very foresight. He ran over enthusiastically, helped George get off the horse, and kissed his iron gloves. After some pleasantries, George entered the palace without even looking at the Southern Wilderness envoys, chatting directly with Hasman. The ministers and nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had already rushed over at this time, with warm smiles on their faces. Priyanka's father, Marquis Amersh, now Duke Amersh, was the first to rush up, following George. After the Saudi prince waved to him, the new duke, and stood together with the prince. Obviously, Priyanka's father has become another trump card in the prince's hand, which made Salman frown. Other Saudi ministers and nobles also swarmed behind the sanctuary mission. Some of them knew each other. In addition, the ministers deliberately chatted. So the team was chatting very enthusiastically as they marched. The whole scene is like welcoming family members home. When these people passed by the Southern Wilderness envoy team, no one in the shelter paid them any attention. But the nobles of the Sand Kingdom glanced at them, as if they were fighting against each other. The Duke Amersh, who was following George, also sneered at the Southern Wasteland envoys, which made their scalps explode with anger. But none of them spoke, looking at the nobles, who had treated themselves like masters before, and now expressed their opinions one after another. The Southern Wilderness envoys felt a chill in their hearts. And at this time, they also felt the feeling of being besieged on all sides in the hearts of the Southern Wilderness soldiers. For the first time, they discovered that the sandy capital was not their home. But some smart people felt relieved because of this. They were not directly disarmed and captured, but just left out in the cold. Doesn't this mean that they are treated as a foreign mission? Sorindo saw that the boy named George had already sent a signal to them, "You can't beat me, and I'm too lazy to deal with you." But as to how this rumored lord plans to handle the relationship between him and Nanhuang, and how the Sun King will get along with this newly rising king, Sorindo is not sure about the advantages. The Sun King is a king without ambition, but whoever touches the territory of the south will fight against the entire Southern Wilderness.
However, the new king wanted to swallow the entire world in his belly. The Moon Kingdom had already been eaten by him.
Everyone,
Salondo suddenly said.
let's follow behind. We are a visiting envoy. Now it is not a confrontation between two armies. Rodent has never had any conflicts with Sun City.
And we are with you, City. The country has also ceased war for more than 10 years.
Just when Sorrento was greeting everyone, and the Southern Wilderness envoys were thinking about whether they should be considered prisoners or foreign visiting delegations, a young chief of the Southern Wilderness tribe suddenly shouted,
Sun King?
Everyone frowned and looked at the guy's fingers, and saw an extremely tall figure in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, everyone opened their mouths. There is probably only one person in the whole world who is so tall, and that person is the Sun King. Moreover, the giant's walking posture and various habitual movements are exactly the same as that of the Sun King. But after a closer look, everyone discovered that he seemed to be a little taller than the Sun King. And he didn't have a beard. And he had a very conspicuous big scar on his face. The tall giant was leading a donkey at this time. But he was much taller than the donkey. Sitting on the donkey was a beautiful girl wearing coarse linen clothes. The girl was chirping, and she looked intimate with the big man like a brother and sister. This combination seems extremely strange, because the big man seems to have a very high status among the Knights of Dawn. Even the commanders of the Knights have a look of respect and admiration when talking to him, as if they all it's like the retinue that the big guy brought out with one hand. But the chirping little girl was dressed like a maid. She would instruct this person to do that, and instruct that person to do that. But no one was willing to pay attention to her, and some even rolled their eyes at her. Only a few white-armored male knights with holy faces and extremely handsome looks would listen to her words, walking back and forth like servants, sweating profusely from their work. At this time, the girl on the donkey suddenly grabbed off the giant's helmet like a coquettish person, revealing the head that shone in the sun. Then, the Southern Wilderness envoys all looked confused. Who is it? Sorrento blinked hard. He noticed that this big man was much younger than the Sun King. Suddenly, he seemed to vaguely think of someone. At this time, the tall giant seemed to have seen Sorrento and the others. He smiled stupidly and waved, signaling the Southern Wilderness envoy to follow him quickly.
Uncle Sorrento, come quickly. We want to eat.
Hearing this, Sorrento felt dizzy for a while, and then he thought of his precious silly nephew. He has been away from home for more than 10 years. Now, he has already lost his long beard, which can be tied into a big braid, and also kicked off his long black hair in a big braid. But the only thing that hasn't changed is the silly smile on his face. Sorrento hurriedly stepped forward, followed the team, and caught up with the tall giant. Chapter 802. Isn't it just money? George was smoking a cigar, sitting on the sofa, looking at the men and women in the hall, and listening to Hasman's cry. Although the banquet hall in the Kingdom of Sha was much smaller than the one in Yucheng, it was much more luxurious. And this royal capital is not the ancient capital of the Kingdom of Sand. Their ancient capital is Sun City. More than 30 years ago, the Sun King went north and kidnapped many of the royal families of Sun City, then released several of Hasman's people, and the Sha Kingdom moved its capital to his fiefdom. This city ranks 6 or 7 in the entire Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the top 5 are all in the hands of the Southern Wilderness people. Not only that, the entire east side of the southern continent is also relatively barren, and the main grasslands are on the west side. Originally, there were many pastures and oases around the city, but now there are fewer and fewer, mainly locust plague. If you go further south, there are many oases, but most of them are occupied by monsters.
The throne of God.
Hasman did not call George His Highness, but called him the name of the Archangel.
These years have been either severe droughts or severe floods. The grasslands have become less and less. Here, we have all that remains are the fields and meadows around the Mediterranean and the River of the Stars. The locust plague is getting more and more serious now. There are still many lakes and rivers in the south, but there are many monsters there. In recent years, our cities near the River of Stars have been relatively peaceful, but there are also lemurs, zombies, and ghosts appear. This year, a new kind of sand monster also appeared. It looks like a snake when it handles things, but it has sharp claws and poison. It stays in a nest for its entire life and often harasses various areas. It can be said that the common people and nobles are miserable.
George interjected.
I heard that there are very few such monsters near Sun City. I have never seen such a thing near the Death Mine. They were all killed by the Southern Wilderness people. They had the best horses and fed the soldiers to be fat and strong. Moreover, those monsters rarely set foot in Sun City and are active to the west of us.
Hasman sighed and continued.
On our side, those lords who are good at conquering and fighting are all colluding with the southern wilderness people. They have strong soldiers and horses, but they all have good land, so they don't care about the life and death of other people. As for the southern wilderness people, the desert people are even more the same. In their eyes, we are just cattle and sheep that are kept in captivity. They come here to plunder a few times every year and then leave. They don't care about those monsters at all.
Now we have to grow our own food, and we have to rely on ourselves to resist the monsters. As a result, more than half of the year's harvest will be taken away by Sun City and saved by that damn Sun King when they dry the food every year. Every chief the private grain in our hands can fill a city, but the food here is not enough to eat. The nobles are okay, but the common people are already living in poverty. There are fewer and fewer soldiers who can fight, and the number of bandits making trouble everywhere is getting worse. Come more and more,
Hasman cried and applied eye drops to Sun City. And from his words, George also understood something. Throughout the southern continent, the harvests in the fields near various rivers, especially the banks of the Stars River, are pretty good. But most of the food is concentrated in the hands of the people in the southern wilderness. Moreover, they have been accumulating it for many years. In order to prevent the food from rotting, the Sun royal family paid off a lot of wizards from the Moon Kingdom to cast spells. Occasionally, when the old food could not be put away, they would sell it to various mining areas in exchange for gold, silver, and gems.
Now the lords from various places no longer obey orders. They are divided into more than a dozen forces, large and small. Many mines are in their hands. Basically, few people pay taxes to me. If they have spare money, they will pay taxes to the Sun King. Offer it up.
What Hasman said was true, but George knew that he had a lot of mines in his hands, because the technology, tools, and knowledgeable wizards for developing mineral resources all came from the Moon Kingdom. And the Moon Kingdom only gave these resources to Prince Hasman, who then distributed them to various lords. In addition, a lot of food is shipped from Yucheng every year, and it is all concentrated in the hands of Hasman. Therefore, mine owners and lords will pay taxes on time in order to be able to mine ore. When I was in the Moon Kingdom a few days ago, this guy Hasman entered the Dawn Parliament in order to establish a relationship, and even spent a lot of money and supplies. Looking so generous. When George heard how generously this guy was bribing his men, George's jaw dropped. Moreover, after joining the Dawn Alliance, you will have to pay taxes in the future. Hasman didn't care about getting some tax at all after hearing that he could use gemstones and crystals to deduct taxes. This guy was relieved. Isn't it just money? The bribes were eventually accepted by the knights. But the money was also donated by them. Part of it was given to military supplies, and part of it was used to purchase a large amount of food to provide relief to the victims. As for whether the Cavalier said anything good about Hasman in front of George after receiving the money, George said that the words he heard the most were boss. If those guys don't take away a fortune, I'm sorry for the money in his pocket. Money! George could see why Hasman was crying this time. What Hasman was worried about was not the money in his hands. He had plenty of money. He is worried about his own status. Although the people below are hinting at raising taxes, they are not listening to orders. So Hasman was almost unsteady. A strong backer is needed to provide troops and weapons. Hasman's words brought George back to his senses.
Now among the three major mining areas in the Sand Country, the Death mining area is the most stable. The other two are occupied by sand monsters and cannot be mined.
George had heard about this, because those mining areas were all in the south. And Elizabeth did not have that much energy to send troops. The pressure from the Northern Holy Court and Western Adderley was too great. Moreover, once the troops are sent out, the supplies cannot keep up, and the monsters will come back after killing them. But the Moon Kingdom's troops cannot stay here forever. So it's best to let the local lord handle it. But they obviously couldn't handle it. What Hasman meant in his words was that he hoped that George could send troops, preferably live here. When the time comes, Hasman would pay according to the standards of hiring the Knights of the Holy Court. Or you can help Hasman build an army.
I heard that the troops you helped Cheonging build has sent the people of the southern wilderness in the north looking for teeth. I hope you can also send people over to take care of those lords and mine owners. What we get by then will be divided into 3 and 7 points.
Hearing this, George looked at Hasman in surprise. He didn't know where this guy heard the news. But it was obvious that he didn't hear everything. What Wendell did in Dome Eagle was not just as simple as building an army. However, Tanya has now secured her position as Grand Duke of Sky Eagle. Hasman seems to be extremely yearning for this kind of centralization of power, and wants to become another Grand Duke of Sky Eagle. For Hasman, he believed that all Sanctuary did in Dome Eagle was to turn the Holy Court above the Principality of Dome Eagle into a sanctuary. But Husman didn't know that when George's people centralized power here, not only the Lord, but also the king would become dispensable. Salman saw it very clearly. So he already knew the king. The country is not that interested anymore. Of course, this guy Husman has no ambitions. As long as he doesn't go to Sun City as a slave after ascending the throne, he will be thankful. So even if he knew about it, I'm afraid this guy would still pay attention to the constitutional monarchy. Husman, since you asked for it, it wouldn't be good if I didn't help. Since you can't gather it together, I'll send someone to help you. George smiled and nodded. After seeing it, Husman couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chapter 803 Arms Trading.
But, Husman, how much do those mine owners have in their hands? Doesn't the Moon Country often buy ore? Holy Throne, you don't know something.
Husman was beaming.
On the surface, these gems and crystals are only collected by the Moon Kingdom. But the nobles of the Sand Kingdom have fleets, and they often go to the Forbidden Sanctuary to smuggle them, or maybe sold to those pirates. In the past 2 years, the sea route has not been smooth, and the Moon Country has received less, and the price of gems and crystals has been lower. So everyone simply hoarded the goods and waited until the sea route was clear before going big sales. Therefore, those guys have accumulated a lot of mines.
Various technologies in the Forbidden Sanctuary are highly developed, and many things in the sanctuary are of great use to the nobles. The most popular ones are magic weapons, and food, mainly a marine crop. Those crops have almost connected all the islands together, and the harvest is amazing. There are also many ordinary crop sanctuaries, and the yield has not only reached the level of the sanctuary's experimental fields, but the fields on all the large islands combined are not as small as the Wind Whisperer Basin.
In addition to exchanging these two types of things, nobles and wealthy households also like to exchange for some novel gadgets. What are they called? Fashion. Few people have gone to sea in the past 2 years, so the ore in their hands has not been sold. Not only has it not been sold, after hearing that the sanctuary planned to purchase a large amount of magic ore, many people began to purchase magic ore on a large scale, planning to ruthlessly kill you in the future.
George laughed coldly. These nobles and wealthy households in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were the same as the nobles in the north. In the apocalypse, their lives were basically not affected much. He is extremely optimistic about the future. Therefore, these people who can eat and drink well not only spend money like water, eat, drink and have fun every day, but also especially like to collect hard currency such as jewelry. Therefore, most of these people have the same idea as the people in the Public Assistance Association, and they are trying their best to collect money. According to Husman's next narrative, George learned something else. These guys not only have a lot of magic ores that they plan to sell at high prices, but also a lot of finished gems and crystals. When you can, try not to sell. After all, gems last forever. In the past 10 years, no matter how high the price of magic ore is, it is still not as good as in peacetime. Therefore, a lot of precious gems and ores have been accumulated. Of course, if the price charged by the shelter is very high, people will naturally wait for the price.
It's okay to divide it into 2 or 8. Sir,
Husman said. In his eyes, those nobles who did not obey his orders have become lambs to be slaughtered.
There is going to be a war in the north, so I am ahead of schedule.
Donate a tax. I will keep the remaining 20% to reward your soldiers.
Husman can talk very well, but George originally thought that the 3 and 7 points were the prince's 7 and his own 3. After thinking about it, he understood why Husman was so enthusiastic about this matter with his ability. Although he could not keep those lands and mines, he could once he joined the Dawn Council. For Husman, although he had to pay an extra tax after joining the alliance, it was no different from before he used to pay tribute to the Holy Court. But now he only pays tribute to the alliance. And if you put money in the big family of the alliance, people will often allocate funds for construction. Husman had seen all those clauses and the actions of the members of parliament. They have the same power as the bishops of the Holy Court, but they are not as greedy as those bishops, and they never accumulate personal money. All the money handed over by the entire alliance was taken from the people and used for the people. Husman doesn't know why the council is doing so much development and construction and talking about boosting productivity. He also didn't know what an earthquake disaster meant. He felt that after the money was handed over, the parliament would use it to build a palace for itself. But when I asked later, it seemed that they were mainly used to build roads, build factories, build houses for the poor, open up farmland, and dig holes in the ground. Said it was to prepare for winter. It seems that the money will not be used to build a palace for himself. But if someone helps him build roads and factories, that would be a great thing. This business is all about profit and no loss. In addition, Husman believes that the alliance will help him stabilize his position. And once he enters the alliance, what he turns over every year will be based on territory. The more land Husman held, the more taxes the Union received. Therefore, the alliance naturally supports him to become king and deal with the lords. Of course, there is the most critical thing: his old father is about to die, and Husman is about to ascend the throne. Ascending the throne means going to the Sun City to be a prisoner. When he went to Moon Kingdom last month, it was just for this matter. He didn't want to go to Sun City. He wants to be a serious king. After joining the Dawn Alliance, George would naturally not watch him being snatched away by the Sun King. George was already interested in Husman's proposal. Saudi Arabia really needs to integrate. Only in this way can more power be exerted. We don't expect many of them to join the battlefield in the north. But as long as they can stabilize the south, resist the monsters crawling out of the cracks in time and space, and manage the various mining areas well, that'll be all. People here need to unite, and their productivity and ideas must be liberated. Otherwise trouble will occur if they are bewitched by cultists. Wendell is a good choice. Wendell is currently in the crater, and George is relatively familiar with his current situation. A few days ago, George also approved several crater proposals proposed by Wendell. At present, the crater is already busy building factories, and the mines have gradually restarted. Even the first batch of workers from the Moon Kingdom are about to pass. After that, the Moon Kingdom will send many refugees from the coastline into the crater to provide work relief. Regarding the work of liberating the minds of the superstitious Kashia tribesmen, Ibrahimovic has also completed the most difficult work. Now Kashia engineers and wizards are carrying out various science education work for Kashia civilians. Next, as those Kashia people have more and more contact with human beings, they will gain more and more knowledge. When the time comes, they will then as an elf. He traveled around, and Peros appeared one after another. Therefore, now Wendell is no longer needed in the crater to cause trouble. Old Jim can be transferred there to serve as the county commissioner. Old Jim is good at stabilization, construction and education, while Wendell is good at making trouble. Of these two people, one is good at breaking, and the other is good at establishing. What the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia needs right now is troublemakers, a lot of nobles, all waiting for Wendell to deal with them. Wendell can make a big difference in this sand country if he cooperates with Henry. As for sending troops, the alliance probably doesn't have many idle soldiers now, and all the mercenaries have to go to the north. The soldiers needed to be raised by Wendell himself in the Kingdom of Sand, and then Henry would bring these soldiers out. At most, 1,000 more people will be sent to the shelter. In the future, the people who will protect this place will mainly be people from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These Saudi Kingdom people can deal with bandits just fine, but it may be a bit difficult to deal with monsters. Just in time, sell a batch of arms to these rich people. Chapter 804 Arms Trading. Ever since Elda's various workshops were able to cooperate with the Sanctuary to produce magic weapons, the output of magic weapons has been increasing. It has exceeded the shelter's original output 10 times. However, the types of weapons are divided into 3 categories. At present, high-quality products and sophisticated equipment, that is, equipment from D+ to A+ and D to A level, are used in the armed forces, while most of the inferior products, D to A, flow into the private market. Second-rate products are generally produced by private workshops, and these private workshops are actually small businesses affiliated to the Liming Chamber of Commerce. The total production volume is no worse than that of official workshops. However, due to the different levels of workshops, these weapons are somewhat mixed, and there is no unified standard for these weapons. Because if there is a unified standard, each workshop will need to upgrade its technology and stop production for a period of time. Therefore, for the sake of production efficiency, quality is sacrificed, and all products produced are inferior. The army does not use this thing, but it is suitable for mercenaries and lords. These private buyers can purchase as long as they are registered as mercenaries or magic guilds, or as lords. Obtain approval from the local governor. Therefore, such inferior goods have flowed into the private sector. On the one hand, this can allow funds to flow back, using the money and materials in the hands of the nobles to supplement military supplies, military pay, labor and infrastructure costs, and increase investment in research and development. On the other hand, after these weapons enter the market, they will also increase the armed forces of the people. Since the advent of the first blood moon, there have been more and more time and space cracks around the world,
which has spawned a large number of demon hunter teams. But they may be wrong when dealing with lemurs and zombies. If they deal with demons, they need to do something serious. The weapons in the shelter are all designed to deal with the main army of demons. And various weapons are also targeted at the demons' weaknesses. So even inferior products can be used to great effect. Now, after purchasing weapons, demon hunters go around hunting demons to make money. The mercenaries went to the first and second line battlefields to fight guerrilla warfare with the main force of the devil. As for the noble lords, they use these weapons to guard the manor and prevent zombies and evil spirits from invading the farmland. Therefore, the number of magic weapons flowing into the folk is very large, which makes the price of magic weapons fall lower and lower. Originally, even D-level ones such as arsonists could be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 silver foxes, and they could only be seen in auction houses. But now you can buy D-level or even C-level magic weapons just by going to a mysterious shack. As for the price, they can't even sell 200 silver foxes now. Those inferior products only cost more than 100 silver foxes. Less than a year has passed since the first transaction between the shelter and Alfonso. And now, the Moon Kingdom has also joined the Dawn Alliance. The workshop capabilities of this magical kingdom are much more terrifying than Elda. The most important thing is that in the Moon Kingdom, even small private workshops can copy D-class wands. Some apprentices who graduated from the academy also secretly copy these things. Although everything that came out was garbage, it was all E-grade goods. But those nobles who follow the fashion trend like it. So it can be predicted that the price of this magic weapon will become lower and lower in the future. And it will become more and more difficult to use magic weapons to make up for the finances. In order to alleviate this situation, the Forbidden Dawn Society has begun to develop a large number of magical items, and magic talismans for healing and purification will also be put into production next month. The new product will definitely sell well. But based on the situation in the northern market, 500 silver fox is already the top price. And within a few months, the price will slowly fall. But the southern market is different. There are almost no teams registered with the Mercenary Union or Magic Guild here, so they cannot buy weapons. Most of the knockoff products from private workshops are produced and sold by local people in this era. There is no logistics, and their output is not much. The weapons that occasionally flow into Saudi Arabia are sold at sky-high prices. Most of the chambers of commerce that have channels for magic weapons are controlled by the Dawn Consortium. If Husman wants a large amount of arms, George is naturally the best choice. On the one hand, Hasman believes that since he wants to get support from the Dawn Alliance, future arms purchases will naturally have to go through official channels. On the one hand, he can make an agreement with George that these weapons will only be sold to him in the future, and magic weapons will not flow into the hands of the rebels. It is best to suppress the counterfeit products among the people, which knockoff products are really deceptive. They look like C-level or D-level products, but when used, the level of magic power can reach E-level. Therefore, although the weapons of the Alliance are expensive, they are of high quality and quantity. And in terms of price, they must be much cheaper than those in the auction house, not to mention those restrainers, Dragon's Breath, Arson, and curses in the auction house that can be sold for sky-high prices. The Undead Horror Wand, which is the kind of D-level magic missile. Husman saw with his own eyes that the stupid lords and nobles were exorbitant to more than 5,000 yuan. Of course, Husman ended up taking the picture. This kind of mercenary-grade product, which was regarded as inferior by the shelter, has been tested by Hasman. Compared to a musket, it is more accurate and faster. If the user trains for 2 months and learns some mental super control skills, then after it locks on the target, the missile can still track it. And that thing can not only shoot out several at once, but also hit several different targets. And its power is not small. It can dent the plate breastplate. If a plate knight takes 2 or 3 hits, he is basically useless. The most important thing is that although this thing is expensive, even farmers can use it. In addition, it is very beautiful and fashionable. And it is simply the symbol of wizards. Therefore, it is deeply loved by nobles. And the price is getting higher and higher. But Husman believes that buying in bulk from George is definitely not this number. He hopes to use these magical weapons to arm his soldiers. Compared to armed knights, these magic weapons are really a bargain. Every knight needs to be trained for more than 10 years, not counting the costs and expenses involved. The armors and weapons add up to 1,000 silver foxes. If 2 horses are included, the number will be 1,005 or even 2,000. But if the money is spent on magic weapons, even a farmer can transform into a wizard apprentice. The effects it can exert on the battlefield are much more powerful than those of noble knights. The soldiers of Saudi Arabia need these things. George and Husman thought together. Compared with individual magic weapons, the shelter now needs resources more. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a lot of money and materials, mainly gems, crystals, and other minerals. There are simply a lot of them here. When the wealthy people trade, they usually carry small bags of gems and use them as high-end currency. The associated minerals of crystals and gems not only contain magical gem minerals, but most of them can also extract Pandora's high-energy elements needed by the floating island. Most of the monsters in the Sand Kingdom are corrupted. Lemurs and low-level red devils, sand monsters. These monsters can be dealt with using the demon hunting products used by mercenaries. For the regular army in the sanctuary, such weapons are not needed by the army, although their quality is pretty good. Due to inconsistent standards, the craftsmanship of the models is defective, which makes it impossible for the wizards and the logistics force to maintain them. They can't bring more than 100 accessories. And the regular army can't use hundreds of types of guns and hundreds of weights of ammunition. This kind of weapon of the 10,000 Kingdoms brand was seen by the devil. Not only did it fail to show its strength, it also made people laugh. So mercenaries and lords buy these things in large quantities. Therefore, it is a good idea to sell these things to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The lords here guard the land, and a dozen or dozens of handles are enough. Occasionally, if there is a tough battle, they will hire mercenaries. So there is no need to unify standards. As for Hosman or those big lords, they do have a lot of troops. But they buy these weapons just to show off, because the real battle here is done by Henry and the others foreign troops stationed there. Chapter 8056 Square Gilt Stone.
Eileen, please calculate the output and see if you can give some evenly to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
After finishing speaking, George said to Husman,
You know, Husman, although the magic workshops in the entire world are in our hands, but there's going to be a war soon, and the demand is huge. So I'm afraid it won't be able to flow out too much. In addition,
George looked embarrassed and said pretentiously,
You also know that the cost of these items is very high. Mithril is required, and high-end products also require eternity gold. There is no problem with the price.
Husman waved his hand and said,
The weapons you have here are limited, so the price of selling them to the non-war zones in the south is higher, which is natural. And when we buy weapons from you, we are not trying to be cheap. In order to contribute to the resistance against the Kuroshio.
Husman was so sensible that he made George smile. If there was going to be a war now, all he needed was money. When he thought about how Adeline used those tens of millions of silver foxes to pull out a bunch of garbage soldiers, he felt horrified in his heart. If we want social stability and stable productivity, we need to ensure the stability of the monetary system. And finances will naturally be tight. But to be honest, these are small amounts of money. And the high-end magic energy materials are the big deal. Especially magic gems and Pandora crystal minerals. Magic gems are mainly used for light weapons and vehicles, while high-energy crystals are used for heavy or medium weapons such as magic towers and seraph golems. And these things are all consumables. Oil. There is no use at all. So the demand is huge. It is very good to exchange magic weapons for these resources, because the manufacturing cost has become lower and lower. So what George said about the high cost is sheer nonsense. Because the main materials of magic weapons are magic metals such as mithril and eternium. And the prices of these metals have fallen as hard as they can. Now the large and sophisticated mining area under Black Pearl Manor has been occupied by demon spiders. Most of the refugees who came from the entire valley this year have gone to work in factories and mines in the mining area to help pick ore and smelt. In order to improve productivity during the earthquake disaster also grew tremendously. So now the Black Pearl and Swamp Demon Spider mining areas alone can equal Rodent's mithril mine production in a year in 1 week. At the beginning of this year, since the Doghead mine in the Wind Whisperer Basin was occupied by the Blackheart clan, the first batch of demon spiders became available to work 2 months ago, and the mine was restarted. There are a large number of precious metal minerals there, and now the prices of precious metals such as mithril and eternium have begun to fall, coupled with the expected future output of the Dead mining area and the Golden Kingdom this month. 18 tails of magnetic mining mine carts were produced, and will soon be put into the Dead mining area. Therefore, the combined output of rare metals from several major mining areas in the Dawn Alliance will probably be as high as the iron ore output of some countries in the future. It can even be used in construction. So now, with the decline in material costs and the increase in technology level, the cost of individual magic weapons has become lower and lower. D-level and D+ level products originally cost more than 30 silver foxes in terms of materials alone.
and the total cost reached more than 150 silver foxes. But now the total cost is only more than 30 yuan. More than 30 pieces of silver fox items were exchanged for more than 1,000 silver fox minerals. This transaction cost was almost negligible. No wonder people say selling arms is faster than robbing money. George is counting the cost here, and Irene's list has been shown to Husman. His eyes couldn't help but shine. After seeing Husman's demeanor, George felt relieved. He had told Irene the price before Irene had planned to make a list based on the standard of 3,000 silver foxes and 1 D-class weapon. But George stopped him. After all, they are not doing it to make money, but to make money while enabling the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to guard its farmland and mines and defend against monsters. Although the price of 1,000 silver fox is 5 times cheaper than the price at the auction house. But this is a channel price that only changes once a year. At this time, Husman's finance minister also brought over a list, which contained the prices of various crystal mines and gemstone mines. After reading it, George couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Now is the era of war. George knew that such prices would definitely be low. But he didn't expect that the prices here were so much lower. For example, the crystal mines most commonly used by wizards' crystal balls, magic hair maps, and even portals are all used. In the shelter, their demand is now even greater. In addition to the hundreds of tons of portals, wings of light, magic armor, B-level magic weapons, etc. all need this kind of crystal to match the secret. Use silver together. A few days ago, Anthony just asked Leiden to purchase about 2,000 tons from Elda. The average price of 1 kilogram was 400 copper plates. More than 2,000 tons, and more than 8 million silver foxes were spent. Borrowed a huge sum of money from Elizabeth. And this batch of crystals can be used for a quarter at most. But the price here is only 36 copper plates per kilogram. Only 36 silver foxes per ton. More than 10 times cheaper than Elda. 5 or 6 times lower than the Moon Kingdom. George paid attention to the 2 most expensive crystals at the bottom of the list: Acerola Jade Crystal and Hexagonal Gilded Stone. Among them, Acerola Jade Crystal is the kind of crystal plate used to replace light arrays. Moreover, this kind of crystal plate has excellent magic channel ability, and is a raw material for magic superconductors. It's a good gadget that can be used on silver shuttles, magnetic gold shuttles, and golems. Not to mention the Hexagonal Gilded Stone. It's that kind of super magic capacitor. Not only do things such as golems need it, but it is also an essential raw material for making crystal energy arrays, magic towers, and other items. The most important thing is that this mineral contains the highest Pandora element among all known minerals. Reach 7%, hundreds of times that of other high-energy minerals. In peacetime, the price of such things is tens of thousands of copper coins per kilogram. And the main buyer is the Forbidden Sanctuary. In the past 2 years, the price has dropped due to traffic congestion. But 1 kilogram still costs 1 or 2 silver foxes. However, in the list given by Husman, the prices of coniferous jade crystal and hexagonal gilt stone were only over 300 copper coins per kilogram. And the production of these 2 minerals in Saudi Arabia is hacking higher than the production of iron or in rodent during peacetime. At present, this type of minerals has been basically mined by the Kashia people from the dead mining areas. The laborers in the mining areas now only produce about 100 tons of these high-energy minerals every year. And the quality is not very good. But these Saudi people have obviously discovered a good vein of minerals that the Kashia people have not discovered before. No need to worry about energy needs at all. This sand country is simply filled with oil coming out of the ground. George and Irene looked at each other, and their eyes could not help but shine. He calculated that even if he purchased the 2 most expensive crystal mines, 1 weapon would cost 2 or 3 tons. But 1,000 weapons are only 2 to 3,000 tons. Gotta increase productivity. Otherwise, Husman will have nowhere to spend the money in his pocket. Chapter 806: The Super Rich People of Saudi Arabia. Lord God! Are these things so cheap? I want as many of them as I want. I want to arm all my royal city guards. After hearing Husman's words, George's head buzzed. This production issue really needs to be dealt with urgently. This order belongs to Husman only. How many princes and princes are there in this kingdom? How many dukes? George asked and found out that Husman planned to place an order of 20 million at once. This made George's scalp explode. And Husman's casual look didn't seem to regard the 20 million as money at all. It seems that for Husman, the money is just drizzle. Damn it. I should have listened to Aaron. It is indeed a drizzle. 20 million. Only 800,000 golden lions. It is good to be able to pull up 6,000 knights. And this does not include people eating horse chews. How many knights did his father spend money to buy out
in order to fight the Sun King. 100,000. After smashing out 100,000 knights, his father also lent the Holy Court 2 million golden lions for its military expenses, so that the Holy Court can send troops to help.
Hasman, the world situation is changing rapidly now. It is indeed a wise move for you to prepare more military matters.
George smiled very happily. These 20 million are simply a waste of money. After getting it, the equipment of the shelter can be directly updated.
Lord God, don't tell me yet.
Hasman stroked his beard and laughed.
Some days ago, I planned to buy 8,000 sets of armor. Later, when I went to the Moon Kingdom, I planned to purchase it. But I heard he said that you helped your kingdom come up with something new. So he thought that he should wait. No. Good stuff is coming.
Hasman thought the deal was a great deal. The price of these magic weapons is about the same as armor. But it's far more useful than that. The most important thing is that in this transaction with the shelter, minerals can also be used to settle the matter. Hasman did some calculations and found that basically a cart of garbage can be replaced with a high-level magic weapon that can only be refined by a high-level wizard. There are more than 8,000 troops in the royal city, and 2,000 weapons are enough, which is just a mine for more than 2,000 carriages. Nowadays, thousands of horse-drawn carriages are needed to transport the ore dug out from the mines in various regions every month. Once the few mines occupied by monsters are recovered and the Lord's mines are obtained, this number will continue to increase. Armed with 8,000 men. What a hacking drizzle.
But, Lord God, how long will it take for this weapon to be delivered?
Hasman asked nervously. When he planned to customize the armor before, the craftsman told him that it would take several years after all. It would take 3 or 5 people a year to make a set. And there are too few craftsmen in Saudi Arabia now. The total number of craftsmen who can make armor in the entire royal city is less than 1,000. 8,000 sets of armor. In the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Therefore, the equipment of the Kingdom of Sand is generally bought. And the biggest seller is the Kingdom of the Moon. I don't know how many people have been fed and how many skilled craftsmen have been produced. And it is precisely because of these craftsmen that the wizards have enough manpower to help with many of their refining plans.
I'll let each region allocate a batch for you first. But the time may have to wait, and we may not be able to give it all at once.
George touched his chin, feeling a little embarrassed.
It will be next month anyway.
The war workshop formed by the 2 regions of Elda and Sanctuary is completely mature, but its monthly output is only more than 2,000. As for the Moon Kingdom, there are indeed many workshops and wizards. The number of workshops in the Moon City is 3 times that of the entire Elda and Sanctuary. However, because the workshops have only been started for a month, most of the workshops is still undergoing technical upgrades. Therefore, the total number of standardized goods produced by the war workshop is only 1,000. It will be at least 2 months before the real output of your kingdom comes up. The output of the Chamber of Commerce's workshop is quite good. This month alone, more than 3,000 weapons from all over the world have entered the market. And this is what was sold to Saudi Arabia this time. But most of these orders are from the mercenaries of the Moon Kingdom. They want to support Landry. So the Saudi side has to wait until next month anyway. When he heard that the goods would be available next month, Hasman's eyes widened.
Then I will place an order for 2,000 more weapons for the people in the mining area.
The corner of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He realized that if he wanted Hasman to spend the money comfortably, the output was obviously not enough. After George and others set the tone, subsequent transactions were discussed and handled by the shelter team and the Saudi finance ministers. The royal family now has stocks of minerals and other supplies. You can pay the full payment directly. In addition, Hasman also donated 5 million silver fox money, saying that it would be used as military pay for the northern front line, but when Gale and others followed the finance minister to the vault to transport things, they were blocked by the carts and barrels. The gold and silver were dazzling. This money has indeed solved an urgent need. This year's military pay seems to have been secured. When the entire banquet was almost in progress, the governors of the sanctuary discovered that all the princes of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had donated money, the least of which was hundreds of thousands of silver foxes. After listening to the report from Garvey and others, George couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he and Lydon were so worried that their hair was almost turning gray because of the expenses of the army. After many trips to the trade route, they made more than 2 million silver foxes. As a result, for a truly rich person, a casual donation can make more money than this. George didn't expect that Hasman and the others would give money so readily. And he didn't expect that they would take out everything without having to rob it themselves. It made him embarrassed to mention any more protection fees after all. Selling arms was already a money grab. In the end, George asked Anthony to give Hasman a thunder staff.
And several rich people who donated more than 1 million also got some real goodies from the shelter. At the same time, he also successfully placed an order for a batch of D-class goods, which made these people smile happily. As for other people, they mainly donated money for arms, and wanted to purchase some magic weapons. And they did not spend their money to pave the way in vain. Although the War Workshop and the Chamber of Commerce Workshop cannot squeeze out too many orders, the private workshops have a lot of things. And the main demand of these lords and mine owners is also these relatively cheap E-class products. So it just meets the needs. However, when calculating the quantity of this order, the amount is not necessarily small compared to the order placed by Hausmann and others. Since orders for this type of E-class products need to be placed with the private sector, the shelters are second-rate dealers, and the profits they make are not large. But George knew that his significance was very important. Under the stimulation of Saudi Arabia, a major patron, the magic industries in various countries will develop greatly. George plans to have a good discussion with Elizabeth to integrate the affairs of workshops in various places. Once the private workshops are integrated, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not only be able to satisfy them in resisting monsters, but the products of these workshops can also be used for training through the large customer of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Private workshops will have a lot of funds to upgrade technology. Once the quality and output are improved, not only the quality of the weapons in the hands of frontline mercenaries will also be improved. Shelters will also be able to place orders with private workshops. The full name of Magic Age will no longer be a dream. When the magic industry takes shape in the future, these magic weapons may have to be produced as fast as guns. And now, George has seen the magical industrial revolution gradually kicking off with this doomsday disaster. Chapter 807: The Huge Thrust of the Magic Industrial Revolution. At the end, Hausmann mentioned a few more things to George, or several special order intentions. First of all, Saudi Arabia's first general intention is to build a portal, and they are willing to invest. The cost is not small. Previously, the shelter was short of both money and people when it came to establishing the portal. After the Moon Kingdom joined the alliance, there was no shortage of people. But the funds are a little tight. After all, Yuba has too many things to do next. There is a huge funding gap for industrial upgrading alone. Now, someone is rushing to fill this gap. And George is naturally willing. For the Kingdom of Sand, as soon as the portal is established, troops from the Moon Kingdom and Sanctuary can come over at any time. And the future security of the royal capital will be completely stable. In addition, this can greatly stimulate business transactions. And the past tax alone is a large amount. When fighting in the future, Saudi Arabia's materials and manpower can reach the places where they are needed at any time through the portal. The second big intention is the magic stone. Weapons are a transaction, but the consumption of magic stones is a trickle. Although the Kingdom of Sand is the largest country that produces magic stones, they do not have the ability to carve magic arrays on the magic stones. So they have to buy these things from George and the others. For George and the others, because there are magic hubs and crystal arrays in the Sanctuary and the Moon Country, the magic stones can be charged and used repeatedly, and the charging cost is almost zero. Of course, carving the magic array on the magic stone will consume some mithril, but it is only a few pieces of silver fox money, and an apprentice can make more than 10 yuan a day. The price difference between the finished magic stone and the raw ore is more than 10 times. But because Saudi Arabia can directly exchange the raw ore for the magic stone. In addition, after customers purchase a batch of finished magic stones, they only need to spend a little money to charge them. So for the lords, this transaction is quite cost-effective. Therefore, the shelter received another large order. And there was also an after-sales service fee deal. The profit from these two orders is not too big, accounting for 1/5 of the total. But the manpower required is quite large. But the key is that these two orders can be done by hiring labor from the private sector. It will also greatly stimulate business exchanges. It is of great significance. Stimulated by these orders, the folk magic industry will develop rapidly. Many folk workshops will be maintained and recruit a large number of workers. And those wild wizards, who are originally unwilling to teach students in the folk, mostly apprentices, who return home after graduation, in order to make money, will open their knowledge doors and go to take students. Magic will be popularized for this purpose. And apprentices with average skills will become the basis for the Dawn Alliance to recruit magic soldiers and craftsmen in the future. As for those outstanding apprentices who were enlightened by the wild wizards, as long as they are enterprising, they will enter various colleges for further study. In a few years, the number of magic apprentices in the entire Dawn Alliance will increase. Once upon a time, common people in the 7 kingdoms, as long as they had some money, would go to the church to buy a holy book and read it in their arms, hoping to train their children to become magicians. But the vast majority of people cannot even cast a single magical spell in their lifetime. The theology I learned was of no use at all. Even if an apprentice cannot awaken magic power, as long as he has magic knowledge, it will be of great use. In the future, more and more people will give up theology and study magic, coupled with some push from the Dawn Alliance. The era of comprehensive magic will begin. The industrial revolution of the magic age will also slowly appear. After that, Hussman came up with an idea that greatly impressed George. Hussman wanted the magic hub and the magic tower. The magic tower was built for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia purely for show-off. Human resources are now tight, so George rejected it. As for the demonic hub, there is a lot to talk about. As soon as George rolled his eyes, he had a wonderful idea. As for the magic hub, Hussman, it is not impossible to build it. But this thing must be installed in your large mining area, George said seductively. If you put these magic hubs in the palace, they will just collect dust. But if you put them in the large mining areas, they will be able to increase your mineral output dozens of times. The magic hub can be earned quickly by spending money. And I promise that as long as you build the magic hub in the mining area, I will build a large number of factories near the mining area and send troops to help you guard the mining area. There are still a lot of rubbish magic hubs in the Moon Kingdom. This thing can be used by the Sand Kingdom after repairing it. Recently, there is a magic hub to be installed in the Death Mine. After the wizards finished that, they happened to come here to get it. These damaged and broken magic hubs were originally left to gather dust in the Moon Kingdom. Elizabeth originally planned to dismantle them into parts, extract the gold and eternal gold inside, and then sell them as garbage. They were worth 2 to 3 million silver foxes when they were broken. After hearing that George and the others could repair them, and that they would still be used in the mining area, Elizabeth sent them over directly. For today's shelters, it doesn't cost much to repair a garbage hub, the builder can do the job directly. So George and the others not only didn't have to spend much money to repair it, but they also repaired it very efficiently. At most, it is to invest in some ancillary facilities of the demonic hub. The overall cost is equivalent to building a few castles more than 300,000 silver foxes. In these war years, each principality has to build many castles every year. For the Dawn Alliance, the money is already a drop in the bucket. Compared to the value of the demonic hub, this cost is negligible. However, when Hussman heard the words, magic nexus, his heart skipped a beat. The forbidden wizard had gotten one for the Dakin's mining area, which required 17 tons of gold, 5 million golden lions. There is a large vein of gold in Darkins, so the expense is worth it. The mines in the Sand Kingdom are older than the gold veins, so they are naturally worth investing in. But even though Hussman is a rich man, these 5 million gold lions cannot be taken out casually. Lord God, it's not just a matter of funds. The death mine is now run by you. You should know how difficult it is to operate this mine. Therefore, investing in a magic hub may not be able to get your money back. Hussman looked hesitant, said, Our 2 large mining areas in the mining area, although there are no people from the southern wilderness nearby, they are attacked by monsters. Therefore, those 2 fertile lands are generally only visited by miners, not herdsmen. Cattle and sheep, there's no way to graze there. In the past few decades, as the population of Saudi Arabia has gradually migrated northward, the land that was originally destroyed by cattle and sheep in the south has gradually recovered its landscape. Near the high-energy mineral veins, animals and plants often grow very luxuriantly. So although those 2 pieces of land are not as good as the large oasis, the situation is indeed very good. Many places in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are covered with lush, and there are even many borders and deserts. Therefore, these 2 pieces of land are very precious. But they can only be looked at. George felt that this time, the mineral development plan had to be done well. We cannot destroy that rare piece of good land. Moreover, since going to the Golden Kingdom, the addition of goblins has also given the sanctuary an additional land development plan. The goblins are unparalleled in their knowledge of botany. They can make food grow on trees and vines. Not only are these foods very delicious and sweet, they are also very rich in nutrients, similar to sweet potatoes. Although the yield is not as high as that of real sweet potatoes, the food produced by the goblins in the jungle does not require the cultivation of farmland or the cutting down of trees. The food produced by an oasis is enough to feed the population of a large mining area. The goblins can not only solve the food problem in the large oasis, but also turn the lush into green space. If the goblins are allowed to work on the 2 large mining areas in the Sand Kingdom, the goblins are confident that the 2 large mining areas will gradually turn into the size of a large oasis of death.
After the future tsunami, food will be very scarce. The desert control work in Saudi Arabia will be beneficial to future generations. What's more, once this large mining area is established, the blood of the magic industry will continue to flow. Chapter 808 The Sun God's Father. George really wanted those pieces of land in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But Hassan obviously does not have such a long-term vision. And those mining areas are also the largest foundation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So he will not give them. So George plans to continue the magic hub thing.
In this way, Hassan, let's set up a mining company.
George, the big bad wolf, showed his ferocious mouth.
We will help you build it in the form of shares. These 5 million gold lions are my initial investment cost, and you don't have to worry about future maintenance. In the future, we will share the dividends for mining matters if the first mining area is profitable. I will continue to invest in various mining areas.
This proposal greatly impressed Hassan. The Dead Mine is an excellent case of cooperation between the Sand Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom. In his opinion, the U Kingdom's consortium managed the place very well, since being handed over to the consortium. Although his annual income has to be divided a large amount, the amount is not less than before. After all, the original mining area was often shut down. And once there is an additional magic hub and the mining area is developed by wizards, the income figure will have to increase many times. However, Hassan made a request.
I know that there are many joint stock companies in the Moon Kingdom. I understand this. This kind of cooperation is a good thing. But sir, you should know the value of these mining areas. They produce countless millions of dollars for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia every year.
Qing's wealth. So the share. I only account for 20%. You have to know, Hassan. I not only provide the magic hub, but also the technology and wizards.
George stretched out 2 fingers and said,
and I only care about development, not those mining areas. Become my fiefdom.
George didn't care about the money. 20% of the mining income was enough for the shelter to finish the Black Tide battle. And he doesn't care whether those mining areas are his fiefdom. Because as long as these mining areas are managed by him, the land will be his. And with the strength of the alliance, even if Saudi Arabia sees some problems in the future, it will not be able to oust him if it wants to. And after the war is over, the entire world has been integrated into the alliance. No matter which land it is. Doesn't it belong to the alliance? What kind of fiefdom do you want? So it is said that he only holds 20% of the shares. But in fact he borrows Jingzhou. Originally, Hassan thought George would be a big talker. But after hearing the 20% figure, he couldn't help but smile. This proposal is undoubtedly a very pleasant thing. And then the ministers under the 2 men have one more negotiation task. The following banquet was extremely joyful. And Hassan also introduced many of his princesses, sons, and daughters to George. The upper-class people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are all extremely beautiful, especially the royal family. Those who become princesses are all extraordinary women, and their offspring are also very different. The man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the woman is graceful and charming, and he can also sing and dance well. And George discovered that Hassan, an old pervert, stayed in the palace all day long with nothing to do,
basically filling up his harem. There are more than 300 people among the princesses alone. I don't know if he can keep busy. And he has more than 200 daughters and sons, plus the descendants of other members of the royal family. The members of this royal family are almost countless. George didn't know which play Hassan was playing today. Basically, he introduced his favorite princess, as well as his adult son and daughter to George. But as a clergyman, George couldn't refuse this job. After meeting, George had to give a blessing. So whenever someone came, he would say a few words. But the noble seemed extremely enthusiastic about this matter. It just tired him out. Later, George was basically a bit perfunctory. Only when he saw a girl or boy who was particularly beautiful and well-spoken, he would stretch out his hand with a smile on his face. Fortunately, George's current mana is based on the members of the sanctuary, which is terrifyingly huge. The blessings that come down are all serious magical techniques and introductions. The Bishop of Saudi Arabia's eyes bulged out when he saw it. Among Hassan's princesses and heirs, many are of southern wilderness origin. Basically, the families of these princesses from the southern wilderness are also on good terms with the Shah kingdom. Using this as a topic, gradually, George and Hassan also talked about the southern wilderness.
Lord God. In fact, the rich and nobles in the royal capital also have many good things in their hands,
Hassan said meaningfully, stroking his beard.
This is Hassan.
George wanted to say that he originally had this plan, but now he has planned to take it easy.
Lord God. Please don't refuse these good intentions.
Hazman looked at the southern wilderness and said,
After all, someone has already collected it for you in advance.
Obviously, King Shah had just been extorted by a group of bandits before. But now, a bigger bandit has arrived just in time to teach those guys a lesson. George followed Husman's gaze and suddenly realized. Then he smiled and patted Hazman on the shoulder and said to him,
Hazman, from now on, no one will dare to bully you, and no one will come to collect protection money. Go. Let's go talk to Solando.
The envoys and lords of the southern wilderness were gathering together to talk to the southern wilderness knights in the shelter. It seemed that the miracles they had heard about the Helenska Sun Temple before had been learned from the 8 Sun Knights. It was confirmed by the mouth. Sun City got news of this matter last month, but no one believed it. But after seeing those flying sun angels and huge floating islands today, my thoughts were different. Everyone's face was extremely shocked, and their eyes couldn't help but look at Alexander. As for Sorrento, he was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting with Alexander. Alexander was just eating at the dining table. After occasionally hearing Sorrento's words, he nodded in agreement, while Sorrento's expression was extremely emotional. When George came over with Husman, Sorrento looked at the Lord of Heaven who could make the next generation of Sun King follow him wholeheartedly, with extremely complicated eyes. And when he heard that George planned to give them away when they returned to Sun City, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly.
I happen to be visiting Sun City. I have already ordered my subordinates to transport all your things to the floating island. Lord Sorrento, we just want to give you something away. We are just on the way. Then I'll thank you, Your Highness, and I won't disturb you the rest of the way.
Solando clasped his fists and said, as a courtesy in the southern wilderness, seeing the defeated envoys of the southern wilderness, who didn't even dare to fart. Hosman's heart blossomed with joy, but he didn't dare to say anything in his mouth. He was just being very gentlemanly and talking to other people on the other side. The southern wilderness envoys chatted. But compared to the banquet a few days ago, the eldest prince of Saudi Arabia now looks more like a host entertaining guests. And a few days ago, he looked like a butler. The envoys from the southern wilderness had mixed feelings in their hearts. And Sorrento knew that George was planning to have a good talk with the Sun King and would go with a floating island this time. I don't know if it's a kidnapping or a ride-along. Anyway, I'm afraid the money will be kept. Sorrento originally thought that George would chat more with him about politics and military affairs. But he did not expect that George did not mention a word about such topics next, and just joined him and Alexander in their daily chat.
The eldest son of the sun, Solando. To be honest, I did not know something before.
George looked at Alexander with some surprise. Unexpectedly, he was reincarnated as the son of the Sun King, and he also understood why all the people in the southern wilderness, they all believe that the Sun King is the Sun God. Obviously, the Sun King is not the Sun God at all, but he is the Sun God's father. Chapter 809 Human Heroes. Sorrento told the history of the Sun royal family. 300 years ago, an evil god resurrected in the southern wilderness. It controlled the ogres and established an ogre empire. Since then, darkness has been raging in the southern wilderness. The disaster that occurred in the southern part of the mainland was not much worse than the current Kuroshio. Even Saudi Arabia has been affected. It's just that this black tide was repelled before it could reach the level of the blood moon. This aspect is closely related to the world environment 300 years ago. At that time, the 7 gods had just fallen, and there were no ancient gods. God is in the fog, and the world has not begun to collapse. But being able to extinguish the black tide so smoothly is also related to a hero. He strangled the black tide in the cradle. As a result, the black wave failed to develop to its current scale. People rumored that he was a human hero incarnated by the sun god. He integrated the southern wilderness and defeated the ogre empire, killed the evil god. The ogres also started to join the southern wilderness tribe at that time. And now the Red Fawn lineage is developing quite well. As for the descendants of that human hero, they are the Sun royal family. Hearing this, George couldn't help but fell silent. From Soraya, he learned that when Soraya visited the southern wilderness 300 years ago, Soraya had fought side by side with the human hero. Soraya was able to confirm that the human hero was not him. Brother. According to the discussion and analysis of the heavenly armed forces at the sanctuary, they believe that the sun god's divine power is the most powerful among the 7 gods. After his rebirth, it is also the most difficult to get rid of his divinity. Soraya relied on the power of the fragments of the astral world, and with the help of the light of dawn, Irene and Sol would slowly liberated themselves over 300 years. Therefore, if the sun god comes to the world,
He will never come so early. In addition, according to Alexander, he also fought many times and killed many bad guys until he got tired and fell asleep. 300 years ago. No matter how he fought with anyone, it would definitely be earth-shattering and even change the landscape of the continent. But on the Shelter continent, no traces of his battles were found. Rusgard believes that Alexander may have gone to the abyss. Then, he was reincarnated as a human being. As for the human hero 300 years ago, he did not leave any descendants. Because Soraya saw with her own eyes that he and the evil god died together. Therefore, during these 300 years, many people claimed to be the descendants of the sun god. But in fact, they were all serious human beings. As for the current group of Sun Royals, they are even more humble. According to Rusgard's analysis of Bana's blood samples, the ancestor of the Sun Royals tens of thousands of years ago was a hybrid of an ogre and a human. Therefore, the current Sun Royal family has nothing to do with the hero from 300 years ago, because they are from another branch. The prophecy made up by Soraya did have some reason to some extent, because in her imagination, when her brother came, he would definitely become the Sun King. It will also surely lead the people of the south to the sanctuary. After that, the prophecy she made up was verified. Look, how smart I am. But what she failed to think of was that her brother stayed in that abyss for too long. Alexander had just been reincarnated when he encountered disaster in the southern wasteland. However, there was a human who was born in the wilderness. But he took on this responsibility. His name was Mox. At that time, the entire black wasteland in the extreme south was in chaos, with icebergs melting, plagues spreading, and monsters raging. And the hundreds of tribes in the southern wilderness are still fighting each other. Although Mox was born into an ordinary nomadic family, he has always had lofty ideals. He didn't believe in any prophecies, but he knew that his people could no longer survive in the black wilderness in the extreme south. But he is just a horse bandit leader. What can he do? Until his first child was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred. This made this reckless hero suddenly realize that it was extremely difficult to lead the people of the southern wilderness to the future. But after all, someone still had to do it. And this celestial phenomenon is an omen. Heaven has sent a great responsibility to this people. He named his child Alexander, the guardian of mankind. In his opinion, if he failed to bring his tribe to the shelter that was being transported, then this important task could only be left to his son. This persistent father finally took on the heavy responsibility that the sun god could not bear. He verified the prophecy and brought his people to the north from the black wilderness of the extreme south that had been swallowed up by the first flood. Saved everyone. Today, in the hearts of the people of the southern wilderness, there are only two Sun Kings. One is the hero 300 years ago, and the other is Mox today. They are both well-deserved heroes. During these 300 years, gods were unable to help mankind, but human heroes emerged endlessly. Hearing this, George secretly sighed and felt a little regretful. George can understand the hardships of the Sun King's journey, and this hero is undoubtedly a pioneer of his own. But it is a pity that the current Sun King has gradually faded away in the wine, meat, power and sex, and he no longer has the motivation to leave Sun City. It is not easy to persuade him to join the alliance and lead the people of the southern wilderness north to fight the devil. George looked at Alexander, who was just eating, and suddenly felt that this trip might be much more interesting than he imagined. George really wanted to meet Alexander's heroic father. Sorrento also told some stories about why Alexander left in the first place. Now the eldest son of the sun has left Sun City for many years, but this position is still vacant. The Sun King had countless concubines and heirs, but he only had one son that he loved most. This is not because the Sun King knows that his son is the sun god, nor is it because of the original phenomenon. It's because his son is the same as he was before. To this day, the Sun King still remembers the dispute Alexander had with him when he was leaving. The south has escaped the disaster, but the fog has not faded, and the northern world is still being ravished by the black tide. As the children of the sun god, we should shoulder this responsibility. Heavy responsibility. At this point in the story, Solando paused. I still remember that dispute. Mox was so angry that he was shaking all over. And Dakari, the god of war in the southern wilderness, the second prince, who appeared in Helenska City, the guy tried to hold the kid down, but Alexander staggered him. Ha ha ha. Looking at Alexander, who was eating by himself, Sorrento's eyes were full of mixed emotions. The eagle finally grew up. He said no one would go, so he went by himself. As a result, you really made a mistake in the north. So many earth-shattering things happened. George! Sorrento looked at George with a complicated mood and said, I never think that we are enemies. We just have different ideas. We want to be sidelined. And you want to make a big difference. In the end, who is against whom? Wrong. History will prove it. History? It doesn't have to be that far away.
George stood up and left his seat.
Who is right and who is wrong? The results will be known in a few days.
Sorindo's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at George's back and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. This man is as stubborn and persistent as Mox. Chapter 8:10 The Saudi Harem Group. That night, George and others stayed at the palace. Husman specially set aside several good places for the members of the shelter. Compared with the broken houses in the dead mining areas, the environment is completely different. On the way back to the room, there were more than 500 members of the shelter plus the servants and housekeepers of the palace. It can be said to be a huge momentum. Servants and stewards surrounded the people in the shelter, leading the way. At every fork in the road, someone followed the servants. Gradually, many people left, but there were still 40 or 50 people left around George. There were about 20 of them, old men who hung out with George all day long. They were basically people like Aji, or people who were born in the old soldiers. They were fierce and cunning, very powerful in single combat, and they were also eloquent, able to handle various tasks, and good at resolving crisis matters. Of course, they all have a bad rap with their boss. Knows many of the boss's secrets. The rest are guys like Jack. They and the old guys have all grown up, and many of them were brought here by Alexander. But now, although the relationship between the two groups is still very good, their temperaments are completely different. Jack and the others are pure soldiers, old-fashioned and serious. The aura on his body is very strong, and his murderous aura is also very strong. Their martial arts skills are also extraordinary, and they are basically the top red robes in the shelter. At present, these 20-odd people have all reached the level of 7 angels in the school grounds. I don't know how many demons I killed in the western region. And Aji and others followed George and fought countless battles, and encountered many difficult bosses. So if the two groups were to compete, I really don't know who is more powerful. Maybe Aji and the others have more tricks, while Jack and the others have more solid martial arts skills. It's been a long time since everyone has seen their good friends. And it's been a long time since they've seen their boss. Today is considered a gathering. At today's banquet, everyone had a drink, talked about serious business for a long time, and also talked about a lot of gossip. Basically, George listened to the reports from Garvey and others, and also talked with everyone about old times. All very satisfied. At the end of the banquet, Jack and others planned to go to other areas, and some even planned to patrol the camp. However, George only let Garvey and others go, leaving some people behind and arranged them in the area he controlled. But Jack and the others completely regarded themselves as guards. When walking on the road, they surrounded the boss and prevented the servants from getting closer. Many knights have not taken off their armor today and have always been wearing armor. George habitually searched the crowd. After searching around, he remembered that Soraya had recently stayed in the Golden Kingdom. Therefore, naturally no one flirted with him, and he only received a blank look from Eileen. I told you that your asking price was too low. Idiot! Eileen found the opportunity to taunt George. We made twice as much money. George was too lazy to talk nonsense with this short-sighted guy according to Aaron's trading plan. He could indeed make a lot of money, but the order would not be so large, and the profit would be less in the future. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia needs a large number of weapons to maintain the stability of mining areas, farms, and pastures. So this deal has great political considerations. To be honest, if Husman was a poor man, George would have to help him arm the lords if he gave money on Alfonso's side. George was basically giving money now. I don't know how much food and grass was transported, and the mercenaries were hired for free. The ability to maintain a balance of payments was entirely due to Alfonso helping George scrape oil on the lords. Irene became angrier when she noticed that George was ignoring her. I deliberately stepped on him several times. As a result, as soon as George stopped, the girl's head hit his back. Damn it! Why are there so many people? Standing at the door of the hall, George was confused for a long time. This hall is very lively, as if a salon is being held. Some people were sitting and chatting, playing with antiques, and some were painting and lingering there. There are also many women and handsome young men, busy walking around and tidying up various halls and rooms. Occasionally, these busy people will call the painters and models to help. The models ran over with their butts naked and had a lot of fun. Taking a closer look, George discovered that these people were the concubines, princesses, and many handsome princes of Prince Husman. And these people are all guys who have been blessed and baptized by George. When George came over, some princes were still lingering with the princess and princess, just like they were in a warm-up. After seeing George, some of these people smiled shyly, while some looked directly into George's eyes boldly and enthusiastically. But whether they were men or women, they were all very charming, which made George's heart beat wildly. Hasman, this old pimp. Are you a hacking brothel owner or a king? George already understood what Husman meant at this time.
It seems pretty good, but I don't like men. I don't like this.
George looked at several very handsome princes, whose pink and tender skin made it difficult to tell whether they were boys or girls.
Damn it. No. It's too harsh. And all the boys will have to be driven away after a while.
Many bold guys have already gathered around, shouting,
Master, Your Excellency, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
There is a mess of everything. As for Irene, who was grabbing George's sleeve and just about to scold George, she was already pushed aside. She was dressed like a maid. Erin was so angry that she almost cried. These damn untouchables. Since coming out of the Golden Kingdom, her strength has almost become that of a mortal. She may recover a little over time, but her strength is very small now. After so many people came over, she was pushed aside. After squeezing for a long time, I didn't go back. The enthusiastic princess, and prince made George feel a little embarrassed. He looked at the people around him and found that many knights had already entered the lobby. They treated these men and women as if they were nothing, and searched around to see if there were any assassins or murder weapons. Some knights were already standing at various doorways like statues holding swords. He stared at the men and women closely, as if he saw anyone holding a weapon, he would cut her in half with a sword. Especially the pair of blonde twin princesses wearing veils were constantly stared at by the knights. They seemed to have extraordinary skills. Alexander originally planned to go to eat during the banquet. His uncle kept mumbling beside him, and he didn't eat well. But after seeing everyone like this, he actually picked up the sword at his waist and stood at the door like Dian Wei. And many veteran soldiers also started to show off. Only Aji and a few shameless old bastards were still hanging around George. Boss, Aji swallowed hard and said,
It's enough for Jack and the others to stand guard. You always need to serve tea and pour water. Right. Go. Go. Go and stay.
George said this, but in his heart, he regretted forcing Jack and others to stay today. These guys were too serious. And even though they knew what their boss was, George couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed.
Ahem. You don't have to be so nervous. Everyone, please go back to your room and you.
George held Husman's favorite little princess in his arms and said to person number 100 in the lobby,
Cleaning, go back as soon as you finish the room. You. These head maids ordered some people to stay. Prepare some bath water. And prepare some food. It is inevitable that someone will get up at night and need to bring tea, water, and chamber pot. Erin can't be left to work alone.
Chapter 8:11 Damn Irene. George drove most of the people away. But as for the men, he left no one behind. Then George gave Jack some instructions and asked them to take a bath and rest early. But after Jack responded, he made arrangements for tonight's duty. By the way, I walked through each room again and checked when someone brought something in. George has become accustomed to his subordinates with different styles of behavior. Not all of them have been led astray by him, which is attributed to the good teaching of Mother Hathaway and the blessing of the light of dawn. After making arrangements, he took a dozen of the most beautiful princesses into the house.
Doctrine? Holy Court. Master, why don't I come now? I will give you a lecture on the doctrine today.
At this time, Irene squeezed in from the outside of the crowd. When she raised her head, she heard, Irene can't be left alone to work.
What do you mean, George? I am the one who holds the chamber pot for you.
Seeing George walking into the room with a group of women in his arms, Irene gritted her teeth angrily and chased after him while holding up her skirt. Want to have fun? Just dream. She had to mess with George's good deeds today. When George entered the bedroom, he found that there was no need to prepare any bath water for this huge bedroom. There was a bathhouse next to it. This Saudi Arabian really knows how to enjoy it. Is there a shortage of water here? There is a spring nearby. Why don't you irrigate the farmland? George picked up a handful and took a sip. I found the water to be quite sweet. And the water temperature is very hot, indicating that someone specially boiled the water. This shows that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia not only wastes water like this, but also cuts down many rare trees every year to build these bathhouses in the palace. Seeing the master's behavior in the river, the princesses covered their mouths and laughed. At this time, some people had already entered the water. slowly took off their clothes, and were ready to help the master take off his clothes. Both the princess and the princess are very proactive. For the former, this is an order from Hasman. And for the latter, this is a rare opportunity to rise to the top. My father had specifically explained it.
The princesses may not be taken away, but the princesses are all virgins. And George will definitely take you all away.
On the Sun King, Hasman, his son and the nobles had used this trick countless times. And this new Sun King was undoubtedly a man of temperament. So when Hasman asked the princesses to dance in the square, he did it with the intention of impressing the boss. He really saw the right person. George, a scumbag, always welcomes anyone who comes. And his taste is somewhat similar to that of the Sun King. The more it belongs to someone else, the more he likes it. Looking at the large bathhouse and the beautiful beauties around him, George secretly cursed the aristocrats' extravagance, corruption and waste while smiling and enjoying themselves. This scene couldn't help but remind George of the scenes he had played in various places, including memories from his previous life and memories from his youth in this life. But both the quality of the princesses and the environment are much more interesting than the Shuayun Jade Capital and Big Wine Pot. And among them, there is a pair of blonde twin princesses, one named Ahad and the other Anisin, both of which mean oath and loyalty in San Mandarin. One of them is gentle and considerate. The other is lively and playful. Today during the baptism, Hasman specifically said that the two daughters are his favorite daughters. Unfortunately, they are both too active. They have learned martial arts and are afraid of getting married. Stay home. If I could have the opportunity to be taught something by the Lord this time, it would be a great thing. Originally, George didn't take this seriously. After all, Hasman said a lot of this kind of thing, and it was impossible for me to let a princess learn from the knights. But I didn't expect this guy to have this idea. Now the pair of Jaspers stood beside George, one on the left and the other on the right, hugging his waist. George couldn't help but feel happy. As for the assassin, he hadn't even thought about it. He was now a humanoid master. The princess and the princesses are also very enthusiastic. It seems that there must be a big battle today. My second, third, and fourth wives are not here, so picking wildflowers is a rare opportunity. But someone was bound to come to cause damage today. Just as George wiped his hair with a smile and planned to let Hasman's favorite princess and the most beautiful daughter wash his hair first, his sister-in-law rushed come in.
You really didn't do anything good.
Erin held a crystal ball, covered her eyes, and cursed.
I recorded it all. You're done. Just wait for my sister to deal with you.
As if she still felt angry, Irene took a broom and whipped the princesses and princesses while cursing, trying to drive them out. Those princesses were originally forced to come here today by Salman, and they were very shameless. Irene beat them hard and scolded them harshly. She took her clothes and ran out with a red face. A few timid princesses were even more ashamed and even worse than the princesses. They ran out crying with their buttocks naked. In the end, only a pair of twins were left. While crying, they wanted to run out. As a result, Irene blocked the door and beat them all up, making them cry loudly. They got out of the bath and ran behind the master. Seeing this frivolous scene, George was stunned. In the blink of an eye, everyone was hacking gone. George was so angry that he jumped up and down. He saw Irene standing at the door arrogantly, taking pictures with a crystal ball as if she wanted to call Soraya. This made George furious. He pointed at the crystal ball in Irene's hand and cursed.
Get that thing from me!
These twin princesses don't seem to be easy to mess with. Whoever is usually the most favored in the palace. Today they were beaten and scolded, and they were already holding their breath. Just now, it was because the master didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to fight back. So he could only pretend to be pitiful and cry. Now that the master is supporting him, his expression immediately changes.
I don't want to play with you!
Irene reached out and picked up the clothes and the big magic ring that George threw on the ground. Then she stuck out her tongue and made a face.
Slightly, slightly, slightly,
slightly, and then said, while making a phone call. He ran away. Irene's idea was very good. George didn't have time to set up a maze. He was a magic idiot and was nothing without the ring. Anyway, he can't beat himself up. And he can't drag himself into a lost paradise. And there are George's little brothers outside. And he is covered in lipstick. How dare he chase him with his bear, but... So today I will definitely be able to run away with these videos and blackmail him at will. Therefore, today's series of plans to beat, curse, and run away were executed perfectly. But there was one thing she couldn't think of. Chapter 8:12 Meat Bun beats the dog. Irene never dreamed that she would fall into the hands of those two untouchables. Seeing the scene where the twins jumped out of the bath neatly, Irene's heart skipped a beat. The skills of those two did not look like delicate women at all, but like female warriors. And George, who was looking for clothes everywhere, laughed so hard that he even bent over after seeing the two people's skills. Irene was no match for them at all. The result was just as George thought. The two twins caught up with Irene in no time, and surrendered Irene in 2 rounds. Then, the two twins grabbed Irene by the collar and carried her to the bath. Throw it into the water. The pool of water made Aaron wet all over. But this guy was tough talking. After standing up, he shouted,
Xiao! Xiao! George! Let me go! I will pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, I will just tell my sister you were messing around outside.
Before Irene finished speaking, George waved his hand and asked the twin sisters to hold her down. Then, during her struggle, George slapped her, but several times, which hurt Irene. Tears came out during the yelling.
Ha ha! Eileen!
George said viciously and started to twitch. But looking at Eileen's wet body, the movements of his hands became lighter subconsciously.
Do you think you can still say what you said? Does anyone believe it? What do you want to do?
Those few attacks just now were just taking advantage of the situation. Thinking of Soraya, George felt a little weak. But what he said was very strong.
Isn't it natural for a master to beat his little wife?
George picked up the crystal ball and deleted all the videos inside.
Ahide, Anderson, give her a good bath. She will be your master from now on. You have to help me just take care of this troublemaking girl.
Words like,
little wife, I will be responsible for her,
suddenly rang in Irene's mind. She turned her head and stared at George fiercely, with her face flushed, and said,
Don't touch me, you shameless bastard.
These two little bitches.
She stared at George fiercely, and her gnashing of teeth made the twin princesses, who overheard their conversation, cover their mouths and laugh.
Eileen, you've been getting more and more bad lately. His grandma's record was secretly recorded from the moment he entered the house.
George threw away the crystal ball, and then planned to drive Irene away. But when he raised his head,
he found that Irene's face was red, and she was peeking directly at him, her big eyes full of water vapor. George couldn't help but jumped in his heart. He reached out and lifted Eileen's chin, and wanted to continue teasing his sister-in-law.
What do you think I want to do? You have driven this person away. Are you?
Don't you have to compensate? I'll lend you some courage.
Irene boldly looked directly into George's eyes. Looking at his sister-in-law, the scumbag's heart felt hot, and he couldn't help but want to lower his head and kiss her. But halfway through, I got entangled again. Why was Irene deliberately angry with herself all this time? George understood clearly in his heart, but he really didn't want to mess with this troublemaker. But before he could think about it, Irene bit him viciously on the shoulder. Then he looked at George provocatively. George pushed her to the edge of the pool.
I will get rid of harm for my name today.
George and others stayed in Saudi Arabia for several days. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a lot of cooperation that needs to be negotiated, and various materials need to be inventoried and sorted out. The knights have been training the southern wilderness people in the past few days. In fact, it is a matter of military discipline. Alexander was specifically responsible for this matter, and the effect was surprisingly good. The soldiers in the southern wilderness seemed to be particularly curious about Alexander, and when the story of the eldest son of the sun was known to the lower-level soldiers, this curiosity turned into worship. In fact, over the past few years, Southern Wasteland has been aware of the wars involving the Black Tide in the north. The Sun royal family is also paying special attention to their future enemy. According to the Sun King's plan, the timid and cowardly garbage in the north must be defeated and dispersed, and then gradually escape to the shelter of Sun City. The final enemy that the demons will face is the southern wilder people on the other side of the River of Stars. At that time, people of all races will unite as one and rely on the natural danger of the River of Stars to fight against the devil. Therefore, he has been accumulating strength and food, and even built thousands of large and small castles and fortresses in the past 10 years. It seems that the devil will kill as many people as they cross the river. And Iberia is another battlefield for the southern wilders. The Rangers will play their role in that fog. In the war between the Holy Court and the southern wilderness, the feasibility of this tactic had been proven. But what the people of the southern wilderness didn't expect was that the cowards in the north actually blocked the demon to the north of the sword-suppressing mountains. Many people in the southern wilderness have different ideas. Some people hope to live and work in peace in the south and just keep their homeland. Some people wish they could go on the battlefield and kill the demons with their vigor, just like the southern wilderness god of war Dakre. In these years, The only battles between the people of the southern wilderness and the demons were those fought by Dockerat and others, although they showed great power among the troops of the Holy Court. Compared with the record of the sanctuary, it started to get into a little fuss. But what the people of the southern wilderness didn't expect was that among them, there was a warrior who had been fighting on the front line of the Black Tide. He even captured Darkin's demon city and almost destroyed the Gate of Hell. This person is their eldest son of the sun. Originally, the people in the southern wilderness didn't believe many rumors about the shelter, so how could the Roda people be so powerful? Is it possible that the people in the northernmost part of the continent are as brave and good at fighting as the people in the southern wilderness in the southernmost part of the continent? But after they saw Alexander, they all believed those rumors, because there was one of their own in this story of fighting against the Dark Tide. Who said the warriors of the southern wilderness didn't fight the devil? This son of the sun is a leader of the shelter. With Alexander around, the people in the southern wilderness became a lot more honest. Alexander came to lead people to rectify military discipline, and no one came forward to stir up trouble. 3,000 shelter sergeants and 8,000 Saudi soldiers managed the 20,000 captives obediently. The southern wasteland soldiers felt no shame in losing to Sanctuary this time. After all, the enemies they encountered this time had too many strange things in their hands. And there were also many sun angels. This left many soldiers wondering whether to raise their weapons to the angels or to put down their weapons and obey their commands. So far, the views of the soldiers in the southern wilderness have not been unified. Some people are very similar to the Dawn Lord and the Sun Angels. They believe that these floating islands are not enemies, but messengers sent by the Sun God. These envoys did not raise weapons against them, but straightened out military discipline. Some people sneer and think that the only Sun God in the world is the Sun King of Sun City, who is the incarnation of the Sun God. And these guys who followed the floating island were impersonated by the believers of the seven gods. Therefore, many people are not convinced by these Dawn Knights. And the generals in the sanctuary are also itching to train their troops. So the two formed a red and blue team and competed several times. Whenever this happens, the captives will watch, hoping that one of their own can show off his power. But the results every time are shocking. The sanctuary only used 500 people to beat more than 2,000 southern wilderness soldiers to the ground. In these trainings, the sanctuary did not use anti-personnel weapons, and none of the guns were used. Everyone used training weapons. What makes the people of southern wilderness even more stunned is that the combat skills displayed by these Dawn Knights this time are their solar combat skills. There is no doubt that they are the children of the sun, and he knows more comprehensive combat skills than the sons of the sun. These few fights convinced the people of Nanwang, especially when they saw Alexander. They were even more convinced because they lost to one of their own. Chapter 8:13 The Real History. People in the southern wilderness began to believe what George and others said. Those angels were indeed sun angels, because the eldest son of the sun has brought the glory of the sun god to the sanctuary. After this, coupled with the order of their king, Grand Prince Sarando, basically all the soldiers in the southern wilderness became peaceful. The shelter sent half of the southern wilderness people back to the camp outside the city, of course. They were not given weapons, and food was given on time. The people of the southern wilderness were able to keep their promise. In the camp, they were waiting for the follow-up arrangements honestly. During the day, George and Sarando often went to watch training and PK among the soldiers. He has many things to do during the day, and also a lot at night. Irene, the little fairy, since she and George broke the window paper, the two of them have been tired of being together basically every night. George often couldn't help but make a comparison. On the surface, Soraya is a carefree and straightforward girl, but in private, she was extremely shy. Sometimes, when the two of them were entangled, Soraya was embarrassed to even look at George. But Eileen is the complete opposite. On the surface, she is delicate and frail, but privately she is bold, enthusiastic, and extremely proactive. This pair of bastards were messing around a lot. One day, when Soraya suddenly teleported from the Golden Kingdom, she almost caught these two guys first. If it weren't for Aji Jilling, he would have come over earlier to report. The adultery between his sister-in-law and her brother-in-law is about to be discovered. However, George and Irene were still blocked at the door in broad daylight. When Soraya came to George's room excitedly, she found that Irene was cleaning the room with two twin maids. "I am going out first, sister." "Well, Irene hasn't caused any trouble in the past 2 days." Seeing Irene's obedient look, Soraya couldn't help but feel a little curious. She came to the floor-length mirror and helped Aji put on the armor for George. "Why did you get up so late today?" "Ahem. Last night I drank some wine with Alexander and others at the southern wilderness camp outside the city. I came back a little late.
George stretched out his hand, wiped the sweat from Soraya's forehead, and asked,
What's the matter? So urgent? Everything in the Star Boundary Library is out.
Soraya took out the scroll with some excitement.
There are some news.
The first is the history of the Kashia people on this planet. The time when this Kashia scientific research team came to the Shelter continent has been calculated. It was 1.7 million years ago. The wizards in the sanctuary divided these 1.7 million years into several periods. The first period was the Age of Chaos from 1.7 million years ago to 180,000 years ago. During the Age of Chaos, the Kashia people came to this planet and witnessed the proliferation and rise of species and civilizations on this native planet. Among them, there were two creatures that attracted the most attention from the gods. For selfish reasons, the gods taught one of the creatures a lot of magic and helped them gain enlightenment in knowledge. This creature looked too much like them. In this vast universe, vertebrates are rare. The gods chose this planet because the creatures here are most similar to them. However, they never thought that there was a creature with one head, two arms, and two pairs of feet that walked upright here. The only thing that makes the Protoss regretful is that although this creature looks very similar to the Protoss, it is very different. Individuals of this kind of creature are unable to communicate directly with each other, and are very poor at expressing themselves. This is very different from the gods, because the gods communicate through thoughts. Even if they do not share thoughts through Alpha, the information transmission efficiency of individual chat is 200,000 times higher than the efficiency of verbal communication. However, this also makes the gods less able to hide their thoughts and emotions. The gods are very curious about this species, and don't understand why they evolved like this. Also pay special attention to this creature. And this kind of creature is human beings since then. The first kind of creature has gradually risen, almost threatening the status of the second kind of creature. The second type of creature that the Protoss pays attention to is also very similar to the Protoss. This species has all kinds of strange looks, and its appearance is very different from that of the Protoss. But in many other aspects, it is completely consistent with the gods. They are naturally powerful, and have infinite lifespan. And you can also communicate with your thoughts. The Protoss believe that this species is better than the Kashia Protoss in the primitive society period, because they can give birth to children and offspring smoothly. Although this reproductive ability is far inferior to humans, but it is far stronger than the gods. This species that the gods pay special attention to is the gods. They have become the focus of research by the gods. The gods hope that they can study and solve the problem of the reproduction of the gods from them, and also hope that they can inherit the mantle of the gods and join the ranks of protectors in the future. When the gods came over, the gods already had wisdom and civilization or a cultural circle. However, they stand at the top of the world's food chain and enslave all species on this planet. They are the gods. The gods also gave these immortal species some enlightenment and had more expectations for them. But these immortal species with outstanding talents have not moved forward because of the enlightenment of knowledge. They are born with everything, like a group of spoiled children, greedy for pleasure and unwilling to make progress. For hundreds of thousands of years, we are still reincarnating in that ignorant civilization. The only thing they care about is their dominance in this world. The gods did not know the existence of those terrifying aliens, but they noticed the rise of mankind. The rise of human beings almost threatened the rule of the gods. But due to the ignorance of the gods, human beings became the most caring slaves of the gods. Because of the interference of the gods, human civilization in ancient times has been continuously destroyed and re-emerged over these more than 1 million years. Sometimes, human beings are like primitive people. And sometimes, human beings have re-emerged as glorious civilizations. When civilization was at its most advanced, a powerful magic empire emerged, under the control of the gods. This empire even explored other planes. But no matter how far human civilization has developed, they are just puppets of parasites like gods. Every country believes in a god. The gods have been playing with these low-level creatures and think that they have given them everything. In the midst of boredom, the gods once allowed humans to start the battle between darkness and light, but everything was just a game of the gods. The so-called god of darkness and the god of light, the so-called god of light and evil, are all one family. The Kashia people never interfered until those arrogant and stupid gods began to destroy the world. And this group of gods who were constantly seeking death also ushered in their end. The Kashia people took action. Chapter 8:14 Creator. For the gods, the great war between the gods is just a game in their boring lives. They never care about the loss of life, because in their eyes, everything is just a dog. Like a weed, it will grow back after it dies. But this mass extinction of creatures eventually angered some more powerful beings, the Kashia people. who were completely disappointed with the gods, finally took action. The gods fell. And the Colossus of the sun and the Colossus of the moon were like two brooms sweeping the ground. With a casual wave, the world became clean. This chaotic era has finally been summed up. The Protoss also used their research results over the years to perfect these two colossi and create 7 of the best AI guardians. Use them to manage the planet and restore the world's ecological environment. Those species that were almost extinct have also begun to reproduce again. And the 7 gods have also begun another job guiding the Holy Spirit and enlightening intelligent species. As for the Kashia people, they have repaired the greater trauma in this world, the rift in time and space. And they have been exploring the secondary planes related to this main world in the high-dimensional space. By the way, I also grabbed some experimental materials and continued to improve the 7 gods. Experimental subject number 3, the Lord of the Abyss, was kidnapped at that time. The weapons demonstration by Warworth that George and others had seen in the library also happened during this period. As the Kashia people continued to perfect the 7 gods, the 7 gods gradually reached perfection. And the Kashia people also opened a Pandora's box. The gods allowed the 7 gods to obtain nirvana in the fragments of the astral world, allowing them to interact with all things. The thoughts were connected together, allowing the 7 gods to gain true consciousness. The Protoss succeeded, and the 7 gods gained true thinking. But in addition to good thoughts, human beings also have evil thoughts. And they also know how to hide these thoughts and evil thoughts. The Protoss was completely disappointed with the gods, but had great hopes for the 7 gods. They believe that the 7 gods can replace the responsibilities that the gods should have shouldered and lead other species in this world to reproduce a true civilization. But the Protoss also failed, because this AI that could lie, have desires, and controlled and managed all the items of the Protoss eventually rebelled. And the Protoss was eventually destroyed by their creation. Alpha was the first to be secretly captured or tricked. Therefore, the gods no longer have the source of spiritual power, and can no longer share spirit and thinking through Alpha. All the weapons of the gods are also under the control of AI. So what the 7 gods face is a group of unarmed Kashia people. But even so, the 7 gods were hit hard. The Templar warriors of the Protoss almost killed the 7 gods with just a few weapons in their hands. After the destruction of the Protoss base, only Warworth and his group survived. They escaped, established a shelter in the crater, and began to build the Dawn. The time when Warworth escaped to the crater was 180,000 years ago. In the eyes of humans, the history of more than 1.5 million years cannot be studied. We can only know from some ancient ruins that gods and humans were active in ancient times. However, the information found in this archaeological study is too confusing and difficult to connect together. Therefore, this period of more than 1.5 million years was named the Age of Chaos by wizards. The next 170,000 years will be the Age of the Gods. After the 7 gods destroyed their creator, they destroyed all knowledge about the Kashia people. But because the 7 gods are spiritually connected to all things, some powerful wizards or heavenly warriors will still see many things in their dreams. Therefore, from time to time, some powerful Urwuzi will stand up to challenge the 7 gods, in order to completely wash away the stains of the past and completely block the horrific knowledge. The 7 gods even performed a major cleansing of their own memories, and started the policy of obscuring the people. The human world has since settled down again, and the 7 gods have also slept for a while, repairing the wounds left when they wiped out the Kashia people. Tens of thousands of years later, the 7 gods gradually reawakened, and the 7 gods also discovered that various gods, like leeks that cannot be cut, were once again active in the world. During the period when the 7 gods were sleeping, some gods even claimed to be the god of creation, the supreme god, and the creator. There are also those things from H, L and Abyss that came to this world, claiming to rule the world, and fought back and forth with the so-called gods of creation, supreme gods, etc., and even established their own forces to control the world. The human kingdom helped them in their battles. The kingdom of dragons appeared in that era. But these ridiculous gods didn't stay around for long. Soon, the angry 7 gods casually cut off the leaks, and the whole world finally knew who was the real creation god. Many historians often confuse these 170,000 years with the previous 1.5 million years, because this is an era. Because in these 2 eras, wars of gods took place. Therefore, human beings have always believed that their history is very short, tens of thousands of years at most. And most people believe that human beings were created by the 7 gods thousands of years ago, and that the world also began thousands of years ago. This stupid idea is naturally due to the church. However,
There is no doubt that no matter what era they are in, the seven gods are the masters of this world. And in the last 180,000 years, they also had a lot of fun. It lasted until 300 years ago. On the day they died, they finally remembered their former responsibilities and found that they had drifted away on a wrong path. However, they were arrogant and had no chance. The seven gods were like those who were suppressed. Like the gods, they destroyed with ease. They were destroyed with ease. The seven gods went around and around, and finally made a detour, returning to the embrace of the light of the astral world. And under the guidance of the light of dawn, he joined the destiny symbiosis of this world in another form, looking forward to a new future. The above records are all summarized by the wizards led by Thoriwood. And Soraya also participated in the writing. The archangels relied on their fragmented memories to basically restore the 1.7 million year history very objectively. At the end of this summary, there is an appendix, a true perpetual calendar. It spans more than 1.7 million years, and is a prophecy made by the Kashia people. A lot of information was recorded in it. It seems that the Kashia people know everything, but they failed to predict their own destruction. After all, this calendar is written by AI. However, although many things are false, the calculations about celestial bodies and planetary environments are very accurate. Soraya had seen some information about this perpetual calendar 300 years ago, and therefore made up a prophecy.
Look! Who said that the predictions I made before were all fabricated? I have solid evidence.
Regarding the prophecy about the sun god, George always said that Soraya made it up. She did make it up a lot. She often teases Soraya. Soraya naturally felt very shameless. This time, after the wizards got all the data, she hurried over. What a stubborn guy. George shook his head secretly and took the scroll. He has always been curious about that prophecy, not knowing how many of the things he inferred were right and how many were wrong. But George discovered that the wizards had not completely translated this perpetual calendar, especially the time. The last two digits were inaccurate. George noticed a piece of information, which was marked red by Soraya. It says attention of the faceless one, and the time is 1/791 6XX. Chapter 815, the real perpetual calendar. The real doomsday.
What's going on in this year? How come the last two are XX?
Soraya also scratched her head, looking unclear. George simply stretched out his hand and pulled Ibrahimovic over. After asking, Ibrahimovic said,
It took Solwood and the others a long time to figure this out. The original data is more blurry than this. The library was destroyed before, and it is very good to be able to restore it to this.
George couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and he thought to himself, the last two are the most critical. After looking at it, George discovered that the Kashia people had actually calculated that the faceless men would wake up 300 years ago, and took a look at this world and discovered that the Kashia people existed here. According to some information that Ibrahimovic saw, it can be inferred that the Kashia people had some plans for this. They were planning to lock down the location of the faceless man and kill this guy in the year when he set his sights here, or directly report the coordinates to the cleaner, and let Valinea and others, who are looking for betrayers everywhere, deal with the matter that she is responsible for. For Warworth and others, the faceless men are just a star thief. Although they occasionally rob their scientific research teams, their scientific research team is an official team. There are 5 beautiful villages. If they really fight, they will not be in vain. Besides, this will happen more than 1 million years later, so there is no rush at all. But who would have thought that Warworth and the others would encounter an AI rebellion first? And those stupid AIs also destroyed all weapons and knowledge. As a result, when the Faceless One paid attention to this place more than 1 million years later, the 7 gods were killed by him. The arrogant 7 gods believed that the Faceless Men were just some rebellious Kashias. He could easily kill the Kashia people. And naturally he could also kill the traitor with just a few moves. Therefore, when the Faceless Man watched here, the 7 gods still boldly searched for his location in the dream. As a result, in just a quick glance, the 7 gods were destroyed by the Faceless Ones, and this is the true strength of the Kashia people.
1/791 6XX year. So it seems that this year is 1/791 9XX year? Yes.
Soraya nodded and said. She stretched out her hand and pointed to a piece of text.
Look here. This is the prophecy I saw before. Cough. Calendar.
In fact, there was a reason why Soraya made up many prophecies. She didn't read them all. On the one hand, this is because she is not very good at operating the library. And on the other hand, it is because after her rebirth, she does not understand the Kashgar language and does not even know the Kashgar people. But because the elves knew Kashia, Soraya knew some of the content. However, due to translation problems, Soraya's predictions were vague, and she even made up a lot of her own words. Later, Dawnlight integrated the information Soraya said and basically restored a lot of what this prophecy really wanted to say. Although the calendar in front of George was translated by wizards and had some discrepancies, it was more detailed than what Dawn had guessed. One sentence caught George's attention. 1791. 8x times minus 9 times x years. The stars fell. The stars moved. The sun and the moon changed. And the sun faced the north. The years 791. 8x times minus 9 times x refer to these 4 things that will happen during this 100 years. The original words may be just this sentence, but it has derived many prophecies. The archangels once discussed it and thought that the sun and moon referred to themselves. So the Light of Dawn decided to build a sanctuary in the north. And then Soraya many things were adapted, leading to the migration of the southern wilderness people. But this migration is right, said Soraya. The fall of the stars has already happened. Oh, George remembered that Moss once said that there were sky fires in the black wasteland of the extreme south. And more than 10 years ago, Skyfire also appeared in the Tianmu Mountains. The so-called Skyfire should be a group of meteorites. What do the other 3 things mean? Are they what's going to happen next? Ibrahimovic? The stars are changing. The sun and the moon are changing. The sun is moving north. We think this is actually the same thing. Ibrahimovic said. The magnetic field of the planet is changing. And the angle is changing. The equator will change in these 100 years. Keep moving north. It may eventually stop at the Tianmu Mountains, that is more than 2,000 kilometers. The Moon Kingdom and the river basin of the stars will still be in the tropics. But the Sand Country will become a subtropical zone. And the southern end of the Sand Country will change from subtropical zone, become subarctic zone. These words were okay at first. But then George became more and more panicked. The effects of changes in angle and magnetic field are not simply this. According to Ibrahimovic, the angle of this planet has changed several times in these 1.7 million years. But every change takes a long time. Sometimes it even takes hundreds of thousands of years to complete the change of course. The angle of rotation may also be very large. However, because the time is relatively long, species can still adapt. But compared to hundreds of thousands of years, 100 years is too short. The impact would be huge. Mass extinction is possible. The only good thing is that according to the wizard's estimation, the equator has only moved more than 2,000 kilometers to the north, a change of a few degrees. So I should be able to survive this day. In addition, due to the influence of fog, the climate will become colder and colder in the future. So the equator moves northward, which will have some positive effects on northern regions such as Rodent, Elda, Holy Empire, Iberia, and Moon Kingdom. Of course, in the past 100 years, various earthquakes and tsunamis will occur frequently. After looking at it for a while, George discovered some problems. It has continued to happen within 100 years. So why aren't the falling stars listed separately? George frowned and picked up the scroll. Will it continue to happen? Why write about the falling stars? What exactly is this falling thing? How big is it? The stars are so huge. Soraya gestured. What do the wizards call it? Meteor? Meteorite? Then why not just translate it into meteorite? And make so many mistakes. George wiped his sweat and smiled at Ibrahimovic. I hacking thought Jupiter hit the earth or something. Ibrahimovic has George's memory and knows what George is talking about, Jupiter and the earth. However, Ibrahimovic did not speak for a long time. Seeing Ibrahimovic's seriousness, George couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. My dear, you are indeed right about one thing. These things have been happening continuously in the past 100 years. Ibrahimovic said very seriously. The falling of the stars is indeed not over. According to our inference, this ship is a meteorite group. And among this meteorite group, there may be an asteroid. Judging from the current landscape, it should not have fallen yet. Otherwise the dinosaurs would have been extinct, of course. This time it was humans who became extinct. George's mind wandered for a while. And at this moment, 2 words flashed in his mind: tsunami. End. This is the real apocalypse. And the time it comes is earlier than that eternal night. Hurry up and call Anthony and the others. And Palos. George covered his head, feeling a buzzing in his head. Already here? Dear. Ibrahimovic looked out the window and said. Soraya flew here first. When Anthony knew about this, he lost his shoes. Chapter 8:16 Stars Fall. Not long after, Anthony and others came over. Everyone stood or sat together in 2s and 3s, filling George's big bedroom to the brim. Because Sol would block the news, most people still don't know the situation. But individual wizards knew about this matter. These core wizards looked heavy and worried. Anthony was even more pale. Only Solwood, Palos, and Rusgard were old monsters over 200 years old. They are quite calm. And when everyone saw George sitting on the sofa and chatting with
Prince of Sorrento,
in a calm manner, they all calmed down again. It seems that the boss didn't take it seriously. So it's okay, son. After everyone was almost there, George glanced at the people standing or sitting in the room, then waved his hand and asked Aji to call all the people out.
We can't let too many people know about the meteorite for the time being. Otherwise they will all panic. As for Sorrento, George called him here specifically today, just to make him panic. Sorrento doesn't know what happened yet. And he is still chatting with George while drinking tea. This heart is bigger than George. Although this Prince of Sorrento, who is in his 50s, is not the Sun King's biological brother. He is the Sun King's most trusted brother. And he is also one of the 4 kings of the southern wilderness. And he is the most awesome one among the 4 kings. The land and population of Thorinder combined are more than the Frost King and the Fire King. This great prince's status is very high in the entire southern wilderness. If Avali in the south, it's just that he is a die-hard loyalist of the Sun King. But if he is pulled to the shelter, then 1/3 of the people in the southern wilderness and the entire Sun Royal clan will have to follow him. Before, he heard George calling him to come over and listen to the meeting, which turned out to be a magic meeting. So he called his magic consultant over. The magic consultant was a wizard from the Moon Kingdom and was quite capable. After taking a sip of tea, George spoke.
The cause of the tsunami has been found. Maybe we can stop it.
This suddenly exploded, and the wizards started talking one after another. Rusgard and others' eyes lit up indeed. Everyone was already prepared for the so-called doomsday. Only Anthony opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Whether there is a connection between the tsunami and the asteroid hitting the Earth has not yet been decided. George, why are you talking nonsense? But before he could say this, Rosgard pulled his sleeve and pressed it down. Under the auspices of the 4 chief magicians, Solwood, Rusgard, Palos, and Anthony, Rusgard narrated the whole story. The wizards also began to discuss it. And Solando, who was originally excited, listened. After finishing, his expression also changed slightly. Only the archangels didn't react at all after all. This was not the first time they had experienced the so-called falling stars. There have been many disasters on this planet, and there have been many meteorite incidents. At the earliest, it was the Kashia people who took action. But later it was all resolved by the 7 gods. Although the 7 gods are gone now, the archangels who inherited the mantle of the 7 gods have experienced great storms.
It should indeed be a meteorite group,
Anthony said.
If you look at it in astronomical units, the distance between these meteorites is very close. But if we look at it as humans, the distance between them is very far. So the meteorite group, the time between falling to the Earth is indeed very likely to be tens or even hundreds of years.
The wizards all nodded. This point of view was unanimously recognized by them. According to their previous calculations, the result is also very close to the Kashia people's calendar.
George,
Thorleywood said,
according to our calculations, the first batch of meteorites fell more than 60 years ago, and the location was in the Black Wasteland in the extreme south.
Hearing this, Sorrento couldn't help but think of the sky fire that the old people had rumored. But what the wizard said was more accurate than what Sorlando remembered.
According to the records of the Forbidden Sanctuary, there were a lot of meteorites that time. Countless meteorites, large and small, fell on the Earth. Some fell in the Black Wasteland of the extreme south, and some fell in the extreme south sea, causing floods and tsunamis.
The flood that occurred more than 60 years ago spread for many years. After experiencing this disaster, the people of Southern Wilderness continued to live in their hometown, and did not flee their home because of this after all. Southern Wilderness people, it was huge, and the floods receded after a few years. However, the Sioux elders also slowly remembered the prophecy made by the sun god 300 years ago. So, more than 30 years ago, the Sun King began to awaken, unified the Southern Wilderness, and led the people to migrate north.
Sun King Mox was indeed prescient,
Anthony said,
because after that, another large meteorite fell. Because it was a whole meteorite, its degree of destruction was far greater than the previous meteor shower. According to speculation,
the time it hit the ground was more than 10 years after the Southern Wilderness people left the Southern Wilderness, that is, more than 10 or 20 years ago. And the place where it hit the ground was also the snow and ice sacred mountain of the Southern Wilderness people. The extinct volcano became an active volcano.
The activity of the volcano triggered a massive earthquake and melted all the glaciers in the Holy Ice and Snow Mountain. Sea levels rose as a result, and real floods occurred. This time, in the black wilderness of the extreme south, thousands of miles of rivers and swamps. The grasslands were completely gone, Anthony said.
The dust caused by the meteorite and volcanic eruption has shrouded the continent for more than 10 years, and it still has not faded away.
Hearing this, George couldn't help but think of the Red Dragon volcano hundreds of kilometers north of the Darkins, which also erupted about 20 years ago. Maybe it was also because of a meteorite. A volcano in the north erupted, causing a fog, and a volcano in the south caused another. In the end, in the entire continent, only the River of Stars basin was not covered by fog.
But that's not the biggest piece yet.
Anthony pursed his lips and said with a pale face,
The biggest piece hasn't fallen yet. It should be more than 20 kilometers away. This is the real star.
George nodded. He had never doubted the power of this star. In the most terrifying comet collision known to mankind, the largest comet fragment that hit Jupiter was not that big. Right. The result of it? There are many traces as big as the Earth left on Jupiter. And the small meteorite that caused the mass extinction of the dinosaurs was only 10 kilometers away. I don't know how fast this 20-kilometer meteorite is, but no matter how fast it is, after it hits it, the demons will win directly. The environment of this planet will be extremely suitable for the survival of demons, and nothing will be left of what was originally on the planet, turning into a real lava HL. When other people around heard the number 20 kilometers, they had different reactions. The wizards basically gasped, "It's over. The world is over. Let's all pack up, go home, eat something good, and then live a long and healthy life." But the illiterate people headed by Sorrento breathed a huge sigh of relief. It was only a few hacking kilometers. If it hits it, it will only destroy a city. The grasslands on the banks of these stars are so big. I don't know how many thousands of miles. 100 of them were smashed and nothing happened. What a fuss. But Soraya was afraid. She knew what would happen if this star fell down in the memory of the 7 gods. Soraya once saw a star that fell down, which was 3 kilometers in size. The 7 gods didn't care about it because it was too small. As a result, the blow shocked the 7 gods' eyes. Then the 7 gods called these small meteorite stars. Each one of them has the power to destroy the world.
It's best to fall into the sea,
Soraya said. Aaron also nodded vigorously. After the wizards heard this, they started a chaotic discussion.
Pray that it won't fall into the sea.
Anthony shook his head and said,
Once it falls into the sea, the disaster will be far greater than falling into the earth. Not only humans will die by then. We may enter the Ice Age because of this.
Is it really okay to fall to the ground? George wondered.
Is it possible that we have to find a way to let it fall to the ground? Lorna saw him fall to the earth.
Lorna closed her eyes and trembled all over, seeming to be in extreme terror.
Fire! Fire everywhere! The grassland will instantly turn into a land of thousands of miles of lava. The River of Stars and gold, the inner sea, evaporated instantly. Flames swept across the world, and the earth flew into the sky. There was an invisible little moon in the sky.
The more Sorrento listened, the bigger his eyes grew. He asked his magic advisor,
Are you so damn exaggerated? I haven't read any books, so don't lie to me.
As a result, Sorrento found that his magic consultant was already lying on the sofa like a puddle of mud, shaking all over. Sorrento's heart couldn't help but tremble for a moment. Chapter 8:17 The Great Prophet Rona. Sorrento discovered that the magic consultant had already sat on the sofa without knowing when. His legs were shaking constantly, and his face was ashen. And when he explained the situation tremblingly,
Sorrento suddenly turned pale, and was sweating profusely.
The easternmost and northernmost areas survived for the time being, but the sky was filled with dust. The sky and the earth were dark, and the earth began to freeze. Only the valley, the great oasis, and Eldar had a small sun rising. But then they went out, and the moon city, a moon like the sun, rose. We began to migrate, but it only lasted for the last few years, and eventually all the plants were extinguished and gradually died, and there was no grain to be harvested. We all died.
After hearing the words,
The moon rises in Yucheng.
Irene's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but glance at George quietly. After realizing that George didn't seem to be paying attention, Irene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. George drank his tea as if he didn't hear it, but he actually didn't say a word. It seems that the shelter, the moon country, and other places have survived due to the light of dawn and other reasons. But they will be finished before they can survive for a long time. However, his grandmother in the moon country. I guessed it right. I guessed it right. AI, how could this guy Lin have no backup plan? She must have hidden the last bit of her godhead in the glory of the moon. In this way, after I die, she can still be a little god. Her grandma's. George remembered this treasure. The sun in the valley should be made by the light of dawn burning itself. And the one in the big oasis should be Soraya's godhead. But whose power is that in Elda? After taking a sip of tea, George glanced at Sorindo, who was still holding on, and asked Lorna,
Where exactly did the star fall?
George knew that Lorna should have seen the timeline. And George also guessed where the star probably landed. But he planned to let Sorindo listen carefully.
Land. Fall in Sun City.
Sorindo's mind buzzed, and then he slumped down on the sofa like his magic consultant. George couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
I was scared for a long time and didn't recover.
You guy. Just sit here for me.
But marine life can still survive,
Anthony shouted.
There is still hope for this world.
There is hope. George couldn't help but close his eyes and cursed in his heart. Anthony is really an idiot. He still has to fall into the sea. He will be damned if he falls like that. You have to find a way to crush it with the Glorious. The Glory will use all its strength to burn Soraya's godhead and crush it to pieces.
Lorna saw it again.
Lorna grabbed George's sleeve and said,
Lorna saw it falling into the sea. The huge waves were higher than the sky. No, it's not like this. It's happening again. This time it's not a particle. There are many it was smashed. Some fell into the east and west seas. And some? Lorna can't see it.
Looking at the great prophet next to him, George nodded, knowing that with the power of the glory plus the sun godhead, he could at least crush the meteorite.
It can crush this damn thing over 20 kilometers away.
How much power does a nuclear bomb have? The battery Soraya used to install on her body was so powerful? George couldn't help but secretly glanced at Soraya. He heard that she had been able to use that godhead recently. If she was caught cheating that day, she would do it all at once.
And Miss Witch,
Sorindo said nervously.
What else did you see?
Lorna just closed her eyes and grabbed George's sleeve without answering, as if she couldn't hear anyone's words except George's.
What else did you see? Lorna?
George asked slowly.
George took me to see shooting stars and picked up a heart-like star. George said it was a small star and gave it to me. But it seemed to be the same as the one he gave to Soraya and the others. He also dreamed of eating rice. The latest variety of rice. It was very sweet. And I saw a lot of wheat fields. The ears of wheat grew very tall, and there were also very big breadfruits.
Halfway through the words, Soraya couldn't help but glare at George. George felt a little guilty after being waited for.
I'm taking Lorna to see the meteor shower?
Still teasing her? Why am I flirting with her when I have nothing to do? George couldn't help but glance around. Fortunately, Soraya and Irene were here today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to explain it. I will tell you later that what happened today cannot be spread. Not even a word. After Lorna finished speaking, Sorindo stared blankly for a long time, wondering what was going on in Sun City. Not only Sorindo, but most other people didn't understand either. But George understood it. He explained,
The tsunami will eventually come, but many areas on the continent will survive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to accompany Kiki. I mean, the latest varieties of wheat and rice are growing in many places, which shows that the shelter seed experiments the base is good. Wheat is a plant from the north. Rice is from the Moon City, and a lot of rice is planted in the River of Stars Basin, which shows that it will survive there. As for the breadfruit, it was the goblins who got it. There is only the Great Oasis. The breadfruit on Nocturne will grow so big, which means that the big oasis will develop well.
Everyone nodded, and the wizard started talking again. They carried out an analysis of what the great prophet had seen, and then discussed a feasible plan. Soraya pinched George secretly, and she discovered that George and Lorna really had the same mind.
But what shattered the stars?
Sorindo couldn't help but ask.
Of course it's our sun god,
Soraya said, puffing up her chest. George nodded. This eldest lady, this time, is indeed the savior.
Then let the glory call our sun god Dot,
George said.
Ahem. Dear friends, allow me to interrupt.
Ibrahimovic revealed his figure at this time.
Which day is it specifically?
George couldn't help but blinked, wanting to say, I'm still going to ask you. At this time, Lorna's body suddenly started shaking. The scene in front of her kept changing, and she finally collapsed in George's arms. George picked up Lorna, and his mind couldn't help but darken. What Lorna saw might just be the best result based on her own thoughts. But if there were any mistakes in the process, everyone would be doomed. In particular, time is the most important thing. After all, the Gory is not available yet. And if the transformation is not completed, it will not even be able to leave the small world. Of course, there is another major problem with the shelter's capabilities. It seems that the asteroid cannot be seen. And although the God Colossus is powerful, it is also a ground tool. If you can't see it, just slap it. Chapter 8:18 The Sky Won't Fall Down. George handed Lorna to the twins and asked them to arrange for Lorna to rest. Seeing everyone's faces looking a little ugly, George took a sip of tea and said calmly to the group of confused wizards,
There are many things that can see the meteorite. If you need anything, I will get it. Urgent. Damn it. We already have the most critical killer weapon in our hands. And everything else is easy to get.
Seeing how calm the Lord was, the wizards gradually calmed down. The room became noisy again, and everyone continued to discuss various plans. As for the specific time, I am afraid it is impossible to determine now. With the power of the shelter, it is impossible to see something so small in the sky, unless it flies right in front of you. But there's no need to fight. Just pray. So the time cannot be determined. The asteroid's current location cannot be determined. But the smart wizards figured out something.
It should be between 3 and 10 years,
Anthony said.
Before I left the Forbidden Sanctuary, I read astronomical records. I can confirm that there are no meteorites near our planet. In addition, if all the efforts are used to protect the large oasis, then after the meteorite hits the ground, the area of more than 400 square kilometers can be kept safe and sound for up to 7 years, without being swept away by fog or affected by the climate.
The time has been roughly determined. It will be at the end of autumn. 3 to 10 years later the rice is ripe. As for the eyes, the Gory has the ability to see to a certain distance. The Colossus can fight beyond visual range and even target starships on the ground. But this thing is generally not used to fight alone. Not that powerful eye. It requires the cooperation of a detector or simply a spacecraft. Therefore, its own eyes are designed to work on the ground. So if it is placed on an astronomical scale, it is like a blind man. At present, there are 2 eyes that wizards can think of. One is the Dawn, and the other is the thing in the Forbidden Sanctuary. If Dawn can be used, then there is no need for Gory to do anything. It will just hit the asteroid and be done. With its armor strength, it would be unscathed. Even if it collided with an asteroid more than 20 kilometers away, it could directly deflect the asteroid. The other is the spaceships in the Forbidden Sanctuary. They can locate meteorites in the distance. Forbidden wizards must also have this technology. Otherwise, interstellar travel would be useless. A blind man cannot travel. If the solar system cannot fly out, it will be destroyed by the meteorites in the outer layer. Therefore, there is something in the Forbidden Sanctuary that can cooperate with the Gory to help it accurately locate the meteorite. We all know how to get things or where to grab them. But we just need work and specific plans.
The glorious HMS is indeed capable of shattering meteorites,
Anthony said loudly.
Although the meteorites cannot be completely eliminated, if it is done well, the degree of disaster will be reduced a lot. At least part of the continent can survive. Indeed,
a wizard said,
after the meteorites become smaller. Although the number of meteorites falling to the ground will increase, many small fragments will disappear in the atmosphere. But there is one thing,
Thorrywood declared.
The Glorious must go up to the sky. If the attack occurs through the atmosphere, it will not be effective.
Currently, there are many things in the shelter that use non-propulsive propulsion methods, silver shuttles, magnetic gold shuttles, etc. But these crappy things can't reach Mach 23 or above according to the wizard's calculations. If you want to fly into low Earth orbit, you need to reach a speed of 7 to 8 kilometers per second. And these things can't transport the Glorious.
Floating island,
George said one word to remind everyone. The floating island is the most well-preserved of all Kashia people's belongings. It is actually a jumping platform, but it can go to heaven. Currently, these floating islands are wrapped in a large amount of stone and soil. But even if hundreds of thousands of tons of things are pressed on them, they can still reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. As long as all the rocks and soil on it are peeled off, it can reach the first cosmic speed and make circular motion around its planet. After that, these jump platforms can be used to establish a space defense blockade in the orbit of the planet. There are portals on those platforms, which can allow the Glory to carry out all-round attacks on meteorites from multiple angles through the portals. Even Seraph troops can enter space and carry out a second strike on small falling meteorites. However, this plan faces many problems, the most critical ones being workload and time. However, these detailed issues and technical issues are the matter of the wizards. They believe that clearing out 3 to 6 jump platforms is the limit, and 6 is the best. Beyond this number, it doesn't mean much. This matter will start from now on. Each floating island is more than 10 kilometers long, and the thickest layer of stone and soil on it is several thousand meters long. That's no small amount of work. The wizards discussed many methods, each one a fantastic idea, but each one extremely complex. George was a little dizzy after hearing this. He waved his hand and said,
"Stop discussing it. I'll lend you something. There are ready-made tools."
With that said, George threw a bunch of small scarabs to the wizards. Indeed, both Jerry Jones and the demon spiders can do this job. The wizards couldn't help but change the topic. The stone soil on the floating island is full of nutrients, and there are many plants on it, and most of them are monsters. They are not afraid of harsh weather and can grow good things. Therefore, the unloaded rock and soil can be transported to many good places. Several large mining areas in Saudi Arabia are good places, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia still has a lot of manpower to deal with the thrown rocks, soil and plants. Seeing that the wizards were discussing various matters, George knew that it would be okay to leave these details to these smart scientists. If they had any needs or difficulties, they would mention it to him. When the time comes, whether you want to cheat or rob from there, just name a place. George couldn't help but return to the sofa. George drank tea with his legs relaxed, and occasionally joked with Soraya, Aji and others. This relaxed look, as if he didn't take the doomsday above his head seriously, was in sharp contrast to the worried Sorrento opposite the sofa. Sorrento could see that Prince George was not just pretending. He found that George was the first to calm down, no matter what happened. And the aura he exudes will also affect everyone around him. At the beginning of the meeting, the whole room was filled with a heavy and depressing atmosphere. The wizards were all in a panic. Some had their clothes on inside out, and some had lost their shoes, but none of them seemed to notice. Sleep. At that time, Sorrento knew that what happened today was definitely not a small matter. It's really not small. The sky is going to fall. But now, everyone seemed to be having an academic seminar. Although many people were arguing with red faces, the tense atmosphere was gone. Even Sorrento is no longer so nervous, as if even if the sky is about to collapse now, there are still people who can withstand it. Chapter 819 The Battle Between Illiterate People. Sorrento was often given this feeling of dependence by the Sun King. But today, he was given this sense of security that he could rely on by an outsider. Maybe this is because he is not a mortal? Yes, he is the Lord of Heaven, the chief archangel upon whom the seven gods sit. Perhaps he is also the Sun Angel. But no matter what, he should not be immortal. Otherwise, how could he be so calm and relaxed? But he didn't know that in the beginning. George was just a down-and-out homeless man who even a fool didn't want to deal with.
Lord God of God.
Sorrento opened his mouth. This was the first time he called Lord George God of God.
I have heard you mention the Sun God and the glory many times before. What is it? It is the Sun God. Given to you?
In Sorrento's view, the only one who can solve the problem of falling stars may be the omnipotent Sun God. George took a sip of tea and looked a little strange. He didn't know how to explain it to this illiterate person. He couldn't help but look at Soraya and said in his heart, "It's not wrong to say that the Sun God gave it to us." But the other illiterate person spoke. Soraya pointed to the sun outside the large floor-to-ceiling window.
Item the glory is an artifact, a token given to us by God the Father. It can direct human prayers to the heart of the Sun God. So the Sun God then he sent down his vast power and shattered the stars.
George couldn't help but rub his face, feeling that Soraya seemed to be led astray by him. Soraya's words made Solando seem to understand. But one thing he understood was that the holy object called the glory had the power of the Sun God. But according to the prediction made by the witch lady just now, it seems that no matter how this fate evolves, the outcome of Sun City does not seem to be particularly perfect. Sorrento's face couldn't help but become confused. He wanted to ask if this angel of the throne could really summon the Sun God, but he couldn't say it out loud in the eyes of the people of the southern wilderness. The Sun God was the Sun King. If you don't ask the Sun King this question, ask the tribe's opponents. This is a bit laughable. But Sorrento knew that his good brother might have really received the omen given by the Sun God. But he could not summon any Sun God at all. What Solando was thinking was clearly seen by George. He deliberately consoled him.
Solando, maybe Sun City will survive. Doesn't Sun City also grow rice? It's been a long time since we planted.
Sorrento sighed.
In the past 10 years, the coastline near Sun City has been rising continuously, and there is basically no farmland around it. The civilians mainly make a living by fishing. Here most of the people living there are tribes who believe in the sea.
George nodded and did not intend to talk about anything else. He said,
Sorondo, I think you should have seen that the seawater near Sun City is rising continuously. It is just like the Black Wasteland in the extreme south. Even if without a tsunami, it would sink into the sea sooner or later.
George, Sorondo pursed his lips and was about to speak frankly.
People say that the 7 gods are the sun god. And you are the sun angel. Let's ignore these disputes in Xinjiang for now. But I want to know, in your eyes, are the people of Southern Wilderness heretics or just common people? Of course they are the people,
Soraya shouted first.
I regard the people of the Southern Wilderness as my own children. I mean, our Father God regards the people of the Southern Wilderness as his own children.
This is already the second time Soraya has spoken. And Sorrento has actually noticed this somewhat peculiar woman. The power of the sun emanating from her is stronger than anything Sorrento has ever seen. Anyone who calls himself a sun angel is purer.
Then the city of the sun will not be destroyed.
Sorondo suddenly calmed down. He drew his hand on the top of his head, prayed for a moment, and then said,
I believe the sun god will protect us. A tsunami will not, it will swallow us up.
Soraya opened her mouth and was speechless. Yes. How could the sun god watch the destruction of Sun City? But neither he nor his brother have such ability now, which cannot be explained to the believers.
Sorondo, I want to remind you that the tsunami caused by the falling stars this time is unprecedented and has an impact on the whole world. No matter where the stars fall, the cities near the coastline will not be spared. But won't those stars fall into the sea?
Sorondo asked with his eyes wide open.
To the east of the earth, there is an endless sea, directly connected to the stars. To the west of the earth, there is also endless. The sun god of the sea will definitely protect us all and move the stars to the endless sea. And the tsunami will not be able to overwhelm us.
Sorondo's magic consultant coughed and couldn't help but explain. But he was a scholar meeting a soldier. And he almost got beaten before finishing a few words. The corners of Soraya's eyes twitched, as if she couldn't bear it anymore.
Sorondo, your magic consultant is right. The earth is round.
Soraya drew a circle, and she found that this guy was even more illiterate than her. She explained patiently,
the world is round. No matter how the stars fall, Sun City will be finished. Stop joking, distinguished lady.
Sorondo smiled, with a very confident expression on his face. It seemed that he had argued with countless people about this kind of topic, and won every time.
Although I don't read much, I still have common sense. The world is square. And it's infinite. Of course it's round.
Soraya's eyes widened.
I flew to the sky to see it. Then why?
Sorondo leaned forward slightly, and asked a little funny.
We won't fall?
There is no doubt that Sorondo is planning to make a big move. And this why won't it fall is an introduction. George's mouth opened up when he heard this. He discovered that this Sorrento was not only illiterate, but also a devout believer. There is no doubt that the priests of the Temple of the Sun and the bishops of the Holy Court are both of the same virtue. They have brainwashed their believers so thoroughly that even though the southern continent has been popularized by magic and science by the wizards of the Moon Kingdom, there are still such unreasonable illiterates. It was just like when Soraya had a fight with Anthony until this guy flew into the sky and took a look in person. She just complained that the 7 gods did not leave this memory for her. Then I was bored in the house for many days, and I couldn't seem to figure out why I wouldn't fall. George couldn't help but pick up his teacup, crossed his legs, and looked at Soraya, intending to take a good look at what interesting sparks would occur in this duel between illiterate people.
Of course you won't fall, because there is the sun god. She won't let you fall.
Soraya pointed at the sky and said.
She also said that the earth is round.
George spit out a sip of tea and said to himself,
Soraya, you are such a scumbag.
Chapter 820 The Well-Deserved Patron Saint. George spat out the tea in his mouth with a puff. As expected, Soraya did not disappoint him. Not only did she use an even more unreasonable killing move, she also brought her up. Sorondo was also slightly startled, not expecting that the Sun Angel would say such a thing.
Why? Why? Are you really not lying to me?
Sorondo said in disbelief.
There is nothing like this in the Sun Bible. Miss, you must pay attention to your words and identity.
George couldn't help but become curious, and planned to hear how Soraya planned to understand gravity. I heard that she seems to have been writing a book recently. I don't know why this guy writes a book for believers to read. How can such an illiterate person write down any scientific principles?
Of course, I know what I'm talking about. Your Sun Bible is out of date a long time ago.
Soraya smiled coldly and said,
The earth is round because the sun in the sky is round. Father God said with a cold smile, I created human beings in my own human form. And I created the shape of this world with my own native land, round.
At this point, Soraya stared and drew a circle, seeming to emphasize her words.
And this earth is not endless, it is very small. It can fly around in a few days. And this world, only the sun is infinite. If the earth is infinite, is it possible that it is bigger than the sun? Is it possible that the world is centered on the earth? And our Father God wants to circle around the earth? This is obviously impossible. Because the sun God is the center of this world. In time she has died. In time. Anyway, the sun is the center.
George and Sorrento both opened their mouths and were dumbfounded. I found myself unable to refute. And George also understood why Soraya borrowed a silver shuttle during those days in the Moon Kingdom. She went to orbit the Earth. Seeing that George and Solando were stunned, Soraya stretched out her hand proudly. And then bursts of light condensed in her hand, forming a tome with vast divine power.
Look! It's written on it. It's written by God the Father himself.
George blinked hard if the marks and patterns on the book cover were not exactly the same as the marks on Soraya's cloak. He would have thought it was the Book of Dawn. After careful analysis from a god's perspective, George found that this book seemed to be of no use. It was purely for showing off. But it contains the power of the sun god, obviously. This is what Soraya did when she was bored in the Kingdom of Gold these days. This book was created with the help of Unit Zero and the divine personality and power of the sun god. Soraya, you and I actually doubted that you couldn't convince Sorrento. This cheating method of your grandmother is simply shameless. George kept complaining here. But Sorrento, as a believer of the sun god, was already extremely shocked. He stood up tremblingly. After seeing Soraya waving to him, he came to Soraya, knelt down on one knee, and took the real Sun Bible.
Turn to the 3rd page.
Soraya pointed and said. Sorrento nodded numbly and started turning it carefully. As a result, he found that he couldn't see the words clearly. The words went straight to his mind. And at this moment, he seemed to hear the voice of God. This book is written in the language of God. There is no doubt that this is a holy book, a true solar Bible. And the power on it also proves that this is the holy object given by the sun god. And on the 3rd page, it is indeed written that the earth is round. And the book also contains many stories about the sun god and his heavenly companion, Lord, Most Loyal Knight, and Spokesperson. These 4 titles are all it's on one person. The spokesperson didn't seem to believe that the earth was round. And the sun god even took him around in the sky. Soraya couldn't help but feel proud when she saw Sorlando's silly look. She stood behind the sofa, hugged George's neck, and thought to herself, this book was written by my mother. And the stories are all I made it up. If something is wrong, I will fix it again at worst. As Soraya said, there are so many stories here. Most of the stories are about the sun god and his spokesperson, and occasionally a naughty moon god appears. As mentioned above, the sun god is actually 2 people, brother and sister. But the elder brother Soraya has already turned into a mortal and traveled down to earth. For more than 300 years, Soraya has been in charge of all matters in heaven. In every story, the sun god is omniscient and omniscient. And she has gone to great lengths to enlighten that ignorant fool as her spokesperson. Obviously, this sun god refers to Soraya herself, and the ignorant idiot spokesperson in the book. The more Sorrento turned the pages of the book, the more shocked he became. The more he read, the more strange he felt. How could the tone of the sun god Soraya be exactly the same as that of Miss Soraya? And when he saw the description of the spokesperson in the book, he couldn't help but look at George and the sun angel Miss Soraya with her arms around his neck in shock. Sorrento remembered clearly that when everyone was drinking tea together, he heard George introduce this Miss Soraya George's heavenly companion. Slowly, Sorrento put down the Sun Bible. He carefully looked at Soraya with an indescribable gaze. At this time, the words in his mouth were already vibrating.
You are who?
Ahem. Soraya suddenly realized that she seemed to have overdone it today. She quietly grabbed George and signaled for him to come to the rescue.
Sorrento,
George said,
we are here to save you. And what is written in this book is the Oracle. I invite you to attend this meeting today just because I hope you can be prepared. Everything is still there now. There's enough time.
Sorrento couldn't help but look lonely. He believed that George and the others were indeed the spokespersons of the sun god, and believed their words. But he didn't understand why the sun god didn't directly issue the oracle to Sun City. And he didn't understand why the sun god gave up the holy land of Sun City. A feeling of confusion gradually appeared on his face. He felt that the people of the southern wilderness might have been abandoned by the sun god. George's keen eye can see through people's hearts. He seems to have the ability to read minds. And he can see what Solando is thinking from the changes in his expression.
Sorrento, in this world, no one is as favored by the sun god as the people of the southern wilderness. And the southern wilderness is also the first people in this world to receive the oracle,
George said seriously.
The sun god has never having abandoned you. The Sun God is also protecting you. Not only is he protecting you, he is also protecting the world.
Having said this, George looked at Soraya.
Because only his power can break that star.
George said in his heart, Soraya is indeed the savior this time. She dedicated her godhead. Even though she is no longer the seven gods, she still deserves the name of God a patron. Chapter 8:21 The torrent of the times rolling forward.
Solando. The Sun God protects this world. And her power can indeed break the stars.
George said with some regret.
But she can't change the trajectory of the stars. Ahem. What George means is that although the Sun God is omnipotent, he can also change everything.
Soraya stopped George.
But this is fate. And it is the people of Sun City and the Sun God. An ordeal that must be experienced.
Soraya's words made the Grand Prince Sarando suddenly stunned and brought him to the spot.
The arrangement of fate is. Is this a test?
George couldn't help but blinked hard. He found that Soraya's random words were much more useful than the truth he said.
That's right.
Soraya nodded and said,
In this disaster, people will indeed go through many hardships. But without these experiences, how can mortals understand the truth that God wants them to understand? This is an era. The end of an era is also the beginning of an era. Various ethnic groups have followed the guidance of the prophecy and chased the torrent of the times. The people of the southern wilderness cannot stand still. Otherwise, even if there is no tsunami, they will eventually be eliminated by the times and submerged in history. In the dust of dust, it is time for mankind to gather together and move forward. This world has stopped for tens of thousands of years. And this disaster is an early warning and a reminder. Otherwise, even if mankind escapes this crisis, even if the Sun City, if you escape this tsunami, the world will eventually be swallowed by darkness.
In Soraya's words, Sorindo seemed to understand something. Indeed, the people of the southern wilderness are being eliminated by the times. Sarando had this feeling when he was fighting the Moon Kingdom. And now after seeing the floating island and those magic troops, this feeling has become stronger and stronger. They are like a group of primitive people who know nothing. And since they came to Sun City, even the bravery and fighting spirit they once had have gradually been wiped away. Sarando has thought many times that with the current state of the tribe, when the North completely falls, will they really be able to drive those demons back to their hometown? Let alone driving the devil back to his hometown. Even resisting it would be difficult. Sorindo gradually fell into deep thought. Sorindo didn't say another word that day. George knew that Solando's thoughts had been deeply ingrained for so many years, and could not suddenly change in a moment. But his beliefs and thoughts had begun to loosen. And he began to think about the new era and the new future. Maybe it's just a matter of time before he leads the southern wilderness people to join the big team in Sanctuary. And if the Sun King is really so stubborn, then it is a good thing that Solando comes over. He plus Avali are equal to 2/3 of the southern wilderness. That night, Soraya did not return directly to the Holy Kingdom to continue her cooperation work. She took a break from her busy schedule and stayed here for one night. When George got up in the middle of the night, he covered Soraya with a quilt, and then asked Ibrahimovic to use the power of imitating Soraya to summon the Sun Bible and secretly flip through it. George was touched by what Soraya said today. He suddenly realized that Soraya's real purpose in writing this Sun Bible was not to spread her beliefs to the world, but to persuade stubborn believers like Solando. After reading the book, George believed his guess. The short stories in this book may seem simple, or even like fantasy novels written by an illiterate, but they contain a lot of philosophy. This book tells believers of the Sun God to keep moving forward and accepting new things. Even in many stories in the second half of the book, it also tells those people that God is not omniscient and omnipotent. God is also learning, and even learning from humans. At the end of the book, the Sun God even began to think that she was ignorant and stupid, just like her brother, and she began to travel down to Earth. And he followed the advice of the spokesperson and began to integrate into the world. As a human being, he jumped into the torrent of this new era without reservation. This is simply blasphemy and self-defeating. This book will undoubtedly cause a stir among believers. How can God not be omniscient and omnipotent? How can we learn from humans? Many people are bound to have many questions about what God has told them over the past thousands of years, and about their God. Maybe some people will find some new, all-knowing and all-powerful gods to worship. They will surely be submerged in the torrent of the times. But there are also some people who will be transported by this book from the world where God is everything, to a world where people can create and change the future, like their Sun God. Jump into the torrent of this era. And the direction that the torrent of this new era is leading to is a world without God. Miss Sun God is almost destroying the foundation of Sun God's faith with her own hands. And what she does is the future of mankind. When writing this book, Soraya must have experienced a painful choice. But in the end, she chose to fulfill her duties as a patron saint to guide the Holy Spirit and protect the world. And since God can no longer protect mankind under the shadow of the ancient God, she will return all power and rights to people. This is responsibility for the heavy burden on one's shoulders. And also trust in the dawn of the future. It was trust in the shelter and trust in the spokesperson who persuaded her to jump into the current of the times. When George asked Ibrahimovic to put away the book and return to bed, he looked at Soraya's sleeping face and couldn't help but start thinking, what kind of trust is this? Faced with Soraya's unreserved trust, as the leader of this new era, George can't help but feel that the heavy responsibility on his shoulders has become heavier. And the trust he bears is not only that of humans, but also that of gods. George couldn't help but kiss Soraya's forehead gently.
What's wrong?
Soraya asked sleepily. She wanted to remove the big hand on her butt, but found that it was not open.
What are you doing?
Soon, she knew what the guy was going to do, omitting tens of thousands of words. When a period of time passed quietly, everything became quiet again. George, in the dark night. Soraya's voice seemed a little tangled, as if she had something that had been held in for a long time, but with her personality, she couldn't hold things in her stomach for a few hours. So the time it took for this to happen, it should be today.
There's a question I've always wanted to ask you.
Soraya's slender thighs covered George's waist, and she asked, while tracing her fingers on George's chest.
I believe you won't lie to me. Really? As long as you tell the truth. I promise not to be angry.
George couldn't help but suddenly had an unpleasant feeling in his heart what happened today that made Soraya suspicious. However, George still stroked Soraya's leg and said with a clear conscience,
Tell me, my dear. I will tell you everything. Why is there the smell of Irene's perfume in the bedding on this bed? Ahem. This Irene often comes to clean the room. I guess this lazy girl secretly sleeps in my bed.
George suddenly saw that in the dark night, Soraya's eyes were shining brightly like the sun. Chapter 822 City in the Sky. The magic vines leading from King's Square to the floating island have sprouted many magic beans in the past few days. In order to prevent these magic beans from falling to the ground, a big magic vine will grow leading to the kingdom of giants in the sky. During these days, Saudi soldiers guarded the area every day. The silly looks on their faces, as they searched for things on the ground, made the goblins playing on the magic vines laugh wildly. It seemed that everyone completely believed the stories the goblins told these guys. This story was first told by George, and the protagonist in it is Jack. Indeed, these floating islands are too high. The bottom of it is only a few dozen meters away from the royal city. But the top of the floating island is already touching the clouds. This floating island is several kilometers thick. Only a skylark can fly up. Those magic vines are also very big. When 7 or 8 magic vines are tied together, they are wider than the city wall. And the magic vine leaves that grew out of the fairy magic were as big as lifting platforms. There is no problem in taking dozens of people on board at one time. These magic vine leaves themselves have extraordinary magical power. So after the wizards cast some spells on the magic vine leaves, they became elevators and began to transport items up and down along the magic vines leaning on the ground. Various materials have been transported to the floating island in the past few days. The magic vine leaves and silver shuttles are constantly shuttled between the upper and lower ends of the magic vine. In order to transport the last batch of goods, the heavenly armed forces, heavenly servants and knights have also joined the transportation team in the past few days. So it was very lively when Sarando and others followed George and the others onto a large branch on the magic vine. Many lords of the southern wilderness looked at the huge magic vine ladder leading to the sky city in front of them, and asked George many times, "What is this thing? Does it go straight to heaven?" Regarding this matter, George just smiled and told him to go up and take a look. After George finished speaking, the magic vine leaves under his feet began to fly upward. Sarando had never made anything like an elevator, and there were no fences or protections around the magic vine leaf. Seeing the ground under his feet disappearing rapidly, his mind couldn't help but buzz. The other southern wilderness lords also looked extremely ugly. Lord God, Sarando couldn't help but grab the armor on George's arm and said with a pale face,
"Do you usually sit on this thing every day?" "Oh, this is my first time,"
George replied calmly while flipping through the Book of Dawn.
"Oh, sorry. I'm a little afraid of heights."
Seeing that George was not afraid at all, Sarando felt a little embarrassed. He forced himself to calm down, put on a smile and asked,
"Are you not afraid of falling at all?" "Of course I'm not afraid. It's the book's turn."
George looked at Sarando, gritted his teeth and said with a smile,
"I can fly."
After speaking, George glanced at the knights around him and said to Surindo,
"We can all fly!"
with a sound of wow. Several southern wilderness lords nearby vomited. Surindo's head was also dizzy, and he had already begun to regret it. I should have known he should have followed those silver shuttles. Many southern wasteland soldiers sat on those huge wind shuttles, and were sent up by those silver shuttles.
Don't listen to his nonsense. Surindo!
Soraya rolled her eyes at George and said unhappily,
"We can't fall."
As she spoke, Soraya stretched out her hand and patted the air at the edge of the blade, and then her hand actually made a banging sound in the air. Immediately afterwards, several thumb-sized elves flew out of the leaves and circled around everyone with a smile.
"The fairies will not let us fall."
Surindo and the other lords of southern wilderness couldn't help but widen their eyes when they looked at the goblins, feeling very magical. Some brave people couldn't help but pat the surrounding walls, and found that there were air walls around the magic leaf. This made everyone feel at ease. Sorrento breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced at George speechlessly. This guy always likes to make himself happy. Everyone chatted with George, and Sorrento asked many questions about the floating island. Today is the last day of August. Sorrento doesn't know how fast this floating island is flying, but he is a little worried that everyone will not reach Sun City in time, because according to the Sun King's plan, he will probably set off tomorrow. Sorrento had heard from George before that it took George and his group a day and a half to fly from the Golden Oasis, where the Death Mine was located, to the royal capital. The Big Oasis and the new king of the Kingdom of Sand are both neighbors. Both are near the coastline of the inland sea, but the straight line distance is nearly 3,000 kilometers apart. Sun City is much further away from the Golden Oasis, with a branch line distance of 6,700 kilometers. Normally, it would take more than 10 days to walk from the River of Stars on ships equipped with magic sails. The fastest ghost ship would probably take 7 or 8 days. According to Sorendo's guess, these floating islands are at most as fast as ghost ships.
His Majesty Mox is indeed setting off tomorrow, and it will not be later than the day after tomorrow. They should first take a boat down the River of Stars and arrive at Helenska City. This journey will take about 3 days. Then go to the royal capital of Eldar from Helenska,
Sorrento said. George nodded after hearing this. He knew that there were supplies and granaries along the way from Helenska to Elda. So even if the Sun King brought a cavalry unit, he could reach Elda in less than 2 weeks at most. Arrive at the foot of the royal capital.
So I suggest that we'd better go directly to Helenska. If we are fast, we should be able to see the Sun King in Helenska,
Sorrento said.
Although our speed will be faster than His Majesty Mox and the others, they will be slower. But His Majesty will not leave Helenska so early. He should chat with Avali about the Eldar tourney that will last for more than a month. For His Majesty, how many days early will he arrive? It doesn't matter if he's a few days late, maybe. He might wait for the last few days to arrive.
The Sun King was going to the tournament to cause trouble, so naturally he wouldn't go so early. So Solando was right.
There is no need to take a detour to Helenska. Sorrento.
George flipped the book in his hand and said leisurely,
"Isn't he leaving only tomorrow? There is plenty of time. Let's go to the Death Mine first to take a look. It's still too late to leave. This will waste at least 1 or 2 more days of effort,"
Solando said, looking at the teams transporting towards the floating island in the distance. Judging from the situation, the transportation matters may not be completed tonight.
"It won't take a day or 2. Just a few minutes. It's faster than us going to the floating island,"
George said as he put away the book. In fact, when George and the others left the Golden Oasis a few days ago, there was already a floating island heading towards Sun City. According to the map in the book, the floating island can reach Sun City today. 10 minutes later, the magic leaf passed through a thin layer of clouds and mist, and finally arrived at the city in the sky, which was higher than 1,000 floors. Chapter 823 City in the Sky. When everyone stepped into the floating island, the legs of many southern wilderness lords became weak. Many people say that they have galloped to every corner of the southern continent, and their fleets are everywhere on the sea, but they have never been to the sky. Soraya did not let these southern wilderness lords rest. She couldn't wait, and many southern wilderness lords came directly to an observation square not far away. When Grand Prince Surindo and others began to look around, they discovered that there were clouds under their feet and clouds above their heads.
There are indeed 9 levels of heaven in this world.
Solando touched his beard and asked George with a sigh,
"Which level of heaven are we on now? Is there a palace of the sun god here?"
Many of the southern wilderness lords also nodded deeply, pointing to the sky and telling the tour guide Miss Soraya that they had never felt so close to the sun god. Soraya's face looked strange. She coughed and explained to everyone,
"There is no such thing as the 9 heavens. Big guy, What we have under our feet is George. What are those clouds called? Cumulus clouds, George said. These clouds are generally more than 1,000 meters high. The ones above are cirrus clouds, which are tens of thousands of meters high.
Oh, the lords of the southern wilderness suddenly realized and started talking about it.
The first level of the sky is 10,000 meters, and the ninth level of the sky is 90,000 meters. Look over there.
Someone suddenly pointed to the distance of the earth and exclaimed. Then bursts of sighs, surprises, and shock sounds came from the crowd. And many people recalled the issue Sariah had argued with them a few days ago about whether the earth was round.
Perhaps the earth is indeed round,
Sorrento said dully, looking at the arc-shaped horizon in the distance. After a while, everyone started walking towards the center of the floating island. The floating island, which is more than 10 kilometers in size, cannot be seen at a glance. So standing here often makes people feel like they are in another world. This place is indeed like another world, because the flowers and plants here all grow very special. And here, there are many creatures that no one has ever seen. There are the six-legged and armored wildebeest herds running wildly on the plains, the mimosa trees flashing with lantern flowers of various colors, and the various magical creatures that have been extinct for tens of thousands of years. But the most bizarre thing is the lush rainforests. They grow all over the island, and the area they cover is not actually very wide. However, in the magic of the fairies, they have their own ecological cycle. There are even localized light rains in some rainforests. There was lightning and thunder in the sky above the rainforest, but dozens of meters away, the sky was clear and clear. The towering ancient trees in these rainforests are each hundreds of meters high. You can vaguely see patches of tree crowns in the rainforest being blown left and right by something huge. Looking at the strange rainforest surrounded by thin mist, the lords of the southern wilderness talked a lot, suspecting that the trees were all alive. It didn't take long for them to confirm this. They saw with their own eyes a group of goblins flying out of a large ancient tree. And then several tree spirits tens of meters high walked out of the rainforest. Afterwards, those extremely thick and towering ancient trees began to rise from the ground. Driven by the tree spirits, the ancient trees began to slowly migrate in a certain direction on the floating island. Over this moving forest, there are flocks of birds.
Aluota! Oh my god! It's Oluota!
The magic consultant in the southern wilderness shouted while holding his monocle and looking at the huge tree spirits.
What, Warode? Those are obviously the loyal guardians of the goddess of nature and the king of fairies. Yavanna!
Several southern wilderness priests shouted.
According to rumors, these tree shepherds, in the era of chaos, forests once covered the earth. Lord God, are you blessed by the goddess of nature? Yavanna?
In fact, the soldiers of southern wilderness have already seen these scenery. They all arrived at the floating island a few days ago, and Alexander, the eldest son of the sun, had already taken his people to visit everywhere. They also had such arguments, but they were talking about several other names. And this time, these experts did call the right name. A voice suddenly sounded from all around.
Does anyone remember this name, Yavanna?
Indeed, there are too many names for him, and no one has called this name for a long time. The flowers and plants on the ground were flying, and a tall woman in human form gradually spun out. Her body seemed to be composed of vines and flowers. After she appeared, the surrounding flowers and plants bloomed. Many animals in the distance gathered around Miss Rose. The lords and priests of the southern wilderness were dumbfounded. The magic consultant tremblingly took out a scroll from his arms and continued to read it. It seems that I want to find records about this ancient god. After feeding the animal some small fruits, Rose nodded slightly to everyone.
Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Rose was slightly polite and whispered to Sariah and George.
Welcome back.
No one else had reacted yet, but Sarundo and several southern wilderness lords, who were close by, heard the words, Your Majesty, clearly. They looked at Sariah with dull eyes. Sariah coughed and pointed at George, indicating that His Majesty was referring to George, the human emperor. George ignored Sariah's little move. He was communicating with Rose awkwardly. The appearance of the floating island has changed a lot in the past few days, and they can't find their way around. Many open spaces and roads seem to have been cleared by ancient trees in the past few days. It made George feel so strange here. After some conversation, Rose transformed into a woman, and the vines on her body turned into a dawn wizard robe, acting as a real tour guide. Along the way, everyone seemed to be in a dream. They looked at the wizard robe on Rose and couldn't figure out for a moment whether this which was the great wizard of the shelter or the one who had followed the sun god, the ancient god who remade the world. It wasn't until everyone walked around a small lake and walked onto a small hill that they suddenly came back to their senses. There are many trees under the hill. These trees are very wide, but they are all very low. They are tree houses. The tree house is covered with various fruits, and Lorna's favorite breadfruit hangs there. These tree houses cover several kilometers. Among the tree houses, there are many large and small tents. Thousands of Southern Wilderness Auxiliary soldiers and the residents of the sanctuary were dismantling tents and cleaning up the camp amid laughter. There are also some buildings being built near this camp, several of which look like wizard towers. Many wizards and workers are busy here, and there are actually people from the Southern Wilderness among them. There are also some big, ferocious-looking spiders. The people in the Southern Wilderness seem to be very familiar with these spiders. Bursts of noisy sounds in the distance brought the Southern Wasteland lords back to their senses. They found their soldiers lining up in the distance, looking at the tall figure who looked like the Sun King in front of the team, and the Southern Wilderness officers and priests surrounding him. For a moment, Sorindo thought it was the Sun King conducting a military parade. But it didn't take long for his expression to become complicated, because he discovered that those Southern Wilderness soldiers had the same idea as him. Chapter 824, Boarding the Pirate Ship. Alexander was working with the officers from the Sanctuary and Southern Wilderness, commanding the Southern Wilderness soldiers to form an array. The more than 20,000 people formed more than 20 square formations. The entire team covered more than 1 kilometer in length. But in this huge-in-the-sky city, they only occupy a corner in the center of the city. During this week or so, the senior leaders of the Southern Wilderness Army were basically isolated from the Southern Wilderness soldiers. It was Alexander who held the seal of Prince Sorindo to help his uncle to rectify military discipline. After eating and sleeping together this week, the image of the eldest son of the sun has basically been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Southern Wilderness soldiers, just like a newly appointed general. And George has been sending priests to the lower ranks of the soldiers to build momentum for Alexander. So Sorindo discovered that the soldiers not only regarded their eldest son of the sun as the Sun King, but there was also an emotion of admiration in their eyes. Indeed, during these days, the priests told too many stories to the soldiers. Among those stories, the warriors of the Southern Wilderness in the north had followed the eldest son of the sun to kill countless demons. He defeated the overwhelming Banshee, captured a golden dragon as a mount, subdued a netherworld king, a group of black dragons, and also broke half of the dragon god's teeth. And just last month, they fought side by side with the moon god, killed Ahl king, and captured a large group of demons and lords who attacked from that Hl. The story about Moon City has been spread all over Southern Wilderness by traders in the Southern Wilderness for more than a month. But what the Southern Wilderness soldiers never thought was that there would be many of their people in this long and great battle. George, Sorindo said with an ugly face. You won't mess around, will you? Sorindo did have reason to worry, because most of the people in this army were only in their teens or 20s. Not only were they at that age of enthusiasm, but they had also never fought with the Sun King. The Sun King was too far away in their hearts, and the time he spent enjoying himself in the palace was too long. As for this prince, he has no belly, no great beard and hair, and he is not hunchback-like. He conforms to all the heroic fantasies of the younger generation of Southern Wilders, and everyone also believes that he can lead everyone to find the honor that should belong to the people of the Southern Wilderness. Sorindo knew why the sanctuary troops had such a strange attitude towards the Southern Wastelanders when they occupied the city. We also know why George didn't kill the prisoners in the first place. Now in the hearts of these Southern Wilderness soldiers, the troops from the shelter not only share the belief in the Sun God with them, but are also a group of people who follow the Sun God. In the fermentation of these days, more and more people already want to join the ranks. They want to follow their eldest son of the sun and follow the Sun God. What an honor it is to follow the Sun God. Maybe not many people have such an idea. Most people's idea is simply to go home. The son of the sun will not kill them. He is everyone's hero, and will take everyone home together. But once everyone follows Alexander into the city. Sorindo, you have too little confidence in your Sun King. George smiled, looked at the array in the distance and said, soldiers just worship heroes. Now, if these soldiers of the Southern Wilderness were to rebel against their hometown people, they would definitely not raise the hilt of their swords. But everyone hopes that their heroic son of the sun can return home with them. But enough is enough. Sorindo! George provoked Sorindo again. Don't think too much. The eldest son of the sun returns home with the good news about the northern black tide. Naturally, he needs someone to follow him to put on a show. Alexander has his own troops. But what's the point of us entering the city of the sun together? So you can rest assured, Alexander brought back his own people.
And the Sun King will definitely be happy to see his son returning from an expedition with his troops.
George's words did not make Sorrento feel at ease. Instead, his face turned gray.
Sir!
Sorrento pursed his lips and said,
I already regret following you back to Sun City.
Sorrento felt like he had been kidnapped on a pirate ship. These soldiers and lords all belong to him. Alexander doesn't need to do anything now. Maybe just following the prince into the city is enough to explain a lot of things.
It doesn't matter, Solando,
George said.
In a few days, if the Sun King asks you if he is old, just answer no, of course. You can also speak your mind.
Sir, Sorrento closed his eyes hard. Most of the nervous southern wilderness lords have not noticed this yet. After all, there are so many things here that surprise them. And they noticed that in front of these phalanxes, there was a large square. The ground of the square was covered with neat large square tiles, which looked like they had been newly laid by the angels. In the center of the square, there is a very conspicuous geometric pattern, which looks like an abstract oil painting, with a few simple strokes. The appearance of the new royal capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is outlined. There are many small pools around the square, and many wizards are summoning diamond-shaped crystals from the pools. When the diamond-shaped crystals rose into the air, they began to rotate around the square. A phalanx entered the small square surrounded by crystals. And then a burst of light flashed, and the 1,000 people disappeared out of thin air. The lords of Southern Wasteland noticed that the geometric figures on the ground of the square had now changed. What was outlined was no longer the simple drawing of the Shah's capital, but another city. There was a geometric shape of a big sun in the center of the city. Graphics. This should be Sun City. Teams kept entering the big square, and people kept disappearing from the square. But the pattern on the ground has not changed anymore, which seems to indicate that this square leads to the vicinity of Sun City.
Teleportation gate?
Sorrento's eyes widened.
Can you teleport people directly to Sun City?
If the shelter had the ability to teleport troops at will, this would be a hacking battle.
Don't worry, Sorrento,
George said.
Alexander and the others will not fall from the sky. They will enter openly through the Arc de Triomphe in front.
Sorrento rubbed his face fiercely.
Everyone,
George shouted, summoning the chattering lords to his side.
Let's go down to not there, but on the other side. Rose, please lead the way.
With that said, George pulled Sorrento and walked down the hill towards another small square. There are actually many vendors near the small square. This made Sorrento extremely curious. When they walked into the small square, they found that it was very small, and the crystals nearby were also very small. Those crystals were suspended vertically in midair, forming a circle more than 3 meters high like a door. Chapter 825 Sea Overlord and Land Overlord. The entire small square was quiet except for a few guards. But when everyone came to the door and looked inside, they found that the door was full of chaos and chaos. This made Sorrento's eyes widen. He clearly remembered that the back of the door was empty. But before he could think about it, he was pulled into the door by George. In the process of passing through the gate, Sorrento didn't feel anything, as if he had entered an ordinary gate. But the distance between one step and another seems to have traveled through a whole world.
We're here, Sorrento. This is a large mining area.
George looked around and led Sorrento and others in one direction. Many southern wilderness lords followed George and the others, looking blankly at the crowd around them. They found that there were many portals in this square, and there were also all kinds of people coming in on foot or on horseback. There were also people riding broomsticks. Wizard. Except for those wizards who flew away as soon as they entered. Most of the people, like them, froze in front of the door for a long time. But it didn't take long for these people to see an acquaintance in the square whom they had not seen for many years. They immediately walked over and exchanged warm greetings.
Count Daryl, didn't you go to the Moon Country to settle the matter? I thought I would never see you again. I'm in the Moon Kingdom.
The Earl stepped on his feet.
Look at the pattern under my feet. I'm on the land of the Moon Kingdom now. Ha! Old friend. How are you doing in Elda these days? How is Grand Duke Cheonging doing? I saw little Tanya a few days ago.
These relatives and friends from all over the world are often separated for years or even decades because of the long distance. But these portals have undoubtedly brought everyone closer. Sorrento noticed that the entire square was a circle, and there were many small circles around the square, and the portals were on the small circles, and each small circle on the ground has a different pattern. There is a moon, a seahorse, an eagle, a black heart, and a weird V-shaped pattern. It should be the shelter. Sorrento saw some members of the shelter showing this kind of thing when taking a bath. Tattoos, mostly of the fallen. So this seems to be the unique totem of Sanctuary Holy Court. There are many portals, and the scenery inside each portal is different. The sunlight coming in from some portals is morning, some is dusk, and some is actually night. People of all kinds from all over the world have gathered here, including Eldar people, Valley people, people from the Moon Country, and even Landry's navy. A man dressed as a captain was standing in the center of the square, with a great adventurer and a black-haired wizard. Many people gathered around them, chatting. Many nobles would bow and pay tribute after seeing the captain, as if the captain was a great prince. At this time, George had arrived. When the captain saw George, he was surprised at first, and then gave George a warm hug.
I just returned home today, and I saw the big surprise you brought me.
Prince Jillian stretched out his arms, as if to embrace this floating island.
7 gods! George, I thought you were here in this world. Only the Forbidden Sanctuary has a floating city, but your floating city seems to be bigger than theirs. But it's a pity.
Jillian stroked his short beard and said,
It would be more perfect if there were more magic towers here, and then floated up. How many do you plan to build? How many to build? Jillian,
George said with a bitter look on his face.
Do you know how expensive these magic towers are? They are simply made of hacking gold bricks. The money I spend on these islands these days. It is almost possible to build a Black Pearl Manor. It's true. It's true that the Forbidden Wizards have used it for more than 300 years. All the wealth in the world has been concentrated there. Yes, Elizabeth's Mithril Library is just a small bump compared to it.
George sighed. But then he remembered something and asked Jillian.
There are many magic towers in the Forbidden Sanctuary. They are everywhere,
Jillian said.
I have been there several times. In addition to the big islands, the sanctuary also has many small islands. Magic towers are built on small islands and patrol around the entire sanctuary, but the scenery is really shocking.
George's eyes couldn't help but light up.
Let's go take a look together in 2 years. Ahem. George, who is this?
Jillian has looked at those strangely dressed Southern Wilderness people many times. He had never seen a Southern Wilderness person before. But such tall, heroic armed men with big beards and long braids could not be anyone other than Southern Wilderness people. The lords of Southern Wilderness were looking east and west and didn't notice this side. They all followed Soraya, seemingly planning to go somewhere else for a stroll. However, Sorindo kept looking at the captain, because Jillian's accent was too strong. Sorindo couldn't hear it clearly, but when he saw Jillian smiling at him, he couldn't help but understand what he meant. He stretched out his hand to caress his chest and performed the Southern wasteland etiquette. Then he began to wait for George's introduction.
Oh, look at me! I forgot to introduce you.
George solemnly introduced the 2 princes. After the introduction, both of them couldn't help but look solemn. Jillian is different from the people in the Southern Wilderness. He has always been paying attention to the patterns around the world. After hearing that this was the king of Sauron, I couldn't help but open my mouth. This king alone has more than 60,000 Southern Wilderness cavalry in his hands. What is the concept of more than 60,000 cavalry? In that Twilight battle, it was the 30,000 Southern Wilderness cavalry who defeated the King of Sand's 100,000 knights. After hearing that most of the Gold Coast was the territory of Sorrento, Jillian's heart skipped a beat. More than 3 million square kilometers of land. And they were all the most fertile places with sunshine. How big is the population? This king alone may have the strength to bulldoze Landry's army. Sorando's heart was also beating wildly. After he heard that Jillian was the pirate leader of the East China Sea who beat the Moon Kingdom fleet to the west, his expression became solemn. And after he asked his staff, he secretly clicked his tongue. Is their fleet really that large? There were more than 200 battleships equipped with more than 64 heavy guns? What is this concept? This shows that the various ships in Jillian's hands add up to more than 1,000 ships. If this great prince named Jillian pulls part of his navy and sails into the River of Stars, the River of Stars will be turned upside down. If the Moon Kingdom were watching the fun and letting them make trouble wherever they wanted, just this Prince of Landry could push them all the way to the gate of Sun City. No wonder the Moon Kingdom's navy is so quiet. And now it seems that the Prince of Landry is a die-hard fan of George. And this time, Yugua and Landry. It seems that after George's help, they have completely become a family and have begun to face the dark tide in the north together. Jillian didn't come here today just to have fun. He had a lot of things to do and a lot of people to see. After chatting with George for a while, the big pirate leader chatted passionately with King Solando and then said goodbye to George and followed Brenda and others. Regarding Landry's plan, the old gangsters have paid a lot of attention to Jillian. Not far away, a group of fallen people were already waiting for them.